Bienvenue à tous, on se retrouve ce soir à Relique, notre QG à Toulouse, où on se retrouve tous les mardis soirs pour l'armorie hebdomadaire. On vous invite donc à nous suivre pour voir comment se passe le jeu ici.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Mika, je joue à Flesh and Blood depuis 4 ans maintenant. J'ai découvert le jeu en allant chez Relique pour acheter des sleeves. Le vendeur de Relique H était un passionné de Flesh and Blood et il m'a attrapé par le bras et m'a dit hey, viens voir, le jeu est trop bien joué et du coup j'ai essayé et j'ai été mordu.
Moi c'est Siméon, je suis l'un des premiers judges de Toulouse, même si récemment j'ai été rejoint par quelqu'un d'autre et je joue depuis un peu après Tales of Aria.
Moi c'est Pierre, j'ai commencé le jeu en 2023. Alors moi j'adore Dromai, parce que j'adore les dragons. C'est assez complexe à jouer, même s'il y a du board state, c'est vraiment cool.
Mon personnage de cœur, ça dépend. Parfois c'est Reinhardt, parfois c'est Viserai, même si le personnage emblématique je dirais c'est celui avec lequel on a commencé, donc Reinhardt.
Mon personnage de cœur c'est Azalea, le héros il est trop fun à jouer et à chaque game j'ai l'impression d'avoir un puzzle différent à résoudre et c'est vraiment la classe et le héros que je préfère.
Je joue principalement donc ici à Relique. J'ai beaucoup poussé le jeu pour que ce soit dans tous les endroits à Toulouse, donc que ce soit Relique, Alforplay et le cercle du jeu.
Moi je joue à Relique à Toulouse.
Moi je joue principalement le mardi soir à Relique et de temps en temps le vendredi soir à All4Play.
Le partage et l'entraide, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui est très important sur le jeu, que ce soit le partage de deck, le prêt de cartes, de dons de cartes, enfin bref c'est vraiment quelque chose qui est vraiment incroyable avec la communauté.
Moi ce que je préfère c'est après une soirée d'armorie où on s'est bien marré, on se retrouve à aller prendre un kebab et boire une bière au tower pour discuter entre potes et c'est vraiment le meilleur moment de la semaine.
Le fait de pouvoir accueillir le World Tour à Toulouse, c'est génial. J'ai vraiment trop hâte de rencontrer la communauté. Je sais que beaucoup de gens vont venir.
Ah, c'est trop bien d'avoir un World Tour pas loin. On n'a pas besoin de se déplacer très très loin.
Ça fait super plaisir parce que Toulouse est une bonne destination pour Flesh and Blood.
En plus de ça, la Garonne est descendue pour l'occasion. Donc vous allez pouvoir profiter des quais.
Qu'est-ce que j'entends de plus du week-end ?
Alors moi je viens juste pour m'amuser, profiter des sides et voir les copains sur le calling.
On aime jouer au jeu à travers les tournois, à travers les événements, rencontrer la communauté. D'autant plus qu'on est content de Creator, donc c'est aussi un moment pour pouvoir rencontrer les abonnés. Donc ouais, ça va être trop bien.
Et bien voilà, c'est ainsi que se finit notre petite introduction des joueurs de Toulouse. J'espère que vous avez aimé les présentations des joueurs qui jouent ici hebdomadairement. N'hésitez pas à nous retrouver sur la chaîne de Fiandal Café et on vous laisse avec les casters de ce calling Toulouse. Ciao tout le monde.
Kebab and a beer after a night at the LGS. I got to spend more time at French LGSs, Erica. That sounds like a good time to me. Welcome back, everybody, to the second day of competition here at the Calling in Toulouse. Howling Minds and Erica Forslove in the booth. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. I had such a blast yesterday watching so many new heroes entering the scene, so to say. And today is not going to be any less of the magic.
No, we've got some pretty spectacular undefeated players overnight. We're looking at a copy of RKO, a copy of Arakni Huntsman in the hands of Pablo Pintor, and a Kashy as well, sitting at the very top tables as well, that hopefully might make some deep runs in the competition as we make our way through the rest of the day. So let's see what that day looks like before we make our way through it. If you joined us yesterday, you'll be familiar. We had 7 rounds of competition yesterday. A little bit different today, though.
We have 5 Swiss rounds cutting up today before we cut to the fabulous top 8. So there's still a lot of competition left on the table today. It's going to be a long day, but the competition is fiercing. All of the greatest decks and the greatest player are still duking it out today. So the games today are going to be fierce.
And we got some giveaways for you over the course of the broadcast, of course, the first of which will be those young Marvel heroes. If you haven't seen them out of Compendium of Wraith, you certainly should, as they are pretty shiny, pretty spectacular. We'll be giving away one of those for you in the top 4 as we make our way towards that one. And we have a slightly different giveaway in the finals. We'll get to that in just a second to just celebrate some of the success Flesh and Blood has been having. Erica, I asked Gabe yesterday, we're going to give away one of these of our choice in the top 4. So whoever's lucky enough to win will get to choose which one they want. If that was you, which one would you be taking?
I already put my hands on Oldhim and Shane. I've been dabbling a little bit with Kano as of late, so I wouldn't mind a little bit of a Kano spice. These Marvels looks absolutely beautiful, though.
Seems to be the popular choices on the weekend as the heroes that we've all been enjoying in Silver Age. I'm slowly getting an affinity towards Lexi again. I bought my chain already. I'm ready for when the chains are unleashed, if you will.
Yes.
But I'm definitely, there's a few here that I got my eyes on it. There's notably a few young heroes that still don't have Marvels currently. I'm excited to see where they'll turn up, but I'm more intrigued purely as the speculation thing about which ones were picked by LSS here to be in Compendium of Wraith. These are a few decks I didn't necessarily expect to be all-stars in Silver Age, so maybe we should be messing around with Benji, Kashy, maybe even Teklevossen. There's some potential there to explore, that's for sure. But this isn't all we've got to look forward to today. If you're in the room with us, there is still plenty of prizing to play for the calling, of course. Well worth its weight in both cold hard cash and some additional prizes as well.
So we have a PTI, a Gold Foil Legendary, and of course the World Tour points up for grabs. The 5k USD for first prize is nothing to scoff at either. But we have World Tour points up until 32nd place, so anyone up to 32nd place will score themselves some fabulous World Tour points. And the tournament packs are also in high regards here at the venue.
Yeah, happy to see those all being opened up yesterday. People very excited to get their hands on these Marvel treatments that we've seen so many times already. Big fans of these, and they were well received in the room. But I'm sure somebody will be pretty happy about receiving their share of $20,000 by the end of today as well. They'll also be very happy about receiving this Marvel copy of Quick Dodge Flexors.
God, I would love to get my hands on these if I only was so good. I mean, these Quick Dodge Flexors looks absolutely amazing. And then, of course, the beautiful trophy that you can bring home and put on yourself at home to brag about. World Tour points, you get 10 of them, and you get a Pro Tour invitation to use at your liking.
Turns out those World Tour points pretty heavily coveted right now. We're still pretty early in the World Tour race. There are some early contenders, but there's only a handful of points on the leaderboard in general. Winning a calling this early in the season really does give you a good step on the first rung of the ladder to really make a run for it.
Definitely. We see definitely some players who are out there and they are available at every single calling, every single showdown, every single maybe battleground in the next near future.
Amazing.
And so you will see some familiar faces probably pop up in all of these venues going forward.
I mean, we joked about Jacob Clemens yesterday, who, if you missed this, was graduating yesterday and therefore couldn't come and join us for the calling.
Priorities.
But decided that the showdown was fine.
Yeah,
He would fly in immediately after his graduation and could come and win the showdown today. So I'll be keeping half an eye on that event on the side. And if he does manage to do it, I will let you know one way or the other. But plenty of players to look forward to in our calling. And of course, Silver Age as well, as we kind of make our way down that road to Yokohama. Both of these formats still very fresh, very... I'm going to say adaptable as we go forward. Some recent ban list changes for Silver Age means we don't really know what we're expecting over there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Fi won the Gold Foil event on Friday, which is a deck that obviously is a fan favorite after Florian Christian Longen's run. But Classic Constructed, I don't know about you, but it definitely feels like it's still entirely up in the air to me.
It's super open, and I love to see the variety of heroes that made it to day 2, and seeing that like it is anyone's game at this point, and I see a lot of specialists making it to the scene and having a really, really good run. You have these really, really strong individuals who have played so many hours on their favorite deck and are making a run for it the past couple of weeks. We saw in Montreal for June, for example, making a win with Vynnset and did an absolute amazing run. I'm a big fan now, and I can't even imagine that today is not going to be any less different. I'm excited to see whoever is going to show up today with their favorite deck and show us how it's done.
Very much agree. So let's see who is still in the competition with us here on day numero dos. We had a pretty good showing for a number of heroes over the course of competition. We only find ourselves with a handful left at X2 or better. Gotta acknowledge that Vynnset pick you mentioned just moments ago. It's been a bit of a shaky one for the upcoming Shadow hero over the course of the weekend. There are still 5 in competition, but there was 30 to start, and not a single one is better than 2 losses right now.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate, but I also believe that Vynnset is one of the hardest deck to pilot, so I don't think that's one of those decks that you pick up in a weekend and then manage to run out of your PQ, but I also think that is a very, very fun deck to play, and when it clicks, it feels absolutely amazing. So keep working on that, Vynnset, and I hope to see more aficionados coming up later this season.
Some impressive conversion rates for the heavy hitters of the format. Arakni, Marionette, and Verdant Thorn of the Rose both having a good day at the office. Nearly 40% of each making its way over the line. Very impressed by Victor Goldmain, high and mighty here, which put more than half of the players who chose to register that hero into the second day of competition.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Victor. I'm a big Victor fan myself, and seeing that many Victors making day 2 is not something we have seen for quite a bit. There's usually a couple of us making it to day 2, but seeing 5 of us, which is more than half of the original population that started on day 1, it's super great to see. I also love to see Cindra making a stab for herself as well with a 42% conversion rate. Also 5 of them making it to day 2. And we typically see, I would think that 5 would probably be more prevalent in this scene with the new cards accessible, but we only see 1 5 making it to day 2.
Indeed. A lot of fan favorites that we did see on camera yesterday still in there as singleton copies. If you're rooting for Puffin Hightail, we saw on camera, unfortunately, a pretty nasty game against Dash.io was one of the losses for our Puffin player. Marlin Treasure Hunter, KO Underhanded Cheat, there is 1 copy in day 2, but they happen to be 7-0 overnight and having a pretty impressive run. Gianluigi Leah there on that Fatigue Pleiades, still alive at 5-2. Jaap IJlst, one of your caster picks from yesterday, still alive on live Goldmain. And a handful of heroes who are, what's the opposite of alive, Erica?
Yeah, we have a few that didn't make day 2 at all. We have the Fang, the Reiner, the Katsu. Mr. Boltin that we saw 1 run off yesterday did an incredible run, didn't make it until the end, unfortunately. We have Jarl, Teklovossen, the Max, Riptide, and Tough Nut, who didn't not succeed a lot yesterday.
Alrighty, so I did allude moments ago that we have a little something for you in the finals of the event this weekend. And that's because we're celebrating. We have some goodies to enjoy in the form of a 40,000 subscriber giveaway celebration. We were expecting this to turn up a little later in the weekend, but it turns out we went live yesterday and there was just enough subscribers to get us over the line already. So we had to announce it nice and early, but if you're joining us in the finals, all you got to do is be engaged in the chat, talking, giving compliments, giving your thoughts on the game, insulting your least favorite caster if you're so inclined. Whatever you choose to do, we'll give you a chance to win this box of Compendium of Wraith, and hopefully you will be the lucky one to do that as we get to the finals of the event. Impressive stuff. Happy to see Flesh and Blood continuing to grow, more people engaging with the YouTube channel, more people enjoying the show. It's all worth celebrating, if you ask me.
Definitely, and I'm super excited to see what we are cooking with today, and the 5 runs to boot, and the 1-off RKO, the 1-off Lyath, Jaap. I hope to see him come back to the stream and see how he's faring up and if he's going to make top 8 or not. Yeah, we have a lot of things to be excited about today.
So we had some impressive games on camera yesterday. I know I've got some favorite moments for sure, some favorite games. How about you? Have you got anything that kind of stood out in terms of games you watched that you want to encourage people to go back and watch if they happen to miss it?
Yeah, definitely the Jaap on Lyath versus Valda in, I believe, the second game of yesterday. It was absolutely amazing. I think what a lot of us expected was the typical Guardian grindy matchup type of things, and we saw that they were siding in the Remembrance, so they were ready for the long game. But what we saw was anything but that. It was a very, very intense game, a lot of big hits, a lot of big on-hits. There was a lot of intricacies, so to say, within that game. So I definitely recommend that one.
I have a bit of a soft spot for watching Pablo Pintor on Arakni Huntsman. Was definitely something that I found myself learning and maybe throwing away my Yokohama event by playing Huntsman as I pick up things without any expertise. There is going to be a bit of a looming story over the weekend, though, to do with Living Legend. We took a look at the Living Legend board yesterday. We know the Pro Course season is kind of underway as well at the moment. We do find ourselves with a few heroes to watch here. KO Armed and Dangerous probably on the last hurrah, regardless of the calling result this weekend, but could go out with a bang instead of a fizzle. But things like Verdance, these kind of decks, still very much in the conversation as to exactly when or where they might not be with us anymore.
Yeah, because remember that there's a Pro Quest season happening right now, and I believe there's 1,500 points up for grabs for the next couple of weeks that we are running through this Pro Quest season. So there's a lot of points on the line that is going to be spread out throughout the season, and also, of course, the callings that we have going on here today that is also going to distribute a lot of points. But I believe, hoping secretly, that KO goes out with a bang today, but only time will tell.
Well, it's going to be the other KO that we are starting things off by taking a look at over the course of today, because KO in the hand of Cheat is the one that's sitting at 7-0 in the form of RKO in the hands of Ludovic Zgajner. I'm going to get it right when we get there, one way or the other. Pronunciations will be the death of me. But a hurdle to get through one way or the other on the other side of the table is Pablo Pintor on Arakni Huntsman, who is also at 7-0. You got any input on this matchup, or are we kind of going to be flying blind?
I am having a little bit of input because I've been playing against RKO for quite a bit, and it can be a really, really tough matchup. And in terms of your availability to DRS, can maybe soften that a little bit, and I expect Pablo to have nothing less of such. So, but I also think that Huntsman is going to try his best to banish his opponent's cards. No, it's about banishing his opponent's cards and make sure that he runs out of them before he has a chance to punch them in. You're going to look into how RKO and Huntsman looks like.
I think we're going to learn a lot together, hopefully, so we'll get ourselves ready to go down into the feature match area and see exactly how this game is going to play out. It is 2 of our 3 remaining undefeated players. It is Ludovic Zgajner against Pablo Pintor. 2 massive Goliaths of the tournament so far, 2 fan-favorite heroes here, and we're going to see Arakni Huntsman going first. Let's take a look at the road to this feature match area and see how these players found themselves undefeated overnight. Ludovic had an interesting run here, of course, the event on RKO. One Verdance did get through. It's a bit of a tough one if you're not rocking those ARG smashes and similar effects, but an incredible variety of heroes here. No repeats on the way through the first day of competition.
Yeah, a lot of variety here for Ludovic. He's really shown that he is not unfavored into any matchup, as it seems. He is beating the Prisms, he's beating the Marios, he's beating the Dios, he's beating the Chaos, or the opposite of the table. So even Oscilios. Very exciting.
Finding a way through one way or the other. Let's take a look for Pablo Pintor. How did our 2-time Pro Tour champion make his way into the feature match area this round? Good selection all around here. 2 KOs this time, but some off-meta heroes on the way through the ladder. Marlin, Levia, and Lyath were victims of Pablo this time around.
Yeah, exciting to see Levia, also Thomas making day 2, so we'll hopefully see a lot more of him throughout the day as well. Dorinthea, a very exciting matchup for Huntsman, I believe. And then also exciting to see that he has some game against KO, who is one of the most aggressive decks on the table, and is probably one of the heroes that you are looking to beat. So excited to see that Pablo has figured out that matchup really well.
Let's take a look at these 2 hero cards if you're unfamiliar with either one to walk you through the matchup. RKO starts the game with 1 weapon zone, so it will only be 1 claw to work with, but typically not a Blood Rush Bellow deck, tends to be more a battle of attrition. Instant speed, you can spend 4 resources and tap your hero to give target attack action you control 6 base power, and whenever you're booed, you will find yourself creating a Vigor token.
And on the other side of the table, we have Arakni Huntsman, and whenever you play a card with Contract, you may look at the top of the target's opponent's deck. You may put it on the bottom, so basically you're producing an opt-ability on your opponent's deck, which is very exciting because you get full information on what they're putting on the bottom and what information you gain from that from their pitch deck accordingly. And with a very disrupted deck, it's looking to play very, very defensively in trying to mill your opponents with all of those Contract cards, and it's exciting to see Arakni Huntsman finally making a scene for himself.
So for the second week in a row, our undefeated game at the start of day 2 contains 2 heroes that are awaiting their first champion. Maybe it will be Ludovic, maybe it will be Pablo, maybe it could even be you if you join us at the next stop on the World Tour. Let's make our way down into the feature match area, see how this one plays out across the board. Taking a look at these equipment suites for both players. No surprises here from Ludovic. Arguably Apex Bonebreaker, one that is a bit of a point of discussion, but tends to be pretty stock in these decks at this point. On the other side of things, Pablo Pintor rocking those Graven gloves we saw yesterday alongside Mask of Perdition and Black Tech Whisperers. Going to have plenty ways to spend silver this time around. Starting things off on that Nerve Scalpel for one go again. Makes a lot of sense in this matchup. Going to see armor being a big part of the equation. Talk to me a little bit about Fyendal's Spring Tunic here for KO, though. I'm assuming this is a big part of making that hero ability a little bit more affordable?
Exactly. So KO's ability costs 4, which is a bit annoying because that means that you need 2 cards to pitch in order to activate his ability. But that is where Fyendal's Spring Tunic shines. With that 1 extra ability, you don't need that extra card. You can just activate Fyendal's Spring Tunic and you're good to go.
Helps to facilitate some of those 3-card CNC pummels and these kind of things as well. A few tricks up the sleeve for RKO. So we're going to see Spider's Bite coming across here to connect. No blocking value available. Going to see a Surgical Extraction being played here. We'll take a peek at the top card of the deck thanks to Arakni Huntsman's ability before deciding how to navigate this one. Pablo says, no thank you. I would prefer that card to be on the bottom before allowing you to dedicate cards to defense. We're going to see Apex Bonebreaker being reached for here immediately. Surprising stance from Ludovic. Clearly very interested in a number of cards that are in the hand. Don't tend to like falling behind on life this early on as KO underhanded cheats, so must be quite the hand to consider working with.
Yeah, especially on the first turn, because typically you're committed to just send or block with all of the cards that you have at your disposal on your first turn, because you get the luxury of drawing up your full hand after the first turn has been committed. But we're seeing him add an extra card here, so he's probably anticipating maybe some kind of attack reaction, so making sure that we cover that up nicely.
So I believe this was only a block for 5 here, because Nerve Scalpel and Spider's Bite do their thing to kind of make Apex Bonebreaker and these blocking attacks a little bit less intriguing. So if there is a cut to the chase or something similar in the hand for Pablo Pintor here, this could be a pretty significant punish for trying to hold on to cards on the first turn of the game here. And looks like our players do just want to call a judge to confirm if maybe an undo is allowed, if the daggers were forgotten about there. It's an early start here to start day 2 of the calling, and we all forget on hits at the worst possible time. So hopefully it's not that. We'll cross our fingers.
I mean, there's a lot of things to keep track of. Like each of the daggers have their various on hits, and of course that affects the way you interact with your opponent's attacks accordingly. And so there's a lot of things to keep track of, and especially if you're facing a hero for the first time, maybe for the first time.
Maybe.
I mean, some of these heroes are not your typical armory picks, and maybe something that you don't typically see on a day-to-day basis. So of course there is some intricacies on how things interact, and it's always good to have a judge readily available to clear things up.
I'm a little surprised to see some of the choices we've made so far, but Ludovic isn't 7-0 overnight by accident, so hopefully we have some things to learn about RKO as we make our way back down into the game. Seems like we have that situation resolved and may continue. Does appear that Apex Bonebreaker was the question here. Of course, is Shrunk by Nerve Scalpel, does have Temper, so blocking with it early means it's gone forever. We gave up all that value on the first turn of the game, so hopefully Ludovic Zgajner can convert on the choice to do exactly that. We'll see this villainous pose to start things off here at the start of the game. Might token, of course, made by that Apex Bonebreaker, pairs up very well with the pose to give +5 to this Command and Conquer, which is going to be a bit of an awkward one for Arakni Huntsman to handle on occasion due to the high density of defense reactions. Coming in for 11, Vigor token made as we were booed by that villainous pose.
But this is such a beautiful way to play around it. Shelter of the Storm has an instant ability to discard this, and then you get a prevention of 3. So you can still play that defense reaction, but not the defense reaction as per se, as you still have that instant ability to play instead.
Obviously, Arakni Huntsman, a very defensive deck in nature, but I really like the choice here to be a staunch wall from Pablo, remaining ahead on life, very powerful against a deck like KO Underhanded Cheat. Deny those mocking blows, those extra revile effects in the process. So just happy to bust the whole hand, give up that Mask of Perdition, and say, okay, convert again. And KO Underhanded Cheat, not necessarily the best deck at converting all these cards. If it's not finding, it's looking for scraps and similar effects. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what Ludovic can put together here. Tunic will take up to 2. A resource will be made by that Vigor token. And we're looking at a hand contains a copy of Pummel here, but there's a few reds alongside it. Strongest Survive, Show of Strength, and a blue Overcrowded means that we can, in fact, do the thing, if you will.
I love to see the Pummel addition into this deck, because KO, he loves to play these smaller cards like Mocking Blow and Bully Tactics that are pretty small on the upside, but he's still rocking these Strongest Survive and CNCs as we saw earlier, and the CNC pummel connecting with the Fienda Spring Tunic off of 1 blue is a really, really strong play, and I'd love to see the pummel addition into this deck.
Interesting choice here for Ludovic, I should say. Stronger Survive here, the 3-cost attack, means that a pummel would require Show of Strength to be pitched away, no arsenal available. Clearly valuing this on-hit significantly higher than something like Show of Strength just in terms of raw damage. Feels like Pablo would be pretty happy to either use a defense reaction or just bust the entire hand again to mitigate the damage done by a card like Show of Strength.
So we're committing 3 blocks on this 7, means we're taking 4, which means we have to show off a card with more than 4.
Things currently stand, so just 3 blocks declared, and we will see a moment as we hover towards that Tunic there, which was only on 2, and then realize that we don't have access to the ability to do that. So the pummel will come on through by pitching the Show of Strength. Fate Foreseen will pop out for Pablo Pintor to cover 4 more. So we will have 4 damage coming across, and there is no attack to be revealed here for Pablo. So 4 comes through. Coercive Tendency will be discarded to this pummel on-hit effect. 38, place 36. Annihilate the Arms being shown to Strongest Survive. Of course, Coercive Tendency there being discarded to the pummel. Annihilate big enough to circumvent that on-hit in this case.
And I will pick Tunic, gain 1 resource, and use the...
No surprises given the reveal we just saw here. Tunic goes to 3, will immediately pay for Annihilate the Arms. Leaves a card in the arsenal here for Pablo Pintor. This is 5 with a contract ability. If you're not familiar with these Arakni cards, this one is looking for attack actions. Going to be seeing plenty of those from a deck like KO. If you find them off the top of the deck when it hits and banishes, you will make silver that can rebuy some of your equipment suite. Pablo says that can stay on top. Definitely feels like it's probably an attack action in that case.
It's also a little bit of a mind game, because this gives you as a player, as an opposing player to one of the Arakni Huntsmen, some information on what they are finding on top. Having that decision if you want to keep it on top or putting it in the bottom gives you some intels on what they're actually seeing on top. Because if they're satisfied and likes what they're seeing on top, probably a hit for whatever their contract is looking for, then you probably are more intrigued to block it out in case you don't want that to connect.
Ludovic here continually trying to play around attack reactions. I'm struggling to speak this morning. Blocking 8 on Annihilate the Arm definitely smells out a cut to the chase or a similar effect, and is clearly worried about deck damage in this matchup. Understands it will be a long attrition fight. Also kind of worried about Mocking Blow not being online if damage manages to connect. I think unfortunately we might have put ourselves in a bit of danger here. Findel's Spring Tunic was not ticked up to start the turn, and Ludovic realizes it immediately. This Mocking Blow does boo, becomes a 3, and I have to imagine that last card in hand is a blue. The intention, no doubt, to use KO's hero ability to make this a bit bigger, and unfortunately, the Tunic not going to enable that, and so the card finds itself going in the arsenal instead. Pretty small win there for Pablo as we make our way back into his turn.
And I also want to make a note of these boo effects, giving yourself a vigor. So whenever you don't have that Tunic available to you, some of these vigor might ease up your turns a little bit as well. So a little bit of an extra smoother here. But it also means that keeping yourself above your opponent in life total is even more important.
Scale Peeler coming on through to try and peel away the equipment suite for our KO player. Who's already burnt a reasonable amount of that fridge, trying to keep on hits at bay from Arakni Huntsman for now. We'll need to decide whether this is okay again. Scale Peeler will rip on through, so unlikely to see much from the Scowling Flesh Bag this turn, I would imagine. The Spider's Bite will follow up. Won't go again, threatens to make the attacks smaller if they block, and these consistent dagger attacks here from Arakni Huntsman proving to be very annoying for RKO. Wants to maintain that healthy life total, wants to block actively, and punishing both sides of that equation.
Yeah, and the piercing on these daggers makes it an extra bit of awkwardness, because whenever you block with an equipment piece, they will get +1. And so defending with your equipment piece is not so effectful, and creates a really, really tricky situation in terms of how to block these efficiently. You really can't block these efficiently, so to say.
Ludovic, don't do it. Scowling Flesh Bag being reached for here, which would block 1 on 2 as things stand, thanks to that Scale Peeler. We are popping it in the way, so we are going to intimidate the last card away. And this will jump up to 2, and the point of damage will come on through thanks to the equipment piece there. Ludovic realizing that, and again, I want to be clear here. If you've never played in a feature match area before, it's incredibly stressful. I've had the pleasure of being here a number of times before. It is not easy, especially to start the day. We all make mistakes. Ludovic clearly an incredible player to reach 7-0, but having a rough start to this morning, hopefully we can right that ship in the face of Codex of Frailty, which will now find this Command and Conquer to volley on through for 6 damage and threaten the arsenal.
Yeah, Ludovic was really hoping that Scowling Flashback was coming in to save the day here, but Pablo has the perfect response here with the Codex of Frailty backing himself up. But yeah, he's putting himself in a little bit of a situation now since the Spider's Bite wasn't able to connect. His attack action cards are no longer blocking its full value, so covering the CNC is all of a sudden really, really awkward.
6 on hit, take the arsenal away, not what you want to see. Hopefully looking for some cards such as Steel Victory, the block cards that are occasionally in this deck to have a shot here. It is Fate Foreseen, Pummel, Outside Interference, and a Mocking Blow that is now offline, unfortunately, as 36 currently plays 36. Reaching for the Mocking Blow to play defense here right now. That Fate Foreseen kind of stuck where it is, won't be helping you out. No block on Outside Interference, and Pummel's not going to cover the build by itself either. A really awkward situation for our underhanded cheat.
Definitely, and that Fate Foreseen is not doing any favors in this point in time. Command and Conquer being such a powerful card, you cannot play defense reaction on it whatsoever.
And I want to give some credit here to Ludovic, who clearly has just had a bit of a rocky start and is now taking a moment to breathe, recompose. I think it's incredibly important when you find yourself in these situations to give yourself the time to reassess. You've made those mistakes, you can't change them now. The question now is, how do you win at this point? And we're breathing, we're taking a moment to reassess and trying to find the best line moving forward, and I have nothing but respect for that.
Yeah, and as RKO, you really want to play as effectively as possible, but really, Arakni Huntsman is saying, can you really do that with the on-hits that I present with these daggers? And we are seeing that on excellent display right now. It makes things really awkward for Ludovic to navigate, and of course, some mistakes along the way, but even with those in mind, it's still a very, very tricky situation to navigate all of these daggers with piercing and on-hits and losing your defensive capabilities that you're so used to having elsewise.
Okay, confirming that we are blocking for 4 this time, so 2 damage will be coming across, and Command and Conquer will rip away the Mocking Blow that was parked in the arsenal. We kind of assumed it was blue after a small snafu last time around. Makes a lot of sense. We'll see that Ponder token resolve after the Intimidate returns to hand, and Pablo will arsenal one of those cards to continue the assault next turn. For now, back to Ludovic, and we'll see 2 cards in hand, this Vigor token available, and Tunic finally making its way up to 3 here.
Yeah, at least we're not forgetting that this time, but the question is, do we have anything effective to play here? This is gonna be just a claw for 3, unfortunately.
Claw for 2, I believe, thanks to that Frailty token.
Oh, yes,
from
the
Codex of Frailty. So not even the most ideal scenario there, but a Fate Foreseen being parked in the arsenal, at least try and circumvent some of the upcoming. It still gets 3 value by taking away a card from Pablo here, who'll block for 3 with that stack the Shifty. We'll make our way back over to him as the Tunic ticks on up on the other side of the table.
4-card hand on the offensive here. We're probably going to see even more daggers coming on through here.
Really cool one in the hand here for Pablo. We see Concealed Blade, a card that doesn't normally make the cut in these decks. Gives you a cheeky blue attack reaction that will often catch people off guard. Can maybe even rebuy yourself a dagger from the inventory if you had any way to flick them. We have only seen Graven Gloves from Pablo, but sneaky flick knives in the Graven Core matchups might be kind of cool.
But we're giving that information a little bit away now, pitching this Concealed Blade to our opponent. And of course, if you are on these high-stake tables, finding all of the information that you can get from your opponent is worth so much in this type of matchups. Understanding exactly what type of cards your opponent is playing, so you're not getting caught off guard in the later stages of the game when you maybe at 1 life point and anything can matter.
Scales will be peeled, attacks will be shrunk by the Spider's Bite, and I'll leave no witnesses. We'll take a peek at the top card of the deck here. Pablo will decide if it's something he's interested in. Would rather that one be at the bottom of the deck this time around. Looks like Ludovic Zgajner is looking at a handful of defense reactions. Fate Foreseen in the arsenal. We see Sink Below in the hand as well. My turn to look at the top card of the deck, says Ludovic, and is a different card, but not happy with that one either. Would prefer to tuck that away and look for something else. So a pretty easily remedied hand this time around. Fate in to leave no witnesses.
This is to attack actions, and this is to...
And see Pablo here confirming the daggers. And Ludovic with a small shake of the head here bottomed the card with the understanding it was getting banished by leave no witnesses. It wasn't, and therefore would really have preferred to have it on top of the deck. And I guess this is, again, the power of playing a deck like Arakni Huntsman. People aren't familiar with all these interactions, aren't super intricate alongside these daggers. Swing Big going to come on through, pitching away the new Chains of Brutality, a card I'm a really big fan of. Happy to see that one in the list one way or the other.
Yeah, and Swing Big being a Stella Brute card coming in and 2 card 8. What better can you do? And this has a little bit of a downside in case your opponent blocks the full of it. It gives them a quicken token. But typically you're not super happy to give 3 cards away to cover up a full Swing Big. But we're going to see Fiddler's Green coming in here.
That is awful lot of Fiddler's Green here. Obviously, Pablo has to consider the pummel in this situation, as there are 2 cards left in hand. But we know one of those is a sink below, so it's not going to be coming out. It's just all reds here, unfortunately, for Ludovic. Fiddler's Green here is going to break even when all is said and done, so no quicken token, unfortunately, but doing the job one way or the other. Sigil of Solace from Ludovic here will pull things back 35 to 37, as that sink below makes its way into the arsenal. We'll draw 4 up, and it will be back over to Monsieur Pintor.
Yeah, Ludovic is trying his best to keep his life total up upon his opponent, but is struggling to get there, and is losing a lot of value from his boo effects, no longer giving him what he wants from the said boo effects, considering that he has lesser life than his opponent. So he's really in a bit of a blender and trying to navigate this turn.
It is the incidental damage of these daggers that is really starting to add up in this matchup there. It's really hard to block them efficiently, and they have been punishing blocks later on as well. Excessive Blood Loss, brand new one from Compendium of Wraith as well here. Looking to banish red cards if it manages to do so. It can repeat the process and generate up to 2 silver, which is going to be spectacular for buying back those pieces of equipment. We're going to see 2 block on the Enlightened Strike and a sink below here. And so players just confirming if I am allowed to sink here in this spot. And Pablo says, yes, no problem. You are allowed to use your sink below before we go forward. And so no reactions coming out here after committing those 2 cards. Just an arsenal. Excessive blood loss, earning cards either way. And again, this is the power of Arakni Huntsman. You're either ripping cards away by connecting with your attacks, or you're ripping cards away by making your opponent block them.
Yeah, I think Ludovic got a little bit confused that it was a sink below that he played and not a Fate Foreseen. So he went ahead and looked at the top card of his deck as if he was opting for a Fate Foreseen effect. But Pablo caught him and said, but you're not playing a Fate Foreseen, there's a sink below. And they managed to solve out that situation gracefully. But again, I think Ludovic is maybe having a little bit of a nerves here on the second day, going undefeated on the first day and then facing one multiple calling champion, proto champion, etc. I mean, it's one of the greatest players in the world. I wouldn't be less
if the lights weren't bad enough, if the pressure of a feature match area and undefeated record on day 1, the lights, the glitz, the glamour weren't bad enough, your opponent is Pablo Pintor.
Yes.
Like, I think anyone who thinks they wouldn't have nerves in this scenario is lying to you.
Yeah.
And we should do our best to be forgiving of these kind of mistakes, because ultimately these mistakes happen because we care. It matters so much. Clearly these players are very invested in a good result and are nervous as a result. And I don't want to see anyone shamed for that.
No, not at all. And I absolutely get it. I mean, we all make mistakes. I believe we all have been in those situations where we're like, wait, that's how that works? And then you get caught off guard and you get put in an awkward situation. And that's how you learn sometimes. And that's totally okay, even on day 2 of a calling.
Plunder the Paw, the choice here for Pablo. These rather efficient 0-cost 4-power contract attacks. This one is looking for 1 or less cost cards. There are some of those in the form of Mocking Blow. He's going to play defense this time around. Again, it's looking to blunt the assault here. I'm going to see a brand new shiny one coming out of the hand for Pablo Pintor. This is Seeker Kunai, an impressive attack reaction item from the brand new set. When it's in your graveyard, you can rebuy it with silver like you would do your equipment. While it's in play, you can spend 1 to use it as an attack reaction to give an attack +1 as long as it's an assassin attack. This one sits in play until you are ready to strike. Your opponent blocks. It's very much breaking scales adjacent. Oh, you thought you had this Leave No Witnesses cover with your equipment piece? What if you didn't?
What if you didn't? I love this card. I love this addition to Arakni Star, because every single Arakni can play this card at their disposal. And it's a very heads-up type of card, because it gives your opponent full information. Like, I have this card available to me. If you see me have 1 floating, I can activate this and hit you for 1. So it's a very interesting card in terms of like giving your opponent full information while still like, yeah, I still have this available to me. Just so you know.
I think the power of Findle Spring Tunic in full effect here as well. Of course, a repeatable resource. You can use it on anything you like, but while it's there and the Tunic is on 3, you don't have to have resources floating to make Seeker's Kunai come together. The scales will be peeled once more as Ripple Away is pitched to send in The infamous dagger that's caused so many headaches over the course of this game. Ludovic, unsurprisingly, less interested in blocking this one now that the majority of the armor has been expended. Spider's Bite will again be the follow-up here. And we've quickly learned this is the name of the game in this matchup. It's incidental dagger damage. It punishes later blocks, and it keeps those life totals in Pablo's favor, which is a really big deal here. And when you see a codex being pitched away, it normally spells a second copy. It's going to be Command and Conquer coming back from this one. Will line up perfectly with that tunic to threaten the arsenal that already exists for our RKO player.
Yeah, I think Ludovic was really trying to keep this hand, but being presenting with his Command and Conquer really puts him in a situation where I cannot let this Command and Conquer hit, because that means I lose cards either way. And he was really trying to set up for a bigger turn this upcoming, his upcoming offensive turn, I would say. So facing this Command and Conquer is a really, really good play by Pablo, because he understands that I need this disruption to make sure that my opponent cannot play to his full potential.
Steel Victory, Flex Strength, Big Bully, and Strongest Survive in the hand there. 3 of those being turned into their horizontal mode. Normally suggests they're about to enter the combat chain on defense.
And they're only blocking 2 thanks to the Spider's Bite effect being active here.
Yeah, sure, I know this. But
Giving 3
again,
cards to this Command and Conquer is really brutal.
I like this from Pablo. It's something I encourage players to do when they're playing grindy attrition decks as well. I don't mean to rush you, but this game is going to be very long. Both of the players understand that this is going to be a long battle of attrition, and no one wants a draw, especially not in the 7-0 bracket in a calling. And so a polite reminder to your opponent while time is still available, definitely the best way to navigate that situation. So happy to see that sportsmanship in effect from our 2-time.
And the Steel Victory coming in clutch here, stealing the Ponder from Pablo Pintor, denying him that potential Arsenal slot. A really, really fun addition here to the RKO deck.
I believe the official terminology for that is yoink.
Love it.
Unfortunately, Arsenal currently full for Ludovic, so unless it is a Sigil of Solace or something similar, that Ponder token just going to be going to waste, but either way, denying the value from Pablo, definitely worth something. So again, just shortcutting a little bit here, trying to save time where possible. Feels like a good thing to do. And we'll make our way back over to Pablo, who pitches a Ripple away once more. It's going to be
Dagger
another Scale Peeler Swing. We have seen this one before. Fresh hand here for Ludovic, containing a copy of Booze. Again, just incentivized to ignore these daggers because it's so inefficient to block them in a meaningful way. Scale Peeler even less so, as the majority of the equipment that isn't named Scabskin Leathers is currently expended. Spider's Bite shrinking those attacks once more, and we will attempt to conquer again. That Arsenal being threatened once more for Ludovic, who is looking at those options. And again, we do see Booze here as an option that isn't shrunk by Spider's Bite, but Reckless Arithmetic, Mocking Blow, and Flex Strength all looking a little bit sicker than they were moments ago. And as a result, it's time to finally take some heat here. It's going to be 6 damage coming on through, falling to 24. Fate Foreseen bites the dust.
Yeah, it's not what you like to see, but at some point you're like, yeah, whatever, I'm just going to give it up and take my losses. And I think we've seen CNC. There's another CNC that Pablo just pulled. I think CNC has been the most played card this game, because all of the Codex of Frailties bringing back those Command and Conquer. So even though we only had 1 in graveyard, we have seen them come up again and again thanks to the Codex of Frailty. Now Flex Strength on the stack and the 2 cards left at our disposal. I think this smells like KO activation.
Certainly does. That Tunic obviously available in a pinch, but resource left floating from playing this one means it's probably just pitching a blue and then arseling Mocking Blow. Ludovic here is deciding it's time to make a stand and try and do something proactive one way or the other. We're going to see a block of 7 from Pablo, including that last Fiddler's Green. So 2 damage will come on through, but 3 will be gained when the combat chain closes. And check your bingo cards, folks. That is end the turn of my opponent on a higher life than I started it.
Yeah, I believe that we are seeing Pablo's game plan playing out in full effect here. He is going to try to play the long game. He's going to try to fatigue his opponent to the best of his capability. But that also means that we're not just going to commit our full hand to anything and everything. We're still going to play effective flesh and blood and play that value game and play those offensive cards whenever we have the ability to do so. Because activating these contract effects will still hopefully, banish the top card of our opponent's deck to full effect here. So yeah, I love seeing Arakni Huntsman just playing everything out to his game plan.
I love this from the Sack the Shifty, looking for cards with base go again to make silver tokens. And Pablo confirms this, and Ludovic goes, I don't have a lot of cards with base go again. Going to cover this up with a sink below. We'll double check it's a sink below this time before bottoming a card and drawing a fresh one off the top. Finds Fate Foreseen as a replacement for this, which is possibly a great arsenal if we can make use of what's already there, but we're looking at Villainous Pose and Show of Strength, which means I feel like we were looking for resources. It's going to have to be the hard way here for Show of Strength. 2 reds being pitched away, that arsenal being kept. It is just 8 damage for now, with the potential to shrink just a smidge if a Command and Conquer, for example, were found on the other side.
Yeah, because every when you block with a card with 6 or more, it gets -1. And so if you have those 6 power attacks, which you probably do if you like to play against the Prism sometimes to have that popper capability, it's also really good against this Show of Strength.
Shooting to 3 for Pablo Pintor. We'll have 2 cards to work with. Ripple Away just being pitched for Spider's Bite this time. And now, if you're on the other side of the table, that's a red flag, just a little bit. Most of the turns we've seen played so far on small multi-card hands for Pablo Pintor have led on the Scale Peeler, not the Spider's Bite. And so you have to assume that the conquering will continue until morale improves.
I loved seeing this, another Command and Conquer hitting the table. And Ludovic, who's always having an arsenal at his disposal and covering up, or trying to cover up future attacks with those D-reacts. Command and Conquer just says no.
Command and Conquer will thankfully be met by a block with Enlightened Strike for 2 here. But of course, no reactions. We'll see the Tunic cashed in finally for Oasis Respite from the hand. That one, not a defense reaction, so we can circumvent Command and Conquer just a bit and make sure our arsenal stays intact. Just another moment. Back over to Ludovic. He has 2 cards to work with. One of those is a Sigil of Solace, the other Outside Interference. Not sure what that arsenal is as the Tunic goes back to 1.
Oasis Respite coming in clutch here, being able to play it against the Command and Conquer because it's not a defense reaction, it's just an instant. So we're still covering up a bunch of damage and also getting the healing effect off of it because we're less alive.
The Mandible Claw swing here for Ludovic Zgajner. Pablo Pintor staring at Remembrance in hand, which definitely feels like a rather impactful one in this matchup. We're going to say, take the Mandible Claw, have enough life currently to breathe a bit. As we do know, the disparity was getting a little larger. Sigil will pull it closer. 27 now plays 29. Our reviled hero still the one behind as we make our way over to an Arakni Huntsman with a full 5 cards to work with, which, talk about red flags, that one's up there.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single banish happen yet for Pablo Pintor. We do see a Remembrance though, so he's definitely looking to cycle back maybe some Command and Conquers back in his deck to keep the onslaught going. But yeah, a bit I'm surprised to see that we haven't really banished any cards so far, and we're still looking quite healthy on the deck size on the Ludovic's side of the table. Let's see if we can try to connect one of those contract cards this time around.
So Annihilate the Armed on the hand here. So with 3 cards in hand, this smells like a few things to me. This is Cut to the Chase. This is potentially Coercive Tendency. It might be Sigil of Solace. Those are kind of the things that immediately jumped to mind when my opponent took a bucket of damage and then went 5 with no go again. Of course, Black-Tailed Whisperers gives you some flexibility there if you don't allow Annihilate the Arm to connect, and so Ludovic will have a decision to make. Might be trying to deny that. It will be Cut to the Chase found in the hand here for Pablo Pintor. Going to juice this up to 8. Is happy with the card that was seen the first time round, so no need to look at another card. So 8 damage coming through, and we'll see a top card being banished by Annihilate the Armed, and Pablo reaching for the silver ahead of time would suggest that it is in fact going to meet the conditions. Chain closed, and we know there are 2 cards left. One of them is Remembrance to refill the deck with the powerful tools needed to continue shredding your opponent to pieces. And why grab Command and Conquer when you could grab a Command and Conquer that also makes a Ponder and the Frailty token?
Yeah, the Codex of Frailty, one of the most powerful cards in the game at this point in time. Of course, we're going to see those jump back into the deck together with another CNC to keep fueling the power diversity in our deck. But yeah, we're still halfway through the game at this point. We're still at 20-something life on both sides of the table. Nah, Pablo is closer to 30, but we're still looking quite healthy on lifestyles total thing. So we have a full hand now for Ludovic going over to his turn. Let's see if we can pack a punch.
I think we're going to need it. Tunic to 2 this time around. We'll start things off with Chains of Brutality. Okay. This one feels very face-up as to the plan of action here for Ludovic against Pablo. Brand new card from Compendium of Wraith. If it ever has 6 or more attack, it gets go again. And if it hits, the next attack will also get 6 base power. So we'll see a KO activation to turn this one into a 6, with the hope of turning this Mocking Blow into a 6 as well. We know there is a Shelter from the Storm in the future, so it will be able to be played after this chains, but unlikely to be much bigger as a result. It's even worse. It's Hunter or Hunted from the hand here for Pablo. And it is time to get our agony on. I'm going to name the card on top of the deck once we take a peek with the hero ability and rip away Shelter from the Storm. And the rest of the copies from the deck will be victim as a result. Information gained by Pablo, who can obviously fan through the deck, check all the cards, make sure there is no hidden gems that we weren't aware of. Things like Rotten Remains. It's not exactly impactful in this matchup, but you might not want to inflict your daggers if you have any way of doing that.
A Hunter or Hunted is such a powerful card to Arakni Huntsman's disposal. Came out in Super Slam, and we did see some rise in Arakni Huntsman playability after this card arose. But we're seeing it on full display this weekend, and it's doing its job at its full disposal, making all of the banishes of the cards that Pablo finds on top, and creates silvers to go along with it.
So we just send the Mandible Claw after the information is gained that our Mocking Blow will not be any bigger. It is met by Shelter from the Storm. The Mocking Blow goes into the arsenal instead. Tunic 2 for Pablo Pintor, and it is Codex number 3, please. As we find ourselves grabbing, no doubt, Leave No Witnesses this time to threaten that arsenal yet
Baby
again.
CNC.
Better or worse, there is a Fiddler's Green in the hand of Ludovic, who will no doubt be happy to cover this breakpoint with that one. Would have not minded discarding it either had the arsenal been empty, but do what we can. If I'm not mistaken, it might be 2 Fiddler's Green, which is less ideal in this case, but...
I was going to say, this coming in clutch here, and we're also going to steal victory once again. That Ponder of yours? It's mine now.
Say it with me, chat. Yoink.
Once more. And then I will just draw 4 back.
Okay, so hopefully for Ludovic here, it's not just tick up Tunic, throw this show of strength, because that Ponder token will go to waste again. You have to hope maybe there is something a little more impactful in the arsenal. We're not all so certain, but it looks like it will unfortunately be the former here. Fiddler's Green, I respect not blocking with the nicer looking copy. Put it back into your deck, keep the ugly one in the graveyard. Good choice.
Priorities.
Show of strength for 8 here will demand cards from our Arakni Huntsman.
And with the Frailty token, you're not really looking to play your Arsenal card because it will get -1.
It's very true. I believe it's another Codex of Frailty in the hand here for Pablo. The power of shuffling those back in with Remembrance means that you will find yourself reading more books.
Time and time again.
I said no witnesses.
No.
You are currently still a witness and therefore need to be removed.
Yeah, Pablo is coming for that arsenal time and time again, and we're seeing Codex of Frailty being the all-star card as it is coming in on full display here. Thinking if Ludovic has any tricks up his sleeve this time around, but we're still doing effective blocks on both sides of the table, still playing towards a game plan that is full fatigue on Pablo's side of things. Ludovic is trying to find any shape or form to make sure that he can get over the top of his opponent's defenses. But it's a tough ride.
So, no blocks declared. Fall to 18 as Leave No Witnesses connects. It will be the yellow Mocking Blow we knew about and a red Swing Big we didn't, disappearing. That is now 4 silver available, which will no doubt eventually rebuy some of these equipment, maybe the kunai. There are currently 4 different things you could purchase with all this currency, so we'll have to wait and see exactly which one takes priority as the game continues. For now, it is time to strike a villainous pose. We'll see ourselves with +4 and a vigor token generated from being booed and a big bully to follow. Feels like the first real impactful turn here from Ludovic over the course of the game. This one has been booed, so you're going to see this being doubled as its base. It was booed from the villainous pose, not from itself. It's a pretty sizable, chunky 12 damage here, which Pablo is more than happy to contest, given the 11 at health, I should say. He is currently ahead. Time for the gloves to get in the mix. And hold the line will cover it all. We're just getting our value from the gloves to rebuy them from the local shop.
It's a really desperate situation for Ludovic because he is trying his best. Like even with a 5-card hand, we cannot get over the top or over the defenses that Pablo Pintor has at his disposal. And there's another codex!
We're so frail. We're so frail.
How many codexes do you have in your deck? It feels like...
I know this is like the 5th one or something, but it feels like about 12. Frailty, Ponder, Made Once More, Leave No Witnesses comes back. For the first time, though, I believe there is no Arsenal already here for Ludwig, so it will be time to grab something back and discard a card, and there is no Fiddler's Green to make that feel less ass this time around.
But does that mean that he popped the Codex of Frailty from the Ponder of his last Codex of Frailty?
Yes.
Oh
yes, that appears to be what happened. That is
wow.
Unpleasant.
Pablo Pintor.
So worth watching here, that kunai is available, the tunic is up, and so if Ludwig chooses to commit those scabskin leathers to try and save the card that is grabbed, this might end poorly.
I think Ludovic has been very, very disciplined, making sure that he always has an arsenal just to cover himself up from this Codex of Frailty place, but
Ludwig.
Unfortunate.
Covering for, is it time to tunic? It is. We're going to see the Seeker's kunai cashed on in. +1 given to Leave No Witnesses. If you want to save that Command and Conquer, I simply don't want you to.
And we also see the Mask of Perdition coming into play here.
Makes sense. Going to gain some silver here. Hopefully rebuy that one as well. Banish some additional cards while the getting is good. Command and Conquer, banished from the arsenal. It's Booze and Reckless Arithmetic off the top, so no bonus silver, just the one being generated there. The Ponder will resolve. Couldn't quite catch that one, but seems like no Arsenal was the choice there, so I have to make this Ripple Away. Yeah, that one.
Not
that one could stay in the hand, yeah.
Not a great Arsenal target. I really want to highlight this Reckless Arithmetic as a really, really beautiful addition from the Compendium of Wraith. And since it doesn't buff its base when it ever re-roll the die for its effect, it's a really, really beautiful addition since KU will buff it up to 6 regardless, and then you get the bonus effect for whatever you roll on. So really, really nice addition here for RKO.
Mandible Claw pairs up with Villainous Pose as Ripple Away. And the Graven Gloves will play defense, falling down a little bit further for Pablo, but a pretty healthy life lead remaining. 17 playing 27 in this case. And players just confirming that Mandible Claw actually should have been one smaller, as we are, in fact, frail yet again. And so 28, the life total for our 2-time Pro Tour champion.
15 minutes left on the clock here. The decks are starting to look a little bit thinner on both sides of the table, but Pablo Pintor is going to continue chugging some value out of those daggers, making sure to pop cards back into his deck, making sure that he doesn't run out of cards anytime soon.
Intriguing to see the priorities here from Pintor. Did have the option of Graven Gloves, Mask of Perdition, and the Seeker's Kunai to rebuy with silver at the start of turn. Decided the Kunai was the most important part of that. I agree. I think the equipment here, when you have the life lead, less important. You should have access to going in on Black Tech Whisperers. Having the extra evasion to punk out blocks definitely seems like where you want to be, especially if the plan is Spider's Bite into Persuasive Prognosis.
Oh, a really, really nasty addition here for Pablo. It's one of those cards where you're ever going into a bit of a trauma sense whenever you faced down it and like, okay, what are the possible buffs that this could happen? Is there any value for me blocking this, or should we just take it? We just take it.
I still find myself unable to block this card with actions a lot of the time. New giving me PTSD from banishing it, from blocking it.
Yep.
Got to remind myself that is not the case for our Huntsman friend. It will be more arithmetic disappearing to Persuasive Prognosis. Ludwig Zgajner falling down to 15 here, working with a Vigor token, a Sigil of Solace, and a outside interference to hopefully grab something of note from the sideboard. For now, the Tunic will go to 3. The Vigor will break, so a resource generated that way as well. Pair of reds and that interference making it a little awkward to achieve very much. It will again just be Mandible Claw swing with 2 floating here. Sigil to gain some life, park the Oasis to go alongside that Tunic. Very anemic turns once more for our favorite wrestler in Wraith.
Yeah, trying to cover up as much life total as you possibly can. Probably playing out this Sigil of Solace at the end of the turn to round things out. But we are starting to look a little bit soft on the health totals.
18, 27, the life totals currently.
We're definitely getting there.
It's a methodic process. make our way down. I will acknowledge the decks both looking a little thinner than they were before, but I fear Ludovic on the wrong side of that equation, given the banishes that we found and the remembrance from Pablo Pintor. Scale Peeler ripping on through just for efficient damage here. We've entered that stage of the game where we'll see the leftover reds being pitched to facilitate dagger swings, just to keep card density in the deck as high as possible. 16 as the Spider's Bite finds its mark as well, and it will be Sack the Shifty for 4 here, hoping to find some additional silver to start rebuying those goodies. Unfortunately, base go again, not exactly a common find in the RKO deck.
Yeah, but Ludovic, he doesn't care about the dagger this time around. He has the Oasis at his disposal in Arsenal. He has the Sink Below in hand. So he doesn't really need to care a lot about the on-hits, but those daggers, they are taking some life.
You might have to care about those on-hits if you find yourself getting shredded, which was parked in the Arsenal a little while ago there from Pablo. We will see the Oasis to cover it. So Ludovic here gaining some life and not interested in allowing the Shifty to find its mark. 17-27, 3 cards to work with, one of which is Rotten Remains. We see Chains of Brutality and Swing Big in the hand. Wouldn't surprise me if this is simply a 2-card 8 and park the Chains to try and go a bit bigger in the near future.
Also love seeing him play Oasis in this position, because it gives a lot of more outs to your Fiendal Spring Tunic whenever you have that available to you.
Fate Foreseen covering up the Swing Big. We'll take a peek at the top card of our own deck. Looks like a copy of Shred for Pablo on top of the deck. Says that's fine. Sync will actually go and find it by the looks of things, so very eager to get shredding.
Full cover up here. We're going to get a Quicken token from that Swing Big ability.
Not common that matters in this matchup. Tends to get eaten up pretty quickly, but occasionally double Leave No Witnesses or something of the ilk can become a problem, and we're going to see one of those exact happenings, it would appear, with Fleece the Frail as the contract attack this time around. Lines up with that Quicken token perfectly. This one looking for cards that block for 2 or less. There are a few of those to be found in the RKO deck with all of these Oasis Respites and similar things. So let's see what we can find. As 4 points of damage with Go Again coming across from that Quicken.
I love that we were utilizing the Quicken as well with these double-on attacks.
And so Fate Foreseen takes a peek at the top card of the deck. Information has been the name of this game for both of our players. That top card has been viewed on both sides more than any other matchup. And it is time to cash in that kunai again. Your defense reaction will not stop me from ripping a card away and hopefully making some silver. 1 damage coming through, and we'll find ourselves banishing a card. Outside Interference finds the mark. That one blocking a whole fat 0. So silver will be made, and Leave No Witnesses will be the follow-up. Your Arsenal is mine.
Yet again, we're put in a position where our Arsenal is under threat, has been the, what are you going to say, theme of this game throughout the whole lapsed.
Oh, so Ludovic here assumed with the kunai gone, there was less concern about getting punished by using the Tunic to cover the breakpoint. Shred says otherwise. We see Chains of Brutality and Outside Interference disappearing. Now, small interaction that's worthwhile. Your contract is open while the chain is open. So just because Leave No Witnesses hit doesn't mean you can't fulfill Fleece the Frail. So when we banish another copy of Outside Interference, that is another buck for our trouble. Now 4 silver, going to be rebuying multiple things if we want to, or just a couple of kunai as required. It is Strongest Survive on the other side of the table from Ludovic. This one does tend to command some respect, but we do have a Command and Conquer in hand to show here, so no need to cover this one up.
Yet again, more Command and Conquers hitting the frail here for Pablo Pintor. Time and time again. But Ludovic doesn't have an Arsenal this time around, so he's a bit safe from that perspective.
Feels a little less bad to have Command and Conquer showed to you when your Arsenal is empty, but it does tend to tell you what to expect in the near future. The kunai will be rebought from silver, and I like this a lot from Pablo. Neglects to bring back anything else. The kunai easily the most important part of this. No guarantee you have much more silver coming. You might need it twice. So save your money, buy it when it's on a better deal.
I love this play from Pablo, really a heads-up play here, making sure that he always has that extra threat available to him on his future contracting cards, making sure that he can always threaten a connection if his opponent is not careful. And again, playing thoroughly to his game plan of just shrinking his opponent's deck as fast as possible.
Ludovic here having to eat damage to try and convert these cards meaningfully for one of the first times in the game. Mandible Claw in the dark would suggest it is outside interference time. We will see Hunter or Hunted by pitching the other one. Takes a peek at the top card.
And I will say Chain of Brutality.
Chain of Brutality, the pick here. None in the hand. We see outside interference, insult to injury, and overcrowded. But that is a fat 5 cards left in the deck there for Ludovic. That's unlikely to be 24 damage unless Pablo decides it's time to go back to Spain.
Yeah, it looks really dark for Ludovic at this point in time. And all of these cards that we saw that Pablo flanked it through really quickly, there wasn't that much power available. There's a lot of blues. There's a lot of... not a lot of great attacks. I believe all of the Chains of Brutalities are in his graveyard that are remaining, so...
Mocking Blow suddenly feeling rather aptly named, coming out of the sideboard here from that outside interference. More importantly, gives the Mandible Claw go again because the 6 power attack was discarded.
Outside interference coming in clutch here. We see the first time we're bringing a card from outside the game,
I want to finish on time.
thanks to the effect of outside interference.
It's ended in like 2 turns.
Ludovic here acknowledging that this game is probably over in 2 turns, one way or the other, and so overcrowded comes through. Nice silver token. What if it gave my attack extra power? What if I also gave my attack extra power? Activation here from KO Underhanded Cheat meets Sink Below on the other side. Some damage will finally come on through, but most of it covered. Pablo falls to 22 in this case, and that final barrage of cards will find itself making itself into the hand. 2 in deck, I believe, for Ludovic after the pitch cards are returned. Coercive Tendency foots the bill on Spider's Bite.
Beautifully covered up here by Fiddler's Green. It's like it was made to block daggers. Fiddler's Green.
Leave No Witnesses continues the pain point, threatening the cards. Take a look at the top card. You know what, that's fine. You can keep it there. I wouldn't mind banishing that on a lazy Sunday morning.
Down in Toulouse.
Ludovic here committing 2 cards to cover Leave No Witnesses due to the Spider's Bite's shrinking effects. Life will be gained from the Fiddler's Green.
You have not a lot of attack with 1, I think, no? You have just...
Ludovic here. Do you have any Rotten Remains targets? Is there anything I can banish to try and make my attack big? Ah, Persuasive Prognosis. That's at least 1. Maybe this Rotten Remains can attack for 4.
It's a very, very, very rough situation here for Ludovic, trying to scramble any way for him to squeeze out the 22 damage that he needs in order to close out this game. But Pablo sitting firmly in the driver's seat right now. He has a lot of cards left at his disposal, and Ludovic is down to 0.
Final 4 cards in the hand here for Ludovic. We will see Scale Peeler Spider's Bite off of these Ripple Aways as Pablo races to try and close the door before the time runs out. It will be Slater Scholars. 0 for 4 once more in terms of contract form here, looking for non-attack actions. Blocking 3 in this case. So currently banishing nothing because, well, you can't. But the kunai will be cashed in, courtesy of that remaining resource. So an extra point of damage coming through. No doubt going to be looking to rebuy this kunai next turn to just push this damage as quickly as possible. Try and get through the wall before those final 4 minutes are up and over.
Yeah, there are no more cards left in the deck, so there's no more contracting possibilities to be had. But what does it matter when your opponent is only down to his 4 last remaining cards, and your game plan is basically just to get those over or get those done with.
Mocking Blow, hero activation makes it a 6 shot from the storm, meets it to cover 4, brings Pablo Pintor to 17, but leaves 3 cards available here for Ludovic Zgajner, who will now find himself staring at enough damage to potentially end the game. We're going to see Spider's Bite coming on through to start, down to 5. Scale Peeler down to 4. Arsenal and pass. Just encouraging Ludovic to spend... No, never mind. 1. 1! What? 8? Overcrowded.
Just throw it in there.
Take that.
One part of me is like, is this a game of flesh and blood or what is this really? Let's just one. It's just a poking game at this point.
Give me a card. You won't, you coward. Mandible Claw 3 pretty happily chewed up here from Pablo. Understands this just is a case of speed and efficiency. Down to 14. Spider's Bite comes on in for 1. The inevitable door slowly closing. Scale Peeler brings Ludovic down to 1. Ripple away on offense. We all know it's going to be good enough. If we're taking cards away, it will not be enough damage in deck. It will be Pablo Pintor, who is our round 8 winner. Now undefeated on Arakni Huntsman once more.
I'm so impressed to see Pablo rock up into this tournament with Arakni Huntsman nonetheless. This little bit of an underdog deck, I would say so. And it's really, really interesting to see, or really fantastic to watch his game plan just coming on through. We were noting halfway through the game that he hadn't banished a single card at that point in time, but when we got to the end of it, basically half of Ludovic's deck was banished at that point, so we got there in the end. But Pablo really playing to Arakni's Huntsman's offensive capabilities, making sure that he is getting that value game plan in, making sure that he is fatiguing effectively. And I am curious to see what can stop this Arakni Huntsman.
Well, we'll have to keep our way through the rounds to find out, but I think that was a really good showcase of Arakni's potential and also how to navigate a matchup that's so attrition-centric like that. Pablo knows you have the inevitability of these contract cards. You're going to get ahead on deck count eventually, even if you're having to play defense early on, but it's the daggers for me. It's the inevitability of Spider's Bite, Nerve Scalpel, so on and so forth, that chip away, make it hard to remain on a higher life total for a deck like RKO and make blocking really suboptimal over the course of the game. I want to give one final big thank you to both of our players for agreeing to be in the feature match area this early in the morning. It's nerve-wracking, especially when you're staring at Pablo Pintor, so we very much appreciate that. And if you fancy being in the feature match area yourself at a Tier 4 event, well, you need to get there first. So how about you go and join us at a local pro quest for Las Vegas. Find yourself qualified for the next big dance after Yokohama. We're already halfway through the season here. Silver Age is done for now, but there's still plenty of Classic Constructed to look forward to if you're hoping to join us in Las Vegas.
And there's some beautiful cards and play mats, and of course gem packs to everyone who is participating, but we're all rooting for that beautiful gold foil at the end of the day. Some really nice extended art edition that entered the scene this season around, so I'm really looking forward to see if I can get my hands on one in the next upcoming weeks.
I'm looking forward to securing some more of these top 4 promos for the Tekla deck. I will sheepishly register for an event I should not play it in, but happy to find success on that hero in the near future. These Bittering Thorns also proving very popular with the Ira players and other Ninja aficionados around the room, and you'll find yourself with some Gem Pack 4 just for entering. So hop along, make sure you can try yourself out at ProQuest. Maybe you find yourself in Vegas. At the very worst, you'll find yourself having a very good time with your local Flesh and Blood community. There's pretty spectacular events, and hopefully there's one available near you very soon. Suddenly we find ourselves with a question: what beats Arakni Huntsman? Which is a new question. I'm going to go with a new question, not one I've seen posed many times prior to Montreal before. You got any ideas?
No.
No? Okay, well, hopefully somebody in the room has an idea.
I hope someone has an answer to this deck. I certainly don't, but I trust the more experts in the room to maybe have a better plan.
Well, I'm hopeful it might be one of our next round players who are playing 2 decks that are, well, one's a very new fan favorite, one's a very old fan favorite, but 2 you might not be expected to see this weekend. Dorinthea Ironsong, one that we know has been under the wraps for a little bit. Had a pretty good showing in Montreal in the hands of one of our players, and running pretty deep here again. On the other side, IJlst on Lyath Goldmane.
Exciting.
Stay with us. A battle of old versus new on the horizon, and I don't mean the part the misfail hero. Dorinthea Ironsong, one of our OG heroes from Welcome to Wraith. 6-2 currently in the hands of Lucas, who will be staring down IJlst, who we saw on camera yesterday, one of your caster picks, becoming a quick favourite of the folks at home for rocking Lyath Goldmane into the second day of competition with what looked like a impressively aggressive list yesterday.
Definitely, and of course having access to one extra card each turn gives you a lot of possibilities on what you can do on the offensive side of things. Going into this match though, we have Dorinthea. Dorinthea doesn't love when your opponent has a lot of blocking capabilities, and if there's anything we know about Lyath, blocking is not his strength, so to say. So this will be a very interesting match to see how we navigate a Dorinthea matchup, looking at a Lyath player.
Okay, so before we hit the floor, let's check in with all of our players and check out the standings after the first round of day number 2. As we find ourselves now with just one undefeated player, the question we just posed, what defeats Arakni Huntsman? I guess more importantly, what defeats Pablo Pintor, which is not the easiest task either. As we make our way a little further down, our last two 7-0s both took a loss this round. Ludovic Zgajner and Benjamin Prisse on RKO and Kashy respectively. No longer undefeated, but still very much in contention for top 8.
Can we talk about this Victor that is on 11th place right now? 7-1, Mr. Filippo Barbani, showing us that Victor still has some game into these meta share that we're seeing over Toulouse this weekend. I also love seeing all of the Oscilios popping up a little bit here and there. Some 6-2. We have one single Oscilio on 7-1, and a lot of chaos still ranking up the ranks here on the top 20
I
list.
gotta talk about these Dash IOs. First of all, Leo Toulouse is named for this event.
That's awesome.
You can't lose in Toulouse if your surname is Toulouse. It's plot armor. Leo is 7-1. Whoever was the loss is a god of some kind, because as far as I'm concerned, the event is already his. Vare Sevens continues to be a lovely human being, but annoys me by never being in 7th. Never. We found them in top 8. We've seen them find success in top 4s. Currently in 9th. Vare, sort it out. Multiple Oscilios, as you allude to, multiple KOs. Arthur Trehay in 19th here, still rocking the show on Verdant Storm of the Rose. Brody Spurlock, one of those many KOs, still in contention. As we go a little further down, we'll find our Dorinthea. Lucas there in 23rd against Jaap in 25th, with our second Victor Goldmain sandwiched in the middle.
We also see a Gravy Bones here on the 30th place. We're still... it's not a hero that is doing all too hot this past weekend, but we're still trying our best here to combat on a top 8. So one lonely contender here left on 30th place. We also see Jaap, of course, here on the 25th place, rocking up the Lyath Goldmain. We're going to see a lot more later on. Victor Goldmain, though, on the 24th place, another one rocking up the ranks here. We also see a bunch of Verdances down in 35th to 40th place here. So if you wonder where all of the Verdans went, that's where they are.
Sunflower Samurai, Daniel Correa still live in the event here. If you're fans of one-offs, there's still plenty of our one-off heroes at 6 and 2. Fi, Marlin, even Gianluigi on that Pleiades deck. The Vynnset believers, hold on to your belief that Exilius Siskopolos will not bump into any more Verdances that we saw to end the day yesterday. Still 6 and 2, still alive and kicking, and might be able to join us in the top 8. Some of the UK contingent a little further down at 6 and 2. Emad Kashy rocking the Marionette deck that he has played a part in making famous. UK Cat National Champion Aaron Boyan, Shahmir Samee also on Vynnset, finding themselves still alive as things stand right now. And more importantly for some Huntsman folks at home, the only other one in day 2 to my knowledge, 6 and 2, still alive, might join us in the hands of Clement.
We're also seeing Puffin, Jeremy Kodelek on 55th place here, 5 and 3 currently. Maybe have a little bit of a rough shape coming into top 8 at this current standings, but love to see a Puffin joining in the ranks on day 2.
Yeah, so of my knowledge, I've done a little bit of napkin math. Nothing is guaranteed with tiebreakers because that's always how these things work, but a little bit of napkin math would suggest a couple of X3s will probably sneak their way into the bottom. It will depend on where those losses were, so not mathematically dead for top 8 at this moment in time, but it's going to be way more of an uphill battle if you lost early on day number 2. So if you're Puffin fans, cross your fingers for some cosmic anomalies because you might need one to get us there over the line in the first place. Cosmic anomalies can wait, though. We have very good foundational flesh and blood, maybe apart from the 5 intellect coming up in this round. Dorinthea Iron Song and Lyath Goldmain are waiting for us in the feature match area, so let's make our way down to the floor and find out how this one will play out on the biggest stage. It is Lucas Ruzafa on Dorinthea Iron Song. I'm hopeful swinging a Dawnblade. It's always criminal when she's not. On the other side of things, IJlst on the evil, devious Lyath Goldmain. Let's see how these players made their way into our feature match area this round.
So Lucas Ruzafa, he faced a Fi in round 1, took his first loss and started off on a little bit of a rough patch, but ever since then he just come on swinging and took on some wins against a plethora of aggressive decks. We got a revenge on Fi in the 3rd round, we have the Dashio in the 2nd, some Vynsets to boot that up. A Teklovossen, round 6.
Got to acknowledge that was the X1 brackets by the looks of things in round 6. So good showing there from Nicholas on Teklovos, and to make it that far. Inevitably fell short of day 2, so the wheels coming off at the end. But impressive stuff all around. Fell short to 2-time calling champion Francesco Giorgio in round 8 just now, but still alive and kicking. Let's take a look at the other side of the fight. If you are a IJlst enjoyer, both the losses came after going 5-0 to start. Made his way through a pair of Volders before walking face first into Pablo Pintor. Found Brody Spurlock as the reimbursement after that loss, and unfortunately came up short there as well. Somewhat surprisingly, found a win against Prism this morning. That's not the easiest thing to do with a certifiable 0 poppers not named Pulverize in the deck, if there are even any copies of that one.
I really need to know exactly how Jaap navigated that one for anything. Guardian are typically not the best matchups into Prisms, and as you mentioned, there's not that many 6+ attacks in this list particularly. So, but I think that when you're presenting your opponent with 21 damage and confidence tokens and whatnot, it's gonna be a tricky situation on the Prism side of things.
Best form of card advantage, just kill your opponent. 9 intellect, 2 players, only 1 winner when we get to the end of this game. Let's make our way down into the feature match and see how this one comes together. These 2 heroes, if you're unfamiliar, Dorinthea Iron Song, one of the most iconic heroes, had that incredible showing at Pro Tour Los Angeles in the hands of Maximilian Klein before getting sigiled out of existence in that finals. Typically quite an aggressive deck, relies on Dawnblade connecting with a hit to enable this hero ability that will allow you to attack with the weapon at additional time. You've got to find a way to get go again somewhere in the middle there, but if you can, you'll start racking up those free counters on your Dawnblade.
And Lyath Goldmane, as we saw yesterday, a 5 intellect hero, the only one in Flesh and Blood as of yet. The base attack on defense on all of it controlled, all the cards he controls are halved, rounded up. Makes it a little bit of an awkward situation, thanks to some downside you need to have when you have 5 intellect, why not? Instant pay to tap the crowd boosts you, defending action cards you control get +1 this turn, and whenever the crowd boosts you, create a might token. It's a very much of a mid-rangey type of deck, but it also tries to pay these combo pieces, being able to push all of these super tall attacks upon your opponents.
A deathmatch arena is waiting for us, so let's make our way down into the cheap seats and see how this one shakes out. Equipment suites here, no big surprises on either side here, very stock things here from Lucas. We see Crown of Providence, that Grains of Blood spill that's become so iconic in this deck for resource generation. Brave Forge Bracers and Refraction Bolters on the other side of things. Lyath Goldmane rocking those attention grabbers that looked so impressive yesterday. Fiona Spring Tunic, Snapdragon Scalers to chain 2 attacks together, and the shiny new Two-Faced, which looks rather good at ripping away pummels and arsenals and all kinds of tricks that Dorinthea might have waiting in the wings.
Definitely Two-Face, I think, is going to be one of the most important pieces that Jaap can execute upon today against Dorinthea. Giving him full information on what Dorinthea has available really takes away the surprise factor that Dorinthea likes to present.
Lyath going first here definitely has some serious upside, and we see why. Edge of their seats off of 2 cards and 2 steps ahead. The powerful blue no-go again aura that at the start of the turn will be destroyed next turn to make a confidence and a might. So if you can plan 2 turns ahead of time, hence the name, you'll find yourself with some might and some confidence. It will line up perfectly with that edge of their seats that will take 2 turns to tick on down as well. What's not so perfect is the size of this sword. Spoils of War, Sharpened Steel, 8 go again. It's bread and butter warrior to start.
I think the Spoils of War on-hit effect of creating copper is not as offensive as maybe some other warrior decks, like Kashy, namely. But staring down at the Dawnblade for 8, 1 card left in hand. No floating, though. So we're probably going to be having a little bit of a tough time having this Dawnblade connect a second time if we manage to block this one out. So maybe not too scared about the double Dawnblade this turn around.
I'm very curious as to how much Jaap will find himself blocking in this matchup. It's very dangerous to let the Dawnblade start racking up the counters, but as you alluded to in the pre-game, not the easiest to make these cards convert on defense without activating Lyath to rebuy their defense value, which in exchange does cost you another card. Allows you to have access to that Rampart. Defense reactions not named drag down, pretty bad in Lyath because they're all halved by your ability, so not too much in the way of protective layers from attack reactions coming in and claiming your soul.
I think the Dorinthea is presenting a very much of a skill check, so to say. I mean, if you understand what Dorinthea is capable of doing, it gives you a lot more effort going into this game, or a lot more understanding going into this game of how you're supposed to counteract everything that Dorinthea's potential capabilities of what she can do. The reprise effect, of course, is one of the biggest ones, where whenever you defend with an attack from hand, you will have reprise effects on your opponent's attack reactions or Dorinthea's attack reactions, which leaves her with a lot more capabilities or a lot more options, so to say, whenever she plays out her attacks.
So we're looking for things like Steadfast, Oasis Respite, these kind of cards that are preventative effects that do not get halved by Lyath Goldmane, that will really shine in this matchup if they are in Jaap's list. We'll see Rampart being paid for, Lyath being activated here sheepishly to rebuy the defensive value on that short shrift. So currently blocking 4, including the Rampart of the Ram's Head, Might Token being made by the hero ability activation.
Considering both the edge of their seats and the 2 steps ahead, we're probably not looking to pop off the next turn. Although the turn after that is when the magic is going to happen. So I think we're happy to try and block out this as much as possible.
Dawnblade crunches our short man's skull. 4 damage coming through, so we will see a vigor being made with Grains of Blood spill, thanks to a yellow copy of Ironsong Determination as the last card in hand. That final resource being expended to send the sword again and try to connect with that first counter from Dawnblade. Wouldn't surprise me if Jaap had something to say about this.
A very heads-up play here from Jaap, understanding that I need more information in order to block this more effectively, letting the first Dawnblade hit, because we are gonna need to pitch the card left in our hand regardless to make that second Dawnblade hit or come out across the board. So
Sounds like an okay decision.
yeah, please.
I love the banter here. If I block 3, you don't get a counter, right? Yeah, that's correct. It seems like an okay decision. A Goon Battery blocking 3 to make sure that we do not find ourselves falling foul of the Dawnblade. And so 2 steps ahead will break. So Might Token this turn expiring. There are 3 more and a Confidence Token behind for the follow-up Barrage when it's time to finally start going big. We do see Cruel Ambition from the Arsenal here to make 3 more, and I believe Escalate Violence in the hand here for Jaap as well, which could potentially generate 3 more Might Token if he so chooses. And all of a sudden, this next turn is large.
Scary, to say the least. I'm excited to see if we're going to break the record that we had on yesterday's game, where I believe the biggest attack that he swung was for 21. And we're already looking at 9 Might Tokens, a +5 from the edge of their seats. This is looking quite mighty.
Nothing beats that 17 power overcrowded for me. That was up there. Escalate Violence does find itself met with equipment to keep it at bay. Lucas Ruzafa clearly very interested in presenting damage while the option is available. This feels like the more important turn to push. As you know full well, there is, 14 damage on the board next turn already, regardless of the 5 cards in Lyath's hand. So if you can take any of those away, I would do that. Unsheath to start here does mean Dawnblade kicks things off as a 6 power attack. If it has an attack greater than twice its base, it will get go again. Unsurprisingly, it's not currently greater than twice its base, but I have a feeling that might change as attack reactions make the Dawnblade just a little bit bigger.
So we have a little bit of a tricks up our sleeves to accommodate exactly that. So a little bit of a heads-up player from Jaap, just making sure that it's currently not having go again, as you mentioned. And if it gets buffed some way or another, that will absolutely take effect. So Jaap looking probably to connect some big attack on the next turn, because we're seeing all of these Might Tokens and the edge of the seats popping off at the start of his next turn, together with his Confidence Token. So Jaap really wants to make sure that whatever happens this turn, he has something to play offensive on his turn.
If I'm not mistaken, it is cut a long story short at the back of the hand there for Jaap, which is the perfect place to put all of this additional might. We see Concealed Object and Sigil of Solace here. Not surprised to see the Rampart being reached for, partnered with a hero ability activation. Makes blocking easier and, more importantly, generates another might for your following turn. Happy to see Bully Tactics in the list here as well. Playing defense this time, but egregious when it intimidates, up to 3 cards away from your hand on offense. So we're going to see 3, 6, 7 defended here on this Dawnblade to start with. 2 resources floating. So not 7 currently. We haven't activated Lyath as things stand, if I'm not mistaken.
Not right now. Jaap is like, I would like to see how you combat this first. It's a Sinjin Steel Blade. It's going to be a +1 thanks to the reprise effect, and we're going to go fetch some cards. Oh, sorry, the +1 is always in effect. The reprise part of it is defending heroes, defending with a card from their hand. You get to search your deck for an attack reaction and play it out this turn.
Love this. Very responsible from Jaap. Clearly hasn't played against Dorinthea in a hot second. Is like, Beat of the Iron Song. I don't know what that does. Probably best to double check while it's in your pitch zone so that I can correctly plan around it later on as the game continues. This Sinjin Steel Blade is going to go find a Glint the Quicksilver. We'll see the Lyath activation in response now that information has been gained about what the plan is. Might Token made attacks blocking for slightly better value. Stormblade will now gain go again, and in the case of Glintless Quicksilver, draw a bonus card once the deck has been shuffled up, as Reprise was triggered by those cards coming out of the hand from Jaap.
So we're looking at 7 versus 7, and we're going to draw a card and see if we can buff this Dawnblade a little bit more to make sure it connects. We have the Blade Flurry.
Blade Flurry, that's a good card, was the statement, and I would be inclined to agree. Pretty good one in the Warrior decks at large. Gives the current weapon attack +2. The next one will gain +2 as well. So Dawnblade leaks on over for 2. Finds a way to connect. Grains of Blood Spill will trigger. Vigor will be made with the flowing resources from the Beat of the Iron Song. And we'll refund that last resource into a Dawnblade swing. Coming in for 5 currently, thanks to the Blade Flurry.
But Jaap is not looking to defend more this game. He put it all out on that first attack, hoping hopefully to not let this Dawnblade connect. But now looking into a little bit of a conundrum. In case it lets this Dawnblade hit, it will get the counter, and that is the first step of getting this steamroll train going. Because when you first get the first Dawnblade counter, it's getting even trickier to defend this in the future turns.
There is a second way to try and proactively remove counters from a Dawnblade, and that is by sending, cut a long story short, for approximately 1 million. If you take your opponent's entire hand away, they ain't swinging the sword, and if they ain't swinging the sword, it ain't hitting you twice.
Yeah, this is going to be an impressive attack here from Jaap.
Crunch. Crunch is the word. I will get the bigger die. It's not something you ever want to hear your opponent saying to you. This is 18 currently. If you're unfamiliar with this one, if it's bigger than its base, it gets +1, which helps to mitigate that downside from Lyath. But it has tower, so if it has more than 13 power with confidence, it's when this hits a hero, you lose your hand. Goodbye. Get out. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Interesting blocking decision here from Lucas.
No big surprises here. I'm going to assume there was no extra way to circumvent the confidence token.
Confidence.
Yes, no more than 2 non-attacks.
Explains it.
Not overpower. The attack reactions aren't saving you this time. The
No,
confidence is going to make sure that your story is indeed cut short. And so this Vigor token will allow for a Dawnblade swing to happen, which is important because it means Jaap is somewhat contractually obliged to block this out, to try and deny the counter remaining at the very least. And if there is something like an Iron Song response in the arsenal, it's very easy for this to go wrong. So got to be a little cautious about this one if you're trying to remove that counter, but definitely feels like one of your better opportunities to do so, given how much momentum you just stole.
But luckily to Lucas, he had that Vigor token up and ready, so we're still going to be able to swing this Dawnblade at least for 4. Putting Jaap in a situation where can we block this out effectively or not, and continue the onslaught of setting up the next big turn with the cards we have remaining. We do see a Razor Reflex and another cut the long story short. So looking a little bit short on the buffing capabilities as this time goes around.
Kind of alluded to this a few times yesterday. This Lyath deck very much built to be a on-off style deck. It's set up the pieces, massive attack, take a turn to set up the pieces, massive attack. And we are very much in a setup phase. Unfortunately for Jaap, this hand is not great at doing so. Not a lot of might generational auras for the future. And so playing defense for now will pay for Rampart of the Ram's Head to facilitate a block there. Fiddler's Green for another point. And cut a long story short, will be returned to its normal base value courtesy of a Lyath hero ability activation. So 3, 4, 5 as things stand basically says, please don't be Iron Song response in the arsenal. Seems like it was not, and so 3 life will be gained from the Fiddler's Green when it makes its way into the graveyard. Jaap successfully dodging the sword for now.
And losing that counter on Dawnblade, we took so many efforts in order to get in the first place. But yeah, cut a long story short, really came in clutch here to ensure that Jaap could get that counter off.
The mocking blow coming across here. Unsurprisingly, higher life total right now for Jaap, given the size of that previous story. So, Boo will come on through, Might Token being made, and 6 power attached to this one from itself, and the Might Token from the previous turn cycle. Once again, will command respect from Dorinthea, lest she fall to 22.
I'm curious to see if he's going to enable or activate the Razor Reflex I know we have left in his hand. We have kudos to the Tunic counter. Not going to do any reactions on this one, though.
No, Bonking Blow connects, brings Lucas down to 22. We do see a Sigil of Solace that we know was parked in the arsenal earlier on. Jaap going to pop that one out here to gain 3 life and park the Razor Reflex. Tunic's still available to pay for that in the future. Try and find a hand that can make better use of multiple attacks, perhaps.
Makes full sense. If we haven't ever had an on-hit attack, that Razor Reflex becomes so much more effective.
So 5 cards for Jaap as we make our way back to Lucas, who will lead on Spoils of War here to enable Dawnblade with Go Again and a little bit of bonus damage for the trouble. It's 5 coming across for the first time. 2 cards in hand, 1 card in Arsenal remaining. And we know that card in Arsenal is not a 0-cost reaction, but it might very well still be something else. We do see Overpower and Glint the Quicksilver, both of the blue variety in hand here for Lucas. So going to find a way to keep this turn going, pretty much regardless of how Jaap chooses to interact.
Yeah, blue overpower, probably not the most offensive capability that you would hope for in Luca's position, but we take what we get sometimes. Since Jaap didn't present that much of an on-hit or just some vanilla damage, we will take what we get in order to push some action across the table on our offensive turn instead.
Jaap, we're looking at Heart of Fyendel, Cruel Ambition, Goon Battery, Concealed Object, and normally 4 cards is enough when I get a glance at the hand, but I unfortunately have to miss the 5th one this time. Unknown card at the back there as well.
Jaap holding his cards close to his chest. So we don't get to peek, but yet again, putting up with the conundrum, what are the tricks that Lucas can play on us and what is the most effective way for us to navigate our defenses on this turn? We do have the go again on the Dawnblade regardless.
Jaap slowly nodding to himself, understanding the situation and finding a solution, hopefully.
Doing some math.
The patented wizard table tap, definitely a thing you can expect from a deck like Lyath Goldmane. It's a lot of math, it's a lot of moving pieces, it's a lot more intellect. You should feel smart when playing a hero with 5 intellect, and the smartest answer you can give is no blocks. I would prefer to keep these cards and figure it out later.
Way to knock him out the woods. We're activating the Grains of Blood spill, getting that Vigor token.
Chain being closed for Braveforged Bracers here, pitching away that overpower to facilitate all of this. And so the second Doorblade swing will come on in for 4 as a base. And we know it is 1 card left in the hand, the Quicksilver, and a card in the arsenal. Starting to feel like it might be a 1-cost reaction, perhaps.
But sometimes that is correct action to take, is just to say no blocks, because that will effectively not enable the reprise effects on Dorinthea's attack action cards, or attack reaction cards, I should say. And putting up an defense on this Dawnblade, though, puts himself in the same situation of do I block this or not, because if I don't block this, it's definitely going to get a counter. But if I block this,
wow,
what can he do?
That's okay. Happy to see this one. You can have it all, and Lucas Ruzafa certainly does. Swordmaster's Shine we saw coming out in full force over in Montreal. Expected to be a Hala card, but you don't get mentored by Hala without picking up a +5 every now and again. Suddenly, this Dawnblade swing is a chonk.
Now all of these blues in Lucas' hand makes total sense, because this Swordmaster's Shine is expensive. It costs 3. It costs 1 less for each counter on the sword you control, but if you don't control any, it's going to cost a full 3, of course. But that makes it very, very effective to convert these full blue hands from Lucas, getting a very big punch on the offside of things.
6 copper to boot as well. Might token will expire. Cruel Ambition will make 3 more for the following turn, as IJlst tends to rebuild the fort and get ready for another wave of damage on one of those powerful yellow 0-cost Guardian attacks. Reevaluating in the face of getting smacked around a bit, no doubt, but it will be short shrift from the hand here. We know at the very least Razor Reflex is available to make this a little bit bigger and potentially go a little bit wider. This one does get bigger retroactively, so if you raise a reflexes, it will get another point of power because it's recovering from not having its base currently, and it has a crush trigger that if it successfully deals 4 or more damage, you will make your opponent discard a card. It's what if we stapled Pummel onto a yellow? Grains of Blood spill jumping in the way to try and cover up the currently 2-power attack. Jaap, unsurprisingly, will picture Heart gaining a life, as was hit hard enough to make Heart of Fyendel do its job. Razor Reflex will then no doubt give a pseudo +4 in this spot, because it gives an extra +1 from the short shrift itself, which is enough to theoretically crush.
I'm curious if Jaap put that into his equation. I want to get full value out of this Heart of Fyendel, so I'm going to take the punch now in order to set up a very reactive turn on the offense.
I do apologize. I forgot about the Might token that was already looming previously, so this was already a 3.
Yeah.
And so we're not gaining another point from the Razor Reflex, but we are fine. We're still coming over and triggering the crush ability here. Might token off to the side. Definitely caught my attention for a second there. It was focused on the 3 we had made just now. So apologies on that one. Result ultimately still the same here as Lucas considers how to navigate this going forward. Nose Go Again will be available thanks to Razor Reflex. Those 2 cards in hand could be a Hammer Swing. There could be something significantly more problematic. The Goon Beatdown. Big fan of this one. Comes in for 4 thanks to those Might tokens that are sitting in play. If it hits a hero, you'll get booed again, and therefore make another Might token for your trouble. Pretty good for a 0-cost blue.
Pretty good. all of the boosts, all of the mites, setting up for another big bonk attack on the next turn for Jaap. Lucas, on the other hand, he would like to keep this counter around. But he also don't want to take any unnecessary damage.
Trot along, and the Brave Forge bracers gestured towards to cover the break point there. And from the top rope, it's the concealed object that we know and love. Extra might token being made from it coming in and being booed. Extra +1 given to the Goon beatdown to get up and over the defenses. So 1 damage coming through, booed some more. It's ultimately 5 might tokens. Lyath activation up to 6 might tokens. IJlst finding every inch of value to set up for this next turn. Good stuff.
I really love to see this display from Jaap. He really showcases everything he's learned about Lyath in the past couple of weeks as he's been playing him, and finding all of the tricks in the books is just beautiful to see.
Steel Blade Supremacy, arguably one of the more terrifying cards from Dorinthea. 6 damage coming across for now. This one giving +2 in the process, and whenever this weapon hits, draw a card. Turning your weapon into a snatch, not a bad place to be, especially when you still have Refraction Bolters available to send that second swing in.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. I would agree. I would agree with you, Jaap, funnily enough.
Perfect timing.
Hiding his hand as we go and take a peek. Looks like Boo's Minnowism, Mocking Blow, edge of their seats. Ever so slightly out of focus for you there. 5th card hidden in the middle. Looks like a Tear Asunder in the hand here as well. This hand has some potential to go really big, but would require you to disrespect this Dawnblade to do so. Feels like an unnecessary risk when you have this much might on the table.
And Lucas only sitting on 1 card left in hand. It gives him not a lot of option in how to navigate this turn, because he needs some pitch in order for this Dawnblade to swing a second time around. But what Jaap is probably thinking about is potential reprise effects from Iron Song Response, for example, or being hit by something else in order to keep this Dawnblade counter around. The question is how much Jaap is evaluating on how much value there is on this Dawnblade counter, if it's something that he wants to take this turn in order to get rid of, and how much cards does he need to commit in order to make that safely. It's really, really tough situation, because you don't know what Dorinthea is going to do. There's no go again currently, at least. So Twinning Blade is not super scary at this point in time.
I'll play an edge of the seat.
I like this a lot, I think, from Jaap. I think you have to take the stance to take the offensive route here and just kind of race Dorinthea when you're this far ahead. But Tear Asunder, if you're unfamiliar, is Guardian attack only. So you can't rely on it to pair up with Mocking Blow, because it won't. It simply won't do the thing to do in the first place. So we're going to rely on attention grabbers alongside the edge of their seats to line up with all these might tokens. And we're getting two-faced, caught in the middle. And we'll go and see an extra card from the top of the deck from Lucas and hopefully rip away the reaction he's relying on to get this attack up and over. Brand new shiny headpiece from Compendium of Wraith. Looks very impressive every time we've seen it on camera so far this weekend. So two-faced. Will draw a card and reveal the hand. We'll see what's inside. Okay, hit and run, I should say, and the glistening steel blade. So all in all, pretty good two-faced if it was that steel blade that was going in the arsenal after this, because it's not anymore.
I love this play by Jaap, realizing that this is probably the best place to connect this two-faced, considering my opponent only has 1 card in hand. It gives me full information on how to navigate this turn further. Getting some offensive capabilities here also with the edge of their seats, together with the arm piece that can tick those down, making sure that we get this offensive capability on the next turn immediately out.
Blocking 7, no card drawn, and suddenly it is 6 might and a +5, joining Minnowism and Mocking Blow as the follow-up. Ahead on life means he'll get booed. So we're going to do some quick math here. We're looking at 5, 11, 12, 13, 14, +5 from the Mocking Blow is a 19 ball in the corner pocket.
Very, very impressive Mocking Blow. It doesn't beat the 21 we saw yesterday, but 19.
Thank you.
Pretty good.
Well, you heard it from Lucas. That's pretty good. Pretty good, right? Yeah, thank you. Like when your opponent thanks you for acknowledging how cool and snazzy their play was, you might be playing the wrong deck.
But also, I believe Jaap is presenting a lot of surprise factor himself, playing a deck that not many people are having that much experience into. And so it can be a little bit tricky navigating an opponent that is playing a deck that you're not super familiar with. So. But Jaap also playing on a display here, making these deck look easy.
Taking 11, falling down to 5 here. Holding on to 3 cards to try and return fire. It's Warrior's Valor, Blade Flurry, and Beat of the Iron Song. It will be a blue Warrior's Valor, so it will be spent on resource duty to send for 3 currently. No go again, face up as things stand, but we're definitely in Refraction Bolter's territory now in some ways. Gonna want to get some value from those before you find yourself saving them for the next game.
2 cards left in hand. Again, Jaap is playing in the conundrum game of what it is that my opponent can have available to him, and what can I do with what I have available to me.
Tear Asunder, Bad, Beaten and Broken, Escalate Violence, another Mocking Blow in the hand. Some really good ones available here. We'll find another one from in the palm of your hand coming off the top. Card being drawn. Shuffled in real quickly there. Thanks, Jaap. Didn't quite catch it in the corner, sadly.
I believe saw Imposing Visage.
Yeah, looks like Imposing Visage to me. Now at the front of the hand, which does give some more options, but tends to be very valuable on turn 0 to set up that 2 steps ahead, to set up those edge of their seats, sometimes even not so much a middle of the game play for IJlst.
But a really nice play here from Jaap, giving him full information on what the card draw is so that he can navigate his turn accordingly and understand if this is worth blocking or not. We're looking at a very, very healthy life total on 22 versus Dorinthea's 5 at this point in time. So I think Jaap is considering, should we just take this and try to go for the last life total on our opponent?
Reaches for Rampart. That remaining resource that is floating will pay for that one. Blade Flurry makes it a 5 coming over the line here. Taking 4 damage, falling down to 18, and Lucas now with the option to reach for those Refraction Bolters to keep the turn going. Makes the Vigor token from Grade to Bloodspill, cashes in the booties to keep things spinning. No surprises, makes the most of Blade Flurry. Comes on in for 5, and Jaap just says, yep, nope, that's fine. We're in the stage of the game I want to be. Your Dawnblade counters don't scare me anymore. It is time to try and close the door and cut your story short.
A really heads-up play here also from Lucas, deciding to activate his Grains of the Bloodspill instead of the Brave Force Braces to get some extra damage in, making sure that he has options available to him to swing that Dawnblade on his next turn in case he ends up in a situation where he has to give his full hand on defenses.
Might token will break to start the turn for Jaap. He's again looking at 4 cards. Imposing Visage is going to be the choice here. Love to see this. I'm curious what we're grabbing. Is this another 2 steps ahead here to try and just set up the final pieces to guarantee a close? 3 spends. So X is 0 in this case. It is 2 steps ahead being thumbed to the front of the deck. Confidence tokens are going to be a surefire way to guarantee it. So if that's, I love this. Okay, I'm learning some things alongside the folks at home.
2 steps ahead, hitting the table. We're going to get a Might and a Confidence token. Might galore. That's 3 of them is going to just be created when this is destroyed at the end of the next turn.
This makes a lot of sense to me. This is just, okay, in 2 turns' time, I am going to win the game. I'm going to have enough resources between in the palm of your hand coming off next turn to give me a 6th card. I can play some defense. I can make some might. I can set up to do stuff. I'm going to have this confidence token. The next attack I throw at you is going to be big enough. All I want to do is make sure I've guaranteed that it's going to be gigantic. For now, I can mock you a little. I can make a might heading into the next turn as well. 6 is good enough to command some amount of respect, given that you've only got 1 point of block left on your equipment. Take some cards away, make it less likely you yourself expire in the face of your opponent's assault. Giving you the Snapdragon Scalers here to go even wider, and it's going to be that Battered, Beaten, and Broken as the last card coming across here. Opponent Yellow attack this one. Big fan of it. Does some nifty stuff with Intimidate. So we'll see a card intimidated away, and if you control 3 or more auras, you'll give +3 and destroy an intimidated card that is controlled. At the moment, there is 1, 2, 3 auras, courtesy of that Might token and the 2 steps ahead. So this is going to command some respect, forces the card away. 1 damage coming through, and Bad, Beaten, and Broken will trigger and eat your intimidated card. And that wasn't what Lucas wanted. You could tell there was some pretty clear dissatisfaction on the face there. May have wanted to give up that Grains of Bloodspill to keep a card around, instead now relying on just swinging for 4 with this Dawnblade, courtesy of the Vigor token.
We do have a mystery card in our arsenal, but the question is that enough when we're staring down at 4 life and our opponent is still at 13, and we have the 2 steps ahead, and we have on the palm of our hands and the Might token staring down on the opposite side of things. But a really, really beautiful and navigated turn here by Jaap, showing us again why he is the best Lyath player in the room today.
Is this not the perfect time to draw 2 copies of Fiddler's Green when you'd rather block 4 and move on with your life? I'm sure Jaap is ecstatic. We see that Heart of Fiendo coming back around, of course, for the imposing visage shuffling the deck, and so these tools that were previously pitched find themselves available once more.
Jaap is looking at his hand and be like, where's
Where's
my offensive cards?
This hand currently blocks 4. No, sorry, a little more than that. We have a 3 block in the back. That is a 2 block. So 6, I guess, until you Lyath on 5 cards. Blocking 6 on 5 cards, not my favorite thing.
It's not great, but Jaap is still in a good position, I believe.
Okay.
Commit the tunic, though. Maybe
this makes sense.
To make sure we can pay for the rampart before we do.
We are about to block 4 with 4 permanents. Tunic here. Gonna foot the bill on Rampart of the Ram's Head. Double Fiddler's Green coming out of the hand.
I will block 4, I'll make sure.
I have covered your sword.
Reaction? Yeah.
Reactions from the Arsenal. It's gonna be that Beat of the Iron song coming on out. Jumps this up to 5. You double checked this earlier. More importantly, the mode we're selecting here, target Dawnblade attack gets +1. It's the only one you need. Just gonna get over the 4. Guarantee the counter sticks around because you successfully connected with your Dawnblade. That's all Lucas was hoping to do this turn.
Yeah, like snack. Okay. Then I block 3, so I take 2 damage. Yeah.
Interesting. So Jaap here had not yet paid for the Rampart at this moment in time. So looks like we are happy to block 3 with that floating resource. Maybe we have something in mind for it?
I'll think about that.
Yeah,
No, I lie. My apologies. Cards defending target Dawnblade can't gain defensive value. That includes the Rampart. So you have paid, but there was a counter on the Dawnblade. You could select multiple modes. So you're going 1 bigger, and you're going, in fact, your Rampart doesn't block for 1.
That's correct.
It turns out flavor text does stuff on occasion. Love to see it.
The card has text, and it's very, very reliable.
Lovely stuff. Okay, Minnowism here, coming from the hand here, alongside this Might token. That is currently up and active. So Jaap looking at 3 Might and a Confidence for next turn, which definitely feels like the big grand finale of this story. For now, cut a long story short, we'll line up alongside Minnowism and Might to try and apply enough pressure to take cards away from Lucas and make sure that big finishing blow cannot be contested. It's 7 for now, but 2 cards in hand certainly suggest it could go a little bigger. Probably not quite to 13, though.
I'm the one playing tricks now, Jaap says, having these 2 cards in hand. It could be anything at this point in time. We see the double Iron Song responses hitting the table. Lucas probably understands that if Jaap doesn't have to block, he's just going to send it next turn.
Lyath activated with the bonus card in hand here just to make a Might token to go alongside the existing ones. Parks a card in the arsenal. And we'll draw up those 5 cards that should hopefully, for Jaap, spell doom for Lucas, who is swinging in that Dawnblade for 4 with the counter still attached thanks to the very crafty Beat of the Iron song. 2 resources floating from a blue overpowered.
I'm still a bit impressed on how Jaap is navigating this game, because I thought that he was going to have a bit of a rougher time, considering he doesn't play that many defense reaction, if any. And we haven't seen any steadfast, we haven't seen any fire breathing or anything of the like. So I'm really, really impressed by how Jaap is navigating this game. He really understands what Dorinthea would love to do, and he is playing out to his offenses in the best way possible.
Fanning through the yard, assessing which resources are left available. Multiple scans well worthwhile at this point in the game. Definitely feels like the only way you can lose if you're the one who makes a slip up in the face of Dawnblade's pressure. So, bit weird is not where you want to be when you're trying to end the game. I would love to take a peek at what Jaap is working with, but he is notorious for keeping these cards close to his chest, and so they keep disappearing from the camera. Can't quite get a look at what we've got going on.
It's a secrecy to all of us.
It'll be a nice big surprise all around.
There's a sigil in Arsenal, that's as far as we know.
Yeah, we're aware of that. Sigil of Solace, never bad, but not exactly what you're looking for when it's time to get things over and done.
Let's see if we can make some magic happen for Lyath Goldmane.
For Go Again from Dawnblade for now. No bottlers remaining. No Go Again currently, I should say. 1 card left in the hand here for Lucas. So no guarantees this is too wide, but has the potential to be so if there is a Glint in the Quicksilver or something similar. For now it is just take 4 here as the Vigor token is made from Grains of Blood Spill. And an Arsenal pass. The counter will stick around, but it is no excess damage. And IJlst has 6 cards to work with, alongside 4 Might and a Confidence token to try and close the door here.
It really feels unfortunate sitting on Luca's side of the table. Why does my opponent have so many cards available to them? And here I am with my 4 cards a hand each turn, and it just feels miserable at this point in time. But let's see how Jaap can use all of these cards at the most offensive. Authority of Ataya is a pretty good one to hit the pitch stack at this point.
So definitely a bit of an awkward hand here. Going to be paying for X's 2. We're going to go look for in the palm of your hand to try and find something else. But Authority of Ataya definitely up and active at the very least. Want to note for a second, Jaap took a pause there at the end of Lucas's turn, was debating a Lyath activation just for the Might token, giving up a card in that capacity, decided against it, but a decision tree you should always be considering if you're playing this deck yourself. For now, defense reactions looking a little worse thanks to that Authority of Ataya, card being drawn from in the palm, looking for something that puts the turn together. 6 resources spent to draw a card, not exactly the most profitable of exchanges. Really wants an attack action to use with this Confidence. Worth noting, Confidence tokens do not apply to weapons, so if you're forced to swing that Titan's Fist as your only attack this turn, your opponent is free to block it however they may wish.
A little bit unfortunate situation if that's the case.
Are you ready for this?
Are you ready for this? Sigil of Solace,
16.
up to 16 as 3 life is gained.
So I hedge with all the life gain, right? To buy some time.
And
Buy
that was the
some
question.
time.
I'll play in Overcrowded.
That does it. That still counts. It is confident, but not exactly as you may have hoped. So looks like we're just calling a judge over here. Overcrowded, of course, getting +1 on each side for every different name among aura tokens that are controlled. There's a lot of permanence on this board, so I'm sure we're just double-checking exactly what applies and why to see how big this Overcrowded is supposed to be. Does Lyath half it after it gains the bonus? Does it gain the bonus after it's a 1 that's been halved? Don't lose the game by not knowing how your cards work. Just call a judge and check.
And that's why we have the judges here available to us to solve these situations for us, because as you mentioned, it's a bit of a conundrum if the bases versus the bonus effects and what applies to what. It can be a bit tricky situation.
Sounds like we're ready to go back down. Judge Knight and Swift. Overcrowded will come on through. Concealed Object joins it, so my token will be generated before the Overcrowded checks how big it is, which is the important part. Is when this attacks trigger, so you can respond with the item and do the thing to make a Might token beforehand, which is clearly what Jaap was asking the judge about. So it's going to be 7 with Confidence here, which is less impressive than Jaap had hoped, unfortunately.
It's not the 19, it's not the 21, it's not the 17 that we've seen Jaap present earlier, but sometimes that is what your deck is presenting to you, so you're just doing the best you can with what you got. And now it's on Overcrowded for 7. It does have a Confidence token at its disposal, so opponent can only block with 2 action cards. We also have the Authority of Ataya, so if there's any defense reactions that Lucas would like to play, he has to pay 1 extra for that. It's still an awkward position, but it's not as scary as Lucas was fearing a turn ago.
To be clear, that Confidence there, 2 non-block cards, which means that Grains of Blood Spill not going to be getting in the way either. It's Razor Reflex as the last card.
It's the hit!
It'll be enough. Concealed Object and +3 from Razor Reflex makes Overcrowded into a lethal threat. Not ideal, but it does the job. It's IJlst up to 7 and 2, still alive for top 8 on Lyath Goldmane here in Toulouse.
What an amazing display here by Jaap. We saw Yoon excellently displaying what Vynnset is capable of a week ago. And now I feel I get the same sense of watching Jaap play this Lyath Goldmane to the best of his ability. They make it look so easy. But I can imagine that when you sit down and look at your Lyath cards and you're seeing so many cards at your disposal, and there are so many lines and there are so many intricacies, and it's probably one of the more difficult decks to play. But what an amazing showing here by Jaap this weekend.
Definitely feels like we're entering a format where proficiency is worth its weight in gold. A lot of these players understand the play patterns of decks like Arakni Huntsman, Lyath Goldmane, Vynnset, Maiden, just rewarding you for repetitions and understanding of your deck more so than some others, which is exactly the type of repetitions and practice you'll need if you're joining us at Pro Tour Yokohama, which is not far away now. It's basically a month if you squint. April 9th to 12th. It's cherry blossom season in the peak of Japan. I'll be there, and I cannot wait to get myself involved in this main event.
I am also going to Yokohama. I am so excited to be going back to Japan for another go around. Osaka 2 years ago was a blast. I believe Yokohama will be none less of the conversation.
Let's take a look at what you might find waiting for you in Japan. Incredible promos in the form of Scar for a Scar with this beautiful new inspired artwork from Ira, in this case, in the Cherry Blossom season. And Super Friends, anime protagonist Gravy Bones on the other side of things from Hiro Suda. Pretty impressive stuff if you are a Necromancer enjoyer.
So also looking at this souvenir package, one of my favorite things to pick up whenever we go to these big events are these beautiful souvenir packages. You get some extra bling, you get these excellent promos, you get a full play set of the new Scar for a Scar alternate art, we get the playmat of course, you get the Gravy Bones alt art, but the centerpiece of all of this is this beautiful little deck box from the Compendium of Wraith. I absolutely love collecting these little dive pieces.
It's very, very pretty. I'm very excited to get my hands on 2 boxes of Japanese product as well. I do enjoy a Japanese card or two. Those antiquity box toppers from Compendium of Wraith also in Japanese in the product. So I'm looking to acquire a Japanese antiquity tunic when I'm out there, and I'm hopeful I can just pull it as opposed to having to buy one, but we'll have to wait and see one way or the other. If you're participating in the Pro Tour like myself, you'll find yourself with a Mastercard playmat. This one is going to be pretty snazzy, continues that trend we've expected of gems finding themselves on Pro Tour playmats, and you'll get 1 copy of each promo card to say thank you for competing at one of the highest levels.
And we are looking to see you there in Proto Yokohama. If you're not physically in Yokohama, there's probably a live stream available to you.
I would imagine we'll be bringing that one to you live from Japan. So well worth tuning in from April 9th to 12th. It's going to be a spectacular show, even if you aren't in the room. We've already got our own spectacular show to take care of in Toulouse here first. There's some incredible games over the course of the weekend. So we're going to show you some, what feels like maybe a meta game from 8-9 months ago at this point.
What?
On one side of the bracket, we're looking at Cindra, Drakaev Retribution,
Got it.
a deck a few people arguably wrote off after the brand was Cinder Claw hit and things like that. On the other side of the bracket, Slippy. We're looking at Arakni slipped through the cracks. Not the Arakni you may have expected, but all 3 of them appearing on camera this weekend, still live for top 8 and coming up for you next.
Ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious. From frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the north, the name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty gods of war, lead us fame and glory. dragons of the north, history untold.
Welcome back. I'm Gabe Schur. Hello for the first time today, and I'm very excited to get into more games. Those were some exciting games you guys got to cast that came sort of down to the wire in terms of the clock earlier in the day. How are you doing so far?
It's been fun. It's been very fun. I mean, they are long games, but they are so intriguing, and it's so exciting, and it's so fun to watch all of these players playing their best games, and I am here to watch some more.
A lot of players playing their best games today, and a lot more game to go, but let's take a look at the standings so we can see who is still in contention for the top 8 at the end of the day. Pablo Pintor there in first place at 9-0 on Arakni Huntsman. I believe with the size of players we have right now, that has locked him for top 8, because even if he goes X3, he will be an X3 into top 8. Next bracket, the 8-1s, that's where things start to get shaky. You know, some of these players are playing for their lives, and if they lose 1 or 2 games, they will be knocked out of the top 8. 2-IO, pretty impressive, but my eyes are maybe on 6th place. Victor, how do you feel?
I love to see some Victor doing some really good games here. There's not only one Victor on this bracket, we also see a second Victor down there at 19th place. Love to see that. Hoping maybe to catch some on stream later on if I get to make my wishes come true. But I also like to highlight this Kashy that is on second place at 8-1. I mean, Benjamin is showing that Kashy is also here to play some Flesh and Blood.
Very impressive showing from Kashy there. And of course, Francesco Giorgio rounding out the 8-1s here with KO in 4th place. A very impressive showing for his possible last weekend ever being legal in CC. So Francesco trying to ride out the one-armed man. Then in the rest of the bracket, we have a Marionette there in X1. There's the RKO who started the day 7-0. He's unfortunately lost his first 2 rounds, but potentially can bounce back and continue to make it. Following up that, we have a lot of Oscilio and a lot of Marionette and a lot of KO in this 7-2 bracket. Things have started to sort of solidify. Of course, it's important to still call out that Cindra in 16th and that Lyath in 20th, the other heroes on the page. Further down the line, so a lot of 7-2s in play, 1 loss, and they will be out of this tournament. Daniel Correas on KO, there in the first place. Some Verdances showing up on this page. We still have a Pleiades, ever exciting, on 25th, 7-2.
We have some Iras here as well. Dorinthea, as we saw earlier, is still in for the contention. Shahmir is still fighting for his life here on 29th place on Vynnset, I believe. Maybe the best place Vynnset. I believe we saw one on the earlier side of the bracket. Another Victor, Ricardo Manique here at 7-2 as well. Happy to see, happy to see.
And of course, the Slippy that we will be showcasing just upcoming on 33rd place, the last of the players still fighting for top 8. 33 players still live for top 8. 33 players fighting for that glory that they can get at the end of the day. Of course, a lot more games to play to see who ends up on top. We have a Slippy versus a Cindra, which feels like we're maybe back in June of last year right now. How are you feeling about this matchup?
I mean, it's been a while since we saw this exact matchup, and I am super excited to see what the new tools that these both decks have gotten since we saw them last time wreck the meta, and see if they still have what it takes to beat it up on top.
Sorry about that. We can hop on over and take a look at how this game is going to go. Cindra Slippy truly feels like the Pro Tour Singapore. On the left side, we have Cindra represented Doriann, Lassara playing him, and her. On the other side, we have Camille, Colin playing the Arakni, slipped through the cracks. Arakni will be going first, probably means lost the die roll, probably represents that Cindra is the one who decided to go second. This is a bit, oh sorry, I misread the page in front of me. Cindra's going first, which means the opposite. I think both players want to be going second here. We've got sort of aggressive heroes represented here. We can take a look at what these heroes do, starting with a run towards the day here for Cindra. A lot of wins early, started off 4-0, took a loss to Oscilio, which can be sort of a both ways matchup. It can be unfortunate. There's a lot of arcane damage that can run them over. Was able to beat that fatigue deck in Gianluigi in 6th place and took a loss the start of today to Arakni Marionette.
And seeing that last game we have round 9 against Verdance with Aaron Baya.
A hard matchup, and also an iconic one from last year with the Verdant Cindra there. On the other side of the table, we have Arakni. Started off 2-0-2 and has taken the Pablo Pintor submarine since then, winning 7 in a row, one on the next page. Whole variety of heroes, including ending with a win against a Verdance. I don't think that's necessarily the easiest matchup for Slippy, but he has been on a run since starting that 0-2 yesterday. We can take a look then and what these heroes are going to be presenting. Of course, Cindra and Slippy have been around for about a year each now. Cindra has been a dominant force in the meta ever since then, 778 Living Legend points. Whenever they hit a marked hero, they create a fealty token, but the more important part is they can rebuy those Draconic Daggers from their graveyard that they have flicked or destroyed earlier in the turn with that second part of their ability. Very powerful Draconic aggressive hero, and of course took down Worlds Championships last year. On the other side, we have Arakni slip through the cracks, sort of an aggressive assassin. The first attack with stealth each turn gets go again, trying to fork their opponents and go too wide and present a question of how are you going to defend this, what is the correct attack reaction that you have to play around, etc. Was very strong in the middle of last year, and that was a strong showing at Pro Tour Singapore, of course.
It's a very disruptive deck compared to Cindra, who has a little bit of a tricks up her sleeve in terms of disruption. Some arsenal hate, so to speak, and some extra damage coming across with the lava burst and whatnot. So we're gonna see a pure race coming up on these two players.
Pure race sounds like a lot of fire to me. Let's hop on into the board of the game and see what is going to happen to start this game. Of course, we have Arakni slip through the cracks starting on 38 at a bit of a disadvantage. And wow, I'm not sure I was expecting that to be the Cindra's first card of the day, eh?
I don't even remember what
it's called Poison Blade, so it's in this case he's running it in blue, which means it's probably mostly a resource and curve card. But whenever a dagger you own hits a hero of this combat chain, they lose 1 life. So kind of perfect for this turn 0, where his goal is to just swing these daggers and take cards out of his opponent, and then possibly he's going to flick one of these daggers, and that's going to be a 2 flick instead of a 1 flick, thanks to the life trigger. I think he's probably not expecting to cast that this often, but his hand looks very blue, if I'm looking at it correct. I think that's another blue Dragon Power and an Overcrowded, which means maybe he just needs to get these cards out as much as possible.
So this also tells us that this is a very blue-leaning deck compared to the more red-liney style of deck that we are used to seeing previously. So maybe that is the way that Cindra has been leaning the past couple of months, considering the new changes with losing Brand of the Cinderclaw. Now we're not as effective as playing the full red-line deck, so we need those blues to combat, but that also puts us in a situation sometimes where we're just going to draw a full blue hand and be a little bit sad.
Yeah, so Poison Blade, they're buying laying a couple points of damage against Arakni slip through her cracks, and ultimately being able to buy back those daggers with the extra blues. Now we see pain in the backside, the first attack from the Arakni side. 3 on hit, 1 more, and a mark.
Yep, and this is the aggro way to go. We're not going to think about the blocks because blocks are not the most useful way for us to use our cards because they are much better on the offensive than they are on the defense. So not gonna pull any thoughts on that. On the other hand side of things, we have some on-hits that might be causing some trouble for us with this Art of Desire body. But it's just going to do some banishes, but with pairing with a Take Up the Mantle is going to cause a little bit more trouble.
Yeah, no stealth cards there to find in the graveyard to make Take Up the Mantle turn this Art of Desire body into something else. So in this case, it's just a 0 for 3 plus attack reaction. But he's able to banish a card off the top of the deck, and if it is a red, the Arakni player will draw a card and gain a life. Okay, first of all, yellow. Second of all, Riches is not a card I've ever seen in Cindra before. I'm really into this list we're seeing on the left. Leave No Witnesses following up here, which is a good attack when you're going second and your opponent has Arsenal. But in this case, Cindra flush with those blues. Arsenal that Overpower, which gets to block quite easily here.
The Overcrowded coming in here from the Arsenal. And I have to highlight that Riches. What is this doing in a Cindra deck? But at the same time, it makes sense because with all of the blues, getting that gold available to you can be a little bit of a get out of jail free card because spending one of those blues into a gold, drawing a card, and we see the Authority of Ataya, there's also a nice addition here, to be able to circumvent whenever you are a little bit of a blue flooded situation in order to get more power into your hand for offense.
So that gold then could be cashed in other games to be able to get out of those 4 blue scenarios, but in this game it's going straight to the Banished Zone, and the second Fabled is coming immediately afterwards in the pitch zone. Authority of Ataya pitched, and just swinging some daggers. When you have these blues, might as well take advantage of them. In this case, Black Tech Whisperers coming in for 1 block against one of these daggers, trying to prevent that second chain to stop the Mask momentum that's ever important. Flick Knives on this chain means that Mask will still be alive as we continue on. 3, go again.
And now it presents the question on how to navigate the Mask of Momentum whenever the third attack in a chain link has hit. And remember, the Flick Knives enables a chain link to actively have hit. It presents the opponents with a little bit of a conundrum on how to most effectively block out the Cindra in order to avoid this Mask of Momentum on hit. And that is going to be the most important factor here for Camille in order to navigate. So it's not going to be a full-on race in terms of just sending all of our 5/4 cards at each other at any point in time, thanks to that. But it's going to be a lot of aggression from both sides, regardless.
3 block on the Burning Blade Dance means no Massive Momentum trigger, but there is a Lava Burst at the end. Although you only see 3 chain links here, of course there was a dagger before that other dagger, so this is online for 5 damage, which Arakni Slip Through the Cracks takes down to 27. Cindra is activated to buy back a dagger, and Cindra may be taking, he didn't have action points, or maybe just choosing to set up these bigger hands, so putting another card in Arsenal and hoping no more Leave No Witnesses at this stage.
Infiltrate, though, a really, really spicy card to Arakni's kit, so to say. Whenever this is a hero banish the top card of the deck, you may play it until the end of your next turn. And as we know, Cindra has a lot of offensive capabilities, and a Breaking Point is pretty good at this position.
So Breaking Point has this rupture effect, which means if this is the 4th chain or higher, it will destroy a card in its target's arsenal if it hits.
So it's only a 5 damage for Mr. Camille.
Probably just a 1 for 5, but there are ways, if this last card is a blue, for example, we are, this Art of Desire body does not have go again, but there would be ways maybe to get 4 wide in general. Infiltrate does allow this to be used next turn as well.
We're going to activate the Black Tech Whispers, though. That's going to solve the go again for us.
If there's a blue in hand, this is Hunter's Clave into Breaking Point, threatening that arsenal. So Cindra maybe feeling he was safe-ish to put a card in arsenal and then getting threatened by his own arsenal disruption, not even a Leave No Witnesses.
This might be a very, very aggressive turn for Camille, and it's hit on the top.
Oh,
it's going to be a lobotomy and a pain in the backside, though. But the pain in the backside is going to enable him to get that 1 extra chain link with go again. So, I mean, that solves the equation quite a bit for Camille.
I think we're pretty happy to trade that lobotomy as 1 pitch for that free Breaking Point we got off the top. It's sort of card neutral in that you're using your opponent's card. This is 4 wide Rupture online Breaking Point for an Arakni. I've never seen that before. Oh, using the blood-splattered vest in Arakni instead of some other options that this hero has sometimes played, meaning we have a dagger hit on the pain in the backside. That gets us the on-hit is one dagger flick without destroying. That gets us a resource using blood-splattered vest. Breaking point coming in for 5, and that lobotomy juicing up next turn going to Arsenal. This is like one of the craziest turns I've ever seen from Arakni, just sort of off what came off the top, and you also get the card draw and that second link, ever important. It was really reliant on Cindra not blocking, but that's something that you can usually trust in this matchup where you assume generally your opponent is not going to block you.
Yeah, Cindra does not have the best blocking capabilities, so betting full on that this is probably going to connect, and I'm going to get that use out of Cindra's deck in order to use it offensively against them. It's a very much a mocking situation where Camille is playing the bully on full display here in this, 10th game of the day.
So Cindra, of course, they're deciding to block the breaking point and keep his arsenal, but then comes in with pitching a blue, dagger, and display loyalty here. 3 go again. Looks like we'll be able to possibly flick and buy back the daggers on this turn.
Seeing Camille playing this Slippy deck on the full offense, you're starting to wonder a little bit, why did this deck ever fall out of fashion? But of course there are plenty of Arakni variants out there that are playing very, very offensively today.
Devotion Never Dies coming in here. When this attacks, if a Draconic attack was the last attack, you control this combat chain. Banish this. If you do, you may play it this turn. Would have been a very efficient play. But in this case, unfortunately, a 4-block Theory Act comes out and stunts it. So only that 1 for 4 off that. Still able to buy back daggers.
And we see lobotomy. I believe this came in the Arakni. No, not Arakni. This is from Compendium of Wraith.
This is from Compendium.
So this cares about equipping Orbitoclasts. And that is not a card we see a lot of times these days.
As Doriann goes for a read of an Orbitoclast as well. Of course, that's a dagger that makes non-attacks block for less, but really in this case, lobotomy represents the ability to buy back a dagger and juice up that Flick Knives, get more of Flick Knives dagger while still presenting a head jab, so to speak. A 3 go again stealth card in this Slippy deck. And of course, able to then Razor's Edge. That's always the question with Slippy, is if you block the first link, I can buff it, or if you don't, then I won't buff it and I'll hold on. D-React out of Cindra. Loyalty beyond the grave means that this Razor's Edge does get stiffed and no lobotomy on hit. Camille still has an action point, thinking on what he wants to do. Codex of Frailty. We know there's a Leave No Witnesses. This will be big.
It's a bit of a brutal situation here for Doriann. This Codex is not what he would like to see. He's going to have to discard from his hand, and he's going to be presented with this Leave No Witnesses, and there are not a lot of options for him. But this Overcrowded is going to come in a bit of a clutch here.
Hitting that overcrowded early means that this this Codex will usually not represent damage. The overcrowded, of course, gets buffed to 4 with the Frailty and Ponder that are created off the Codex of Frailty. So Overpower is a good way to get around that Codex of Frailty Leave No Witnesses effect, but it still does take a card out of the hand that you have to discard in order to put that Overpower into Arsenal. And Cindra here deciding to Arsenal and pass, I believe. So what's the difference maker in these aggro mirrors? I know obviously on one side we have sort of the disruption, and that could be the factor. Otherwise, how do you approach these matchups?
So it's a little bit of who draws the hottest is basically the main take, but also in order to facilitate the cards that you draw in the best way possible, because sometimes blocking is the best things to go about the way that you draw your hand sometimes. I mean, Cindra has a lot of blues that blocks for 3 and a lot of other cards that also blocks for 3, so the blocking capability is somewhat there, but you would prefer to use them more offensively, of course. But the Mask of Momentum that we already talked about is one way for Cindra to force cards out of their opponent's hand, and on Slippy's side of things, there's a lot of on-hits with his infiltrates and with his Leave No Witnesses and a lot of various plays that forces some blocks out of your opponent. So it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game, whoever has the most offensive capabilities at their disposal.
Of course, the disruption that we've seen out of Camille, making it harder for Doriann to be able to enable that Mask of Momentum, usually has only been able to threaten it once per turn instead of the usual twice. And even when it was twice, Camille was still able to block around it and make sure that the mask was turned off. Here we get Orb Weaver Spinneret without the rebuy, because there are 2 daggers in play, into Mark of the Black Widow. Prioritizing, you could get that extra flick value off of the Orb Weaver, but he wants to make sure that Black Widow is attacking while the opponent is marked. Of course, we saw him flash that Ravenous Rabble and consider it, and then take it back, because he didn't want to make sure, he didn't want it to hit, and then the mark gets unapplied before this comes in.
And one of the trickiest part with Slippy is that all of his first stealth attacks always has go again. So there's always the conundrum of, is he going to go tall on this one, or is he going to present another on it on his next attack that is then going to go tall? it's always the situation of is it going to be now or is it going to be later, and it's always a tricky one to navigate. But we're going to see the Razor's Edge coming in here, coming up, buffing up this attack up to 9, and there are no D-reacts left for Cindra's disposal this time around.
Unfortunate, decided to block 6, and this time it is the go tall. Of course, that Ravenous Rabble had been seen, so maybe he felt a little bit safer in this position because he knew one of those cards, and that means there's fewer cards that could be the Razor's Edge, but Camille still having that Razor's Edge. Now comes in with the Ravenous Rabble for 4 go again, revealing that pain in the backside. Has a card in Arsenal that came off a Ponder, so we're not quite sure what that is, but already looking like quite a big aggressive turn, on top of the fact that he has the tempo advantage and the life advantage in this scenario. 3 block against the Ravenous Rabble because Doriann's cards aren't really working now that he's blocked a couple cards. Of course, Ancestral Empowerment doesn't do a lot on its own, and he's banished 1 card as well. So another Codex off the Ponder of the last one. Picking Leave No Witnesses. This time, card already parked into Arsenal for Doriann, meaning that he can't go get that overpower. Overcrowded, sorry.
Overcrowded, yeah.
And this Leave No Witnesses, because the hand has been stripped, is actually threatening. And we hear a sigh from the Cindra player over there. Banishing a Spreading Flames, I believe, out of Arsenal, and an Ignite off the top. Those cards would have paired quite well together. 2 silver for Camille and brings Cindra down to 9 health.
I mean, this Cindra is not having the best day of their life. This Arakni is just going ham at it. But I also love the addition of Ravenous Rabble inside this deck. I don't think that's a card that we've seen a lot in the Slippy decks prior. But seeing this Ravenous Rabble being played tells me at least that this Slippy deck is probably leaning a lot more on the red side of things in order to get that extra oomph out of the Ravenous Rabble whenever those are played, which is a very, very interesting deck building decision. But of course, Ravenous Rabble in that case plays a very, very strong role in this version of Arakni.
Pain in the backside off of the Arsenal. That was the Ponder, of course, that we saw off the Ravenous Rabble. Important to note also that the silver was used to buy back Black Tech Whispers at the start of this turn, meaning maybe it just represents 1 block at this point, but it could still represent that always present question of possible additional go again. Of course, Camille having a pretty big hand here, so might want to be making use of that resource, of that action point. 1 card in that hand was a Spike with Bloodrot, so that is a way to get around some block. Could be choosing to apply that Spike with Bloodrot to the Kiss of Death here because of the famous Kiss of Death flick trick, and it will apply any on-hits that it has as an attack as well.
Question is, are we fearing the Tarantula Toxin at this point in time? It's not going to be a Tarantula Toxin, it's going to be a Spike with Bloodrot, giving it +3, and on hit create a Bloodrot Pox token, and looking at the Cindra hand, that is not what we needed at this point in time.
A little bit of a wry smile from Doriann. Takes 3, and he knows that the writing is on the wall, that that's another 4 points of damage unless he pitches a blue. Possibly 6 points of damage thanks to Infect. He puts block forward, and he just says, GG, that's game, with a Flick Knives damage and those Blood Rots coming through afterwards. That would be enough to take him down. Camille Colin takes it down on Arakni, slip through the cracks. A hero that not a lot of people have been thinking about for quite some time, I'd say, but this is a showing of what it can still do. A lot of juice from Compendium and maybe recent sets, and of course just a strong, disruptive, aggressive deck will always be strong in a meta that's not expected for it and not teched for it.
I mean, I love to see this display. Arakni has been, or Slippy specifically, has been falling a little bit out of fashion compared to its counterparts Marionette, who has been rising in popularity a lot as of late. But seeing that Slippy has some extra tricks up his sleeve yet to this day, I mean, we're still talking about those question marks of, are we going tall on this one or are we going wide on this one? It's a very, very tricky situation to navigate, and a lot of effective on-nets, especially for these aggro matchups where Cindra, she does not want to let her cards go. She wants to use them all on the offensive capabilities. But as we saw, everything just came falling apart. Cindra pulling a full blue on the first turn of his hand. Not really what we like to see. Not getting a lot of ship damage through on the first turn. And yeah, Slippy just showing us that we are still in it to win it.
Of course. Arakni, a bit of a risky pick with all the Marionettes running around because you do give your opponent go again on their stealth cards as well. But taking it down so far, he's still live for top 8 and hoping to win out the rest. If you want to watch more action, not just here, but in the future, we have a lot of upcoming streams in the coming weeks. Let's take a look at some of those options. Of course, we're going to start next week in Brisbane, in the sunny country of Australia. You can get there. You can get these beautiful elemental promos if you enter the calling and get a package. The week after that, Memphis. We're in an action-packed march, I'd say, on our march towards Pro Tour Yokohama. These callings are both classic constructed. Lots to watch in terms of how the meta transforms over the coming weeks. After that, of course, we're all working towards Pro Tour Yokohama. Also, you can get these beautiful entry packages. It's the big end of the season. It's where everything comes down. It's the exciting thing that we're building towards. And when we watch these callings, we're watching the callings for the championships of the callings, but we're also watching for how they tell the story as we lead up to the big denouement of the season in this Pro Tour Yokohama.
And also how the metagame is shaping up and for the Pro Tour Yokohama is going to be the most important thing. Coming up next, we have the calling in Brisbane. We have Hayden Dale and Matt Brandwood is going to head up that one at March 13th, 15th. Next weekend, I believe.
That is next weekend.
And after that, we have Margin Bay and Casanova joining the forces, joining us to play out calling Memphis in the week after that. So some very exciting live streams to head on up after this weekend here in Toulouse.
Absolutely. Stellar casting teams coming up, ending with this amazing casting team of all-stars at Pro Tour Yokohama. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bhojwani, Brian Gottlieb, Uber Shouts, Mitch Leslie, and Hayden Dale. This is going to be a show to watch. There's so much talent on this cast, so much opportunity, and we'll be seeing some great games as well.
Super exciting to see how Classic Constructed and paired up with Silver Age is going to pan out for the Pro Tour for the first time ever. We of course have seen Blitz being played alongside the Classic Constructed in Pro Tours previously, but seeing how Silver Age is shaping up together with the new Silver Age decks and having that new entryway for new players to join the forces and having that also available at the Pro Tour is going to be very, very exciting for a lot of people to watch.
Of course, I'm very excited to watch that. If you're not able to make it out to these coming callings in the next couple of weeks or the Pro Tour Yokohama, there's a lot to come afterwards that you can start planning those trips now. There's $2 million available USD this year at the World Tour. There's a lot of events. It feels like it's almost every week. I know it's not actually every week, but let's take a look at the schedule. Of course, Brisbane, Memphis, we've discussed. Shanghai wasn't pictured. It's the last stop on the way to Yokohama, and it'll show off all of the goodies that people have figured out in the Silver Age format, as you've just mentioned, is the dual format in Yokohama. After Yokohama, if you're starting to plan beyond that, you can come to my home city, Rotterdam, playing a calling Classic Constructed at the end of April. Then you can take a hop over the world, Jakarta, another hop over the world, Sao Paulo, and a hop back over the world in 3 weeks. 1, 2, 3 for the Omens World Premiere in Prague that's going to shake the Flesh and Blood world up by introducing another limited set at the end of May. Very excited for all of these events. Of course, that's not all. We know what comes down the line afterwards. We go to Auckland for the first non-world premiere Omens sealed calling at the start of June there, and then we make it into that special national championships season, starting with the USA National Championship in Minneapolis and then all of your regional national championships that come the following week. After national championships, back over to Japan for this Omens Classic Constructed calling, which is the last stop on the way to setting the scene for the following Pro Tour, already planned, already discussed in Las Vegas in sweltering heat, July 16th to 19th. I know I'm excited for Yokohama. I know that's what we have to hype up. That's next. But Vegas will be amazing just because of the shakeup that I think will come from these new heroes. You know, Compendium shook the format in its own ways. We've seen the rise of some new heroes like Vynnset, for example. But these are new heroes, meaning we get to see the strength of 3 brand new heroes who we haven't seen in any of the formats before.
And it's very exciting to see what the Omens new heroes are going to present into this metagame. We also have Edinburgh, Bangkok, Hamburg, and Kansas City lining up after Las Vegas. So there's a lot of possibilities wherever you are out in the world to come in and finally understand what it's like to be part of a calling or a showdown at one of these events, seeing the vendors, seeing the artists that are here. It's a very, very great experience. So if you ever have the possibility to come out to a calling, I would encourage you to do so.
If you haven't been out to a calling before, that schedule will tell you when to come next. But of course, don't get too excited. Don't leave the stream yet. Don't go to flights.google.com or anything like that. We do have more exciting games to show you today, starting with a game that I'm pretty excited about. It's a deck that I picked up a couple weeks ago and I've been playing with just before Compendium release. Pleiades, this sort of slower fatigue-style Pleiades on the one side, with Gianluigi Lyath, who's a well-known player in the region for playing these sort of defensive decks that ask their opponent the question of, can you do enough? On the other side of the table, Dash.io. So in that way, it's a sort of classic, big explosive deck against a deck that's trying to shut the door and just shut it down. So who will win? Whether Dash.io can make enough explosion to get over the top of Pleiades' defense, or whether Pleiades can take it down. We'll be back in a couple minutes to show you that. Exciting games all day today, and I personally am excited at the prospect of this upcoming game that we have with Pleiades against Dash.io.
I mean, I love playing a good Guardian, and Pleiades is nonetheless so. And playing against a Dash.io, it's typically a favorable matchup, if I have to say so myself, but I've never been playing Pleiades before in my life, so I'm super excited to see how Pleiades is going to be playing into this Dash.io for our next upcoming game.
Of course, there's always this fight for the top of the Guardians in the pool, which right now it seems like it's Pleiades, but there's so many Guardians that are vying for that spot. On the other side, we have this Dash.io that you said that overcame a fatigue Ira earlier in the day. So, Connor, last week, I'm sorry, that last week on the stream, Connor overcame fatigue Ira on stream. There's fatigue Ira running around today, so there's a lot of confusion on what's playing. But of course, inspiration to see whether Dio can once again overcome fatigue this week. There's a lot of importance on the line for this game. If you win this, you're maybe in the running for either top 8 or winning in for top 8. So need to win this game. Let's take a look at who is still live for the rest of the day.
Let's see how we are faring. We still have that one and only Mr. Pablo Pintor showing us that he is a force to be reckoned with, still standing undefeated after 10 rounds, 2 days back to back. He's just a man of his own.
Man of his own, locked for first seed at this event, which means he should have round or turn order choice throughout the entirety of the top 8, of course. Down the line, the rest of this page, we still see a lot of people in the running. All X2s are live for the top 8. If you end up X2 at the end of the day, you will make top 8. Filippo and Francesco there in second and third, in a bit more of a comfortable position. They can afford to lose one and still be in for top 8. That's KO and Victor. But a lot of heroes represented, although it's begun to narrow a little bit. Of course, we see a lot of Arakni and Dio in that first column there, with Leo and Vara on Dio and everyone else on Arakni. And on the other side of the page, a bit more of those heroes, but also some of the sort of question marks, the more wild cards. We see Slippy at the bottom. We see a Vynnset still live with Shahmir. We see that fatigue Ira running around I was talking about over there in 17th. One Verdant still live with Sebastian, and one Oscilio still alive on 12th with Alessio. And of course, I believe a second KO in Brody Spurlock.
So let's see what we have on the next page. We still have Ludovic not having the best follow-up onto this day 2. 3 losses in and now standing at 7-3, starting the day at 7-0. But he's still in it for making some money here in the top 32. We have a couple of more Oscilios rounding out the bracket, some more Cindras. We have Jaap still rocking it at 26th place, still fighting his way through the bracket. More Victors. And no, we have some deads for top 8 here, but still in it for the money.
Everyone on this page still playing out for the rest of the day. They want to make sure that they can get those coveted World Tour points and a little bit of cash to make this tournament as good as it possibly can be for them. Of course, lots to play for that first page, and we're going to see one of those amazing games between Gianluigi Lyath on the one side and Alex Chitu on the other side with Dash.io. Let's go meet those players and see what we have in store.
Super exciting. Dash.io versus Pleiades. We have Gianluigi Lyath at 8-2 versus Alex Chitu at 8-2 as well. It's going to be exciting to see if Alex has what it takes to stand up on this Guardian, very defensive deck.
Both of these players familiar with this position at the end of a calling day 2, fighting for their lives in a calling. Of course, both players have made top 8s before. Let's take a look at how Gianluigi got here over the course of yesterday and today. Started off pretty good with 2 wins. Took that early loss to Leo Toulouse, who feels like the man of the city right now with Dash.io. Took another loss later, Cindra, but it's important to note those are both sort of aggressive decks, and Dash.io is the deck he's fighting against here. So that's sort of setting the scene for possibly this could be challenging, but winning against the Dash.io in round 8 there, and then 2 more wins against William on Cindra and then George on Verdance here for Gianluigi. Let's hop over to the other side of the table where we meet Alex Chitu, who's also had a run towards this position, taking 2 losses on day 1 in round 2 and round 7 against Brody and Filippo, both still in play as we saw in the standings earlier, but otherwise running the table with a variety of heroes, beating a couple KOs, beating a Gravy Bones, beating one of those Marlins who was trying to make that hero run, and of course beating a Verdance as well. So has a balance of beating other aggressive decks, but also beating some of those slower decks like that Verdance, taking down another Gravy today and a KO as well. So Dio looking to get those explosive results over the top of Gianluigi's defenses and make it towards the win and possibly in, depending on how the following round goes. Let's take a look. If you're not familiar with how these heroes work, of course, on the one side, Pleiades might be slightly less well-known, quite a new hero, one of the most recent, and only 22 living legend points, still awaiting a big championship on the World Tour. As an instant, you can tap her to remove a suspense counter from an aura you control, and then you can put a suspense counter if you want on another aura of suspense you control, or even on that one. The reason there just to bounce around those effects and try to time some of those big damage effects at the same, for one big rock star show at the end. Of course, as a Super Slam hero, crowd cheers you, you can create a confidence token, which makes it harder for your opponent to defend. Dash.io, not trying to defend so much. Dash.io is an aggressive deck who can use the top of their card as sort of a fifth card in their hand, if an item comes off the top, creating extra action points, creating extra resources, and took down the event last week at the Calling in Montreal. Connor Bryant, who we were talking about earlier, was able to overcome some fatigue decks in that weekend. So let's see if that can happen again, and let's make our way down to the table to see what's going to happen.
Very exciting to see Hanabi Blaster making its way through. A very, very nice extra piece in order to combat these more fatiguey decks, as the original weapon that we typically see, Hanabi Blaster. Not Hanabi Blaster, God.
A Symbiosis shot, I believe.
Symbiosis shot does pack a little bit of a punch, and if you can chain multiple action points, you can pack a punch with that as well. But Hanabi Blaster is a little bit more reliable and coming in for 5, removing 2 steam counters from it. And the way that you get steam counters on it is whenever the third time you boost each turn, you put a steam counter on it. So it can pack a little bit of a more punch against these most defensive decks.
Yes, of course, what this tells me is that he's trying to go for the sort of explosive turn, so you're taking maybe an off turn to set up one of those counters, and on the second counter turn you want to use that Hanabi Blaster to get over the defenses of Pleiades and push some damage through. Turn 0 activation from Dash.io here just to get that Techlo Core on the board and build towards a more potent turn 1. Alex is going to want to sort of make sure that everything comes together all at once for him. Still a Miller's Grindstone coming through, attacked with by Gianluigi Lea. What this is asking is basically, I'm taking cards out of your deck. It's not necessarily a damage race from Gianluigi here. He's not trying to kill Alex down to 0 early in this game unless things go really wrong for Alex. It's just Miller's Grindstone turned into a Clash, 0 to 60 displayed on the top of Alex's deck, which was not big enough to beat that card shown for Gianluigi. So that puts a card into the graveyard. With Alex Kitsu, he's got this Dash.io effect, or Mechanologist effect, I should say, that's boosting quite a lot, and trying to, which taxes your own deck to deal this offense. So these cards out of deck with Miller's Grindstone, very important for Gianluigi to be able to run Alex out of cards by the end of the game. No Arsenal from Gianluigi, I'll point out. Probably a result of there's a lot of awkward cards in this deck that you don't want to put into Arsenal. Some of those attacks you don't want to get stuck there. It could be that Test of Iron Grip we see in his hand that you also don't want to get stuck there.
No, exactly. We cannot play the Test of Iron Grip at any effect, as it is a block card. You can't play those out of your arsenal. So it puts Gianluigi in a little bit of an awkward position of not having that extra card available to him going first. But on the other side, we have Alex Chitu, who has deployed the double Techlo Cores. Now, Alex's game plan is to try and maximize all of the damage that he has available on his deck throughout this game to the best of his capability. But this Test of Iron's Grip is gonna be a little bit of a showstopper in that sense, in any sense of form. And Miller's Grindstone, of course, is also dragging those power cards out of their opponent's deck wherever that connects. So it's not the most fun position to play against, and it puts you in a very... It puts you on a clock in one of the senses where you don't have all the time in the world in order to set things up and set up your pieces accordingly. But we're definitely going to aim to get some max velocity boom grenade plays happening as much as possible.
Backup Protocol Red here hits the table. It is cranked, I believe, to get an action point back for Alex, of course. He is going to be trying to set up to this next turn, I think, where we see these double Techlo Cores are going to be popping. Pitches another card to break that backup protocol immediately and get a better boost card than what he has available to him with that red 0 to 60 that came off the top. Now, reaching for it, considering playing it immediately, comes in for 4? Having a real think here about what's best. I think he might be playing around some of those effects like Test of Iron Grip. What's the worst way for him to get got by a Test of Iron Grip? What does he want to attack with first in the face of that? Gianluigi on the other side reaches not for the Test of Iron Grip. Maybe he's going to sniff out that this is a smaller turn and that those cores are setting up a bigger turn, and so possibly he can he can hold on to that and IP another card in order to try to build towards having that Test of Iron Grip disruption on the double core turn. Of course, if not, he could just use it here and try to turn off that Hanabi Blaster counter. If he takes this a discard on the second chain link, meaning that the third chain doesn't exist. Chain link doesn't exist.
There's a lot of items on top here for Alex Chitu, but we already played one item off the top with this Teklo core, so it's not possible for us to play more. And now we're seeing the Test of Iron Grip forcing a clash here of one opponent, and the loser is going to discard a card from hand. And we can probably bet that Alex is going to be the loser more times than once on these clash effects.
So one other reason to hold on to this Test of Iron Grip, and this is sort of the reason that Pleiades is the deck to play as a sort of fatigue-style Guardian with these Test of Iron Grip effects, is that those tough smash-ups we saw, one blocking on the combat chain and one going into the pitch, they get to look at the top of the card, top of the deck with a clash, but you can also put a card that clashes on the bottom. So if you clash first with tough smash up and then you lose that clash, you can bottom that card and set up sort of a better go at a second clash on the next way around. So choosing to block first with tough smash up so he knows guaranteed whether he's going to win that Test of Iron Grip with an 8 power on top of deck. Of course, that Thunderquake. Gianluigi's turn, which we'll see often, is just Arsenal pass towards Alex's turn, and toughness pops, meaning Gianluigi has 1 extra point of defense on this turn. Alex, though, has 4 extra resources on this turn.
Yeah, toughness tokens coming in clutch here. A lot of the attacks that Alex is going to present is going to come in for 4, so having that extra block capability on your normally 3 block cards is really, really powerful. We also have that Fate Foreseen sitting in Arsenal that is going to present more blocking capabilities as well. So Gianluigi is looking really good here.
Of course, Alex, a bit unfortunate with that Test of Iron Grip, couldn't stick a card into Arsenal, meaning that he's just using these 4 resources for 4 cards. Plays out that backup protocol and cranks it. As we see, it's probably going to be able to be in a way to use those resources and get a better hit that you want or a better attack that you want. Comes in with Zipper Hit Yellow, boosting, 4 go again to start off this turn.
It's going to be that Righteous Cleansing coming into block here together with the Toughness token for a 4 total on the Zipper Hit Yellow for 4. And as you said, cranking this red backup protocol from hand, probably going to play it out this turn in order to get the full effect. And we have so much energy floating in order to accomplish that.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to be seeing there, especially this early in the game when you don't have a lot of hits, but he does have access to a Zipper Hit and he does have access to 0 to 60 in his graveyard. So there are options for him to take advantage of that backup protocol. But so far, it seems like he's hitting a lot of resource cards early and not necessarily being able to set up these big turns off this Teklo core start as he would want to against this defensive stalwart of Gianluigi. Gianluigi playing out Turning Point. It's just a 2-block in this case because he is still ahead with Alex starting lower and then also struggling early in this game. But when 0 to 60 attacks for 2, Turning Point blocks for 2. And this is 1 card out of Gianluigi's deck for 2 cards out of Alex's.
It's going to be really tough here for Alex to get over the defensive capabilities, and only if you have blues in hand that come in for a measly 2 and 3s, it doesn't really present the offensive capabilities that you would hope for.
3rd boost card played, meaning 1 counter on Hanabi Blaster building towards the future. Backup protocol will be popped there. Alex taking a look at that graveyard for what he wants to get, and of course he could play it. There is an action point here. I'm not actually sure. I don't think he did boost that last one. So just going to Arsenal
maybe being
that
a
card.
Turn, yeah.
So an important thing to note with Hanabi Blaster is you don't actually need to boost the 3rd boost card. You just need to play 3 cards with boost in order to put the counter on it. So in that case, using that instant ability of Backup Protocol Red just to get a card for Arsenal and build towards this next turn. Gianluigi, again, as we're going to be seeing a lot, says pass. I'm not really going to do anything with my turn. So this time, Alex, for the first time, has a 5-card hand, has floating resources from the Teklo core, and possibly, because he's already got that 1 Hanabi Blaster counter, might be able to make it work to swing with Hanabi Blaster this turn.
We're seeing Spark of Genius, 0 to 60 Yellow, Heist, and the Sprocket Rocket. And as you said, we really need to set up these 5-card hands in order to get over our opponent's defenses. And the first time now, Alex has successfully done so, and this hand is looking really, really powerful.
Zipper Hit is the start 5 go again from Arsenal that came off that backup protocol, but it's met with 5 efficient defense from Rampart of the Ram's Head, paid for with Find All Spring Tunic, and then Fate Foreseen following it up. That's 5 blocks so far against Alex from Gianluigi, wanting to play around maybe Boom Grenades this early in the turn before that Dash.io activation has been, or use has been used up.
And it looks like we are reaching for exactly that. Alex has found something on top that he would like to deploy.
1 resource spent to play a 0 cost off the top of the deck. It is a Boom Grenade. So Gianluigi rewarded for his diligence in blocking 5 on this first link of the turn. Now he's able to play around knowing that that Boom Grenade is there for the rest of the turn. Of course, maybe thinking on crank, or it looks like he's already cranked. We haven't represented that second action point, but Alex having a contemplation about how he can use his hand the best. He does have that Spark of Genius, so crank could be an efficient way to get that draw card and continue on his turn as well.
Definitely, Spark of Genius is so effective whenever you have an extra action point available. Can really buff up your turn, so to say. We are going to crank it and do exactly that. Let's see what we're gonna fetch from the deck in order to fuel up this turn even some more.
0 cost paid, so can't get something like a Teklo Pounder, but of course if he does get an item that says crank on it, he doesn't necessarily have to actually spend that crank, that steam counter here, because he has the floating resource, the floating action point from Dash.io. Chooses to do so that he can use the draw of Cerebellum Processor.
Exciting stuff here. We're finally seeing some development happening on Alex Chitu's side of the side of the table with the Cerebellum Processor, and also this red boom grenade looming over Gianluigi's shoulder in order to try and connect and get those damage points through. Still 3 decks left in hand. We're going to pull one more from this Spark of Genius.
And then probably one more from Cerebellum Processor as well. So this is finally a very big turn that Alex has been able to stitch together. Don't know exactly, but I would expect that this boom grenade is going to be able to connect. Gianluigi, of course, has used that Arsenal D-React, but he still has 4 cards defensive and a full defensive equipment suite as well. No Balance of Justice, though, means even though there's 2 draw cards here, or card draws here, he's not going to be able to get that extra 5th card on defense.
We draw the boom grenade, though. It's not the most optimal hit on top, unfortunately. He was hoping probably for another attack action and finding the boom grenades not in this position.
Of course, he does still have access to 1 more card draw with the Cerebellum Processor. Sees a Throttle on top with Dash.io, which he was kind enough to flash us. Could be looking for maybe a resource card. He does have a Heist in hand, so could be wanting to find a blue, or could be pitching this yellow that he's holding in his right hand for that Heist as well.
And let's see what Alex is deciding to do here. We also, of course, have Teklo Foundry Heart that can be pitched into in order to boost 2 attacks or boost 2 cards on top of your deck in order to gain that extra resource if we so need it. It looks like quite of an expensive hand at this point in time, so...
For those paying attention to the Hanabi Blaster, we have 1 boost card played this turn. 2 more would need to be played, but he does have plenty of those in hand. He's got that 0 to 60, which can play either the resource roll or the attack roll, and of course he's got that Heist and a Sprocket Rocket behind it. Thinking, decides to tap that Cerebellum Processor to get a draw. Activate that Cerebellum Processor to get a draw. Take that Throttle from the top of the deck.
Is this the power that we need in order to connect this boom grenade? Maybe we can also play out the boom grenade we have available to us from hand, if we are so inclined.
Could even be willing to pitch that boom grenade. He has these two resource cards in his hand, so he's got the Throttle as well as the Heist. Activating Teklo Foundry Heart with a yellow, meaning he'll end up at 3 here, assuming he hits all Mechanologist cards, which we can reliably assume. 1
Hitting the
max
V, though.
Hit, but 3 resources generated, and this boom grenade could be the 4th. The good thing here is, in this sort of matchup, you are expecting to get to the end of the game. So a boom grenade pitched means that boom grenade will still be relevant when Gianluigi's defensive abilities have been reduced by maybe having no equipment left. Maybe you've counted how many D-reacts are left, and you know whether or not they can defensive react if you play that boom grenade off the top in the 2nd cycle. Goliath Gauntlet activated here. Alex really wants to make sure he can get through these boom grenades. That's why he took that Throttle off the top, which is one of the bigger, more offensive cards available to him in this deck.
Yeah, Alex is going full steam ahead with his Goliath Gauntlet play. This Throttle is going to hit the table for a massive 8 here, leaving Alex with 1 remains floating.
T-Bone boosted off the top of the deck. Could be that Alex is fishing to boost item because he wants that Heist to be able to hit later and get some additional value out of that. Throttle is the 2nd boost card coming in for 8 go again. Still 2 cards floating from Alex. 3 cards floating from Alex.
We're probably going to see some equipment committed here in order to cover this one up nicely.
8 block with a tough smash up, activating the Clash, but a loss from Gianluigi means a toughness given to his opponent, a Fate Foreseen seen off the top of the deck, and a Sprocket Rocket on Alex's side.
Love this. You can't win every clash when your deck is full of non-attacks and D-reacts. You are going to miss sometimes, and I think we can take those losses sometimes. I'm not expecting Dash.io to get any value out of that toughness token anytime soon.
The upside of giving your opponent a win with a tough smash-up clash is that when you block a lot, you don't necessarily give your opponent the opportunity to even use that toughness. So 3 power. Boosting another Sprocket Rocket here, met with 3 defense. So far, not connecting with his Boom Grenade, but does still have at least 5 power left in his hand. Alex going to have a consideration because there's a card left in Gianluigi's hand, and there's a lot of block on the board with the equipment. So Hanabi Blaster has been countered. Does he want to try to go with this heist to make sure the Boom Grenade hits and force out those defensive options, that equipment early, to make sure that he doesn't have access to it later? Chooses to do so, pitching that Boom Grenade. 5 go again here, banishing a Spark of Genius.
So it looks like we have exactly what we need here. Rampart of the Ram's Head has already been buffed once this turn, so it's blocking 1 still.
Right, that was this turn.
Yeah.
The tunic given to the Zipper hit Rampart of the Ram's Head at the start of this turn before a chain was broken for Teklo Foundry Heart means it still has 1 defense and can still defend for 1 later down the line. Good on Gianluigi to remember that because he didn't represent it with a die, which you can do to remind yourself, but that was a long turn from Alex, and Gianluigi still able to block 5 efficiently with that Fate Foreseen, not even using any of his equipment block. Very nicely navigated. Toughness goes away as Gianluigi does nothing but draw back up on his turn. And at the start of Alex's, they're pointing out Boom Grenade will go away and Cerebellum Processor will lose a counter as well. Hanabi Blaster did come through for 5 at the end of that last turn, but now is reset to 0 counters.
Looking at this turn, I think if I'm in Alex's position, we want to try and set up another big turn here. Set up an arsenal for the next follow-up turn. It means that we're probably not going to get much use of the last Cerebellum processor that is on the table currently, but we do have another Cerebellum looming in the hand, so let's see how Alex decides to navigate this turn. But again, it's so important to try and set up these 5-card hands in order to put under pressure as much as possible.
Of course, wants to be able to set an arsenal as well as activate or enable that Hanabi Blaster count up to be able to do a bigger turn later down the line. Reaching for that Cerebellum processor as the pitch card. He's got 3 resource cost in his hand and 3 resources available there. Possibly could take a line like playing out all 3 cards, assuming he doesn't get Test of Iron Gripped, and then using that Cerebellum processor to set up the arsenal, like you said. He'll know what card it is and what... he can only do it at the end of the link, but at least he'll know what card it is and whether it's worth it with that Dash.io activation.
But a Boom Grenade off the top, that is going to solve the action point conundrum, if you want to call it that, in order to give us that extra action point, in order to be able to activate our Cerebellum processors once more. So Alex, again, finding ways to maximize the utility of his cards here. Really, really beautiful.
2 resources floating now. Of course, Teklo Foundry Heart, once he's boosted once, can create an additional resource to be able to pay for that heist as well. Taking a look at the top card of the deck, because now he can choose basically whenever he sees a card he wants off the top of the deck, he can draw it. So deciding whether I want to draw that card, make sure it stays in my hand, or I can pitch it away, or whether I want to boost it away with one of these potent attacks in his hand. I think he's still thinking on the crank here, because he could also just take the line of keeping that Boom Grenade for the next turn. But we hear crank it from Alex. 2 action points.
Deliberating if debating if he wants to take that card off the top or if he wants to set up this Boom Grenade to try and connect it on the next turn. Both options are equally valid.
I believe the card was another Throttle, which means the resource cost doesn't work to play all of these cards.
Max V on top.
Max V on top if he's going to... He might have to boost away as the second one that's going to hit the banish zone.
Yeah,
but
that's not optimal.
Reaching for the Throttle here, I think, or Zipper hit first. Can't play out all of these cards, but of course, like we talked about, wants to set up one of those cards in Arsenal. I don't believe there's any items in the banish zone yet, so it might be better to put that heist in Arsenal and play the Throttle this turn. Zipper hit coming through. 5 go again, boosting away that maximum velocity we just took a look at. 1 resource floating. Teklo Foundry Heart yet to be activated, and Alex taking a look through that banish zone to know exactly what he's working with, what's left in his deck, what's available for a heist on hit.
I believe we hit a yellow Boom Grenade of a boost earlier, so I believe there are some items at Alex's disposal for those heists in the future, but I don't believe now is the time to deploy them.
Reaching for the 2-block Temper Boots and a tough smash up from Gianluigi, revealing a big 10-power attack that will win him a toughness no matter what. Of course, that tough smash up is also good because it sets up knowledge for his turn. So if this is the kind of turn, which I doubt because of the Boom Grenade, that he can hold onto cards, then holding onto a blue means you know that you're going to win the Miller's Grindstone Clash. So it's a sort of a way of threatening Alex's deck by keeping 1 card in hand. In this case, Teklo Foundry Heart activated to boost away 2 more boost cards. or banish away 2 more boost cards. I should be clarified because Fast and Furious trigger doesn't happen off Tekla Foundry Heart. It's not a boost activation. It's just Tekla Foundry Heart. 2 resources floating. 2 max Vs gone for Alex. The deck, I'm not going to say it looks thin, but it's
getting
thinning.
there. It's getting there. I mean, if we're taking a little bit of stock, we have seen 2 max velocity hit the banish zone off of the boost effects so far. We have also seen 2 backup protocols, because that is also one way for you to recurse your max velocities in the future. So there's only 1 max V left in the deck, and your opponent is looking at 37 life at this point. You really wanted to have those max velocities at your disposal in order to push damage over and over.
6 block meets this throttle, no more damage coming through for Gianluigi. 0 to 60 coming out afterwards. This is the 3rd boost card. No boost here, putting a counter on Hama Blaster, and Fate Foreseen meets it as well. Gianluigi has always had these defense reactions. Of course, this one was known about. It came off of a clash on the previous turn, but Alex pushes no damage through, is able to set up a counter on Hanabi Blaster and a card into Arsenal, but loses the 2nd Boom Grenade for functionally no effect.
And Gianluigi is going to pass on forward. So we're going to lose the Cerebellum Processor and the Boom Grenade off the table.
Oof.
But we do have a 5-card hand and a yellow Boom Grenade in hand and the Cerebellum Processor. Let's look at this hand for a second. This is not the setup hand we wanted to have this
No,
turn, I think.
2 items in hand is not the 5-card hand you want. Of course, he has Heist in hand and Heist in Arsenal, so maybe he can use those both as resources, and then he's able to possibly still get some damage through this turn, but maybe wanted to see a lot of that red liney sort of 0 to 60 turns. It could possibly still work. We don't have a Boom Grenade on board, so we're not necessarily looking for a break point. We're just looking for damage to get through. Boom Grenade being played out of hand, Cerebellum Processor being played out of hand. No crank on the Boom Grenade, pass turn Alex. So he's just setting up.
Okay.
And that is the max velocity. We finally got that into our hands. So now we have all of the bits and pieces we need in order to set up a big combo turn here.
Gianluigi, 4-card hand, Miller's Grindstone. For 4, holding 3 cards. There is a Sigil of Solace there as well. He's maybe having a rethink, but committing to the Millers after all. Sigil of Solace will get some additional value, and then a defense reaction stuck into Arsenal. Not doing a lot, but he's not expected to necessarily need to do a lot based on the game plan he's bringing here. We do have a blue in that Tekla Trebuchet in Alex's hand, so he's able to at least kick off this turn with one of the heists and then go fishing.
The question is if we have enough boost cards in order to facilitate max velocity's requirement in order to play that one off. Resource-wise, I think we're good, but if we don't play the blue Trebuchet, we're gonna have to hope that maybe a Spark of Genius can come in and save us here.
Could be what that Crown of Providence is searching for here. Of course, Alex knowing the top card of his deck with Dash IO, meaning that Crown of Providence is an easy fish for exactly what you want.
So maybe exchanging the Arsenal here for that said card.
Has one of those heists in hand as well, and finds a Fast and Furious, a much more efficient boost card there than the 2 cost of heist. Comfortably setting up a good 5-card hand. Sigil of Solace played by Gianluigi, back up to the starting life total of 40. Alex still on 32. A lot of game to play, even though the life totals are so high. It's all about this deck size for Alex and whether he can put together a blow-up turn. And I think if he's going to be able to do it, he's going to be able to do it this turn. We have 3 extra damage on board with the Boom Grenade, an extra card on board with a Cerebellum. Of course, that Spark can also turn into an additional card and some damage off of an item or utility off of an item as well. Alex leading off here with the Fast and Furious.
And I love this Sigil of Solace, because it can be a bit of a liability if you're really desperate for your cards to block each and every turn if your opponent is putting on the gas every single turn. But it came in a bit of a clutch here, since Alex had a little bit of a setup turn. It gave Gianluigi the opportunity to play out this Sigil of Solace without losing any life total at all.
Good timing on it. We can definitely say that for Gianluigi. Here we see a Tough Smash Up reveal a Fiddler's Green, which can be a good card for the overall life gain dance, but he maybe considers bottoming it here because it does only block 1. So if he expects a Boom Grenade to be there on the next turn, he doesn't want to have that on the top of his deck right now at all. Fast and Furious for 3 is blocked by 3. Not a lot of equipment block left for Gianluigi. Just 1 on the boots, 1 on the arms, and 1 on the head because he is higher on life right now.
Yeah, Arcanized Skull Cap can be pretty good sometimes, but it's conditioned to have less life than your opponent is up there.
Gianluigi prioritizing it because it can be a 3 block over the course of the game, so that's definitely why he's having it here. Spark of Genius played for 0, taking a search through the deck. Let's see what he's going for. Passes a Boom Grenade, so could be not that. Could be that he's going... Oh, does take a Boom Grenade after all. Red Boom Grenade hits the table. Alex going to be cranking that, of course, to get his action point back from the Spark. and trade for a card off the top of his deck. That's 2 boom grenades, so really trying to make it through the defenses here. It's very nice that we have the maximum velocity, so we can expect if he's able to fire this maximum velocity, he can push through the damage here.
And I'm not sure if Gianluigi has a defense reaction in his arsenal. That could be his saving grace looking at this turn and how it's playing out. And it's going to be the defense he needs in order to cover up this max velocity.
He does indeed have one. I believe it was a Shelter of the Storm that we saw him flashing in his hand last turn. If Alex is not able to find an item off the top for an action point later in this turn, of course he does have access to Achilles Accelerator to use that Cerebellum Processor and draw him a card if he doesn't get the item.
And the deck is already looking a bit thin.
It's looking quite thin with that shuffle, of course. If Alex does find an item, able to get the action point for the draw, Achilles can also boost together a Hanabi Blaster and Maximum Velocity turn if he's able to put all the resources together depending on how the draw goes. Here we see the draw from the Spark of Genius is a yellow zipper hit. So 5 resources available. He's played 1 boost card. Needs to play 2 more to be able to Maximum Velocity. So that zipper hit might be looking to be played, but then it'd be low on resources without a Cerebellum activation.
Reaching out for the Achilles. Checking stock.
I think that's a blue T-bone on top, so reaching out for the Achilles maybe to just make sure he gets those resources.
So 1 get out of jail free card in order to get that action point back.
Heads up clean gameplay there to activate the Cerebellum first because Achilles is an instant, so you can activate it afterwards. Of course, if he's able to find an item off the top after that card draw, then he can play the item off the top to get the action point instead of the Achilles.
Very heads up play here by Alex. Wouldn't expect nothing less. One of our best players in the world.
And now the turn cost curves well. You know, we know there's 2 blues in hand. We know there's the zipper hit, which costs 1, and a heist, which costs 2. And then we can follow this up with maximum velocity. 1 resource floating overall, possibly to find an item later on as well, and be able to swing Hanabi Blaster after this maximum velocity. 4 block against this 4 block here. 1 paid with the Ramparts of the Rampart of the Ram's Head with Tunic as well. 4 block from Gianluigi. Heist coming through. 5 more damage. Of course, 7 if any attack action card connects. Red boom grenade flash on top from Alex.
Wow, this turn. It's turning out to be a massive turn here for Alex, and this is exactly what he needs in order to push some damage through on his opponent that is still looking at 40 health at this point in time.
I don't think I can count a way to block this out. Of course, Hanabi Blaster has been counted up to 2 because we've seen a 3rd boost card. So both Max V and Hanabi are on for this turn, but Gianluigi has a couple block on equipment, 6 block in hand, and 4 block in arsenal. Reaches for 2 of those tempered 2 equipment and blocks with a CNC. This is 5 covered up against the heist.
Covering up it nicely.
Alex having to think about what he wants to do, whether he wants to play out this boom grenade. Does he think he can get that maximum velocity through is, I think, the question. Of course, not a boost card, so you can play the maximum velocity first, have a think on how, or have a look at how your opponent defends. It could be, of course, 2 defense reactions, which would be able to cover 10 here, and then he wouldn't want to play that boom grenade, or maybe plays it without cranking.
Exactly. So very heads up here from Alex, making sure that he has all the options available to him when he has full information of what his opponent can present in terms of defense.
The maximum number is 10 if Gianluigi had a defense reaction in hand and arsenal, which would be the 10 of Max V here. Does he have a defense reaction in hand?
I do not believe we do.
7 block just to keep the life totals high. Dash.io activation in the react step, creating another boom grenade. Thinking on crank.
Of course, there's a red boom grenade on top.
A lot of damage going to be coming through, but first we'll evaluate whether the crank happens. Yes, crank to get Dash.io giving an action point back. This is 4, 4, and 3 is 11 damage off the boom grenades. 3 coming through off of maximum velocity hitting. That is 14 damage coming through off this Max V. Defenses are down for Gianluigi as well, so he will be taking 5 from the Hanabi Blaster. 19 damage comes through against the stalwart defense of this Pleiades superstar, who's not able to continue to block out this turn. We saw earlier some equipment stolen in order to prevent some of those early boom grenades, but these next 3 boom grenades really coming in clutch from Alex.
But I believe we only have 1 red boom grenade left in our deck. I believe there is also 1 red backup protocol in order for us to recurse that last maximum velocity that is now sitting in graveyard. We know that the other 2 are sitting in our banished zone right now, so our options are thinning out, and it's not that much stock left. in Alex's decks right now.
So the question is, can Alex put together one more turn like that takes Gianluigi's life from 40 to 21? Another one would be 21, possibly to 2, or possibly to 0 if Alex gets his way. He draws a lot of items here, so he's not going to be dealing damage this turn, but that's probably how he wants it. It's the off turn, it's the 4-card turn. He wants to maybe play out 1 or 2 of these items. There's 2 Teklo Pounders and 1 Cerebellum Processor, and then set up an arsenal for the future, like we've been seeing him do throughout this game.
Double Teklo Pounder. It's not the best situation. We've also had the Cerebellum Processor. I mean, as you say, it looks like to be another of those setup turns in order to go big, go tall, go home for Alex in the next upcoming turn. But again, the deck does not have that much power left within it, so we need to really pull on all the strings possible for us in order to make this work.
Wants to keep that Cerebellum Processor in his deck so that he can play it the good way off the top of the deck instead of from hand later on in the turn, so in the game. So puts that Teklo Pounder on board, pitching the Cerebellum Processor, chooses not to Arsenal.
Interesting.
I guess.
Why wouldn't we want Arsenal here?
He's got that other Pounder he wants to play out. I'm intrigued why he doesn't want to Arsenal of Fast and Furious, but it could be that he wants to give himself more options to see what he draws with these additional 2 cards. Since he's going to be taking 2 setup turns, he wants to use both setup turns to sculpt that Arsenal. So in this case, he will play that Teklo Pounder on his turn, and then put whatever his favorite of the cards he's drawn into his arsenal is. Doesn't have to do it on the first go if the card is still available for the second go. 4 block put in front of this Miller's Grindstone, and another Sigil of Solace coming up for Gianluigi. An unfortunate Fiddler's Green left in hand, as well as a Test of Iron Grip, so no arsenal there, and one of those cards does not block very well. It only blocks for 1, but draws a 4 block defense reaction. So with that Test of Iron Grip and the defense reaction, he does have defenses for when Alex is able to get to this big turn. Second Teklo Pounder played out. Gianluigi will get another go at trying to take a card out of deck, I guess. It's not really dealing 4 damage.
I mean, playing Millers is a pretty good thing to do when your opponent does not want to lose more cards out of their deck at this point in time. We do see that last backup protocol drawn up here together with the Teklo Foundry Heart for Alex's turn.
And just like how Alex was able to take 2 turns to set up that arsenal as much as he wants, Gianluigi now getting the same opportunity. So though he had the 2 block cards last time, this time he will be able to put a 4 block defense reaction into arsenal. Millers will hit this time. Alex has no more defensive equipment on board. Will take a card out of the deck of Alex with an 8 power off the top of Gianluigi's, and a 3 power off the top of T-Bone, going straight to the graveyard there.
Oh, 8. Okay.
Alex then taking a look at what comes next. He's got a 5-card hand again, 2 pounders this time. This will be damage coming through probably. He could also have the opportunity to take another setup turn given his options. He has 2 items in hand. We have that Teklo Core and another backup protocol red. Heist and 0 to 60 rounding out the hand.
I'm trying to think if he can afford another not off turn, I would say, but like he really needs to take stock on what he has left inside of his deck at this point in time. But at the same time, he's running out of options that he has left in his deck at this point in time, but the backup protocol is definitely going to be able for him to push back one of those maximum velocities that he has left in his graveyard. The problem is, how is he going to be able to connect said maximum velocity?
Of course, in terms of deck size, he probably can afford to set up maybe 1 more time, but he's risking Gianluigi gaining more life, getting more out of reach, so to speak. Reaching for that Fast and Furious in Arsenal, wants to take advantage of all 3 counters of that Teklo Pounder and not run out of deck before those run out, before those deal their maximum damage. Rethinking, there's a card I still can't peek at the top of the deck there. And it's definitely starting to feel like both his graveyard and his banish zone are bigger than the deck right now.
And we are going offensive here.
Fast and Furious committed to. Boost committed to. 0 to 60 off the top. 7 go again, thanks to the powering up of both Teklo Pounders here. No Boom Grenade effects yet, but of course Alex just trying to take damage on Gianluigi. Blocking 7. 3rd time we get that efficient Tunic Rampart of the Ram's Head play. That's what those setup turns enabled Gianluigi to do, because it sort of quickened the game.
And Gianluigi has been playing this game for quite a bit, so he understands that he does not have the time on his hand in order to focus on how exactly he should block. He already knew exactly what he should commence on this 7-power attack, and he does so beautifully. The question becomes on Alex's side how he should tinker his turn and how he should play out in order to come over the defenses that Gianluigi is presenting. So basically it's Gianluigi asking the question, can you kill me with whatever you have left in your deck at this point?
Yellow 0 to 60 comes through, banishing a red 0 to 60. Fiddler's green block and take some damage, hoping for no booms. I think knowing that there's no booms on account of just going and taking that damage immediately without asking Alex, but could have been an assumption that was just correct. Fiddler's green will gain him life at the end of this turn, which means he just needs to live through it. Heist now hitting the board for Alex. Pitching with a Teklo core. This Test of Iron Grip would take that last card. We get a counter on Hanabi Blaster here. We are boosting, meaning... Oh, we're not boosting. We were just taking a look.
We're thinking about it.
Boost.
But yeah, Gianluigi has the perfect answer sitting in his hand. That Test of Iron Grip is not going to let Alex set up for another big turn. He is going to try and steal that last card in his hand if he is able to win the clash.
Arcanite Skullcap, of course, is a 2-block now. Checking what's available to him, maybe what this heist can hit, but also what's left in his deck, more importantly, with that ever-thinning, roughly, I'd guess, at 15-ish cards left in deck.
Still contemplating it. Deciding
no
not
boost.
to.
Gianluigi could use his Test of Iron Grip to steal an Arsenal, and choosing to go for it. Test of Iron Grip and Final Spring Tunic, showing an 8 off the top of his deck. Alex only a 1. That last card in hand, it's the backup protocol. He wanted to try to hold on to it so he didn't have to use it on the opponent's turn, didn't have to waste cards. Could Arsenal that and then turn it into a Max V if he's resource flush next turn, but has to lose that to the discard. Probably not so bad as losing a boost card, but it's functionally a boost card and functionally a Max V as well. It's possibly even worse than losing a boost card now that I'm saying it out loud because you're losing your third Max V.
I would tend to agree. I mean, losing that last backup protocol means shutting the door on the possibility of getting that last Max V back into his disposal. And now the options for Alex has run out immensely in terms of trying to push over his opponent's defenses.
Boom grenades are out, or there's 1, I believe. Either
Could
0
possibly be
or
1, I think. Yep.
Max V is out. I believe 2 in the banish zone and 1 in the discard with no backup protocols left. Alex looking at a handful of okay attacks. We've got a yellow 0 to 60 possibly hitting the board, a yellow, a blue, and a red in hand. Banishes a Throttle, losing another powerful offensive card. Block 6 against 7 here, thanks to the Teklo Pounders. Taking 1 to Gianluigi, down to 21. Alex facing 3 more cards. Clarifying the life totals here. 21 to 28 is what we have on screen. The player is just making sure they have the same thing and they have the same history.
Maybe some discrepancy here. Oh, there was a heal from the Fiddler's Green that Alex probably missed.
So the Fiddler's Green was defended with. That's Gianluigi would have written that down, but Alex and the stream phone don't reflect that. So Gianluigi up to 24.
All correct. The Clash of Bravado. Hitting the defenses.
Alex correcting his life pad there before he continues with his turn, just making sure he has the correct history of where that Fiddler's Green life total change was. And then making sure it's up to 24, and then we want to make sure we reflect that 1 damage was taken.
All good here from both players. Now looking at Alex asking the question again. What can we do to break the defenses of this Pleiades deck?
Getting a hint at a Macho Grande and a Warmonger's Diplomacy, meaning 2 3-blocks available for Gianluigi. This is another 4 power coming through with a zipper hit. Block 3, reaching towards take 1, down to 22 for Gianluigi. Alex, outpace, 4 go again, chooses to boost, wants to be able to Hanabi Blaster, I think, this turn. There you go. 1 taken against the outpace, and now Hanabi Blaster against no defenses can deal 5 damage. Alex taking account of his deck. Can we take a look? No, he counts it too quickly, puts it back. Looked like roughly 10-ish in the fan to me, which doesn't feel like enough knowing what we know he has left to get over Gianluigi's defenses, but he will continue to try. Hanabi Blaster, met with a defense reaction out of Arsenal, means only 1 more damage comes through. Gianluigi has to be running out of those eventually, but 20 life should be enough to live through things either way. Pulse Wave Harpoon, blue, blue, and blue drawn for Alex, and that deck definitely looks like 1 hand left. Oh, taking a look at the top card.
So looking at this hand, we have the Cerebellum Processor, the last Cerebellum Processor in the deck. I think that's a blue T-Bone as well.
Blue T-Bone, Pulse Wave Harpoon, and a Teklo Trebuchet. The new card from Compendium, a very strong boost card. If you play it as a blue, it does deal functionally 3 damage as long as you boost 1 more time this turn. Of course, this turn it's dealing 5. on its own, boosted up by those Teklo Pounders. And of course, just a blue 4 off the top, ripple away, met with an item from Alex on this tough smash-up clash, meaning that 5 block is good and a toughness for next turn for Gianluigi. 5 on the Teklo Trebuchet, not coming through. Pulse Wave Harpoon to follow it up. This will be for 6 off the Teklo Trebuchet buff. Banishing that Teklo core we just saw in the last card of the deck. Alex takes a look. It's a blue T-Bone. Gianluigi clarifying what's this for. He shows 2 cards. They both block 3, so none has to get chosen. Staunch response was there. Pitches for that. Blocks. And then T-Bone comes through. It's the last card out of the deck. And Alex puts his hand forward, indicating that he cannot get over the staunch defenses of Gianluigi Lyath. He fell to a Dash IO earlier in the tournament, but he was able to take it down this time with some efficient blocks. A lot of defense reactions being placed into the arsenal at the perfect moment. 1 big turn from Alex Kitsu, but unfortunately not 2 big turns, which is what I think he would have needed to put together. Gianluigi Lyath still live for top 8 here on this Pleiades deck. We saw that top 8 of Calling last year, and hopefully, maybe it can top 8 of Calling this year as well here in Toulouse, showing what it's worth at a really stellar display of the defensive capabilities of that deck. Maybe some people don't love that style of deck, but I always think it's interesting. It rewards you for knowing your opponent's deck almost more than your own, and that means you need to have a breadth of knowledge of the game, and Gianluigi has been around long enough to be able to demonstrate that breadth of knowledge.
And Alex, I want to point out that we saw some very feels-bad moments throughout that game. We saw many max Vs being boosted away, we saw many red powerful attack being boosted away, some awkward items on top when we already played an item out, so we couldn't get the max value out of all of our cards in deck. We had that one brilliant turn with the double boom grenades, with the triple boom grenades into that max V, into the Hanabe Blaster turn, but you need more of those in order to push over the defenses that these cards or these decks can present.
Of course, we have exciting Classic Constructed games coming to you here at the Calling Toulouse, but there's 2 formats that are very exciting in Constructed Flesh and Blood these days. There's also Silver Age, the new format of the year. Let's take a look at how this works and what we have in our hands yet. So we revealed last month, or we got at the world premiere last month, the launch of Silver Age with these Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 pre-constructed decks. A lot of heroes available to you at your local game store. In stores February 13th, that was last month, so go ahead and get these precons if you want your $20 ticket to the $2 million World Tour Sage on display at the Pro Tour Yokohama, of course, for the first time at a Tier 4 event, and it truly, these Silver Age decks are an introduction to the World Tour. I think that precon KO is like almost 3 cards off of what most people are running in the showdown today as KO. It's very strong decks. Silver Age, if you don't know what it is a new fab format that is constructed but common, rare, and basic cards only. That means you can run these all-timer cards like Scar for a Scar, Snatch, and Crouching Tiger that we absolutely love and know very well. You want to get your hands on some Silver Age pre-constructed decks? It's an easy way to start building one of those decks. We have the Chapter 1 Dash, Bravo, Icelander, KO, and Viserai decks. Chapter 2 Enigma, Azalea, Arakni, Web Deceit, Phi, and Dorinthea. All of these available for 20 USD or 20 Euro. Different amounts in different currencies available in your local game store. Go get your hands on them. They are great. 10 unique classes on display of the breadth of options we have here in Flesh and Blood. Of course, that's not all. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 implies the existence of a Chapter 3 coming out alongside Omens of the Third Age, June 5th, 2026. 5 new heroes available in these pre-constructed format, and one that's very exciting, Blaze, being downshifted to rare, meaning this hero will be available and playable in the Silver Age format come June 5th and the release of Chapter 3.
So I am super excited to see Blaze finally hitting the table in Silver Age. I have been missing her quite a bit since we lost Blitz. We haven't truly lost Blitz, but who is playing that these days? When Silver Age coming out knocking with all of these amazing decks at our display, the absolute premium entry product for new players. I've never seen such a big surge of new players in my local game stores since these products hit the stores front and made a very, very easy pick up and play experience for all of the new players to come about.
If you have not yet started your adventure into Flesh and Blood and this weekend's stream has gotten you excited, go make your way down to the store to buy one of those Chapter 1 or 2 decks, or of course get excited for Blaze, one of our favorite heroes for Chapter 3. Silver Age format will be playable at armories at your local game stores, but of course is also on display at showdowns at every Calling weekend. Skirmish season will have it, as well as ProQuests and beyond. Silver Age is a bold new choice to look at how to balance formats as well. So we don't have this yet. It's coming up at the end of this season. We'll have the first opportunity of a community approach to governing format legality. What does that look like?
So each and every season we're gonna have a choice of the community's choice of who is gonna be unavailable for the next season to come. It's gonna be a vote, and it's gonna be very exciting because for the first time ever the community has a say in the matter of how the format is gonna look like in the near future.
3 heroes will be rotated out, I believe, by the community at large during each season. And then, of course, they're not gone forever. They have the opportunity to come back based on the results of the following voting season. That roughly 4 months, roughly one set later. Silver Age, very good way to get into Flesh and Blood, and if you're an enfranchised player, also very good way to continue to expand your collection, to play very fun, very quick, very exciting Flesh and Blood. In stores now, Chapter 1 and 2, pre-constructed decks, and of course, any product you own can beef up those decks and continue to make the best Silver Age decks you can build. Silver Age. Great new format. I actually love it. Personally, I'm a huge fan of Silver Age. I've been really enjoying playing. Sometimes I'm casting these events and I'm not getting a lot of opportunity to play CC at a high level. I've been busy this whole season during the ProQuest season, but I love to play some Silver Age with my friends, kitchen table, a lot quicker to get through some games that way. And I think the deck has a lot of complexity to it to explore.
Definitely, there's a lot of depth, there's a lot of intricacies, and there's a lot of these heroes that we haven't seen played in quite a bit that is now available again through Silver Age. So whatever flavor you missed out on previously, Silver Age is your go-to gate in order to experience those heroes yet again.
Silver Age will be the talk of the town in the next couple weeks as we work towards Pro Tour Yokohama, but we still have a lot of Classic Constructed to figure out here in Toulouse. This next round will be the last round of Swiss, meaning we are watching a game where the winner will make top 8 and the loser will lose out on top 8. For all of you Arakni Marionette lovers, Emad Kashy will be on display next round. He's sort of seen in the community as one of the progenitors of this deck who's made it very popular and built towards one of the strongest decks. He's started today on X2, meaning that he's won the first 4 rounds of the day, and he's fighting for his life here to go 5-0 and make a top 8 on this hero he loves and has designed for. If you want to watch that game, Emad Kashy fighting for his life in top 8 of this tournament after the break.
No time for burger. We have job to do. Food later. Caster man. Dance monkey. Dance. Stay in the box for me. We're nearly there. We're nearly there, Gabe. Incredible stuff last round. Thank you for taking the shift. I appreciate it. We do love you. I'm glad you finally had a chance to get a bite to eat in the middle there somewhere. Winning in time. I hope you're as excited as I am.
I'm so excited. I love the heroes on display here. We have Arakni against Oscilio. I love the players on display here. Kashy's a good friend of mine. And it's the win and in. This is the most exciting time out of calling always. This is one of the most tense games you will ever play in your Flesh and Blood career. A win and in for a calling top.
Emad Kashy, a former UK national champion, close friend of us both. So we are crossing our fingers, but that doesn't mean that we're not a fan of Oscilio as well. Deck obviously the talk of the town, heading into Montreal. Maybe a little less so this weekend, but still putting on a pretty strong showing all around, I would think. The story is a little more complicated than that, though. If we take a look at the standings, you'll see this is going to be what we kind of call a bit of a dirty top 8, is the sad truth. It's not a clean break. We are looking at 11 players at 9 and 2. So everyone is playing for their lives. The king finally fell. Pablo Pintor taking a loss to Filippo Barbani on Victor. Not a game I expected to go that way. Leo Toulouse... losing, apparently. That's not what we signed up for. Plot armor was in full effect here, but thankfully at the top of the 9 and 2s, and therefore very much in contention, even if they do lose this next game, to make the cut.
All 3 of these top players, of course, are locked. The top 3, which means we have 8 players fighting for 5 spots. So 4 of them will make it when they win, and then someone will make it when they lose. It's going to depend on the breakers. Who loses, who wins, who will be nearer the top of those tiebreakers. A lot of Dash IO I'm seeing. We see Gianluigi and Ira down that fatigue. Ira, Louis in 9th place. That's going to be sort of an exciting showdown if they get paired against each other. Of course, yeah. 2 wizards left. I think at the start of the day, we would have expected more than 2 wizards.
I would say so. I think Vynnset was looking very strong coming into the weekend due to the sheer density of Vynnset. Unfortunately for the Shadow fans at home, the hero has fallen off ever so slightly, and the harder matchups have kind of gravitated to the top for our Vynnset players. So Sebastian Spictor, who was, I believe, the first person to ever top 8 on Vynnset back in the calling in Lyon not so long ago. Well, long ago now. A year and a half ago now at this point. All-star, from what I understand. One of the best wizard players in Europe. So couldn't think of a better name to still have in contention. And it'll be Alessio that we're watching in this round on Oscilio, trying to break through Emad Kashy. Shahmir Samee is number 11. It's going to be win and cross the fingers here in this spot. Should be good enough if he gets there, but it was round 1 and round 4 that were lost for Shahmir. It's been an incredible tear to get there this weekend, and you can see the wall of Marionette players that have fallen ever so slightly short in the X and 3 bracket. Shout out to our 20th place, Slippy putting on a surprising show.
A lot of Arakni on this page of the top performers this weekend. Shahmir, of course, win and in to repeat back-to-back top 8s from Vynnset, the new, maybe scary deck near the top of the meta. You mentioned calling Lyon there really quick. I want to just hit on who won that calling.
Oh, Pablo Pintor.
Pablo Pintor won that calling. So maybe we're in for a little bit of a repeat.
No.
If Sebastian's able to make that top 8, Pablo's on the hero
We
run.
have Leo Toulouse. We can't have anyone there. My brain won't compute that anyone else is allowed to win this event other than the person whose surname is the city with.
Well, it could be. Maybe I'll change my name to Calling Rotterdam next.
Okay,
Calling first name, Rotterdam last
I'm looking
name.
forward to Gabe Rotterdam for the next broadcast.
Calling Rotterdam.
Okay. We've got to commit to the whole bit. Fair enough. Okay.
100%.
I respect
If Leo
it.
can't just convert it with just the last name, you got to go in first name as well.
Okay. Lesson
Hopefully
learned,
he
I
can
think.
convert it, though.
Good luck to those at home thinking about following down that avenue. Sounds like our players are ready to tell their story, so let's make our way down and meet them for the very first time this weekend. Emad Kashy, Alessio Bouko, both win and in, lose and out. It's Arakni Marionette against Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence. Let's look at some of the matchups that got us to this game. Emad Kashy took a loss in round numero uno to King of Piper, that infamous blue line Cindra deck she's so vocal about. Another loss in round 5 to Prism, but a good mix all around otherwise.
Of course, the hint here is that he came into this day at X and 2, but then has been just winning out from there, taking down Arthur in round 9, taking out the Cindra in round 10, which is what this deck was sort of originally built to beat, and then, of course, taking down a mirror match, showing that he is the better Arakni Marionette. 3 Frenchmen in a row felled by Kashy here.
Fun fact here for Emad Kashy. Has been in contention this entire time, but unfortunately is suffering from an injury this weekend, and so has had fixed seating, and therefore has been tucked out of the way, and we almost missed him. We kind of saw him in the standings. It was like, wow, congratulations, still alive. But you look out in the room and it just... where's Kashy? So thankfully found him to come and bring him on camera for this win and in for all the Assassin fans at home. On the other side of the matchup, we do have Alessio Bouko, who is on Oscilio, a big conversation piece of a hero, and a pretty impressive run all around here. Fell to Daniel Correas in round 4 on KO, but made the way through Pleiades, Dash, Volder. Arakni Huntsman might be a good one to remember having an edge against in the future. Unfortunately, losing the mirror match in round number 8.
Variety of heroes there, including beating 2-IO, which is one of the hardest heroes to beat as Oscilio, in my opinion. Then on today, after taking that first round loss today, bounced it back and won 3 in a row against Marionette, Victor, and then KO, which are sort of good representations of what's left at this top of the meta. Maybe Victor the exception, but we do still have them.
Let's meet the heroes that will be playing their part in this game. Arakni Marionette cares all about those stealth attacks. If you're attacking marked heroes, they'll be slightly bigger and can get go again if they manage to connect. At the end of the turn, if you've successfully left your opponent marked, you will transform into a random agent of chaos, allowing you all kinds of corner case abilities from defense to offense to Arsenal interaction, depending on which agent decides to emerge.
On the other side of the table, we have Oscilio Cancela Intelligence, a hero I quite love. I know Ethan quite loves, our producer. Do you quite love this hero?
I do. I have a soft spot for Wizard in general. Oscilio looking to improve as we make our way into Omens of the Third Age. And just combo-centric decks always just kind of tickle my pickle. I'm always having a good time when it comes to being explosive, chaining together Gonner flashes, digging through my deck at lightning speed with this hero ability. It all kind of appeals to my sensibilities.
Of course, that explosion that you talked about means he does start at 36 life, so he has an uphill battle in this game. But I think this matchup, it can go both ways. We've seen it go both ways on camera over the last couple months, but I'd say generally, Wizard against the Assassin style of play is kind of comfortable.
The cards are shuffled and in the air, so let's get down into the feature match area and see which of our two players will join us in the top 8 here in the Calling in Toulouse. Let's take a look at the equipment. It's rather lopsided for Kashy. I'm sure they'll sort that out for you in a moment, but no big surprises here. Arcane Barrier 1 in the form of Stalker Steps. On the other side of things, though, talk to me a little bit about Cap of Quick Thinking coming out of Oscilio.
Cap of Quick Thinking is, wow, already being activated here. If you zoom back out, we see him activated, and the reason for this is you want to play around your opponent getting the mark. So you activate this on the turn 0, where the goal of any Marionette player will be to hit you with a dagger, and then flick you with a dagger, and make sure that they can end the first turn marked, so they can turn into that Orb Weaver, and then try to get that Graphene Chelicera. By activating Cap of Quick Thinking here, any instant in his hand is basically one prevention. So he can always defend against the flick damage, protect against the flick damage, and also protect against this Clave hit that just comes in for 1. So it is a turn 0 play, but the reason is that the Marionette side wants to rush towards having one of those spots open for an Orb Weaver, for a Graphene Chelicera, and wants to rush towards Mark to guarantee it off of the headpiece. In this case, Alessio able to shut that down on turn 0 and slow down Emad by 1 whole turn cycle.
Players confirming this camp was decidedly cracked to cover up that Flick Knives activation. And the second Clave is still looming in the air, and so Alessio will decide how to best navigate this. Based on your analysis there, you would assume this is something you've kind of got to cover, but Oscilio not always given that luxury. It looks like we have 3 no blocks in the hand. One of them is a sand cover, which is maybe a little good, but Conductivity and Channel Lightning Valley not exactly equipped to shut down Hunter's Clave when there is so many cards left in the hand of our reaction-heavy friend.
Of course, the Cap of Quick Thinking still can prevent the 1 in the offense. One thing I want to note is when this Cap of Quick Thinking was activated, it was during the attack step of the Hunter's Clave. So the reason there is that then it can't be responded to by Flick Knives, which means that the Flick Knives would be in play before the Cap of Quick Thinking's text, which says the prevention, would be in play. So it prevents 1 off of the Flick and 1 off of the Hunter's Clave. Of course, Reaper Call coming in here will still mark Oscilio.
That's a Yahtzee. We're going to find ourselves with 3 instants here as Reaper's Call tries to do its work in marking Oscilio the traditional way with that instant speed effect. Looks like we are full of tricks on the other side, though. Sigil of Solace, sorry, not Sigil of Solace. Sigil of Conductivity, Channel Lightning Valley, and Sigil of Aether making their way into play. And we see Codex of Inertia off the hand there. Makes Pond a token and an Inertia for Alessio. Inertia pretty darn good in this matchup, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, that card, if it is a Gone in a Flash, if you ever have a Gone in a Flash, it will be going away, of course. Kashy getting this early Leave No Witnesses, meaning... Oh, that came off the top of the deck.
It did.
Kashy just getting that Leave No Witnesses off the top of the deck, off a Codex of Inertia, not the Codex that usually turns into Leave No, but... Wow, a really nice find. Temporal
Wow.
wobble. Wow, an
Well,
equally nice find.
Wobble on top of the deck, not quite timed in a space where it can catch Codex of Inertia, and therefore explodes very quickly at the hands of Leave No Witnesses. Another Arsenal found for Emad Kashy. Oscilio starting the game at 32, but starting the game with 3 permanents and in play in exchange for that 4 health. I guess more importantly, no Arsenal this turn, which means we're going to have to be a little bit funky if we find Gone in a Flash, as we're going to have to find a second one if we do.
This Inertia can't set it up, and of course all cards, even in hand, you can't keep any cards in hand, they'll also go to the bottom. Sigil of Aether leaving is sort of a good way to bounce some value from the start of the turn, from the turn 0, I should say, and also Channel Lightning Valley, basically bouncing an extra card towards the second turn.
Sigil of Aether pops and does connect for a point of arcane, so Channel Lightning Valley will draw a bonus card for the trouble. We do see Gone in a Flash in the hand, alongside Blink, Electrostatic Discharge, Sigil Lightning, and another Wibble Wabble Wobble. Oscilio activation will discard the Wobble to try and find something a little more intriguing. Mind Warp is the find. That's not half bad.
I'd say in this spot you're pretty happy to get that. Using that Blink, you can also get a couple activations of this Gone in a Flash and still be able to attack forward. So of course, without using Lightning Greaves, you're not going to be able to attack with this twice on one turn, but Blink will enable him to, or at least attack once and then still hit this spell at the end of the turn. Channel Lightning Valley. Wow.
Okay, we're going.
Wow.
No brakes on this train. Is just get the value from Gone in a Flash before it disappears from the Inertia token. Alessio says, let's go. Lightning Greaves broken, old knocker activated to pay for it, and a Blink will be played. Another Lightning card generates an action point, and the Flash will come. Bing boing, bouncing back.
You know, I was looking at this hand and thinking, it's pretty nice. It's unfortunate that you lose your Gone, but you get quite a few Lightning cards played before you play that Mind Warp. You slow your opponent down, and then you can fish for card number 2, or Gone number 2 or 3. Alessio's saying, no, this is good enough. I've got a bunch of instants. I've got a spell to end my turn. It is probably the premium spell to end my turn on the Gone in a Flash combo. And I've got the Gone in a Flash now, so why not go through it? Especially with this Discharge, which is sort of the quote-unquote best spell or instant to have when you're playing this Gone in a Flash turn, because it actually represents 4 value with that Volzar.
Flash will come back on down. Volzar charged to 5. We have 1 action point still standing at the moment, and Kashy here is kind of forced to eat the brunt of this. The hand, very intriguing. Does have access to Orb Weaver, Spinneret, Saber Bloodshed, Codex of Frailty in the hand as well. So some real premium ones. Don't really want to be playing defense here, but this is a hefty toll being taken, and unfortunately for Kashy, that hand is going to be disappearing in just a few moments.
Another thing to... Nope. I was mixing Mind Warp and Etchings of Aether in my mind. I was about to say, he's great. He's going to get another instant, 1 more Gone in a Flash, but no, I was getting too excited. The turn's so good that I was like, it's good both ways.
Yeah, you can't have your Sigil and ranch your opponent's hand. You have to pick one lane in this situation, and the hand ranching does seem good to me. So we're going to reach briefly for Mask of Deceit there, debating a transformation and just guaranteed value despite the lack of mark. Not something you normally see from that headpiece, but Kashy not used to seeing just turn 1 Gone in a Flash combos. You kind of made me do it.
Yeah, I kind of think he's worried about losing too much life too early and not being able to get that mark in Mask of Deceit later. So there are 2 good ways it could flip this way. If he blocks with it now, it could flip the 3, which would get him the Chilliser he wants, or it could flip the 6, which gets him more defense here. But also, of course, it could flip into 1, which is Black Widow, and that gets the disruption. So I think what he was thinking about is if I grab that mask and I block with it, I will change my plan with how I defend depending on what I flip into, and therefore I want to do it as early as possible to be able to use these cards on defense if it signals defense. Ultimately, it looks like he's deciding against that, but it was an option, and though it's not nice to do it the unmarked way, it has its upsides in certain spots like this where you're just getting blasted on turn 0. Turn 1.
Just a small shake of the head there for Kashy. I'm not at all surprised. Not the most pleasant situation to find yourself in your winning game for the top 8 of a calling. Fans through the yard, recontext for that information. Declares no blocks, decides it is time to go pod racing, and no doubt will be punished for it when the warp comes on through. We'll see Sigil of Lightning jumping on in to bounce all around when this Gone in a Flash. Worth noting again, we do have 2 action points here because of the way things were sequenced. So this Gone in a Flash can come in one more time, charge the Volzar a little bit more, and then we can indeed end on the grand finale.
The advantage of having a Blink on a Gone in a Flash turn as well. Really big turn for having basically no setup. Of course, he had the CLV on turn 0, which counts as functionally an arsenal. You know, it gets him 1 extra card in the course of these events. He did go fishing with Oscilio as well, so he had the ability to filter, but going off with that Old Knocker and Lightning Greaves combo. This is one of those reasons you want Old Knocker in a lot of these matchups instead of Tunic, is you can go as soon as you get the signal, and with that inertia, he had the signal.
The immediate change in posture from Kashy as a Mind Warp for 10 rips through dreams, ambitions, thoughts, feelings. Hand shuffled brutally into the deck as Emad Kashy falls to 10 health in the wake of, frankly, an explosion from Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence.
An explosion that took us by surprise, but definitely the Mind Warp, which we knew was coming, also took Emad by surprise. He sat there, he saw the Mind Warp, and he just laughed. He knows the story of this game. He can crawl it back. There are ways. He still has a lot of defense on his equipment, of course, and he can be quite an aggressive and disruptive deck of his own right, but he needs to hit the right cards here and start getting this ball rolling as soon as possible.
On the bright side, your inertia token triggers.
Yep. Yeah, it triggers.
Back to Emad Kashy in this case. Tunic will make its way to 2. It's 3 cards to work with. It's Leave No Witnesses, Meet Madness, and a Codex of some variety. Very pretty Marvel one.
Scar Tissue there in Arsenal making for a bit of an awkward turn. Codex, of course, can pay for one of these daggers, but doesn't have Tunic up, isn't able to clean out his resource curve, and didn't end up masking, which means he doesn't have any access, the 1 in 6 access to the Graphene Chelicera this turn either.
Did lose an Orb Weaver Spinneret to that brutal Mind Warp just moments ago to take that Chelicera away. Speaking of Mind Warp, how do you feel about doing the Mind Warp again?
Let's do the Mind Warp. There was an instance in his hand, or is it playable? He does have an action point coming in with the Embodiment of Lightning from the Sigil of Lightning going away. So he will be able to play always at least the first 0 for 4. Depending on what it is, he could go even wider on this turn to buff up that Mind Warp. Very nice. Another thing he got along that side, that CLV on turn 0, was Sigil of Conductivity, making sure Volzar will be free basically for the entirety of this game.
It is Codex of Inertia from the hand here, which is fired away. Arsenal already equipped, of course, so we'll funnel a card on in and provide an Inertia token for our Oscilio player. Discards Comet Storm Shock in order to facilitate the cost of that one. And Meet Madness will come charging across to threaten its unpredictable on-hit effect.
Does have access to Stalker Steps if he wants to give this a go again and then play something like that Leave No Witnesses that just is now better because a Codex of Inertia put a card into Arsenal.
Going to see those Aether Bindings of the Third Age being reached for here to play a point of defense before they inevitably leave play to amp up the Arcane. And it will be time for Stalker Steps to jump in. And I really like this. It's very easy to not want to give up all your Arcane barriers to try and stabilize here. But choosing to do so, to push damage, make sure the clock is more real. Meet Madness, hitting a 4 would discern a card from the Arsenal disappearing. And that's not exactly the ideal mode when Leave No Witnesses was the follow-up here. Sigil of Solace gone from the top of the deck. Alessio falling to 26.
That's one more way that these things don't align very well for Kashy. Of course, if he had hit a 1 or a 2 on that roll, he would have been able to take a card from hand and the card out of Arsenal. Alessio having a good read there, blocking with the arm piece, knowing that the sort of probably predicting that the AB1 on the boots would go away, so might as well cash it in now when we have a guaranteed 1 if we might not hit some sigils later on down the line. You want to hit Arcane as soon as possible once your opponent is signaling that they're losing their Arcane barrier, because Mario can have these very explosive turns that will come back from here.
Blast to Oblivion lines up with this embodiment of Lightning, also can line up with that Sigil of Conductivity to create another embodiment of Lightning in a pinch. On the other side of things, you're looking at Meet Madness on defense here from Kashy. Betrayed moments ago to take up the mantle, Scar Tissue in hand. Electromagnetic Somersault will trigger Blast to Oblivion and rebuy the Blast to Oblivion to keep the bouncing all around.
Gets an extra amp off the Aether Bindings as well as, of course, the Lightning cards that are being played here. Blast to Oblivion returns to hand. Can play it again because it does have Go again. Could also choose to bank that embodiment for next turn.
Inertia token definitely influencing choices. Blast to Oblivion will come on back down. Unlikely to hold on to any cards this time around. And we know about Conductivity Mind Warp in the hand, so I'm expecting a second chuckle as the hand disappears again. We'll see that Conductivity coming back. Bounce the Inertia token away. Not that I expect it to be all that impactful, as this Volzar will be activated, and we will do the Mind Warp again.
And another chuckle out of Kashy. He knows the story, I'd say. Down to 1 off of all of this Arcane with a lot of amp, 2 from the arms and 4 from the Volzar. Mind Warp to 8, hand shuffled back in. Kashy's dying to any shock here. This is about... I don't like to be so negative. This is about as bad as it can go, I'd say, for a Marionette against an Oscilio. We're seeing a display of lightning power on the Oscilio side of the table here.
I don't think that's particularly negative. I think anyone would feel a little hard done by with this game. It has been rather lopsided. Pick up the point. Comes on charging through, just 3 points of damage here. Head jab with flavor text.
No shock for Alessio?
Game not over just yet, at the very least. So we'll debate blocks here. Sand cover in the hand by the looks of things. Could cover this nice and neatly if intended, but it will be 3 damage taken and Oscilio activated. That sand cover turning into something else. Wibble wobble wobble. Found in the hand there. Not ideal either. No doubt it's going to be discarded to the Oscilio to try again to find something a little bit better.
Sand cover has been played in a couple years. This card's called Cloud Cover. We're going to the skies.
Oh, you're right. I got Drone on the brain. You're right. Clouds, dust, same thing.
Literally as far from each other as possible.
That is 3 copies of Blast to Oblivion in the hand, alongside Sigil of Conductivity here. Seems to be missing a small step in the lack of go again this time. So 4, 3 cards in hand, and Kashy perhaps getting a little bit of breathing room here, despite how difficult we find ourselves placed. Mask of Deceit will block in the way and try and transform into a random agent of chaos. It's going to be numero 5. It is time for Tarantura in the feature match area.
Of course, go again banked here for next turn, so that second blast, the next turn blast will be good. By bouncing this conductivity, I'm not able to then get rid of this conductivity with Oscilio because Oscilio has already been activated. So 2 conductivities will be played just for the sake of it, just to get it out of hand and make it sure it's on board. 1 blast going into Arsenal, trying to get that last opportunity of having a, not last, but another opportunity of having a big turn and just get over Kashy's defenses. Possibly also just get as many cards out of his hand to draw spells, to draw arcane
spells,
damage.
There is Consigned to Cosmos Shock.
The best card.
Which is definitely a little problematic. Obviously, no need to blink just yet. You always do this as a wizard. You can force your opponent to expend cards in case you're caught by a Sigil of Solace or caught by an Oasis Respite or something like this that you aren't expecting. May as well play nice and safe when you have the luxury to do so.
Sigil has been a card that's been played in Mario decks, Marionette decks, throughout the history a little bit, and Kashy, I know, has played the card, so it's fair to want to play around Sigil, but cards are expended now. Of course, there's an Oasis possibly. There could be an Oasis in Arsenal signaled with the Tunic, but you're not expecting that. I don't think anyone's seen that in a Marionette list in quite some time, so unless Alessio expects to be very teched against by Marionette, then I think he can probably fire this Consigned to Cosmos in response to the Take Up the Mantle here.
And you will definitely see it fired now as Scar Tissue joins a Kiss of Death. And a light tickle will emerge from the hand of Alessio. We'll charge it just in case. The shock will be good enough. And it is, oh, silly. Oh, if you're an Arakni Marionette fan, it will be Alessio Bouko joining us in the top 8 on everyone's favorite lap.
Kashy knew that was coming down the line eventually, but he was playing it out as best he could because he had to play it out for something. He had to play it out for that out, and he was playing the best he could towards his out, getting those disruptive and high damage effects as well. But Alessio able to take it down on our favorite Oscilio, currently the only Oscilio, but soon to be one of 2.
I think we definitely had a bit of pause in that game when the inertia first hit. That first turn looked very strong for Kashy, setting up to try and deny this big combo turn. And for better or worse, the deck kind of saved Alessio a little bit. The Golden and Flash turned up very early, and Oscilio's ability found a Mind Warp, which definitely kind of made that a bit of a blowout, for lack of a better phrase.
It's Mind Warp with attacks, and with the Gun and a Flash and a bunch of instants. It was just like, you look at that hand and you say this is combo. I think the reason we weren't expecting it was simply because it was so early in the game. I was going to say early in the day, but it's actually quite late in the day. Oscilio making it to top 8. I think we were probably expecting that at the start of the weekend, but then looking at the standings as we went through day 2 especially, it looked like maybe that wasn't going to happen. So congratulations to Alessio for being the representative of Oscilio in the top 8. A great showing of knowing the texture of this one's really good, and I don't want to risk going for that Gun and a Flash because this matchup is a little bit too slow, so a little bit too fast. So.
Very heads up, clearly an understanding of the matchup, and bailed out by how lucky it was to have that hand turn up
some
as
great
early
draws.
as
Definitely
it did.
some
You
great
certainly
draws.
can't complain with those either. We're going to take a brief moment to check in with our French friends at Findle's Cafe, who have been checking out their local game store and showing us a little bit more about the French community, and then we'll be back in just a little bit with your top 8 bracket. Stay tuned.
Bienvenue à tous, on se retrouve ce soir à Relique, notre QG à Toulouse, où on se retrouve tous les mardis soirs pour l'armorie hebdomadaire. On vous invite donc à nous suivre pour voir comment se passe le jeu ici.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Mika, je joue à Flesh and Bot depuis 4 ans maintenant. J'ai découvert le jeu en allant chez Relic pour acheter des sleeves. Le vendeur de Relic H était un passionné de Flesh and Blood et il m'a attrapé par le bras et m'a dit hey, viens voir, le jeu est trop bien joué et du coup j'ai essayé et j'ai été mordu.
Moi c'est Siméon, je suis l'un des premiers judges de Toulouse, même si récemment j'ai été rejoint par quelqu'un d'autre et je joue depuis un peu après Tales of Aria.
Moi c'est Pierre, j'ai commencé le jeu en 2023. Alors moi j'adore Dromai, parce que j'adore les dragons. C'est assez complexe à jouer, même s'il y a du board state, c'est vraiment cool.
Mon personnage de cœur, ça dépend. Parfois c'est Reinhardt, parfois c'est Viserai, même si le personnage emblématique je dirais c'est celui avec lequel on a commencé, donc Reinhardt.
Mon personnage de cœur c'est Azalea, le héros il est trop fun à jouer et à chaque game j'ai l'impression d'avoir un puzzle différent à résoudre et c'est vraiment la classe et le héros que je préfère.
Je joue principalement donc ici à Relic. J'ai beaucoup poussé le jeu pour que ce soit dans tous les endroits à Toulouse, donc que ce soit Relic, All4Play et le cercle du jeu.
Moi je joue à Relic à Toulouse.
Moi je joue principalement le mardi soir à Relic et de temps en temps le vendredi soir à All4Play.
Le partage et l'entraide, c'est vraiment quelque chose qui est très important sur le jeu, que ce soit le partage de deck, le prêt de cartes, de dons de cartes, enfin bref c'est vraiment quelque chose qui est vraiment incroyable avec la communauté.
Moi ce que je préfère c'est après une soirée d'armory où on s'est bien marré, on se retrouve à aller prendre un kebab et boire une bière au tower pour discuter entre potes et c'est vraiment le meilleur moment de la semaine.
Le fait de pouvoir accueillir le World Tour à Toulouse, c'est génial. J'ai vraiment trop hâte de rencontrer la communauté. Je sais que beaucoup de gens vont venir.
Ah, c'est trop bien d'avoir un World Tour pas loin. On n'a pas besoin de se déplacer très très loin.
Ça fait super plaisir parce que Toulouse est une bonne destination pour Flesh and Blood.
En plus de ça, la Garonne est descendue pour l'occasion. Donc vous allez pouvoir profiter des quais.
Qu'est-ce que j'entends de plus du week-end?
Moi je viens juste pour m'amuser, profiter des sides et voir les copains sur le calling.
On aime jouer au jeu à travers les tournois, à travers les événements, rencontrer la communauté. D'autant plus qu'on est content creator, donc c'est aussi un moment pour pouvoir rencontrer les abonnés. Donc ouais, ça va être trop bien.
Et bien voilà, c'est ainsi que se finit notre petite introduction des joueurs de Toulouse. J'espère que vous avez aimé les présentations des joueurs qui jouent ici hebdomadairement. N'hésitez pas à nous retrouver sur la chaîne de Fiandal Café et on vous laisse avec les casters de ce Calling Toulouse. Ciao à tout le monde.
Again, I'm just kind of realizing I need more beer and kebabs after I finish my games at my LGS. It's a lesson learned from hopefully every community from the French, but I don't know, I always enjoy seeing that kind of quick air glance into local scenes, learning a little bit more about how things work in countries I don't get to play in very often.
It's nice to see gaming around the world, and we see it here in France this weekend. We'll see it all around the world this year with the World Tour. It's a good little insight into what it looks like to play Fab.
Play Flab.
Play Flab. Pay Flab. Play Fab.
It works. You flesh,
long day.
lemons and
We
blood.
only got 3 more to go.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We're okay. We're all fine and dandy. So, from what I'm reliably informed, our top 8 is wrapping up, and it looks like we're going to have a bracket available for you in just a second for our quarterfinals. We know there's some fan favorites that are in there. Pablo Pintor's and the friends. Shall we see who else has joined the fold?
Let's take a look at who Pablo will be playing against and who Alessio will be playing against, and also who else joins them in this top 8 here in Toulouse.
Okay, so seed number 1, 2-time calling champion Francesco Giorgio, looking to end the reign of KO in quite a decent chunk of style. Bring those mandible claws out before the PQ players can get their hands on it. It is Leo Toulouse who bubbled in. The only person who gets in, having lost the round, is our new Mr. Plot Armor. It's aptly named Dash.io in a matchup I actually would be quite excited to see.
It would be an exciting match to watch. Of course, I think this is going to start a trend. Maybe people will be named Yokohama by April time, you know? Down the line, we see also a classic matchup, Dash.io versus Oscilio. I would say tends to lean Dash favored.
I would say so.
But we saw in Alessio's player history, he did take down 2 dashes on his way to this top 8. So if there's anyone I'm putting my money on to get over it, data says Alessio could get there against Wara Savins in that other quarterfinals. Further down, fan favorite Pablo Pintor on fan favorite Arakni Huntsman against the Pleiades superstar. That's going to be a long one.
Yeah, that's going to be a grind fest right there. 2 juggernauts of the game on 2 very attrition-based decks. Want to give a congratulations to Vare for, again, not finishing in 7th, and simply never does it, regardless of which event I'm casting. And our final quarterfinals, only 1 duplicate hero in the top 8 once again. Filippo Barbani in 2nd place on Victor Goldmane. Shadow fans, the dream is alive as Pro Tour Leal top 4 competitor and local armory grinder Shahmir Samee makes it into the top cut on Vynnset Iron Maiden.
Shahmir had a hero run going 5-0 today. I think there's one or two other people in this bracket who also might have done that, but I don't want to speak out of turn. Shahmir, of course, we were concerned Vynnset wasn't having the greatest showing when there were none at X1 at the end of the day yesterday, but Shahmir proving Vynnset is here to stay back-to-back weekends with Vynnset in the top 8. Shahmir has been playing this hero a long time, very intimately familiar with the interactions, and of course, those new cards from Compendium buff it up, make it stronger, enable you to top 8. But Shahmir is very familiar. He's not just reacting to the meta from last week.
I do want to note that while there are no Arakni Marionette in our top cut, they were just underneath, and there was quite a lot of them too. Let's take a look at the final standings for the event and see exactly where everyone shook out. So, unfortunately, it is Sebastian Spicker, our Verdance player, who ran deep, who is Mr. 9th this weekend and will not quite be joining us in the cut. Fatigue Ira in the hands of Louis in 10th, and then the Assassins begin.
Then the Assassins begin with Kashy, who we saw take that loss, unfortunately, against a crazy turn from Oscilio in that last round. He's up in 11th, 13th, 17th, some more Assassins, of course, 17th being another Huntsman, a very strong showing from the original Arakni this weekend. Some other cool decks to show out. We have a victor in the top 8, but we have 2 more in the top 16. I think this deck was maybe considered going into the weekend and is clearly a really good thing to pay attention to as you prep for Yokohama and the other Collins coming up. Also a Dorinthea, again making it up to near the top, ending 9-3 on the day, not able to make it into the top 8 this weekend, but also a very real hero in this format. 2 more Oscilios down in 18th, 19th. I think people would have expected that. And then the other top Vynnset there in 20th with Exilius, the European superstar on Vynnset, top 8 at a calling last year. Not able to convert this year, but still 9-3, very good record for him.
Absolutely. Multiple duplicate heroes on the page here. Lots to process if you're making your way to an event in the near future. Bartosz Ziemba finishing 21st here on Cindra. 24th place for Benjamin on Kashy. And then, okay, the Assassins might have begun on the other slide, but there's quite a lot of them here.
Yeah, it's like the majority of that 20 to 30 positions is Assassins. Of course, that covers the 9-3 and the 8-4 bracket. Even Slippy able to make it to 8-4 at the end of the tournament. Definitely not a considered hero coming into this weekend, but having a very strong showing there. On the other side, we see some more variety, but also some of those heroes we know and love. There's a couple Cindras there, 3. Jaap able to take out this 8-4 record on Lyath. A very strong showing from a deck that also definitely an underdog coming into the weekend. Daniel Correas, PT top 4 on KO, able to bring it back to 8-4 this weekend, but isn't able to be the one to sign off on the death of those Mandible Claws, unfortunately. Another Verdance, another Dorinthea, and then a lot more Verdance, I think, on this page. We see 2 here, 41st and 43rd. Arthur Trehay trying to run it back on Verdance as well, not able to make it this weekend.
Tommaso Vecino, 46th there on Arakni Marionette. Guillaume also finding a strong finish on Vynnset alongside Jose Alves, who we saw these Vynnset players leading the charge from X and 2, so pretty strong finishes all around. Ludovic Zgajner, 7-0 on day 1, finishes 7-5 on the second day of competition. Wheels pretty much firmly falling off there. Julio on Marlin finishing 7-5 as well. All these players good for a top 60 finish. A pretty impressive stuff all around here in Toulouse.
All I can send is condolences to Ludovic for going 7-0 into 7-5, but I can also say, been there. I did that at Pro Tour London and ended 0-5 to end day 2, starting at 8-2 at some point and then falling down. So, you know, it happens. It's part of the card game history. You learn from those. You see where you made those mistakes. Maybe it was the anxiety that got to you from being on those top tables, and you learn how to live with that better and approach the next tournament better. This is never the end of someone's run. So a lot more tournaments to play in the future and a lot more games of flesh and blood to play throughout the year. So shout outs for 7-0 on day 1, and don't let that get you down.
I think it's important. We obviously highlight success stories quite a lot on the broadcast one way or the other. Not everything can always break that way, and I think it's important to kind of showcase that journey to show that it could in fact be anyone. We can all do it. We can all have strong day 1s. We can all recover and learn more in day 2s. I think it's a great story all around. Chat, I hear you. I understand there has been a request for Shadow for a lot of today. So let me pull some strings, as I'm sure she'll pull mine, and we'll make sure it's Vynnset joining you in the quarterfinals. Stay tuned.
fast. The ships are closing in, mist will turn to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the stone. The shadows of the north, the name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty gods of war, leaders, fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story.
2 weeks back to back, we have 7 different heroes in the top 8 of calling. Hard to complain about diversity in the current Classic Constructed format, Erica.
I love the diversity, and this is exactly what I hoped for coming into this weekend. Seeing a diverse set of heroes making top 8, seeing what is actually possible within the meta that is happening right here, right now. And this is no short of that expectation.
Definitely not. So we're going to get our players set up in the featured match area. It's going to take us just a hot second to kind of configure that table, make sure everyone's comfortable and the rest. So let's take another look at that bracket. We'll walk through exactly how this is going to play out, and I'm sure we can make some predictions about our expectations of how it's going to go as well. So seed number 1 is Francesco Giorgio, 2-time calling champion, trying to end the story of KO Armed and Dangerous. Managed to fell Pablo Pintor in that final round to put a second loss onto Huntsman's record to secure that first seed. We'll be staring down Leo Toulouse, the new Plus Armor incorporated in the top 8 here, snuck in with 3 losses on Dash.io. How do you feel about this one at the top of the bracket?
So it's going to be an aggressive game, and whoever pulls the hardest is probably going to take it out from there. I haven't seen a lot of KO versus Dash.io previously, so I'm excited to see how that one plays out. If I had to guess, or maybe if we're going to continue with the plot of having KO go out with a bang, I'm slightly hoping for Francesco to show us how it's done today.
I just don't think someone with the most appropriate surname in Fab history can possibly lose, as far as I'm concerned. I do want to give a special shout out to Leo as being the only Frenchman to make it into the top cut here at the calling in Toulouse. It's quite the achievement, and so you are already national champion as far as I'm concerned. That's just how those things work. 4v5, Voice 7s on Dash.io as well. Our only duplicate staring down are winning in on the camera last round, Alessio Bouko, Oscilio Costello Intelligence. I'm led to believe this one is slightly Dash favored.
Maybe so. I mean, Dash has a lot of tricks up her sleeve and can put some gas and no brakes situations for Oscilio. Oscilio typically requires a little bit of a setup. He needs to find those gun and flashes, and he needs to find them fast in order to set up his combo turns where he can pop off his shoes and just go spinning with those gun and flashes and those instance recurrences. So yeah, I think Dash has a leg up here.
We did see Alessio find that going to flash on the first turn of the game and present a 30 damage Mind Warp turn in the immediate. So if you can do it once, why not do it twice? Exactly. 3v6 is going to be the grind fest of the century. It is the 2-time Pro Tour champion Pablo Pintor representing Arakni Huntsman, staring down the Italian superstar, the fatigue expert, Gianluigi on Pleiades superstar. What is going to happen here?
So whoever runs out of card first is probably the one who's going to lose.
Nothing
this
gets past you, huh?
No. So I mean, Gianluigi put on a masterful display earlier on today, and we were seeing, of course, Pablo Pintor just rocking this Arakni Huntsman from the bottom of his socks. So I'm just super excited to see who's going to pull out first in this matchup. I want to believe that Gianluigi may not have the most reps into Arakni Huntsman because he's not the most famous hero to have in the top of the bracket at this state of the game. So some quick insights now coming into this game for him probably. And so Pablo Pintor can probably put some squeezes for what his deck can do today.
this is easily the most interesting game for me personally. I'm a bit of an attrition-based player myself, but the idea of, okay, what wins? Is it constant up on a pedestal loops and to kind of rebuy cards into the deck that way? Is it multiple copies of Remembrance to let you kind of grind through on either side of the equation? How many cards does Arakni Huntsman need to banish to be equal and beat those? Like, you call for backups and similar kind of recursion cards we've seen from these Pleiades decks in the past. I think this one's going to be really close, and it's probably going to take quite a long time to get to the end of it one way or the other. Our final game, 2v7. Infamous Victor player Filippo Barbani finds themselves staring down the Shadow Cabal in the hands of Shahmir Samee, who managed to make the cut despite needing a 5-0 today to get into the top cut. Vynnset Victor feels like maybe a bit of a difficult one for Vynnset. You definitely need to kind of set up those big sequences to make it work. Am I right?
And I mean, we have seen this when June displayed this on full display last week in Montreal, so I expect nothing less of Shahmir, who has been on Vynnset for quite some time and been looking for his breakout with this deck, and what a better opportunity to do so than after what we see last weekend. So Shahmir here, he has some things to show for himself, but of course Victor on the other side of the table. I'm just so excited to see a Victor coming ahead and making it into top 8, and Filippo has also been a Victor aficionado for quite some time now and has been very, very successful, so super happy to see him make it in here.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this just a moment ago with Victor Goldmain. 2 more copies in the top 16 is a pretty impressive showing for a deck I think a lot of people weren't considering heading into the weekend. So lots learned so far, lots more to learn as we make our way through this top 8 bracket. If you've got to pick a winner, Erica, who is it? Who are you going with?
So I really already alluded to KO making a stab or a one-off, say, going out with a bang, so to say. So I'm really rooting a little bit for Francesco to do exactly that, because this is the one-time show to do that, because it's probably going out this weekend, considering all of the pro quest that is going on as we speak. So there's not that much living legend points to go out for KO, so this is probably his last chance.
Okay, fair enough. I respect the KO pick one way or the other. It's hard for me not to root to Leo, given the situation and the hometown advantage, but I picked Pablo Pintor as a caster pick on day one.
So we can't ditch that.
I got to back my boy. You know how it goes. We got to see if Arakni Huntsman can take down the first calling they have ever had the chance to do so. We're going to take a short break as we get ready for that quarterfinal bracket. Don't go anywhere. Okay, deck check's done, bathroom breaks taken care of, players get themselves seated down in our feature match area as we get ready to explore Victor versus Vynnset, the battle of these in our quarterfinal this time around. Erica, I am led to believe you are quite the big Victor aficionado, so I feel obliged to take the shadow side of this battle this time around.
Oh my god, am I so excited. It's not only a Victor, but we also have the Vynnset. Like, one of the Vynnsets that may or may not have been on my players list of this weekend. And I'm super excited that Shahmir made his winning in to face off this Victor now that we're gonna cast here next. So, super, super duper excited.
We're going to take another look at the bracket as these players get themselves set up and ready to go. No doubt seeding already playing a part as players choose whether they go first or second. Francesco versus Leo in KO versus -IO here. Definitely another chance for our one-handed brute friend to make a bang on the way out and find themselves reaching Living Legend before the ProQuest season has anything to say about it.
Indeed, and we have a couple of Dash IOs making it to the bracket as well. We have the Oscilio, Arakni Huntsman, Pleiades, Victor, and the Vynnset that we're gonna watch here on next. Super exciting to see the variety that we have in the bracket here today. Of course, KO has his last chance to do his last one and out for this season, probably before he hits those Living Legend points over the ProQuest season that is running in the back end. I mean, could we ask for a better bracket?
It's pretty good. There's a few things I want to watch here. I'm a big fan of Pablo. I kind of tweeted out after the 7-0 yesterday that he will be directly responsible for me train wrecking Yokohama after I pick up Arakni Huntsman under the belief the deck is fantastic, because he certainly made it look like it. On the other side of things, Shahmir here with the potential to run back two incredible Vynnset showings week after week. We had a finals last week from June that looked like it was very much going to be a surefire thing until that KO game against Wesley Dong happened to break the wrong way for Wesley. We might see some more Vynnset here this time around. Otherwise, battle of attrition in between Pablo and Gianluigi. I'm looking forward to hearing all the intricate details of that one from one half of that matchup when we eventually get there.
It's going to be a drag, that's for sure. I mean, it's a big it's a big fatigue matchup on both sides of the table. I mean, that is the game plan that both of these are trying to develop. I mean, Arakni Huntsman has some tricks up his sleeve. Pleiades also has some tricks up her sleeve. I have no idea how this game would pan out in my wildest dreams, but I'm also, like you, excited to hear more about it.
A lot of moving pieces there. Very excited to see what Hunter or Hunter can hit, how many pedestals can be resolved, how many remembrances might make their way into that game at some point or another. But for now, it will be Guardian versus Runeblade in the form of Vynnset versus Victor. Let's meet our players who are joining us. Top 8 here. Calling Toulouse, it will be Filippo Barbani, part of the Italian contingent, joining us on the Guardian side of the equation. Other side, Shahmir Samee, Pro Tour Lille top 4 competitor, known local armory grinder, making himself known once again on Vynnset Iron Maiden. Let's look at how these two players got here. We'll start with the deck list in just a moment. Filippo's journey was quite an interesting one all in all. Only the one loss on the first day of competition came at the hands of Oscilio. Thankfully, he managed to get through Max and Puffin with no issues at the beginning.
No, I expect that Filippo has a lot of experience on this deck previously, so that is what is showing here today. A lot of these specialists have been super successful throughout the day, and no matchup is a bad matchup for them if you are so experienced on their deck accordingly.
Got through Brody Spurlock in round number 8 and continued winning. Got through Vares Sevens, Leo Toulouse, of 2 Dash.io players that we know are in contention here, and Pablo Pintor. The winning record so far against the top 8 players looking incredibly impressive for Filippo Barbani. On the other side, Shahmir Samee had to do the 5-0 as well to make it to the end. Lost the first round of competition against Thomas Scoffier, and then took a loss to Dorinthea Ironsong in the middle in round 4. Quickly remedied that by beating Dorinthea the second time, and then decided that was enough losing for the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. He had to win out this day in order to make it to the position that he is in currently, and that is just a massive feat in this calling, considering all of the incredible players that made day 2 today. So he is nothing short of spectacular. He also played a bunch of Marios. We played some Fies and Dash IOs, and looking at the roundup of today, he played the Mirror, and it was super successful in that. He also played Camille on the Slippy, and finally against Daniel Correa's, making sure that no more chaos was allowed in top 8 today.
And I see who played Dream Killer for Arakni slip through the cracks. I'm going to have some words about that later on. Let's take a look at these deck lists. If you're looking for something for your PQ season, now is the time to pay attention. We'll start off with Filippo Barbani's Daddy's Home. Walk me through this deck list. What stands out to you as being special from all these Victor goodies? Erica?
I mean, Rouse the Ancients is not something I've seen in Victor a lot of lately. There has been some great additions to Victor's kit, so to say, with the Test of Iron Grip, formerly mentioned. And we're also seeing some Fate for Scenes here, so some additional blocking capacity. We see some tech against the Gravy Bones with the Midas touches here. See a couple clashes of Bravado, which is excellent into the Prism matchup. But all in all, a very, very stock Victor list, I should say.
Do you want to make note of those 2 copies of Remembrance? Unlikely to play much of a role in this matchup, but they're going to be pretty important maybe later down this bracket, depending on which side Filippo finds himself on. I imagine it played a big part in getting through Pablo Pintor in order to get here. Let's take a look at Shahmir's Vynnset list that got him this far in the competition. Is DRE good? DRE being deep recesses of existence? Good news, Shahmir. Yeah, it is.
Absolutely, and I love to see the addition of Revel in Runeblood. Revel in Runeblood was a card that was a bit missing in June's list. I'm sure she has a reason why it's not included, but Revel in Runeblood to me historically has been one of those powerful cards that you would love to include in any shape or form in any Runeblade decks moving forward. So seeing those 2 copies of Morvian Skies combined with 2 Revel in Runeblood makes me think that Shahmir really believes in those Revels for his version of the deck.
Some big differences here I want to point out from June's list last week. Couple of copies of Deathly Delight means there is 2 cost rune gates in this deck. They weren't there previously last time around. Couple of copies of Fasting Carcass, another source of go again on a Shadow non-attack action that blocks 3. Very powerful card, comes with the risk of occasionally banishing it to Widespread Ruin and leaving yourself with blood debt you can't handle, so does have to be carefully mitigated. All in all, an impressive looking list. Happy to see players just finding success on this hero in general. Such a cool way to play. I'm hoping for some cool games as a result. Let's make our way down into the overhead and find out which of these players will be joining us in the top 4 as we set up equipment and we get ready to dance.
There we go.
Big flex here, the Sign Titan's Fist. Coming out of Filippo, I imagine that card has seen more play than most. Crown of Dominion here to make a goal to start, no big surprises. In terms of equipment, all round it's Null Rune Boots to have access to Arcane Barrier for our Victor player, and a very shiny Spellbound Creepers in the foot slot on the other side. Anything you didn't expect, Erica, or just kind of run-of-the-mill equipment here?
I mean, Titan's Fist over Miller's Grindstone is an interesting decision. I imagine that Filippo is not going for the fatigue game plan, since Miller is excellent at doing exactly that. He wants to have a reliable weapon that is not accidentally losing counters unless in case he would actually miss on a clash in the future. So running Titan's Fist is a solid choice, definitely, and they're probably looking to maybe play a little bit more of an aggressive stance on this side.
Card in the hand for Shahmir I really want to talk about here. Putrid Stirrings, not one that popped up in June's list either. Incredible anti-fatigue tool. Does a great job at being played from the banished zone and adding 5 extra power to the next attack you Rune Gate. Sometimes you can just play it from your hand if you've got enough blue cards. It's no big deal, but it does plenty of good at converting those hands into very meaningful damage. Filippo here starting off with Spinal Crush. Would like to continue breaking backs until Shahmir says something to the otherwise. 2 cards being hovered in front of this for now. No big surprises. We see Reduced to Rune Chant in hand, so I expect this Envelop in Darkness to be pitched away to generate a Rune Chant on turn 0 and cover up this Spinal Crush nice and clean.
Excellent use case here of Reduced Rune Chant, making sure that we have some Rune Chants coming into our turn. Can be a bit awkward sometimes if you don't have any Rune Chants left at your disposal when you're playing this one out. You don't typically want to pitch any of your cards to play this one out. But as soon as you have at least 1 Rune Chant available to you, this will cost 0. So that is a very nice addition into this deck.
Vynnset Clark draws up a hand that contains Deathly Whale, Elegant Eulogy, Funeral Moon on the side of Shahmir here, who's now debating which of these cards will be banished. Funeral Moon hanging out at the front for now. The Vynnset ability will probably not banish Deadwood Dirge, I imagine. But the other 3, all viable options. It's the Eulogy that's being tapped on the table for now.
So what we're probably going to see here is that Shahmir is going to try to do a bit of setup for a couple of turns, or 3 maybe, depending on how his hands shake out. We want to get those Malefic Incantations out, at least a couple of them, in order to fuel future turns, in order to go wide, present double rune gates, or even triple rune gates if our hands allow, and making sure that we can do that in order to get over our opponent's defenses accordingly.
Deadwood Dirge turns 2 rune chants into 4 here, and Funeral Moon will generate the 5th. Shahmir pretty content, as you alluded to just play setup. Goal in this matchup is going to be to get through the wall on a lot of occasions, and so setting up a second arsenal in the Banished Zone full of Blood Deck cards and meaningful ways to extend the turn is going to be the name of the game. 5 rune chants will do a great job of that. Eloquent Eulogy in the arsenal as multiple Malefic Incantations start turning up, notably no Rune Gate attack in that hand to banish, though.
So it's a classic Rune Blade hand, as we call it. It's a full non-attack for Shahmir's side of things, but not to worry. We love to see these Malefic Incantations popping up this early in the game, and having these setup turns is exactly what Vynnset is playing for.
Command and Conquer emerges from the arsenal here. Looks like Filippo having some difficulty in converting this hand, as there is both a clash of bravado and a test of strength. Of course, Shahmir not entirely sure there's no pummel, unless that deck list has been studied in high detail, but a pretty unimpressive 5 cards for Victor Goldman.
Yeah, but this Command and Conquer is going to ask the question, because we do not have Crown of Providence available to us, because Face Purgatory is such a good card. So we're not going to be able to dodge this Command and Conquer in any easy way, and our hands is full of 2 blocks, which we do not really want to give away on this CNC. So it's really going to put Shahmir in a question of, do I really like to keep this arsenal or not?
It is Eloquent Eulogy down there. It's a pretty good one all in all. The 1-cost Rune Gate, allowing you to make Eloquence tokens. Does a good job at cheating action points with those Funeral Moons and Culls later in the game. But the hand, as you allude to, doesn't really block and really would like to be able to establish those Malefic Incantations. And so Command and Conquer will connect. Thankfully, no pummel to convert. And we'll see how Filippo wants to continue navigating the rest of this. Does indeed just bottom the resource card. Looks like no Arsenal on the 3-card hand. That's the stuff right there.
Yeah, sometimes you end up in this unfortunate situation where you don't really have an optimal arsenal. And again, Filippo is not either playing a Crown of Providence, so he can easily cheat out a bad, in quotation, arsenal card for a better one, in order to have some more blocking capabilities in case Shahmir presents a very, very fast turn. But as we know, these Malefic Incantations are going to hit the table.
So banishing the Deadwood Dirge here to establish these, parking Enveloped in Darkness into the arsenal for this one. Take another point of blood debt for this Deathly Whale to stay hanging out in the Banished Zone as Tunic makes its way up to 3. And we're back to Barbani, who is still staring at 3 of the same cards as he was last turn.
A bit of a conundrum here. Are we going to commit our whole hand into this Thundergate? Yes, we are. Just to make sure that we can find some more exciting things to do on our upcoming turns in case Shahmir decides to play more setup. And this Thunderquake is presenting 8. That's still quite a lot. Serenade as it's 32.
Sorry, big fan of all the signed cards in the deck here for Filippo. Lots of bling. Okay, looks like we have a quick judge call here just to confirm something or other. I'm not entirely sure what. Thunderquake, I have several questions about Thunderquake, funnily enough, so probably best to check if you're not so certain.
Yeah, I mean, you sometimes are offered something better to present. I mean, Victor doesn't have a ton of disruption. I mean, you have the Spinal Crushes, you have the CNCs. The Millers are somewhat of a disruption, you could say. But yeah, sometimes a big number is all you got.
Losing Crusher Bravado there on pitch. Definitely something to be noteworthy of, given that it's a card that we wanted to keep our eye on in that turn. Sounds like we are ready to go. So whatever our situation down there has been quickly and easily resolved by the judge team. And thank you as always to them for doing such a remarkable job. And thankfully for both players, we're still staring at a Thunderquake. So a question being asked. 8 points of damage here. Just a quick nod to the judges. Happy with all the solution one way or the other. And that hand there. Invert Existence, Funeral Moon, Deathly Whale. Can't quite catch that 4th card tucked behind. Looks like a widespread annihilation, perhaps. And so Shahmir on blocking duty just a little bit in the face of this Thunderquake. Blocking 3 with the Funeral Moon here, taking 5 damage. Bring this down to 27 as the setup must continue. Gotta feel like Shahmir here looking for a solid go against Source. Spellbound Creepers can do it in a pinch, but you really don't want to be using those early if you can help it. It's Movrian Sky, Shadow Puppetry, the Fasting Carcasses. Feels like the kind of cards we're really hoping to find here to put this first wave of damage together.
Yeah, I'm curious how Shahmir is going to navigate this turn. Of course, he's blocking with the Funeral Moon because you can only put so many cards in Banish for Vynnset's ability. And Funeral Moon is one of those cards that you will love to play out of Arsenal in a pinch to fuel your next turn at the end of your turn. So we are going to see Shahmir swinging on hard here with this Widespread Annihilation.
Yeah, let's get going is the name of the game. So Shahmir happy to fire here. 2 Malefic Incantation triggers upon this attack coming across, just announcing these triggers nice and clearly as well. 2 rune chants made behind that will hopefully fuel a future attack. For now, it is 7 and 6, and if you happen to take any damage at all while Widespread Annihilation is on the combat chain, if that's arcane or otherwise, you have to banish a card from the hand, and that does include you if you choose to hurt yourself with one of your many shadow non-attack actions.
Indeed. This Widespread Annihilation presents a nasty on it, and the 7 rune chants presents us with a little bit of a conundrum. We do have the Fienda Spring Tunic up on 3, so technically we could present 2 blues and the Tunic in order to cover those rune chants up. We haven't played a shadow non-attack this turn, so Vynnset hasn't triggered to make one of these unpreventable. So let's see here if Filippo has those 2 blues required in order to cover this one up.
Looks like it. Takes the Tunic, pays 6 more, covers 7 rune chants, so it is 2 behind. 6 physical to contest with if we want to keep cards in our hand. So Filippo will reassess. It looks like 6 block pretty easily from a pair of disables here. So blunting this out. The question now is it Creepers o'clock? It certainly is. The turn needs to continue. We'll have that Invert Existence being pitched away. Love to see that one going into the pitch stack here to fuel a non-attack action. Boots being activated, and Shahmir just acknowledging this deck needs so many dice, of which it certainly does. The arsenal was that Envelop in Darkness. Will be Creepers out to get the action point back. Will trigger Vynnset here, so paying a life to make a rune chant unpreventable. Very big deal when the follow-up attack is going to be Deathly Wail, means you'll be generating 2 rune chants because both players took damage during the turn.
So an excellent play out here, making sure that we are utilizing all of the cards at our disposal in order to go wide and go tall. And our opponent does not have any cards left, so Shahmir can securely understand that these 3 rune chants will connect, making sure that the Spellbound Creepers will stay around. Because if he doesn't do any arcane damage, the amount of counters that you have on Spellbound Creepers required for each turn for rune chants to connect, they will be destroyed. And so that would be sad. And so Shahmir executing this turn very beautifully, making sure that those Spellbound Creepers stay around.
I have kind of a rule with Spellbound Creepers. 1 activation is fine, 2 activations is good, 3 is illegal. So if you manage to get an extra one out of it, you should be pretty content all in all. Keeping it around much past that is not easy to do, typically. So we will see those rune chants connecting, and so Deathly Wail and technically Annihilation will trigger as well, but no cards left in hand for Filippo. So 2 rune chants being made, courtesy of that on-pain effect, and we'll see a card being banished for Shahmir on the other side. Not interested in parking this card in Arsenal, prefers to park it in the Shadow Arsenal, where it can be played from later.
It is also a really excellent showcase of a dissuasive portion where, since Filippo wants to connect these Test of Iron Grip, right? But if you have cards in your banish zone, there's no cards for him to banish from, or you can't get to those cards essentially with those Test of Iron Grips. So playing this out, making sure that he has more Rune Gate attacks available to him is an excellent way to end the turn.
Filippo passing back to Shahmir, who will find himself with a Vynnset trigger to kick things off. We see Deep Recesses of Existence placed face down on top of the hero as we reevaluate the graveyard here, and this feels like a pretty important part of the plan in this matchup. Got to be very mindful of exactly how many Rune Gates remain, how many Rune Chant Generators remain, where are your Putrid Stirrings, do you still have Revel in Rune Bloods, Deadwood Dirges, these type of effects that allow you for these big swingy power turns. So understanding how many you've gone through is going to be the most important part of setting up turns that can win you games. It is Widespread Ruin, Deadwood Dirge, and Succumb to Temptation in the hand alongside that DRE. So we will have to wait and see if it is the former or the latter. It's the latter this time. DRE disappearing into the banish zone. Makes us a 3rd Rune Chant. Could play either of these attacks pretty comfortably this turn. It will be the Whale that is reached for. 3 and 6 from the Red Deathly Whale. 2 rune chants being generated behind, courtesy of Malefic Incantation, Uno, and Dos.
I love the full rainbow of Deathly Whales addition to the Vynnset deck, making sure that we can still populate rune chants when we ever close the chain, whenever someone has taken damage. So it's an excellent way to make sure that you can continue to go wide and continue to play those rune gate attacks from your banish zone, just fueling yourself up with all of these rune chants. So Deathly Veil is such a bread and butter card in this Vynnset deck.
Big fan of the extra blues that facilitate cards like Putrid Stirrings as well. Were usually a little bit more awkward in previous Vynnset lists, but now you have extra blue attacks, extra blue DREs, you get some resource cards that facilitate those plays in the endgame. It will be Clash of Bravado, and Sunk jumping in front. Can I re-Clash of Bravado? Shahmir, you might wish you didn't. When it defends, you'll clash with the attacking hero. The winner will destroy an aura that the other player controls. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is the winner's choice. And so if you would like to take Malefic Incantation away, you can. If you would like to take a Rune Chant away to try and deny this DRE, you might be able to do that as well. So let's see if we can catch it. Shahmir in the tank before this clash comes to fruition. Of course, Spellbound Creepers could get a little bit tricksy here to try and tie the room together with this Deadwood Dirge.
I mean, the Deadwood Dirge here can excellently come in clutch, because what Filippo is trying to target, of course, is the Malefic Incantation, not allowing it to populate even more rune chants. But what Shahmir could potentially do is activate Spellbound Creepers, play out this Deadwood Dirge, targeting his own Malefic Incantation, and kill it off in Resolution Phase, when, or not in Resolution Phase, but whenever we clash, or when we clash on the stack, we can respond with that accordingly.
It will be the Creepers. We're pitching Widespread Ruin to facilitate it in response.
Resolve my Creeper's activation.
And we will fire off the Deadwood Dirge. Where's it going?
I'll dirge my Malefic.
Eats the Malefic. I like this a lot, because if we find ourselves dirging a Rune Chant to try and generate enough here, and Filippo is smart and takes a Rune Chant away from you, all of a sudden your Deep Recesses doesn't work anymore. And so this is so much safer when you expect to lose this clash. Means the turn will still come together at the cost of a Malefic Incantation. Oh!
I didn't have to worry.
Didn't have to worry about it. It is Daddy's house on top of the deck in the face of a Putrid Stirrings, but ultimately correct to not risk it. Your turn is in serious pain if things go wrong, but Bravado not found, as the gold main estate is the point of pain this time on top of the deck there for Filippo. Not easy to lose clashes as a deck like Victor, but hey-ho, it does happen. Putrid Stirrings. No attack value on that one either, but more than enough in this case to not lose a Rune Chant and not lose any value.
So Shahmir did absolutely the best play possible, making sure that he had all the bells and whistles in order to make sure that he had a most powerful turn possible considering the circumstances. But this Clash of Bravado missing, making sure that the Rune Chants will stay around for the upfollowing turn, or the upfollowing attack.
Thinking of sticking around. Daddy's house does stick around on top of the deck. Well worth watching that one, as the deep recesses of existence make themselves known. This shiny new all-star from Compendium of Wraith has proven to be very impressive, as we've seen it from Vynnset over the last 2 weekends. When the combat chain closes, you may, don't have to, can banish this face down if you'd like. If you do, every hero that has lost life this turn will banish a card from their graveyard. That means you can eat Phoenix Flames and opposing problems. You can also banish your Coals, your Funeral Moons, play them as instants and get all tricky with many shadow shenanigans.
I also love this heads-up play from Shahmir, making sure to not disconnect the Deathly Veil, making sure that whenever we close this chain, we will populate Rune Chants for our next turn. So it's a really beautiful heads-up play here from Shahmir, not committing all of the Rune Chants on this specific turn, making sure that he has Rune Chants available in his upcoming turn as well.
Succumbs Temptation, comes on through as instant to rebuy the action point, enables Flail of Agony to be paid for, doesn't connect just yet, but this means Shahmir will be the beneficiary of both modes of Deadly Whale. It will be 2 Rune Chants there, and Deep Recesses can banish a card for Vynnset as well to set up and go bigger when the next assault comes through. Flail of Agony showing its prowess in being the only attack that requires life to attack with.
And I think this also is a beautiful play, making sure that Filippo is not getting the maximum value out of his defensive equipment. I mean, you're getting some value because if the rune chant, or if the if the Flail of Agony connects, it will make a rune chant. So this Aurum of IJlst, even though it blocked for 1 technically, it also blocked out the rune chant generation accordingly.
Just to confirm here, Shahmir would like to check when the combat chain closes if the Deathly Whale that was on the chain is in the graveyard to be banished with Deep Recesses of Existence. I believe the answer is yes, but again, this is what we have judges for. I can't help but note a synergy I hadn't really thought about until just now either. Putrid Stirrings, having blocked early, is sitting in the graveyard, and that's also a pretty good one to Deep Recesses in the late turns of the game. The more I watch this deck, the more I learn about how much cool stuff you can do, and man, I'm going to play something stupid at Yokohama. I can just feel it.
I was also thinking about the same thing. Like, whenever you close the chain, does both of these attacks end up in the banish zone at the same time and then trigger accordingly? I would imagine that is the case, which means that Shahmir should be able to choose his Red Deathly Whale that is already hitting the banish zone at the same time as the DRE, that is also a legal target for him to choose for the DRE effect, as that is being put on the stack as these cards enter the graveyard accordingly. But yeah, again, as you say, there are so many intricacies to this deck, and that is also why it's not the most beginner-friendly deck to pick up and play, and it's showing itself to be one of the most difficult decks to pilot. And yet again, why I'm also so amazed by any player who can bring it out and show how to perform in this calling.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good showing all in all as to what Vynnset can do so far in this game. We've kind of alluded to a few tricks already. I do think that we are in this kind of weird spot so far where Filippo is adapting to Shahmir in real time. I think a lot of the Vynnsets we saw kind of getting to grips with the deck heading into the weekend against these slower decks, more inclined to build up 3, 4, 5 attacks in the banish zone, but Shahmir not worried about pulling the trigger on Spellbound Creepers, understands that, again, I should get 2 to 3 activations out of this at some point. If I'm not finding my Fasting Carcasses, my Movrian Skies, my Shadow Puppetries, I can bank on finding those later, so I can afford to use my Spellbound Creepers now. Doesn't have the fear, and Filippo not in a position to punish that over the course of this game. The Arcane Damage has found a way to make its way through. So, sounds like we have our resolution. Again, well worth checking in the top 8 of Calling if you're unsure about how things work. And so DRE will banish itself face down, and the Whale is available as we expected to select as a target here. Will be banished, and Shahmir will just take a moment to fan through the yard, and I'll banish something from yours. I guess there's some things that... this is surprisingly relevant in case Remembrance is in the deck. It's a non-zero chance. I wouldn't expect it, but Remembrance buying Clash of Bravado could be a kick in the face later in the game, so why not get rid of it?
Exactly. It's still a relevant decision for Shahmir to take, and I absolutely respect that he is taking his considerations accordingly, making sure that he is doing the right thing, covering all of his bases accordingly. And this is exactly why we picked an attack action card to hit the bin with the Deathly Whale, because we just drew another full non-attack hand.
And it is the balance of playing a deck like Vynnset, understanding what needs to be banished, why. And Shahmir correctly saying, I'll have a think here. This one is not the most intuitive banish. We're looking at Putrid Stirrings, Funeral Moon, Reduced to Rune Chant, and Malefic Incantation. You're staring at the Moon and the Putrid Stirrings, I would imagine, depending on the choices here. But with no attack available, you've got to decide if this is a turn that you're happy to commit Deathly Whale and try and push damage, because if you don't, the Spellbound Creepers are guaranteed to shatter, even though it might be kind of likely they do.
I think this rune... Sorry? What's the name of the card?
Reduce the Rune Chant?
Reduce the Rune Chant, thank you. I believe this Reduce the Rune Chant is really, really clutch here, because we're looking at another setup turn, most likely. So banking something in your banish zone, packing this Reduce the Rune Chant into your arsenal, and just anticipating that you will probably see some clapback, because you're not going to present that much offensive this turn. And I believe that Shahmir is playing for having these bigger, longer attacking chains that overwhelms their opponent, making sure that he gets the power through. You will not get through a Guardian deck just pushing one attack at a time. You need to sequence these accordingly in order to get the max value out of it.
So Stirrings going into the banish zone is coming straight back out. We are pitching the Malefic Incantation away to facilitate a Vynnset activation here, which of course Deathly Whale will be online, we'll be generating more rune chants as a result. So we are +5 on the next rune gate of this turn. So we're going to be 3 arcane and a nice healthy 11 points of physical damage from this Deathly Whale. That first rune chant is unpreventable. If Filippo takes care of at least 2, we have the potential to shut down this Spellbound Creepers. We know the Funeral Moon can be played if damage is taken as well, but 11 physical makes this a bit of a brain melter with both players sitting at 22.
So that was one thing I didn't consider, because if we're taking an off turn, we're not presenting any rune chants on our opponents, and that means our Spellbound Creepers is going to break. So what Shahmir is doing now is presenting, okay, do you want to kill my Spellbound Creepers? You will have to pull some strings in order to make that happen.
Shahmir is confirming for Filippo there, I will need to deal 2 arcane damage if I want my shoes to survive, and so taking the first one, again, good sportsmanship here. You can technically try and prevent the arcane damage that Vynnset has made unpreventable. And we're going to see Funeral Moon. Okay, Shahmir showing the expertise again. Funeral Moon played as an instant, as a shadow action once that first rune chant has connected. You pay for Vynnset again, makes the last rune chant unpreventable, forces through a second point of arcane damage, and so Spellbound Creepers will survive the turn despite a whole blue being given up from Filippo to try and take it away.
I mean, what a heads-up play from Samee. This is why he is at the top tables today. I mean, that was a line I did not see a million miles away. Just a beautiful display here by Samee. Again, protecting his Spellbound Creepers and for another round can be what makes or breaks this tournament for him.
3 cards left in hand for Filippo, and the hands are slowly getting ahead. This is a bit of a punishing way to learn these synergies for our Victor player, who will bust the rest of the hand to soak up as much damage as possible. We'll see a Trounce on top, so it's time to clash. Oh no!
Pummel!
Pummel on top. Is it time to re-roll? It's Machinations of Dominion on the other side, and the stress hits Filippo Barbani. Do you give up your gold to try again and try to win this Trounce?
Man. What are the upsides of doing this? I believe it's worth it.
Okay, gold goes away. Who are we flipping? Of course, it will be Victor. Pummel on the bottom. Let's take a look at what we find on top instead. Command and Conquer. Far more rewarding. The second reveal from the Trounce. No! Visit the Gold Main Estate. Bumps into Oblivion. And the Trounce is trounced.
It's trounced. I mean, none of these players are going to get the upside effects of Trounce, so that is at least something.
Move to close the combat chain.
Could have been a position where Shahmir had won the second Trounce effect, but no can do when the Victor is about to manipulate those clashes accordingly.
3 rune chants found, 1 on top of Shamir's deck worth taking into consideration that we learnt about from that clash. Oblivion, not currently available and online. There is only 3 rune chants in play. But summoning out Nazareth, the Soul Harrower, definitely a way to extend these turns if we can get to 6 rune chants. Worth remembering, you can respond to your rune chants as they trigger, so if Shahmir can find a way to get to 6 while some of them are attacking, that will still do the job.
A little bit of a clunky hand, I think. Yeah, Shahmir agrees.
What gave it away?
He is not super excited to look down this hand.
I will...
So debating which card to banish, the Deathly Whale does seem to be the choice at the moment, but not happy about it, it would appear. Yellow Whale into the banish zone for a 4th rune chant. Wouldn't surprise me if this is the slow turn to try and get to those 6 rune chants to make Oblivion come together. We do see Malefic Incantation in hand to go alongside it, and again, that patented graveyard check here. How many of each thing remains? Because I need to be really careful not to screw it up.
I believe this Oblivion play is the way to go for Shahmir, because presenting an ally on board that is having 6 health to its disposal, it's not the easiest thing in the world for Victor to deal with, and it's not really something you want to have your opponent have sticking around for all of the offensive capabilities that comes with it.
I'm not sure, because if I'm not mistaken, definitely Delight is in hand here, so we could theoretically throw an attack from the hand, but I kind of agree with you, it just doesn't feel super appealing. The question for Shahmir, I think, is whether or not it is time to fire more damage. You have to keep the pressure on while Victor feels so far behind. So we're going to see the Malefic Incantation, but no, wait, the Grimoire. The Grimoire can do it. We make a 5th rune chant from the Malefic Incantation. As an instant, we break the Grimoire of Felling Song. It makes the 6th rune chant, and you can play out the Oblivion. There is ways to make it happen. Combination of 6 rune chants is more than enough to usher in the age of Oblivion. And Nazareth, the Soul Harvester, hits the battlefield. Again, our expert Shadow Runeblade knows all the sequencing and knows how to make it work. Great showing for the brand new book from Compendium of Wraith. Prior to this, the most recent set, this play simply wasn't possible.
I mean, what an amazing display yet again. I'm here baffling at this play. I was looking at his hand. I'm not seeing this play from a mile away. Yet Shahmir was like, you know what? I'm getting this Nazareth out now. I'll find a way. And it definitely does. Wow, I'm so amazed by Shahmir's just the pure ability and skill that this guy is showing us right now. I am so flabbergasted.
So no creepers at the moment, at least, as we know it's a Deathly Delight in the hand. We're going to see the Iron Fist Revelation and visit the Goldmane estate, jumping in front of this Deathly Whale, I should say.
Move to end my turn.
And the end of the turn will come. It's worth knowing, of course, no go again there, no go again on Oblivion or Nazareth either. Oblivion, of course, an instant in this case. So the demon summoned, but forced to take a turn sitting in the back seat while we wait for these Shadow Puppetries, Mothering and Skies, these kind of go again sources we've been talking about all game that have not arrived for Shahmir yet. And yeah, no, we're not about that life. No, get out of here, Soul Demon. Command and Conquer comes straight for your skull. Feels like a really big win here for Filippo. The hammer, of course, doesn't take care of Nazareth all by itself. And so having a timely attack to sink the demon, good place to be.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward conundrum here for Shahmir. Filippo having the absolute perfect response to this Nazareth, being able to take care of it immediately. But it also gives Shahmir some more breathing room, because that is exactly the evasion we need sometimes to take our options into account.
Is the answer from Shahmir, and I would hazard a guess that is not the most satisfactory hand. We are looking at Widespread Destruction, DRE. That reduced to Rune Chant, and a copy of Revel in Rune Blood alongside the Deep Recesses of Existence. And so, debating how to navigate this. Grasp of the Arknight, of course, a little expensive right now, but an easy way to filter away some of these excess cards if you have nothing to do with them. We'll get you to that 4th Rune Chant if you try really, really hard.
And I believe we have still that one reduced Rune Chant left in our arsenal, so we have some blocking capabilities to go about. So probably looking at another setup turn here, making sure that we are setting us up for success in the next upcoming turn.
So I think it's definitely Delight in the arsenal here
for
Shahmir, actually, as we do have that reduced to Rune Chant in hand this time. So Grasp will be activated for 5 resources here. And now this is a big part of the plan in these matchups. You don't have the same explosivity as you do from a card like Vexing Quill hand, but you can keep that deck density high and still find yourself with some Rune Chant generation by using Grasp of the Arknight to build pitch stacks, save those Rune Gate attacks that you need, and make sure that there's enough Rune Chants in play for you to do the things that you want to do. So the Destruction will hang out in the Banished Zone for now, a little bit later. Filippo going to take note of the cards that are going to the bottom of the deck, courtesy of Grasp of the Arknight, and finally gets a full 4-card hand to try and mount some meaningful offense on the way back after some Shadow Puppetry indeed.
And I think this is an excellent end of his turn as well, making sure that we have the setup necessary in order to go wide on our upcoming turns. Not committing this Widespread Destruction on this turn for that sense exactly.
21 to 20, yes.
Players just confirming a Blood Debt was taken for Widespread Destruction at the end of the turn. 21 went to 20. And we are now 20 plays 19 as the momentum shifts back to Victor Goldmane, high and mighty. We do see a hand hitting the table again. Players keep doing this to me today.
Unfortunate.
Double checking that we can see what's going on before panning over. And then they like to keep deucing me nonetheless as I switch the camera angle. So we'll find out when you do what Filippo is working with here. I think it's a thunk and a pummel in the hand. Looks like a fake for scene there as well, perhaps. So a bit of an awkward mishmash of defensive and offensive tools. Maybe not what you were hoping for when given the room to breathe.
Yeah, we're already committed a couple of CNCs at this point, so having these pummel try and connect with a CNC is a little bit harder to do right now. So I'm curious to see if he decides to pack this pummel into his arsenal, or if he decides to put his Fate Foreseen into the arsenal, depending on which way he decides to go. Decides to pitch the Fate Foreseen here, okay?
I think there's 2 of them.
There's 2 of them?
I'm not entirely sure, but I think there is a pummel and another Defense React in the hand of Filippo. We'll see in just a moment, I'm sure, but a 4-card Titan's Fist after a sharp turn from Vynnset is very disappointing. Deathly Delight will block 3 here to keep the life totals relatively even. 19 falling down to 19. And we will Arsenal a card and move on and try again. Back over to Shahmir Samee, rocking that Shadow Runeblade. Vynnset, Iron Maiden will banish a card to start the turn. It will be Carl this time around. 5th Rune Chant generated as we look to go bigger and bigger. The call will be played pretty immediately in fact, here to try and rip a card out of both players' hands into the banish zone.
Okay, so I'll banish Deep Recesses.
Deep Recesses will be the card banished this time. You may choose whatever you like, says Shahmir. And we see Test of Strength that's entered the hand as well. And this, look at Filippo. This is not the face of a happy player as things stand right now. This is not going to plan. There are permutations he hadn't considered. It will be the pummel disappearing, potentially, away for now.
I think Shahmir was pretty happy to see that pummel, though. He's like, yeah, that's one threat that I didn't have to deal with.
And so now we see the setup parts coming to fruition. It is just Cole to put Deep Recesses in the banish zone, take a card away from Filippo to hopefully not hit quite so hard, while setting ourselves up to hopefully find a go-again source, which is definitely the thing that's been eluding Shahmir so far, to chain these attacks together. Debilitate for 8 comes across as the return fire attack here. You see Test of Strength being pitched away. 8 physical damage. First attack will be slightly smaller if you let it crush.
The life totals are creeping on downward. We're past the halfway point already. Shahmir is trying his harder to understand what is his best options from here on out. We do have the Malefic Incantation in hand with the Succumb to go with it.
Succumb to Temptation, such an interesting one here because it theoretically serves as a source of go again, but only if your opponent lets it. And if we do a quick check, which I feel like a player like Filippo will do, you can kind of expect Succumb. If you prevent the arcane damage, then you're only going to see the one attack one way or the other, regardless of how things go about. And that's why Shahmir is debating blocking with it here, trying to buy a little more time and just finding these puppetries, these Movrian Skies, the things that make it work. This deck's look very impressive so far, but we're getting to the point where we really need some go again to go big and finish this game, so that Victor doesn't just brick wall us out. A rightfully dramatic sigh, not surprised, and a nose blow from Filippo as
We're that part of the tournament.
equally pleasant. Yeah, we've all got the con crud now. Blocking 6 on a stability, so no crush coming through. It is both of the Rune Gate attacks playing defense as Shahmir falls to 15.
Shot of tunnel, tick Tunic.
And Tunic will tick up. Vynnset will trigger and banish the Succumb to Temptation here. The 6th Rune Chant generated. Malefic played out. The question is it time to pull the trigger on one of these attacks? Or, oh, no, still okay, still comfortable waiting. I like this a lot. I think Shahmir understands the assignment, but it's scary. Down to 13 we go as it's back over to Filippo, who again has 5 cards to work with. Shahmir again with no go-again source once those Spellbound Creepers are broken. And it is time to play with Daddy's money. Visit Goldmane Estate will come on down to generate some might for us, courtesy of a gold token. Oh no, in fact we burned a gold token, did we not? So no might, do not pass go, just a replacement gold token and drawing a replacement card.
Indeed. Unfortunately, we had to dismiss one of our goals in order to protect ourselves on the last Trowns clashing. So, yeah, Shahmir in the blender here, not having that go again available to him. I mean, we have the Machinations of Dominion. We do have the Shadow of Puppetry that enables us to go wide, and that is exactly what Shahmir needs at this point in time. And he has all the setup in the world to just go ahead and go at it. But this hand does not allow it.
One thing I will note so far, I don't think we've seen a widespread ruin from Shahmir either. Makes me wonder if you choose to play Fasting Carcass or widespread ruin to try and mitigate the risk of one hitting the other to do the thing and trap one in the banish zone. We'll have to watch as the rest of the cards come up as to whether either one finally makes an appearance in the matchup.
I'm curious to see if we're going to see this debilitate or disable come down yet again.
Big red one comes on across the line, threatening the Arsenal this time around. So 9 ball on the red disable. On crush, excuse me, will put a card from the Arsenal on the bottom of the deck.
And Shahmir does not want to take any extra damage from this point onward, but the question remains, how do we convert this hand into something that is offensive enough? Our options are limited.
Face Purgatory still lurking around, could try and fix this hand for Shahmir if so inclined, but tend to like to use that one to beat the pummel when you expect it to arrive, and so giving it up, not always the most enjoyable feeling. It is Grasp of the Arknight. It is currently on the combat chain. Looks like it's being joined by a couple of cards from the hand. Potentially keep this disable in check and keep the Arsenal where it is.
I love to see these red disables as well, because it does present Victor with more options in terms of disruption.
1 damage bleeds through. It's 19 plays 12 as the shadows start to catch up with Vynnset. Iron Maiden. Grasp of the Arknight expended. 2 more rune gates blocked with here as we make our way back to Shahmir. We'll have to banish another card from the hand. It's Deathly Wail that's being banished to make another rune chant here. And now the question is way more problematic. Can you afford to take 3 blood debt to keep the clip in the chamber? Tunic activated. Envelop in darkness comes from the hand, would certainly suggest it is time to do something. We cannot wait forever. Vynnset will be activated here, pays a life to facilitate this first rune chant being unpreventable, and we will get your deep recesses of existence screaming across into Filippo's board space. It's about sending a message, actually. We have all these aura permanents. My attack is in your face, all of your face.
And you will take damage because one of these rune shots are unpreventable thanks to Vynnset's ability.
From 2 Malefics. So I had a yellow Malefic with 1 counter, which I've just put in the graveyard.
Players just confirming that there was 2 Malefics in place. There should be 2 in the back as things go the way they should. 8 rune chants, 9 physical. The deep reset is on pain triggered. Looming shadows can continue to buy things like Funeral Moon, Cull perhaps, Putrid Stirrings at this point in the game. Who knows?
You'll never know when there's a secret card in Arsenal looming above your head, Filippo. Not sure how we're going to combat this turn the most effective way possible.
Yep.
So we take the first rune chant. Can't do anything about that one. So 18 plays 11. 7 rune chants left alongside the 9 physical.
So 17 damage total on this turn so far.
You can run them all, it's fine.
So running them all here is going to prevent 6 of these. 1 left will bleed on over to make Filippo fall to 17. 9 physical with 2 cards remaining in hand for Filippo. It's an Enlightened Strike and an unknown card. That is now the tough question. Is it time for you to take some heat, to put the pressure on Vynnset, or do you continue to play this slow, methodic game to keep the damage in check? 3 leaking over, 14 plays 11. As these Enlightened Strikes play defense. Deep Recesses will turn itself face down to banish a card from the yard. And now Cole looking far more unappealing because there are no cards left in the hand of Filippo. Funeral Moon, a choice, but any extra Rune Gate attack would mean more blood debt adding up for Shahmir at the end of the turn. So a difficult choice.
But definitely a real question here for Filippo, who could definitely take 9 damage, but that puts him in a situation where he's on a little bit of an awkward position in terms of life total. But if he's gonna take that, he wants to present this E-Strike for 7 on the offensive, and that is already pushing a pressure on Shahmir's side of the table, because he knows he's gonna take a little bit of blood debt this turn, one way or another. So the life totals will start to creep down on Shahmir's side as well. But I think Filippo took the correct route out and made sure to stay as healthy as possible, putting the question on Shahmir's side of the table to like, okay, can you find another pop-off turn in order to get over the defenses that I have available?
You can tell Shahmir is such a vocal player. Definitely not Putrid Stirrings, announced the 8 out loud. It's Funeral Moon and Cull being pulled to the front of the hand, and I admire the fact we're considering Cull. Extra blood debt would be taken to enable it, but it might be what you need to force through the wall when you eventually find your ability to do so. Will knock a card out of the opponent's hand. Funeral Moon definitely feels like the most safe option here. Will be played immediately as an instant because you have dealt damage this turn. Extra rune chat will be generated and less blood debt being taken to keep the wheels spinning. Moves to end, takes 2 blood debt, falls down to 9. Drawing back up here for Shahmir.
And I think Shahmir is pretty happy with this. So we see the shadow puppetry. We see the
Machination
shadow
is also
puppetry
in the
and the
hands.
machination. This could be huge. But yeah, Shahmir is probably super happy with how that turn ended, because it left his opponent with no cards left in hand. We still leaked some damage through, and we set up ourselves for another big bonk turn. And that is exactly what I expect Shahmir to present to us right now.
So, what do we banish? It's Widespread Destruction. Ends up in the banished zone to make that 4th enchant. And Shahmir echoing our own feelings here in the booth. Shadow Puppetry finally found. Vynnset will pay a life. It is about forcing through the damage again and activating that Deathly Wail. Make sure 2 rune chants will be generated by this. Because if you do, well, that plus Malefic Incantation is enough to send Widespread Destruction, let alone 3 unknown cards that might make things even more disgusting.
I missed if Shahmir took damage on the Shadow Puppetry for the Vynnset trigger or not.
He did.
He did.
Just Pay a Life fell down to 8, enables this Deathly Whale regardless of what Filippo chooses to do. Of course, could play a staunch defense here to try and keep that second Rune Chant away, but blocking out 10, using your hand and then facing whatever comes next, not the most pleasant thing to do, especially given there are so many unknown permutations in the arsenal and the 2 cards in hand from Shahmir.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if it's possible for us to go 3 wide this turn. With the widespread destruction and the machinations, and then play out the... I believe there is a...
I think it depends on the arsenal. I don't know what's in there, unfortunately. Right behind you prevents the Rune Chance here. It is 7 go again from this Deathly Whale. Now Filippo looking at a hand that contains the 3rd inline strike, Golden Sun and Headbutt on this side of the table.
Probably not super happy to let this attack connect, considering the Shadow Puppetry on hit could present himself with some more options.
It was that second Fate Foreseen that was parked in the arsenal so many turns ago. Now coming in clutch to cover up the breakpoint on this Shadow Puppetry Deathly Whale. Really could have spiraled out of control. An opt found that Filippo has to deliberate on. Not sure if this top card is worth keeping or not. Looks like a Boulder Drop in red to me on top of the deck. Can understand why that one might be an intriguing choice. It's an impressive on-hit, but reds in general a little dangerous when the Rune Chants start flying.
Bottoming it? Yeah, cool.
Bottoms the Boulder Drop. No reactions here, so the chain will be closed. We're going to see Rune Chants generated for both players losing life here. Unpreventable Rune Chants came through. Shahmir, of course, hurting himself to do that. And then Malefic Incantation filling the bill on the 3rd. That Machinations will come on out to go overpower and continue the turn again. It is 3 and 6 with go again and overpower, and your arsenal would be gone if you had one.
Yeah, we luckily had that Fate Foreseen stuck in that arsenal, so the on-hit here is not effective at this point in time. But yeah, Filippo is staring down a conundrum. We have 13 life to play with. We're staring down 9 with a potential risk of more damage coming down the line. I think we are healthy enough to survive this turn, but the question is, are we healthy enough to survive another turn after this?
6 go again overpower. The overpower you can live with 1 card in hand. The go again is the scary part, given your opponent chose to deploy this Machinations. You have to wonder if that arsenal is a Deadwood Dirge that would chain all this together. It is simply a Deathly Delight from the arsenal, which is good enough. This is still just a 3rd attack. It's 5 that will gain a life when the combat chain closes. Great way to spend all these cards for Shahmir, successfully converting damage, just breaking through Victor Goldmane's infamous defenses.
A masterful display here by Shahmir, going 3 wide here with thanks to the Machinations and the Shadow Puppetry, and Filippo does not want to go down to this low of a life total.
Iron Fist Revelation will simply jump in front to cover up some of the damage. Falls to 6 as 4 points bleed through. 2 life being gained from Deathly Delight. Both players took damage, and therefore you will gain a life for each. Players just confirming life totals here. Ends up on 9 when all is said and done. Goes to 10 from the life gain. Goes back to 9 from Widespread Destruction, pinging for a point of Blood Debt. And Filippo just passing back again. Shahmir.
Shadow Puppetry.
So it's a bit late on these. We are looking for Rune Chant generators now, ideally. It is just a single Malefic Incantation left in play. And no way to get that Widespread Destruction out just yet with no Rune Chants in place. Puppetry, a good one to park in the arsenal, perhaps, but Widespread Ruin turning up in hand, worth noting. Haven't seen those doing great work so far, but one of the more impressive Majestics in general for the deck.
Yeah, Cole being my spoiler card. Love to see her.
I forgot about that, yeah. You are to blame for this.
It's my responsibility. No, but it's a lovely card, but it has not come to full effect this turn because Filippo is happily blocking with all of his card whenever Shahmir is trying to get over the top, so to say, with all of the offensive powers that he has available to him. Cole being a little bit more oppressive when your opponent does not want to block and you are just forcing cards out of their hands with this Cole activated.
Reaching for the Cole to keep the turn going. Will just be played out from the Banish Zone with no bonus, and so we'll rip a card away from Filippo. So Cole going first is important. This is a small nuance, but you do have the information about what your opponent is choosing to banish before you choose to banish from your hand. So Eloquent Eulogy will be the banish. What will Filippo take away from the hand we are looking at? It is Boulder Drop ×2. Spinal Crush, Riches of Trebodani. That's not a whole lot of resources right there. So it will be Boulder Drop disappearing. And no doubt 2 life lost from Shahmir. It's 6th place, 7 this time around. The game getting closer and closer. And I have no surprises here. I fully expect this Riches and Spinal Crush to be pitched away to enable Boulder Drop, make a gold in the process, and hopefully draw a card. No, I like this.
I like this.
We'll go spinning. The goal replaces itself, so this is kind of free
if
you don't draw a red.
What if you draw a red?
Don't draw a red? Simply don't draw a red. So we're all good. We found ourselves with a card from Victor, and of course a card from the gold. So Cranial Crush from one of those, Debilitate from the other. Gives us some more options. We can throw a slightly bigger attack now in the form of Debilitate. Sadly, no Spinal Crush, which that one would have been nice if 2 blues had come off. Alas, no dice. You can go fishing again, though, if you want to take the chance on the gold.
No, but I love this play from Filippo. The upside, if he would have hit 2 blues, was his ability to be able to send the Spinal Crush at this point in time. But unfortunately, we did not hit that. But as you say, we could potentially solve that by pulling another gold and hoping there's another blue on top. But is that the risk we're willing to take at this point?
This is where the best players find the edge. Do you need to take the risk to win the game? Is Spinal Crush the only way you can keep your foot on momentum and take Shahmir away from multiple attacks? Because if it is, you have to take the risk. You have to go spinning. If you miss, it's a disaster. If you don't, it might be what you need. The backup, of course, just to debilitate, a Boulder Drop perhaps, if you prefer that form of interaction. A very tough decision. No, we're good. Okay, I lied. We have 2 reds. I can't count. It's been a lot. It's been a long day, folks.
I can't count either. Of course,
it's been a long day.
Possible.
Give me a break. There's a lot of reds. We did draw a red and a blue, not just 2 reds to start with. We're fine to Spinal Crush. So, okay, I'm not surprised by this. Less exciting than I made it sound.
But Shahmir is on top of it. He's like, I know exactly what I need in order to make this work for me. I have the Revel in Broom Blood. I have the Deathly Veil in hand. I have the Shadow Puppetry. We're just going to block with this Widespread Ruin with the heads, pieces, and equipment and the grasps to make sure that we are staying healthy. And I am just going to send it swinging my turn.
Math is hard.
Math is hard.
Back to Shahmir we go. 2 rune gates waiting after a very quick defense with that face Purgatory to keep Spinal Crush in check. Clearly has a plan of action. As the turn begins, Vynnset will banish from the start of turn trigger. Definitely Whale disappearing into the banish zone. As you previously alluded, I believe Shadow Puppetry available, and Filippo Barbani is going through it right now.
He's going through the motions, that's for sure.
That was really bad, me. Oh well.
That was really bad, me. Shahmir unhappy with the decision that was just made. That's well worth noting. It is Revel in Rune Blood and Shadow Puppetry in the hand.
I'm curious what he's alluding to, but...
it still looks pretty good to me, but I'll be honest, I failed to count to 5 a moment ago, so...
What do I know?
You know, there was a tunic there at all as well, so, you know, not my finest moment. Puppetry will go through, paying 1 to make a rune chant unpreventable here. So the Eulogy will need to be relied on here to make this come together. That's 2 rune chants will allow it to do so. 1 will be made from that Malefic incantation.
Making 1 in the back.
2 and 5, thanks to that Puppetry bonus. Of course, has a little on hit.
On hit, I can look at and bounce the top card of my deck.
And if damage is taken, that Eloquence token will be made.
Now this is a nasty presentation. Filippo doesn't know this yet, but there's a ton of more rune chants coming his way. And Shahmir has all the possibilities to make this work.
I think a little bit is a fair statement, I think, from Filippo here.
But I'm curious why you didn't lead with the Deathly Veil at this point.
Only 2 rune chants. Didn't have the
only
ability
2 rune chants, never mind.
Didn't have. Yeah, we're both doing it now. It's been a long calling. Math is hard. 2, not 3. 5 is 5.
So we're only going to be able to see another attack coming up after this one, because we're not going to have rune chants to get out another rune gate attack at this point in time.
So we have played non-attack attack, so Revel is online,
Exactly.
which does enable a follow-up attack from the banished zone.
First is unpreventable.
So the first one is unpreventable, both players correctly remembering that. So Filippo will bleed down to 5 here with that 1 rune chat remaining, and I understand the stress. It is a pretty unformidable position to find yourself in.
Do you commit your equipment at this point to cover up this 5? And
Tunic-
deny the shadow puppetry?
The tunic here of interest, I guess. If you're covering the rune chant, you could definitely deny the puppetry without giving up more cards, but we will just pitch the blue away instead.
5 go.
Fair assumption. I think it's likely there are more rune chants coming down the pipeline to get those blood debt attacks out of the banished zone. But a good question from yourself. Covering 5 not easy on a single card. We'll reach for the trounce here. Just the trounce blocking. It's time to clash.
First one.
And we have
Spinal Crush on top.
Yep.
5 for Shahmir, so it will be a win for Victor. And
No
a
way! Filippo, no! No, we really needed that gold. We needed to draw that extra card this turn. We needed that defenses to happen this turn.
Oh, we're re-rolling. We still have the ability
We
to
still have the
re-roll
ability.
with Victor, but these pummels, these
They
the
are
Coleman
not
estates,
where we want them to be.
they have been so painful.
We're
It will be
doing
the
it.
goal cashed in to re-roll. Pummel goes away. We find Cranial Crush.
There we go.
Okay.
We saved it.
Trounce is fine. Gold remade. Might.
And
And of
Vigor.
course the Vigor. And most importantly, I think,
A
the
card.
bonus card being drawn to
We
try
needed
and...
that card so bad. Filippo doesn't know it yet, but he needed that card desperately.
No reaction, me. Any from you?
Take 2.
Taking 2, 3 plays 3 as Eloquent
Trigger.
Eulogy leaks through. Shadow Puppetry will trigger. What do we find on top of the deck? It is that Malefic Incantation we knew was there.
We knew that.
And so, unsurprisingly,
Shahmir still
I
looks a
want
bit surprised.
no, I think this makes a lot of sense. Like, at this point in the game, it's going to be really hard to get 3 turns of value out of Malefic Incantation, in theory, if you chain together another big attack
Sure.
here. So leaving it on top, they're happy to draw it, but banishing it, tempting just to get it out of the way, at the very least. Thinks it is going to be good enough,
Close combat chain.
but a meaningful decision. So the chain will
Make
close.
Eloquence.
Eloquence token will be made, courtesy of the Eloquent Eulogy.
Interesting. Or we were going to close the chain
3
regardless
cards in
because
hand.
of these non-attacks in hand, so...
If we're reveling, that would certainly be the name of the game.
Question is if we're going to commit to the Shadow Puppetry on this turn as well. There's 1 more point of damage. The on-hit is irrelevant at this point in time.
It's also maybe an unpreventable rune chant, but would bring you to 2 in the process.
That is true.
Time something.
That is true.
3 cards in hand for Filippo, acknowledged moments ago by Shahmir, and so does understand the likelihood of breaking through with this next attack, and it is time for that patented graveyard check TM. See what is left, and it is Revel in Rune Blood time. We'll make those 4 rune chants up to 5 and send another volley. The Eloquence token amounts to nothing. Its widespread destruction roars on through. 5 and 6 is the question to a 3-life Victor Goldmane.
11 points of damage to Filippo, staring down at 3 life. We have 2 floating and 1 tunic counter up.
Tunic counter definitely worth observing in this spot. If it makes a difference to dying, 2 floating currently would bring you down to 3 rune chants, and the tunic might cover another one to put you to 1. But 1 against Vynnset, really not where you want to be. He does make those shadow non-attack actions very, very scary.
Definitely so.
Filippo looking at those 3 cards again, did get to draw the bonus 1 from the gold generated from the trounce after re-rolling that second clash. Got the pummel up and out of the way. It is a thunk at the front of the hand, the other 2 cards being very carefully hidden by our master guardian player.
How are we getting out of this situation? The only thing we know, this does not have go again. There's no way for Samee to present anything else after this, but how do we stay on top of it? We're probably not looking at utilizing those Vigor and Might tokens on our turn, but having the option to send this Golden Sun would have been absolutely amazing, but we need these cards in order to survive this turn.
That's the pain. Golden Sun had options. Shahmir with the deck count.
15.
15 cards remaining. If Filippo can simply hold on.
Hold the line.
Not in the hand, thankfully, but...
No, but I really like that Shahmir is keeping the Shadow Puppetry in hand, just in case he needs another turn to just go wide at it.
Firmly in the blender in what feels like a game-deciding turn here in the quarterfinals of Toulouse. 12-turn game so far, over 56 minutes expended, and every inch and resource has been found from both our players. Some high-stakes moments, some failed math. What more could you ask for? Quarterfinal match.
I didn't realize we have already been in this game for 56 minutes. This has been a knockoff game.
Yeah, sorry, I just presumed you were. That's fine. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, players confirming 5 rune chance being covered, 6 being blocked. So, blunting the assault, 3 plays 2 as the demons come knocking for Shahmir Samee. It is Malefic Incantation, Widespread Ruin, Cull, and Machinations on top. We'll see Vigor token cashed in, Tunic cashed in to break the goal, looking for a blue to threaten a hammer swing, and finds it. Will meaningfully pressure the hand of Shahmir from a Vigor token that had to be found from Trounce alongside the Tunic, and now you cannot keep all your cards, Rune Blade. You do not get to hit me quite as hard.
Oh wow, this is really a nail biter of a game. Finding that blue was exactly what Filippo needed in order to present some type of offense on this Titan Fist. This is the Titan's Fist coming in for 5, by the way.
It is. The Might token makes it even bigger. A single card, not good enough to keep the Titan's Fist in check. But again, you look at the Tunic. Is it finally time? Okay, so I did notice this during the game. Shahmir did accidentally put some rune gates that were supposed to be in the graveyard into the Banish Zone when closing up a combat chain. Shahmir just moving the non-blood deck cards out of the way has now found them. It's a very easy accident to make, and unsurprisingly, let's call a judge and get this resolved the way that it should be. We can trace things back, find out where they came from, and make sure this game reaches a conclusion that it should. Because, unsurprisingly, if those were there, it would have changed multiple turns for Shahmir, and he also might have been dead at several points a couple turns ago. So we'll have them navigate it, we'll make sure we clean it up. But as far as we're concerned, they just should have been in the graveyard. Placed in the wrong place.
Definitely. I think it's a very unfortunate situation here for Shahmir, and we saw that happen quite early on in the game, and so that has been around for quite some time at this point. I'm curious to hear how this judge call is going to pan out. It's probably going to take a little bit because there's a lot of things that has happened since the occurrence of these cards ending up in the Banish Zone from the beginning. But what a game so far. It's been a complete nail-biter compared to what I thought it was going to be.
There's not a lot of more you can ask for from a game of Flesh and Blood. This has been pretty spectacular. It's gotten to the point where my brain is slush, your brain is slush, I'm sure their brains are slush too. And I want to make that clear. The lights of the feature match area are not easy to play under for anybody. It's a stressful situation and mistakes do happen. So I'm glad we can hopefully get this cleaned up, but let's make sure we make that clear ahead of time. These are phenomenal players who are doing a great job at showcasing their talents for us on camera. And that's... The main focus, I think, here, one way or the other, apart from the fact I may have counted Spinal Crush as one of the reds in hand and failed to count to 5.
Then we're two at doing that, that's for sure. Yeah, so I did not make anything look better in that turn of events.
Not my finest moment, but my brain was like, it's a blue and 2 reds. You can't Spinal Crush off that. I was, well... It was a blue and 2 reds alongside the Spinal Crush.
Luckily, I'm not on the floor playing games today, so that is very unfortunate for me, at least.
I may have lost this quarterfinals if it was me, because I may not have Spinal Crushed, which would not have been my finest moment there whatsoever.
Not really.
All in all, though, a pretty spectacular game. I think Shahmir has shown us again there are just so many pivot points for Vynnset, little tricks and tips you can find. The Oblivion situation, it didn't amount to very much due to that CNC being very timely, unfortunately, but found a way to get it out from the Malefic Incantation triggering, breaking the Grimoire when it mattered as an instant. Definitely very impactful. Happy to see that coming to fruition. Grimoire, I think... a little overshadowed now by Deep Recesses of Existence, which has definitely been the breakout piece of the deck from Compendium of Wraith, but a subtle piece of support. It is surprising just how much that does in providing a fail-safe for Vynnset.
And also DRE coming in clutch sometimes, being able to give you even more options of recurring your already played card that is now in your graveyard that you can then recur back into your Banish Zone and being able to play them out yet again. It's been one of those another additional bread and butter gameplays that we have seen so far, partly from Yoon's plays in Montreal last week, but also now Shahmir is putting on a huge display. And as you mentioned, I am just flabbergasted at the plays that we have seen from Shahmir today. It has been an absolute masterclass in Vynnset plays. And I am just so excited to continue seeing all of these Runeblade aficionados just coming out swinging in this tournament today.
Showing us what they're made of, absolutely. So a quick reminder for you folks while we have this judge call ongoing. We're going to have a couple of giveaways coming up for you in the near future. Semi-finals will be that infamous Young Marvel giveaway. You'll get to pick one of your choice from Compendium of Wraith. So any you like, Kano, maybe Kano. If you're a Dromai enjoyer, similar story, Lexi, Icelander, whatever you prefer, you may pick one of those. If you're lucky enough to win that, you'll just need to be active in the chat during the semi-finals. And the finals will be celebrating the YouTube channel reaching 40,000 subscribers this weekend by giving away a box of Compendium of Wraith. So make sure you're tuning in and interacting with the chat for that as well. If you haven't subscribed to the channel already, it's probably a pretty good time to do so. Maybe we get that number a little bit higher by the end of the weekend. Would certainly appreciate it. Okay.
More giveaways.
It sounds like we have a solution on the floor, and our judges are happy with the resolution of the situation. So we're going to make our way back down into the game and continue things. And to my knowledge, again, those cards were simply placed in the wrong area. They should have been in the graveyard the entire time, and therefore they have simply been put back in the graveyard. Lives remain correct, no harm, no foul, just a simple, small missequencing that I do not want to ruin what has been a spectacular game so far.
Absolutely, and nothing short of that. We have this call on full display here now. Was banished at the start of the turn for Vynnset trigger, creating that one rune shunt.
Yes, you banished a card from your hand.
And I don't think we're going to see that much else coming out of Shahmir. We also saw the Grasp of the Arknap being activated here to create that additional rune shunt for us.
Time for that's kind of gone.
Spending my action point on a cull, which means that Deathly Delight
move to end.
is staying in the banished zone. 3 plays 1.
What a conundrum to be in. We're seeing the clash of bravado hitting the table, presenting 7.
That is not the normal modus operandi of Clash of Bravado, but 7 is just about covered by a tunic. Invert Existence in the hand for Shahmir threatens 2 points of damage. 2 is not 3. 3 is not 5.
But it's close. It is so close, though.
3, 6, 7, 8. So the hand does theoretically block enough here
with the
Shahmir,
tunic.
but if forced to block with the 3 cards, doesn't give up the tunic. Invert would need to be fired either way as to not die to blood debt. So some sequencing decisions here for Shahmir. That Deathly Whale waiting in the wings will be forced to play that one out at some point this turn. That 3 health, just enough to stay out of range of Invert Existence, stealing away a potential top 4 spot for Filippo Barbani in what has been a barn burner of a game.
Yeah, so many unlucky hits on top for the clashes, and so many lucky hits from the draw card's ability from popping those gold tokens, being able to have presenting some offenses, and it's desperately needed them. But yeah, Shahmir, you really need to find that last point.
Tunic activated for the resource will play Invert Existence. Will reach for the graveyard, look to banish a attack action and a non-attack action here, mostly visit the Goldmain estate, to deal 2 points of Arcane. With no resources floating, this must be taken and it will become 1 plays 1. Clash of Bravado coming in for 7. You have to imagine that Tunic is biting the dust to block off this breakpoint and keep a card in hand for Shahmir. Will be banished to Vynnset to throw this Deathly Whale, and we'll have to hope that might be enough.
We be blocking.
Double checking that we're happy with this. Of course, Envelop blocking 2, and so this is kind of obliged in this spot to block 7. Double checks the values as you should in a spot where 1 plays 1. Envelop in Darkness will disappear into the banished zone at the start of the turn. Makes the 3rd rune chant. And now, that puppetry in the arsenal can turn this 5 into a 6, and that's not good enough in the mind of Shahmir. It's 3 and 5. As Filippo does his patented, pulls his hand out of the shot. There we go. Cranial Crush disables 4 blues. 4 blues in the hand. Can soak this up
It's so unfortunate that this Deathly Veil is yellow. It's only coming in for 5, so even with the Shadow Puppetry, it does not present a breakpoint for us.
I think with the tunic available, it probably didn't matter if it was red nonetheless, but still pretty pressing. It's 3 and 5, was obliged to take this line to not die to Blood Debt this time around.
Yeah.
Fanning through the Banished Zone and the Graveyard here to establish what may remain.
But it does request at least 3 cards from Filippo, but that is all fine and dandy, I think.
Rouse the Ancients happy to play Arcane Barrier duty, given it would normally block 2. The Tunic, the Shield reached for here. We're interested in keeping 2 cards in hand.
No react.
5 block here to keep this out for Filippo, keeping access to 2 blues. Moves to end, no damage taken this time as the final cards begin to make their way into the hand of Shahmir Samee. That final reduced to Rune Chant. It's Titan's Fist Swing here for 4, and I believe it is Macho Grande that was kept in the hand to park in the arsenal. An interesting decision, but a guaranteed win if you can keep the resources to throw it.
Now this is so unfortunate for Shahmir. We're looking at a reduced Rune Chant in hand, but he has to pitch one of these other cards in order to play it out because there is no Rune Chant available.
I do want to draw your attention to the looming presence. If you remember Shahmir's deck list from the very beginning of the game, there are 4 cards left. There are 2 invert existence
So you're telling me there's an out?
in the deck. Only Arcane Barrier. Well, we don't know if they're both in the deck.
We don't know
But there
that
is
yet.
only AB1. And so there is a possibility that the goal is stay alive, find the invert. It's 4 cards in the deck, 1 in the arsenal. We will quickly see if there is only 1 in the list for this matchup, as the last hand will make its way into Shahmir's grip. Funneling through those cards, counting what's gone, definitely Wales. What's left in my deck is the name of the game at this point. We're out of Annihilations. How many Wales? The Eulogies are gone. Which Funeral Moons are remaining? It's all down to this as the Titan's Fist demands 2 cards. In the most nail-biting game of the weekend, 14 turns of back-and-forth action over 65 minutes of deliberation between, I'm going to say 4 heroes in the feature match area, because it certainly feels like these players have been as well.
Wow, this game. I am out of words for what this game has become at this point in time. We're staring down at a 1 versus 1, a Titan's Fist for 4. Shahmir is just scrambling to see how he can make this happen, to push that last bit of life total across the board. But he needs all information that he can possibly get from his graveyard and what cards he has played and what cards then remains in the side of the deck. So question remains, do we have what it takes?
There is only 4 cards left in the deck, and I have to be honest, I don't think the second invert is there. I think we've seen the deck. I don't recall it being pitched away. I don't think the second is in the matchup.
Because I imagine that would lean us into just auto-blocking this one out, sending the last hand accordingly. But since we're not doing that, it makes me believe that that is not a possible out for Shahmir at this point. Filippo praying.
The last attack in hand, just deep recesses of existence you would love to enable with this reduced to Rune Chant, but there's no attack to play before it.
There's no way.
To make those Rune Chants come together, and it's a feverish scramble as the cards shuffle around. Shahmir tries to find a way to block this hammer that doesn't end in pain.
It's a conundrum, that's for sure. Shahmir is just scrambling to find, is there a way?
I don't blame him. With only 1 life between you and a top 4 berth here in Toulouse for a former Pro Tour top 4 competitor looking to prove that they still have what it takes to hang, has done so already, in my opinion, reaching the top 8 of this calling this weekend, but does not want to stop here. Deep breath, okay. As 2 cards are reached for to play defense. It is Deep Recesses and Revel in Rune Blood forced to soak up the hammer as the arsenal is parked. Macho Grande is locked and loaded for Filippo Barbani, and I fear Shahmir might not be presenting damage. And the choice to hold on to Macho Grande may pay off in spades.
Yes.
Now the question.
Oh my god, I did it again!
We're all good. We're all good.
This time, we're all
Do
okay.
you
Thank
play
God.
the Shadow Puppetry to put the Reduced to Rune chant in your arsenal? Because if you do, you might beat Macho Grande.
Why do I keep freaking forgetting the cards I'm looking for?
Man, Shahmir.
I know one of them, I know the other one.
It's pain. I get it. And I don't blame anyone for taking a moment to just quadruple, sextuple check the cards that are available to you here, because it literally is everything to continue here. We're playing for lots of prize money, World Tour points, gold foils on the line, and we do see it, okay? The puppetry is played and passed, so Reduced to Rune Chant can try to beat Macho Grande, but I do not know if we have enough cards left in the deck. So there is double Reduce. Double Reduce gets Deathly Wail online in theory.
Is that a machination? Do we
It
have
is.
overpower?
Machinations are still in the
We have
deck.
overpower.
Double Reduce onto Macho Grande
Saves
would
him.
save Shahmir, make 2 rune chants, and allow us to overpower a
you
Deathly Wail.
Shahmir,
And
are you
now
serious?
the count is Filippo Barbani. Is Macho Grande the best choice, or can you present more than 8 damage and force another card away?
I
The
cannot
counts.
believe what I'm watching right now.
Fanning through both graveyards, both players know it is a matter of life and death. It is the final value, the final information, the final turns of a barn burner of a game. And now our Guardian player must decide that he knows. He knows there are 2 Reduced to Rune Chant left, and he throws Command and Conquer and says, no, your defense reactions do not exist. You don't get to make Rune Chants. You do not get to set yourself up to throw Deathly Wail. I will not fall for the trap of Macho Grande. You have been conquered, and I am in command.
Holy shit. Filippo had the perfect answer.
Both players understood the assignment. They knew, they checked, they knew Reduced to Rune Chant was the final part of the puzzle lurking in the decks. And it's the puzzle from the top that betrayed Filippo Barbani so many times this game. Comes on through to secure success for our second seed. Victor Goldmain vanquishes the Shadows, and the Italian will join us in the top 4.
I do not think Filippo understands how important that play was. Of course he wanted to cheese in some extra damage. The pummel play was right there available to him. And yet, that is exactly the play that he needed at that point in time. Imagine him drawing a full hand of blues and just sending that Macho Grande to his losses. But yet, he draws the perfect hand being presented with the CNC pummel combo to pop off on Shahmir's, just handing him a turn and coming back with it. My God, that was a game.
I wish we weren't live. I want to swear so bad. I have several expletives that would get me fired that explain how I feel about that game. But
Holy.
all I know for sure at the end of that is that I love Flesh and Blood.
I love this game.
What a game. What an absolutely phenomenal game. We know the tale of this one. But there were 3 other games playing in the quarterfinals while we were enjoying that one in the feature match area. So let's take a look at that bracket and see who is joining Filippo Barbani in the top 4 of Calling Toulouse. It will be Leo Toulouse, who is still alive. The dream is alive for the name to pay off in spades. Against Alessio Bouko, who vanquished Vare Sevens. And the fatigue grind set between Gianluigi Lyath and Pablo Pintor results in the 2-time Pro Tour champion bursting and breaking through Pleiades Superstar.
Man, I'm still flabbergasted from the last game, but what an amazing roster we have to look forward to. This semifinals is looking absolutely amazing. Unfortunate for Francesco that KO will not see the Grand Slam finale that we expected.
It's the curse.
Is the curse.
Bubbling in an 8th just gets you there always.
But at the same time, Leo Toulouse is here to win in Toulouse. So we are still repping Leo to see if he can combat the Oscilio massacre that we have going on for us today.
My brain is soup. Your brain is soup. everyone at home is soup. That's vaguely
What
how
a
I
game.
feel after that game.
What a
I'm
banger.
not sure how we top that, but there are some incredible players in our top 4. 4 different nationalities, 4 different heroes, Pro Tour wins available in this player count. We're not done yet. There is so much to enjoy. You could say that this bracket is an omen of the things to come. And funnily enough, that might set us up nicely for the next Flesh and Blood set, don't you think? I'm sure you've seen this trailer by now. Did its job at popping out onto the YouTube channel. Omens of the Third Age will be our next set in Flesh and Blood. Pre-release is starting on May 29th, and it will be in stores and available for you as of June 5th.
I love to see Aurora making her way back into Classic Constructed as Aurora Legacy of Tempest. Just look at that art.
Yeah,
How can you not hate that art?
Pretty stunning marvel. Our Aurora fans no doubt glad to see their favorite character returning in this set. Lightning infused and all. Worth noting, the heroes you see in Omens, they are lightning heroes for a change, not elemental. Means those elemental cards, things like Elemental Strike, Flicker Wisp, Arcanic Shockwave, these kind of cards, they will not be legal. Won't be popping these ones into Aurora this time around, so we'll have to think about how we rebuild the deck moving forward. Oscilio, Oswolio, if you prefer. He's been on a diet regime to gain 2 extra health and is a very different hero in my opinion. Destroying lightning flows to discard cards and create ponder tokens means you kind of disincentivize from banking Gone in a Flash in your arsenal, because if you do, you're missing out on instant speed value from playing stuff, and you're not really benefiting from your ponder either.
Not really, but you're also still a wizard hero, so you can still utilize a lot of those 5-card hands at your disposal, and I am super excited to see how Oscilio plays out in the Omens of the Third Age coming out.
Worth noting, this hero does have an instant speed ability, much like his predecessor, and so if you'd like to discard a Comet Storm, you can do your Storm Strider's impression and dome your opponent for 5 in their own turn, courtesy of your hero ability. Definitely one to watch out for. Speaking of Ziggy Starlight, I think me and Gabe fangirled a bit over Ziggy over the course of the weekend. Definitely the hero that appeals to me the most. Blinking my channel lightning value around, doing some illusionist nonsense, some lightning nonsense, you know, all good fancy stuff. You ever popped a Miraging Metamorph and seen a second CLV turn up as a result? It will be a pretty good feeling, I think.
I can imagine. I am personally not the most fan of illusionists heroes, but I got 2 other heroes that I am looking forward to, so I'm not too sad.
Pretty good stuff all around. What is a lightning flow, you ask? It's pretty simple. It's an elemental token that sits in play. You can tap into the raw power of lightning and manipulate it to do unique and exciting things. In Limited, we've seen that macro come in the forms of the Omens that lets you break these for spell void to soak up arcane damage. We've seen the hero abilities that can use them to do the powerful things. But there'll also be cards like Storm Shard. This is similar to Lightning Press, except if you want to make it a 0-cost lightning instant that can just target lightning attacks, you have to destroy a lightning flow to make it not cost 1. So all of a sudden, this balance of when and how to use your lightning flow to get the most out of your abilities is going to be the most interesting part of these heroes. And if you want to get your teeth stuck in, your first opportunity to do so is at the world premiere in Prague.
Coming back to Prague yet again. What a lovely city to have a world premiere in. I am so excited to be back in Prague yet again and playing Sealed and playing Draft again. It's been a long time coming and I am just so excited to be back at it again at this world premiere in Prague.
Tickets on sale in just a few weeks, March 21st. I need to be clear on this one. This one's going to sell out. World premieres in Europe always sell out. Last Prague sold out. If you want to come, get your tickets early. Make sure you don't miss out, because I would not want you to not be in Prague if you're just interested in riding the lightning. Sounds like it's going to be a good time, a good weekend, and I'm very hopeful to see you there. Omens of the Third Age coming at you very, very soon. I can't wait to get my lightning fingers dabbling in games once again. It's very exciting stuff.
My lightning fingers, I love to hear. But we have such an amazing day here at Calling Toulouse. I am just so excited to see how these semifinals and finals is going to pan out. We have so much more action waiting at the ready, and I cannot wait for more awesome games like the one we just saw.
We certainly do. We're going to be feeding you -IO Oscilio coming up for you in the semi-finals in just a moment. I'm going to need to empty my brain onto the sidewalk first, though. So bear with us a second, and we'll be right back.
Kinsman craves the island gold. Each night chase much downfall. Young men's reign will turn this time. This is a prophet's fall.
I think my eye's still twitching.
You got this,
I'm not sure.
Let me take it from here.
Thank
I was
you.
walking around the hall.
Thanks.
I got to watch a bit of that game. I got to watch a bit of the rest of the quarterfinals. There were some good games going on, but I do think you guys won. I think the stream game was the most exciting game I've seen in a very long time.
It was up there. That one was a banger. I'll be watching that one back. And it's made me make a bit of a judgment call, Gabe.
What's that?
I love Flesh and Blood, Gabe.
Yes.
I don't want to miss out on Flesh and Blood, Gabe.
Indeed.
And if games like that are being played at the highest level, I can't risk a semi-finals not being shown.
So
that would
both?
make for bad TV.
I think that makes for pretty bad TV.
So we're going to watch both semi-finals because I don't want you missing out on anything particularly cool. We're going to start things off with Leo Toulouse, the hero of our story, aptly named for the place that we are, against Alessio Bouko on Oscilio Constellar Intelligence, before joining in for what I imagine will be a bit of a slog fest as our two-time Pro Tour champion Pablo Pintor, an Arakni huntsman, tries to fell the surprisingly alive Filippo Barbani.
4 different nationalities still live in this top 8. Of course, Alessio on Oscilio may be considered unfavored into Dash, you'd think, in principle, but he took one down in the quarterfinals and he took 2 down in the Swiss. So this guy feels alive against Dash.io so far this tournament.
Inclined to agree. To be clear for the folks at home, if you're joining us for the giveaways, that hasn't changed. We're still going to give that away in the semi-finals, but we'll do it in semi-final 2, so we can have those 2 semi-finals adequately spaced out, and the 2 giveaways kind of put together one way or the other. So be active in chat for the second semi-finals if you want to be included in that Marvel Hero giveaway, and you should probably be active in the chat for the first semi-finals because it's going to rock. You don't need any excuses, so I want to see some comments and some cool things and some quips about the fact I can't do math, because that's the best way to get yourself entered into giveaways, one way or the other. Going to be an exceptional semi-finals and no doubt a phenomenal finals to follow. I am very, very excited to see how this breaks, and I'm glad we get to see both games, because it would be such a waste to miss out on Pablo Pintor playing Arakni Huntsman, don't you think?
I want to see Pablo Pintor playing Arakni Huntsman because I love Pablo Pintor and I love Arakni Huntsman, but I am pretty excited to see what Alessio has cooked up to be able to beat all of these Dash.ios. I want to see this game, what's going to happen here, and how he can take those down.
I have a feeling the plan is 30 damage Mind Warp, which we may have seen successfully already against Emad Kashy in the winning round. Just do that again. I'm not sure what the question is, really.
Yeah, 5-card hand going second with the perfect combination of cards. That's a pretty good way to win.
Do you want to watch it happen again?
I do.
All right, let's find out if it's gonna. We'll make our way down to see these players in the feature match area. It will be Leo Toulouse on Dash.io, the 8th seed that snuck in with the 3rd loss and is playing the underdog story for us in the bracket this weekend. On the other side, a man of lightning, Oscilio Constellar Intelligence in the hands of Alessio Bouko, who will be going first this game as a result of being ahead in Swiss. Denying that from Dash.io definitely feels like a bit of a boon.
Absolutely. You definitely want to be going first generally as Oscilio as well. I think there's maybe some matchups where it's questionable and people have gone back and forth, but most people, at least I've decided to start going first whenever I'm playing Oscilio. And the bigger thing, like you say, is just to deny the Dash.io first player ability and get that extra items on turn 1. Let's take a look at how Leo got here.
The road to the top 4 for Leo began all the way through to round number 5, where he was felled by Michael Gog, who found themselves on Victor there, took a win out of the book, but otherwise a pretty successful day against things like Fatigue Pleiades even, in fact. Got through Gianluigi, Lyath, Vynnset, Marionette, Verdance, and would you look at that, multiple copies of Oscilio.
Looks like both players maybe have this sort of matchup favor according to their Swiss, both of them going 2-0 against their opponent's hero in this matchup. Taking 2 more losses today, but those losses were late enough to get over the Flesh and Blood tiebreakers and was able to make it into the top 8 in 8th place, losing to our remaining Victor and Filippo, and as well that top 8 KO in Francesco, who was unfortunately knocked out in the quarterfinals.
Well, worth noting as these two players might be heading to meet each other in the finals with a bit of luck. Let's take a look at how Alessio found himself in the feature match area. It was a round 4 loss to Sunflower Samurai's Daniel Correas that provided a small speed bump, but made our way to the end of day 1 as a X1 player before falling in the mirror match to start day number 2.
2 wins against Dash.io, like we hinted at on this page, and then today in the later rounds, also played a variety of heroes, no Dash.io, but was able to take a win against Victor. That might be a hint at things to come as well.
Pretty impressive stuff against Brody Spurlock and Emad Kashy to get over the line and into the top 8. Now joining us in the semi-finals and simply 2 games away from becoming our next calling champion. Let's head on down to the game and see how this story plays out. First of all, we've got some decks for you if you're interested in building these. Leo Toulouse's To Win is the name of this deck list, which I am a very, very big fan of. Dash.io, pretty well-rounded at this point. I find people have a consensus about the deck. Some interesting inclusions here. A copy of Metex, for example, some corner case choices. Anything standing out to you here, Gabe?
Nothing in particular. There's that one Plasma mainline in the sideboard. Obviously not for this matchup, but that is an interesting piece that people have against Fatigue. There's that new card in Teklo Trebuchet 2000. Not a surprise that it's in the deck, but just to shout out some of those new cards that are making it in. I'd say this is all in all a pretty stock approach to Dash.io that has carried her to success last week in Montreal and success right now as well.
Let's see what all the buzz is about in the Oscilio corner this time around. Going to see Alessio Bouko's Ultraman, the decklist name of choice. Aptly named, given some of the shenanigans we've seen from this hero this weekend.
Yeah, this hero is very strong. I'd say the thing that my eyes go to is that 2 blue Blast to Oblivion. Some people are not running the blue ones. People prefer to have the 3 red and 2 or 3 yellow, but opting to have more Blast to Oblivion to be able to turn on those sort of mini combos that rely on the Blast to Oblivion. Otherwise, not seeing anything particularly out of the ordinary. Of course, we've got those new cards in Temporal Wobble that has been part of why Oscilio is the top of the meta right now.
Well, worth knowing, 2 copies of Null Shock, I suppose. It's not always in the list anymore, so a couple extra shocks to be wary of if you choose to go very low against this version of Oscilio. But with that said, it is time for us to rock, roll, and enjoy some flesh and blood. Let's make our way down to the game and see how these players choose to prepare for one another. It is Arcane Barrier 1 for Leo Toulouse in the form of Achilles Accelerator. The other side of things, very standard equipment suite here from Oscilio. Flash of brilliance this time, no need for a cap of quick thinking in the face of Dash.io.
Yeah, these 4 pieces of equipment are the bread and butter for Oscilio. You change out some of them for certain matchups, but in any matchup that's not forcing your hand on that, you run these. I've seen some people in the past run Balance, but Flash of Brilliance is just such a good aggressive card that since Dash.io doesn't always enable the Balance to Justice, you might as well have the maximize your own potential effect.
Cloud Cover discarded, finds a copy of Gone in a Flash. Pretty much the perfect find to start the game here for Alessio. Will no doubt end up in the arsenal when all is said and done. For now, Flittering Charge will come across to start the game off here. 4 points of damage, theoretically gets go again, and Dash.io sometimes not known for blocking the best when staring down some early damage.
Yeah, of course, I think Flittering Charge is just go and might as well attack your opponent with it. On turn 0, it doesn't really matter. You're probably not dealing that much damage, although he could have non-blocks. But I think the bigger deal is with that Gun in a Flash, you want to make sure you filter your hand for as many instants as possible. So that Flittering Charge and the Gun in a Flash don't work so great together. If you're putting the Gun into Arsenal, you might as well play out the Flittering this turn. I think that's a Sigil of Solace in hand, which also pairs quite well with this Flittering Charge.
We will see the Sigil exposed here to gain 3 life on the first turn of the game as well. Suddenly Oscilio with more health than Dash.io, despite having blocked with 2 cards, Fast and Furious and Yellow Zipper Hit disappearing. as Gone in a Flash will pop on out here, and that's got to be a pretty damning thing to see for Leo Toulouse. Will block 3 in this case. Does leak a point over, as consigned to Cosmos Shock will zap a point more damage in theory, depending on if Leo would like to give up that final card. And that Gone in a Flash will find itself back in the grip.
Yeah, I don't suspect he's pitching that Gone in a Flash to Volzar in this scenario. Shock for 1 damage on this turn is perfectly acceptable. Of course, Leo able to cover it up with the Arcane Barrier provided by Achilles Accelerator. Gone in a Flash, gone into Arsenal. You know, they say you need to be good to win a tournament, but you also need to be lucky. And hitting Gone in a Flash early is part of that luck part of this deck. I'm not taking anything away from him. It's just one of those things you hope to have when you sit down in an Oscilio, especially in an aggressive matchup.
Time to place pedal to metal for Leo Toulouse, who's looking at a hand that contains Teklo Core, which is not exactly the most aggressive threat to start with, but otherwise keeping the hand very stealthily out of frame for us. We'll take a see at what comes out charging onto the combat chain in just a moment, as that card that is being tossed around is probably near mint now, I would have thought. Pulse Wave Harpoon is the choice to start. Not your ideal first boost attack, really.
No, obviously, especially in the aggressive matchup, you want to have this later on in the turn where it's boost number 2 or 3 and you're able to steal some cards out of Alessio. There's ways around it as Oscilio where you can show instants and it can't steal an instant, unlike some of those other demand a card block effects in the game. So in this case, he just wants to go boost to face, deal a lot of damage, and that's what Pulse Wave accomplishes.
On the other side of things for Alessio, we are looking at Consigned to Cosmos, Blast to Oblivion in the hand. Yellow tucked away looks like Mind Warp to me. So not a critical density of instants that you are hoping for to get your Greaves on, per se.
Yeah, I think you see, is that an Electrostatic Discharge at the front? So we've got 2 instants on this turn. It's... no. He doesn't have any extra draw, so there's no Sigils of Brilliance affecting this, making it a 5-card turn. Or, sorry, I should say 6-card turn, or Channel Lightning Valley on the board. And then, of course, only 2 instants. You would take this sort of combo turn if it's going to come up when your opponent's at 15. But at this stage of the game, there's absolutely no way, and Alessio still has a lot of space to search for a better Gone in a Flash turn.
Reaches for Oscilio, then reaches for the Greaves. So some choices to be made here, perhaps filtering through to find something better, getting the value from those Lightning Greaves before you decide to cash them in the near future. But, of course, the pending threat for Dash, grenades looming, the occasional on-hit you might care about. It will cover up this Pulse Wave Harpoon to make sure a sneaky grenade does not find its mark this early. Close the chain with Pulse Wave Harpoon here. Teklo Foundry Heart being reached for. No surprises. We'll go digging for an item to try and tie this turn together. 0 to 60 and grenade disappearing. Is there an item underneath? That's the question.
Found an item in the bad way. He went digging, and unfortunately the thing with Teklo Foundry Heart is you can't see that second card off the top of the deck. So once that goes away to the Teklo ability, you have no opportunity in the middle to play it with Dash.io. Outpace here, kind of rewarding that Lightning Greaves block insofar as we get it when we can, and we don't want to lose that access later on. Alessio just saying take 4.
No interest in denying Outpace here. No item found for Dash.io in a profitable way. So 1 card left, debating throwing this potentially to go looking for an item once more. Decides building the hand is a better place to be. Burns those 2 resources, passes back over to Alessio Bouko, who's looking at that 3-card hand and a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. We'll kick things off here by thumbing this Electrostatic Discharge, popping it onto the combat chain, counter onto Volzar as a result. And Gone in a Flash will do its secondary purpose in this matchup, which is hopping around a little bit to deal some damage while we get to where we want to be.
That's the thing. This card is just such an efficient, effective weapon for the deck when you're not, or for all Lightning decks, if you're thinking forward to Omens of the Third Age, when you're not even doing this Lightning Greaves turn. It's just 4, and if you have any instant to play after it, you get it back. So even though he doesn't have a weapon that deals damage, in this case he's going to be able to Comet Storm Shock. He can even pitch away that Blast of Volzar and get some extra amp on the Comet Storm Shock, get the Gone in a Flash back in his hand, and throw it into Arsenal. Pretty clean, small hand turn. It's not a huge amount of damage. I think it works out to 10, but that you take those.
Not bad, all things considered. On the other side of things, Leo, the tank a bit here. Not super happy with the situation he finds himself in. Balance of Justice sitting in play, ready for that big pop-off turn. Hopefully some Sigil of Brilliance is enabling that if you are a Dash.io fan. But for now, blocks clearly tempting for Leo. It's not a case of snapping this off and firing the cannon, but not obvious choices either, it would seem.
I think both players are probably playing the sort of game where this is an aggressive match where you can both explode at each other, So maybe the explosion takes precedence over the aggression, and therefore when you can afford to block and you don't have the best hand, you can choose to block if you want to, especially on the dash side who has more access to 3 blocks. In this case, choosing not to, he did the evaluation, but it's always good to check and make sure that you're not just defaulting to doing that because you're an aggro deck and you're not supposed to block.
As you alluded to, Gay, we're going to see that Volzar activated with Blast to Oblivion in order to bounce back Gone in a Flash alongside Katsai into Cosmos, which will come on in for 4 Arcane, at least 3 of which will be connecting. And Leo with the opportunity to turn an item into a point of prevention, if so inclined. But with no blocks declared, not shocked to see the shock uninteracted with. It's 24 plays 35, but a full 5-card hand for Dash.io to put the foot down with.
My turn to be bad at math. That was 11, not 10.
Stop trying to make me look good. All right. Steam flowing for our mech players. And we'll see what has to emerge from the hand of Leo. He's also keeping his cards very close to his chest.
Thumbing that arsenal, choosing to not activate, but play an item off the top of his deck to start his turn here. Pitching that Teklo Core for a boom grenade, I'd call that an upgrade.
I'd call that a bingo. Pretty good. Red grenade found. The question is, will it be cranked? In response, we're going to see an Oscilio activation here. Like to get rid of this electromagnetic somersault to try and find something more intriguing. It is Blast to Oblivion found off the top of the deck, and now Dash may continue as the grenade comes in. Doing some math as to whether this is being cranked or not. Either which way, we'll see a counter on the Symbiosis shot to add a little bit of damage at the end of the turn. Digging up some dice. Makes a lot of sense, and no crank by the looks of things. Going to keep this grenade around and try and guarantee it across multiple turns in case Oscilio decides to take a defensive stance. Alternatively, this hand might just kind of be full of items, which would be way less exciting.
Doesn't look to me like there's any way to take advantage of that action point off of the crank right now. You don't have a Cerebellum on board. It's not like he has that many Symbiosis shot counters, and it's not like the life totals demand that. So just here, playing out these items, he has the resources available for later in the turn. If this doesn't happen to hit, he still gets to keep the boom grenade for next turn.
Cerebellum Processor being lost to Pulse Wave Harpoon's boost effect. These Harpoons not lining up where you want them to try and snipe cards away from Oscilio, but pushing damage nonetheless. Show Blast to Oblivion. Can't take this away from me. It is Chainlink number 1. So Sync below will jump on in to filter a card away. That Blast, of course, not an instant, so we'll go fishing for something more intriguing. Sigil of Conductivity found off the top instead. Outpace. I've seen this one before.
That's very true. 4 into 4. This time, no equipment means going to be a bit hard to block that 4, and having given up that Sync blow and not having access to the ability to block 1 with his arm piece right here. Maybe wishing you had done it in the opposite order like you did last time.
Kind of saw the immediate reach forward for block 3, went to go reach for a piece of equipment and went, oh, actually, hang on, that's not going to work. And so a difficult decision here for Alessio is debating taking this grenade. Looks like we might have a cloud cover in the hands. There is a way to keep this in check, but you would be falling victim to whatever is left over. Backup Protocol Red in hand, unknown card in hand, I should say. Protocol Red in play. And so a tough one to decide if it's time to bite on this and potentially fall victim to the grenade anyway.
Yeah, cloud cover, of course, can be used as a way to block sort of the boom grenade damage. So you could block 3 on here, take the 5, and prevent 3 of that. But I don't know the last card in Leo's hand, but I don't strictly see a way that we're going to prevent.
I imagine this judge call is probably to do with the interaction you may have just highlighted. I imagine this is a, does my cloud cover stop this grenade from kicking my teeth in? Which I'm not sure is necessarily the most well-known interaction.
Yeah, of course, that card is new. It is not from previous sets, so people haven't been running it for a very long time. So there was a yellow one for a while. Nobody was really running that from the first strike deck. For Aurora, it didn't make its way into CC decks. Then we have red one, now it's playable, 3 prevent. You just have to clarify how that works.
Instant discard. Yeah, better just checking that you can do the thing. Again, we're in a calling top 4. Don't make assumptions. That's very stupid. That's how you lose games you don't need to lose. Sounds like we're ready for Toulouse in the feature match area, so we'll make our way back down for the rest of this game. And that was indeed clarified. So we're going to see that cloud cover soaking up some shrapnel to try and keep things a little bit lighter for our Oscilio player. So Leo Toulouse reassessing the situation. Now that grenade is both gone and rather lukewarm.
Lukewarm is a great description of that. Still able to pitch a blue to get back a card. getting back the Pulse Wave. I think we might finally see a disruptive Pulse Wave, but at this point of Alessio's turn, I don't think he cares. There's one card left in hand. It blocks for 0, meaning Pulse Wave Harpoon cannot pull it onto the block, but also I think Alessio would just be playing that out anyways. It is an instant after all. Might be holding on to it to gone on a flash with it, so a little bit better to play it then than now, of course, but can't be stolen by Pulse Wave, getting around that disruption, and just taking a bit of damage down to 27.
As you alluded to a few turns ago, that gone in a flash, acting like a weapon in this deck a lot of the time. We're going to see that again here, as it pops out of the arsenal to try and deal 4 damage, and then bounces all around, come back to the grip, and consequently the arsenal, thanks to that sigil that both players are aware of. So no hidden information here. Leo can make decisions with all that information available. Reaching for 0 to 60 to play a little defense here. Looks like we're looking at Heist and Throttle in the hand. So lots of 2-cost options available here too.
1 blue alongside this hand.
A pair of 2s, so we're going to see that 0 to 60 going away here on defense, and that conductivity will jump on in. Volzar will technically be charged, but the important part is Gone in the Flash coming back and being parked in the arsenal, waiting for the right opportunity. So Leo will take the initiative as we are firing off red 0 to 60 this time around. 4-go again, as clean as it comes. Spark of Genius disappearing from the top of the deck this time.
There's some matchups where you're paying attention to what it is exactly that you banish off the top. Probably this matchup a little bit less important. There's obviously some things you have to consider and some things you just want to generally be paying attention to what's left in your deck. But I would say Dash's responsibility is to be a deck that can block pretty well. Every card blocks for 3, so you can keep the life total up for when you need it, and then just presents really good, consistent damage with an occasional explosion off of something like a Boom Grenade, which threatens the low life total of Oscilio. So here, 0 to 60 is just some damage, and that spark goes away, but it's okay.
Have to wonder if that throttle is blue, perhaps, to enable this heist on the way through. Alternatively, we might just be fishing with Teklo Foundry Hearts to make this turn function. Interested to see what we find on top with a little bit of luck as well.
One thing I consistently fail to pay attention to when we're casting these Dash IOs is whether there's an item in Banish for Heist. Have you seen it?
Not so far. Haven't caught one at the moment. I believe Teklo Core was pitched. I don't think we've banished one away, but we are going to be activating Dash with that blue throttle indeed. We've managed to find something. It will be a red Boom Grenade, which is going to click, click, boom its way towards Alecio's life total. This one, probably not. Oh, no.
Another Cloud Cover, still there in hand, along with a Sigil of Brilliance and a Mind Warp, which presents its own kind of puzzle on his turn.
Well, so we're going to try and deny the grenade here, which is obviously of note. Cloud Cover preventing damage, and so we'll prevent the 1 that is being dealt currently by 0 to 60. Tries to deny the grenade. Full stop. So what will be the follow-up for Leo? 2 resources floating. We know it's a heist in hand, and Sigil of Brilliance might struggle to cover that one.
Thing I just want to be careful to point out is that Cloud Cover prevention doesn't carry through. It says the next time you would be dealt damage, prevent 3 of that damage. There are cards that do it one way, and there are other cards that do it the other way. So the way this one works, it's preventing that 1 on 0 to 60 with 2 float that doesn't actually carry through to block something like the Symbiosis shot, for example.
Interesting here. I'm going to fire off that extra action point to sneak the gun in the middle. This is just good Dash IO sequencing. If you have the ability to conceal information for as long as you can, you certainly should. And that extra action point from the Boom Grenade lets you do so. And so, no baited block, but you might have got one. We're going to see Fast and Furious being boosted away here by this heist. And that means if you don't block, you get grenaded. If you do block, you might still get grenaded.
I was going to say there's a way Alessio can get around this with the 5 block that he's reaching for, but maybe that Fast and Furious trigger changes his mind. Clearly not here. Still wanting to block, not wanting to give this damage now, and just wants to hold life for as long as he can towards hopefully an impending combo turn. That Gun in a Flash has been sitting there for quite a lot of time, so just needs one more draw, essentially. That could be the hand that deals the blow-up amount of damage.
Second gunshot comes through at the end to bring players 23 to 23. And the hand continues to get shredded by Alessio, who's finding himself playing more of a tempo game here, blocking out where possible, trying to deny these grenades, and then sending weapon. It's some kind of lightning guardian we find ourselves with here.
I've been framing this as, he's not finding those combo turns, but we did talk at the start about how he's had so much success against these Dash IOs throughout the tournament. It could be that this is the strategy he goes for consistently.
Turn yourself into a guardian is certainly an interesting approach, but it seems to be doing some good stuff right now while we wait for the instance to arrive.
The Cloud Cover certainly help with that.
On the other side of things, Blue Grenade, Spark of Genius, Fast and Furious, Blue 0 to 60. The grenade Not ideal, but Spark of Genius, it's a pretty good card last time I heard.
Spark of Genius could be the way to help clean up this turn since it doesn't look very strong as it is right now. Leo throwing the 2 block just to make sure he doesn't fall too low before possibly an impending combo turn next time as we're continuing to wait for what this Gone in a Flash can do. He's just been threatened by this the whole game, so he knows it's looming. As soon as he sees Alessio maybe reach for a card on block, he maybe feels safe for the rest of that turn. But certainly the way Leo has to pilot this is it could happen at any moment, especially if my opponent says no blocks.
Sigil of Brilliance, usually the progenitor of death when it comes to these things as well, makes the hand much larger. 0 to 60 will be the start here. It's going to be 2 go again, thanks to the blue variation. If you choose to ignore it, you will explode.
That means blue boom still in hand. And a couple other attacks. Alessio, not a very good blocking hand. He did finally find 3 instants. They're kind of the worst instance for the combo turn. Temporal Wobble, I believe, doesn't even work for the combo turn because it does require a target. Electromagnetic Somersault is fine. It bounces and it's functionally just a lightning instant. Sigil of Solace doesn't even get that Volzar amp. The worst part of that hand is there's a second Gone in a Flash in there, which is a 3 block, but it's not something you want to have 2 copies of on that go-off turn.
Less than ideal. We'll see if a Oscilio activation is in the future. I could definitely see Electromagnetic Somersault playing defense this turn alongside that copy of Gone in a Flash. In theory, if Alessio wants to continue with this methodic approach of essentially swinging a weapon at the end of every turn with that Gone in a Flash from the arsenal. But for now, how do you wish to cover up 2 points of damage? And the answer is, you don't. Boom Grenade finds its mark as Alessio falls down to 17. Dash activation, pitches the blue grenade away, takes a peek at the top card. It is Cerebellum Processor. Wibble, wobble, wobble. No cards for you.
I was going to say that it's important to pay attention to this wobble right now because of the fact that we have the Spark of Genius in hand, but instead it's even better. It snipes one of those Cerebellums off the top. Sort of ends up sideways. It's the same thing.
Well, only if you don't Oscilio into another wobble. That would be disgusting, right? Discard Electromagnetic Discharge. That's a Sigil of Temporal... It's lightning.
Never lucky.
Lightning. Unlucky. Spark of Genius here, going to go looking. Wouldn't surprise me if it's another Cerebellum Processor we find, but one less to worry about, at the very least. No, okay.
Whoa.
Well, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
I know
there
there
is
one
sense.
copy in the list here for Leo, as far as I remember. Null Time Zone, when it's not getting wobbled, is kind of the best tool you have in this matchup. Your name Gone in a Flash, and suddenly playing it back from the hand is not a thing you can do.
Alessio wishing now that he'd held on to that temporal wobble. Of course, wobbling back the Cerebellum is good to get it off board, but it does still give an action point. So the crank functionally got cranked. Doesn't turn off this spark, certainly doesn't turn off the draw part, and of course, Null Time Zone.
Obviously a counter remaining on this one, and you know, I'm going to hazard a guess as to what was named on this Gone in a Flash.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I said it for you. Null Time Zone, probably naming Gone in a Flash, I would have thought.
So we say often that we think this is a bad matchup for Oscilio. Generally, people talk about Dio being favored into Oscilio. This card is the reason. As soon as it's on the board, that's 2, depending on it, how you play it, 3 turns in which there's no Gone in a Flash combo being played.
Yeah, I think this is a large part of the reason why the matchup is still kind of unpleasant, but it is more so the reason why it was worse before Wobble. I think Temporal Wobble has thankfully added an extra layer to that to try and give you some insulation, but unfortunately for Alessio this time, we did kind of see...
You got wobble baited.
Wobble baiting going on there. Null Time Zone, if you're unfamiliar, enters with those 2 steam counters. You can name a card when it comes in, and we're going to write it as big as possible on that Flash card. Gone in a Flash. While this is in play, you can't pitch it, you can't play it from your hands. So you can Gone in a Flash from the arsenal, but as soon as you bounce it back, it's going to be stuck there, at least for the rest of the turn. And for now, it is just Symbiosis Shot coming on 3 for 2. Of course, spare action point in the lack of Cerebellum Processor. So sequencing just, again, on point here from Leo, who knows how to squeak in those gunshots and maybe force through the odd inefficient block.
Some consolation. Alessio can still block with that extra copy of Gone in a Flash. He doesn't on the Symbiosis Shot, but he might be able to throw it down here on the Fast and Furious. Not playing much of a role otherwise, given that it's in his hand. Fast and Furious boost, blocked for 3.
Teklo Trebuchet disappearing. Point of damage leaks across from the Fast and Furious. And we're going to see a pass of priority. And Alessio debates firing off this Sigil of Lightning at the end of the turn here. Gets it out of the hand and loads up an embodiment of Lightning heading into the following turn. We will see a free card, thanks to Sigil of Brilliance as well.
I dig that. I think, I mean, he has the opportunity to go for Aether, but of course, that's a bit risky. I think the play here is if he draws something like a spell, then the go again on the Gone in a Flash enables those multiple lightning cards to be to amp and then play something like a Mind Warp to actually disrupt your opponent. Here is a spell. It's not the one that disrupts your opponent.
Yeah, that doesn't count. Comet Storm Shock, a bit pricey and not exactly disruptive. We can go fishing with Oscilio, of course, to try again. We're not happy with that situation, but Sigil of Solace is hopefully going to provide a little bit of reprieve to the amount of damage Alessio has found himself taking so far.
Having a think, I think, exactly on whether or not he should Oscilio here, or maybe even pass and hold on to the embodiment. Chooses not to, plays out the Gone in a Flash. It has go again. The first lightning card for the turn, no dice being represented. Maybe hinting at the lack of arcane, which is, okay, there we go. Reaches for a die. That's a fun way to...
Gotta balance your ranges. Gotta balance your ranges.
That's a fun way to soul read an Oscilio opponent, is how quickly they reach for that die and put it on Volzar.
When they're really good, they get you back the other way, though. Stack the dice when they don't have the spell, don't stack it when they do. I wouldn't read into it too much, or you'll find your mind getting thoroughly warped. Full go again from the embodiment. We know it is Sigil of Solace and Comet Storm Shock in the hand currently for Alessio. On the other side of things, Leo's hand remains unknown to us right now, but we can assume it is full of gasoline, as you would expect from our racing mechanologist.
I suspect Alessio is holding on to this Comet Storm instead of filtering it just to try to keep 3 blocks in hand, since he can't use this Gone in a Flash combo from hand, or combo, I should say, as long as this Null Time Zone is in the arena. He just wants to keep as much life till this Null Time Zone is gone. So in this case, Sigil to gain some, and then holding on to a 3 block in hand, just to 3 block, essentially.
Does seem very heads up if that's the case. Tempted, it would seem, to filter with Oscilio. Does indeed choose to do so. Discarding away that Comet Storm Shock. Looks to find Blast to Oblivion, which does something.
It's a 4 attack here, so he upgraded in terms of the damage dealt. Very relevant. His opponent is at 17, but does still have quite a lot of equipment block available. 4, 5 block on equipment. That +1 on Teklo Foundry, of course, actually a -1.
Correct, yes. That counter a little bit sketchy, but we assure you it won't be blocking for 3 anytime soon. Leo Toulouse now staring down. An extra 4 damage. The 17 plays 17 life totals. Definitely a point of contention as things get a little bit closer. Debating a block here if the hand doesn't line up perfectly. Seems like at least reason for pause, and it makes sense. This is turning out to be a surprisingly tight race, despite the early Gone in a Flash, despite the looming presence of this Null Time Zone that is now shutting it down. Both players kind of nickel and diming a lot this game. It's been suboptimal Pulse Wave Harpoons and some awkward boosts and the like, and very much a slower, more methodic game plan from Oscilio, Consider Intelligence.
Yeah, no explosive turns that are that the community has come to expect from both of these heroes, which is kind of maybe how it goes when you match up against an equally explosive deck. You want to keep that life total so that you don't get exploded down by your opponent. Sometimes this just happens because you low roll both ways, and those kinds of games are equally hard to navigate as the games where you're getting high rolled or high rolling both ways. You know, there's different flavors to the way that card games work, because we always draw 4 in Flesh and Blood off the top of the deck, and we don't know what we're being given. In this case, a bit of a slower one for both players, which happens, and you have to know how to navigate those.
Going to crank this backup protocol red. We'll respond with Oscilio before we do, to try and filter on through to find something that isn't blink-shaped. It's a lot of incidents in the hand right now, which would be great if it were not for that pesky Gone in a Flash.
I see 2 block in his hand. It's an upgrade from the 0 that he had before he did that Oscilio activation. Of course, this hand, like you say, would have been amazing with the Gone in a Flash, but...
Reducing on the maximum velocity, boosted away for Teklo Trebuchet 2000, which will front-load some of its damage onto the next attack. Very good alongside the likes of Heist to make that into a problematic breakpoint.
Those keeping track, Null Time Zone will stick around for Alessio's turn, so there's 1 more turn of not being able to combo. Of course, he can attack with a Gone in a Flash from Arsenal, but no huge turn here, and not a lot of access to defense. So Alessio in a bit of a blender of how is he going to get around this. Heist fetched off the backup protocol red, doing exactly what you just discussed.
No surprises for me here. Second Teklo core pitched away, boosts away as Dipper hits. Suddenly we find ourselves with a Heist for 7 as Leo Toulouse attempts to steal this game away. Takes a peek at the top card as well. Finding a grenade here would be absolutely vicious.
7 damage against 2 block. No more block on equipment. Wow, I got scared that Alessio was reaching out a hand or something, not just reaching for his deck there.
Taking a look at the yard, making sure we understand what is gone and what that next hand is likely to be. Instant count definitely important now when you're staring down such a barrage of damage.
The problem is, he can take some damage here. He can present some damage back. It probably won't be lethal. I think it'll be 4 into 4. He can put a Sigil of Brilliance on board, which is nice to have, but I'm not sure he'll have the life total to live through what follows this up. So one more turn from Leo Toulouse before Alessio is able to pop off with Zgajner on a flash combo. Might not be enough space for Alessio to keep the cards that present actual lethal.
7 go again. No blocks declared. A shrug from Leo Toulouse as his opponent falls to 9. The heist will connect and we'll go fishing in the banished zone for a goodie to buy, courtesy of that on-hit trigger. And I've found just the one. Cerebellum Processor leaps on back into play, gets cranked to put a counter on the Symbiosis shot, and no doubt draw a card. And in an ideal world, there is another 2-cost attack waiting on top of the deck for Leo. Let's take a look at what he has found. Foundry Heart, of course, still available to change that card in the pinch. Good enough. He'll draw a card. Seems to be Metex that comes into hand there. Foundry Heart will go looking for an item once more. 0 to 60 and Techlo Core banished this time to fuel the fire. Bingo. Found the item. It is a yellow boom grenade. Cranking to get a second action point back. And this Medex has enough fuel to throw into the fire. And we know the hand for Alessio Bouko blocks a whole 2 points of value. And all of a sudden, the train might be screeching to a halt.
Really nice find off the top there. This is, of course, representing 7 damage if this connects, which we believe it has to, unless one of those is a cloud cover we didn't spot. But then, of course, 2 action points, meaning 2 more Symbiosis shots on the board. Spellin' 9 to me.
Certainly looking like enough to close the door here. No blocks declared and a begrudging nod from Alessio. It will be 2 life remaining. The flittering charge will jump in front. The second gunshot comes across and old Knocker will play blocking duty before Alessio sees the Achilles broken and the final gunshot comes in. 3 instant spell demise for Oscilio, Constellar Intelligence, and that hero it's gone in a flash. As Null Time Zone secures Leo Toulouse's place in the finals of the Calling in Toulouse. And I gotta be honest, that plot armor is starting to feel very real right about now.
Alessio had taken down so many Dash IOs on his way here throughout this tournament, but unfortunately can't take out the 4th. Falls to the man of the hour, the man of the city, Leo Toulouse himself on Dash IO, finding that null time zone at the right moment, delaying the game exactly the amount of turns he needed to delay that game, and taking the win in that first semifinals of this calling.
I think in hindsight, that Cerebellum Processor on top of the deck was so unbelievably important. Because if it's any other item, there's a world where Alessio goes, don't need to wobble. Nothing I'm worried about whatsoever. But because it's a processor that threatens to make that turn significantly larger, it earns the wobble and the spark is free to do as the spark does, and suddenly gone in a flash, locked down in the arsenal. A pretty horrific place to be. It's surprising decision point, I think, and very, very lucky to find it.
I was looking at that wobble against that Spark of Genius and thinking this could be the moment that Oscilio shows us how he's been able to get around these throughout this tournament, but unfortunately not enough. Gets baited by that Cerebellum Processor, which is very fair. I think that's not necessarily a mistake when it's heads-up information. You don't know that Spark of Genius is in hand, but the Cerebellum Processor, a good thing to bounce, but not the right turn or play on that turn, given what we know about the hand and how it played out afterwards.
Let's check in with the bracket in the wake of our first semi-finals. We know Leo Toulouse has a chance to immortalize himself in flesh and blood history. To do so, he'll have to make his way through either Filippo Barbani, the Victor Goldmain aficionado, or 2-time Pro Tour champion Pablo Pintor. The good news, we'll get to watch along and find out which one it's going to be.
The other good news, Leo gets a nice little break, I had to take a guess, before he has to play his finals. There's probably a decent amount of time on the clock in the second semifinals we're going to be watching. Very excited to see how it plays out, though.
impressive stuff all around. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this Huntsman Victor game. I know it was one of the losses that Pablo took in the Swiss was to a different Victor, and so has found a way to break through in the matchup before. We'll have to wait and find out if it's our second or third seed that will be joining us for our final game. You got any bets? You got any feelings about that matchup?
I did watch over the shoulder of the top 8 area as I saw Pablo take down the Pleiades in the quarterfinals.
Okay.
So I've seen him take down Guardian. I've seen that plan come to fruition. There's obviously differences between the way that Victor works as a deck and the way that Pleiades works. Victor has some more offensive potential, but also has the ways to draw cards on the defense and make those disruptive turns from Arakni a little bit more stunted. A lot of 4 blocks available in Victor as well. So not quite sure, but it could be that Victor has a little bit more favor than Pleiades did.
Okay, I look forward to finding out. But just beforehand, if you've caught the bug this weekend and you want to get some cardboard in your hands, I want to introduce you to what I think is, in my opinion, the best opportunity to do so. The World Tour is fantastic, but nothing hits home quite like a world premiere. This one in Prague going to be very, very special as we welcome in Omens of the Third Age.
Nothing I could be as excited for right now as this set. This tournament as well in Prague. I'm super excited for that. Of course, I'm excited for what we're about to see right now, but I love some Lightning Heroes, and I love this set that's going to come out. World premieres are always a blast. I'm definitely going to be buying my ticket on March 21st. It did sell out quite quickly last time we had a world premiere in Prague for The Hunted a year and a bit ago. So this weekend in May is going to be a very hot commodity in the Flesh and Blood community.
I made this clear a little earlier today. This, in my opinion, this sells out. This always sells out. I need to be abruptly clear that if you want to come and join us in Prague, when tickets go on sale on March 21st, you better hop on and grab yourself a ticket. Make sure you do not miss out on what will be one of the most important events of the 2026 calendar. There's a few reasons why I expect it to sell out, and part of it is because these cards look phenomenal, frankly. The World Premiere package introduces Omens of Arcana in Marvel form, so you have this macro for every limited event you ever play. You get a playmat to match, and one of 3 just visually astounding Marvels in this World Premiere pack.
Yeah, these promo Marvels are absolutely beautiful, and of course you get that World Premiere pack and 1 in it, as well as that macro Marvel as well. Just so beautiful, and also a great hint that we can play off right now for how these heroes are going to function in each of these iconic hero art deck cards that we see with the duality in their name. Very exciting promos that you can pick up at this event. That's not even the most exciting part of the event. That's the fun of it. This is just so much that I want to do at this tournament.
Of course. Now, I'm going to take a moment to have a little bit of speculation. And I want to be clear, this is speculation. I know nothing of the sort. You look at these 3 promo cards, and there's a very deliberate contrast of light and dark. Do you not think? Lots of light, lots of dark backgrounds one way or the other. You go and watch that trailer, there's some clearly evil nonsense at the very end with a hand grip on the horizon. And maybe we're teasing some things along the way. And I know nothing, but it's very startling to me, just the contrasts available on these promo cards, that's all.
Look, that's a duality I had not noticed myself, but it does definitely fit in also with the way the card art has been for the heroes, where we have Ziggy having sort of a mix of both colors of the other 2.
I like to speculate. Speculation's fun. You know what's not speculation? The upcoming Calling Premium package. This will be the next season as we make our way into the world premiere in Prague. We've gotten used to having a Marvel at the front of these now, and it's no different this time around. Astral Strike takes the place this time around, alongside a random lightning flow counter and a selection of full art cards to boot as well.
Yeah, all these cards also going to be critical for the format, and also a hint at what's to come. Astral Strike, the beautiful X-Strike Marvel treatment that we maybe are starting to get used to with Elemental Strike and, of course, E-Strike and Lightning Strike in the set itself from Compendium. Astral Strike also looking very pretty, and these 2, 0, and 1 costs, that's a weird order, attacks that are going to be fundamental to the draft format, I imagine.
I think so. I'm very intrigued that these are twice per turn instants. They very much give me that vibe of Cogworks Dovetail kind of attacks that are pesky and incredibly annoying to block to stop Channel Lightning Valley from connecting and drawing you cards in spots you don't want, but also just providing us with ways to generate Lightning Flow tokens, which definitely feels like it's going to be an important part of these decks coming together. Speaking of, you'll get 1 of 3 tokens at random, and these all match a corresponding hero for this event. Just a color shift of palette, but it's nice for things to match when it comes to your deck. It feels very flavorful all in all.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for that left one, or I'll be trading for that left one, because as you've talked about and I've talked about, Ziggy is the hero we're most excited about, but I also just love the mix of the colors, kind of playing both worlds there.
Absolutely. Some lovely flavor text on these as well, by the way. If you're a lore aficionado, you learn a little bit more about each of the heroes, their backstories, where they came from, maybe some hints of things to come in future, who knows. But happy to see these being fleshed out, and they feel different, which is what I want from a promo set like this. The world premiere in Prague will join us on May 22nd to 24th. You cannot afford not to be there. It'll be spectacular. Erica will be there. Gabe will be there. I will be there. What more could you possibly ask for?
I think they could possibly ask for a lot more than us being there, but there will be a lot more than that on display at World Premiere Prague weekend. There's a lot in the cards for that event.
That's fine. I get it. I understand.
Now, I'm excited for you to be there, Scott.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure I believe you now, funny enough.
Yeah, well.
You know what, just for that, you're casting the next semi-finals.
Okay, I'm happy to do so.
I made a mistake. Okay, don't worry. You'll be in good hands for our second semi-finals as we get ourselves prepared for Pablo Pintor to stare down Victor Goldmane. Will Arakni Huntsman's time finally have arrived? Only one way to find out.
A thrilling semi-final with two aggressive and explosive decks is what we just saw. And you know what's queued up right next? The same thing. Just kidding.
Not really.
We have Arakni Huntsman and Victor Goldmane on the other side of the bracket. So far, we have seen a thrilling top 8. A lot of heroes were in play, and only 3 remain. Leo Toulouse has his berth in top 8.
Exactly, and we're gonna see Pablo Pintor and Filippo Barbani duking it out, and this one might take a little while. We know Huntsman is gonna try to play the fatigue game, and Filippo is gonna try to pitch tag his visit to Goldman instead and try to repeat those with his remembrances, try and come back swinging with those big golden blocks.
So we have a lot of time, which means a lot of time for you to have some chat messages sent in the chat, which will be the way you can enter the giveaway that we'll be doing at the end of this round. A giveaway for a Young Marvel Hero card. Young Hero Marvel card that came from the Compendium of Vynnset. These beautiful pieces of our old heroes that we have known and loved for so long, now in full art Marvel. One of these can be yours if you just are active in the chat during this upcoming semi-final number 2 game. Which one would you choose?
So I love the Kano art. It's the one I'm missing right now. I got the Oldham and Shane already packed up from London, but eyeing in on that Kano to round out my roster of the heroes that I typically play on a day-to-day basis.
Earlier in the weekend, I also talked about Kano being my choice, but I think since you've taken that, I would be Lexi for me. Lexi's definitely one of my old favorites. I have some success on that hero and a lot of love for that hero, and it's very beautiful young hero art there. One of these can be yours if you are just active in the chat during this upcoming semifinal, and by our guess, there will be a lot of time and a lot of opportunity for you to do so.
So I'm super excited to see what is up and coming.
Well, let's go meet the players before we can get and see what the actual game action is going to be. On one side of our bracket, we have Pablo Pintor playing the Arakni Huntsman, a deck that just a short while ago, everyone would have said there's no way this hero ever makes the top 8 of a tournament. However, Pablo Pintor, 2-time Pro Tour champion, is bringing him to the semifinals here and will be going first. On the other side, Filippo Barbani, well known in the European community for playing Victor. He has played Victor to deep runs at so many callings, and he has been most successful here, I think. Making the semis might be his furthest run yet. We're going to take a look at the way these players got here. Pablo Pintor with a stellar run on day 1, wins across the board for the first 8 rounds against notable players as well. IJlst on Lyath there in round 6. A bunch of different heroes displayed here. Quite a few KOs, including one reviled KO. And then, notably, they have played before in this tournament. With round 11, he took his first loss of the tournament against Filippo Barbani on this Victor deck, and then was also losing to round 12, knocking him below Filippo in the bracket, and does not have turn choice.
So looking at our opponent, we have none other than Filippo Barbani rocking out the Victor player to my greatest delight. He had not as a flawless of a run day 1 as Pablo did. We have 1 loss here against an Oscilio player, but rounding out, he has very much a variety of different players and a lot of heavy-hitting names, so to say, with both Alex Chitu and Brody Spurlock rounding out the day. And into today, we also saw him win against Pablo Pinto. And we also managed to grab that higher seed against Pablo, so we're choosing it, of course, for Pablo to go first here in order to make him punish with not so much aggressive opponents and letting us stack up accordingly.
10 wins in a row for Filippo Barbani on his way to the top 8. Obviously a win as well in the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at what exactly he's up against in the deck list from Pablo Pintor. He was able to beat it once in the Swiss in round 11. Will he be able to beat it again? Pablo, El Contratista, the Arakni Huntsman deck here. Is there anything standing out to you?
We've seen this list for quite a bit, so it's been up and coming, back and time and time again. I thought we were going to see more Seekers Kunai, but apparently we only see 1 in the deck list, and that is apparently good enough when you can just buy it back at your own disposal, thanks to the silver acquired.
Like I was saying, I watched that quarterfinals game over the shoulder of the top 8 area. I was able to catch Arakni Huntsman beating out the Pleiades superstar. That Seeker Kunai sat there on the board, and it was more about the threat of the Seeker Kunai rather than its actual activation and buyback. But also in that format, he was able to get, in that matchup, he was able to get quite a lot of silver and was able to buy it back as well as the arm piece quite a few times. That Graven Gloves arm piece is the key that has brought this hero over the line here at this tournament, thanks to Pablo Pintor's deck building. On the other side of the table, we have the Victor deck. from Filippo Barbani. Daddy's home, baby! You're a Victor player, right?
Yes, sir. And I love to see a Victor on full display. And this is more of a standard Victor list, I would say. We have seen some fatigue varieties coming up and go. I played my own daily grind variant down in Copenhagen not too long ago. But this is your bread and butter Victor standard deck list. Of course, we can dabble a little bit with the debilitate and disables in this list and get more action with our interruption game plan and such, but all in all, a very standard deck list.
Well, there's one best way to see how he's going to play out this matchup against Pablo Pintor's Arakni Huntsman, and that's to make our way to the table and see the action in real time. Filippo Barbani here on the right, Pablo Pintor here on the left. Pablo going first. Players ready. Tunic counter up, and let's draw to 4.
We're seeing the Miller's Grindstone presented here by Filippo, so having the option to grind his opponent's deck down at his disposal. Of course, we are hoping to be able to hit with his Millers against a deck that does not present a lot of 6+ power attacks, so we can probably win quite a few of these classes against Arakni Huntsman.
Yeah, probably a relatively easy time to win these clashes. This is a bit different than that quarterfinal I keep alluding to. That side had Pleiades on a Sledge of Envelheim, presenting a 6-power weapon. So maybe this has a bit of a different balance. One, because those clashes can be won, and you can take cards out of Arakni's deck and sort of equalize them in the fatigue race. But of course, also because it just deals more damage. And there was a real damage threat at the end of the game in that other match, that Guardian Arakni match earlier. Test of Strength coming down on the block on turn 0 here, just to create an extra gold off winning the clash against that Codex of Frailty. Drawing a card, but it's more about the gold creation here. One thing I want to point out is we did see 2 Remembrance. I think it was 1 or 2 Remembrance in Filippo's deck in that deck list. That will be key in this matchup. Pablo has Remembrances of his own, and these decks will get thin.
Absolutely, and the game plan here for Filippo is to try and utilize all of the visits of the Goldman Estates to successfully send these Golden Suns for a lot of hero power. And now the Remembrance is key here, just because that you can recur those visits of the Goldman Estates to keep populating those might tokens and keep punching forward with those Golden Suns.
Red Debilitate hitting the table with the ever terrifying 2 floating from Filippo Barbani. This probably is just the best card he had available to him. Debilitate does have a relevant effect. Most likely it ends up just turning off the first dagger swing of the turn, so you can consume that -2 on that 1-power dagger. But nice here to go second and draw into one of those red high-power attacks. Pablo Pintor saying no blocks, thinking on defense reactions.
Looks like we have a Hunted or Hunter in the hand here for Pablo. But he should also know that Weakest Links was drawn up from the Test of Strength activation, creating that gold, activating Victor in order to draw that card. So Pablo should know that this is not a pummel threat. It is a Weakest Link lingering in the hand of Filippo.
We swapped seats, and I suddenly forgot that I'm supposed to be able to track cards and things like that. So no pummel there, but he's taking a peek off this Hunted or Hunter. Unfortunately, sort of inefficient the way he has to do. Oh my god! Having to pitch 2 yellows is not a downside when you take your opponent's Remembrances and totally change the course of this game.
No.
The first thing we commented on was the role of Remembrance.
That is not real, Pablo. Okay, if anyone doesn't understand what is going on right now, we just talked about how Remembrance is so important in this matchup in order to recur the visits of the Goldman Estates into the deck, in order to have these powerful knockout turns later state of the game. But that game plan just flew out the window.
Head in his hands, literally scratching the head and thinking on the fly, I had a plan coming into this. I gotta think of a new one really quickly. Maybe I have to stack that first cycle of Goldman Estates in order to set up a kill shot here on the first cycle just with Arsenal and some pitches, or maybe the start of the second cycle. I have to be more aggressive now from Filippo's side of the table in order to get over that defensive fortitude and disruptive fortitude of Pablo Pintor. Pablo taking a look through the list just to study every card. How many are three ofs that are the big important ones? Of course, Filippo probably running most of his AD that isn't equipment, but Pablo just making sure what is and isn't in there after banishing these 2 Remembrances with Hunted or Hunter. What a find!
I mean, what are the bloody odds?
1 in 72.
We haven't even seen 6 cards out of the deck, and we already see Remembrance on top, and there's only 2 copies in the deck. I imagine we're fat stacking to some extent.
2 in 72-ish.
I mean, what are the odds?
Yeah, this is I would say they're kind of the same, but this and Visit the Goldmane Estate are the two things you want to hit. They kind of are the same card because that's the role of Remembrance in this matchup, but wow, what a change. And of course, also, no damage leaked because Pablo having access to 2 of those defense reactions. He did have to pitch inefficiently for that Hunter or Hunted, that key card that has brought Arakni onto the phrase, and then those cards from Compendium bringing him onto the top 8. 1 card hand, Leave No Witnesses, still gets to threaten disruption. What a turn cycle from Pablo Pintor.
Wow, wow, wow. Pablo Pintor might be just the luckiest Flesh and Blood player in calling Toulouse.
Command and Conquer heard around the world last year in London. Now it's the Remembrance off the top of his opponent's deck that is benefiting him here in Toulouse.
Okay, we're not out of the woods completely yet. We still have those visits. We still have a lot of ways to create a lot of goals. We still have ways to get over our opponent's defenses. But it just became a tiny bit harder.
Walk me through it. What is the ideal order of operations for Filippo from here on out? What do you want to see in what order in terms of cards? And then also, how are you going to be playing this in terms of an aggressive or defensive stance?
So what you would like to see is having those Visits of the Goldmane Estates at the bottom of your deck, and you do not want to see them anytime soon. You want to build up that gold stack as much as humanly possible, meaning we want to see those tranches, we want to see those Test of Strength, we want to connect said block cards in order to fuel our gold stack as much as possible. So when we finally see those visits, we can go as tall as humanly possible, because that is going to be the key to enter the fortress here.
Then my second question, with the Grindstone, although Pablo is he has a good time of blocking out that Grindstone, do we have the opportunity from Filippo here to still pursue the fatigue his opponent's deck? Or is the lack of Remembrances against Remembrances on Pablo's side just making that a cursed prospect to begin with?
So the offensive side of Pablo has a lot more ways to banish cards from his opponent's decks, thanks to Hunted or Hunter or all of the contract cards that is available to him, presenting Filippo with a bit of conundrum whenever he tries to block out with them. So the Miller's Grindstone, of course, is presenting the same kind of question, like, okay, do you want to give me a card to block out the Miller's Grindstone, or do you want to let me hit it and grab a card from the top of your deck instead? But this is also one way to slice the dice if you want to go wide instead.
Absolutely. Leave No Witness blocked for 4 to hold on to this very potent hand, playing Rouse the Ancients and showing a whopping 15 damage off this Rouse the Ancients. That gives this go again. If you haven't seen this card in a while, you have to reveal attack action cards from your hand with power 13 or more in total. If you do, you get +7 and go again. Dice not represented on the board right now, but I think this also leads towards those things that you were saying where you want to see those Goldmane Estates late in the game and build up gold. You also want to threaten your opponent and tempo them down. This turn already doing a very good job of that. Rouse is going to be 7, probably Boulder Drop, depending on the state of that arsenal. Is going to be another 7 and a Disruptive 7 afterwards. So definitely taking the tempo in this game right here.
We also have a Lightning Strike at our disposal to help us go even wider as well. But these Roused Ancients are a great addition for Filippo's deck at this point in time.
Absolutely. 6 block against this Rouse the Ancients means 1 will connect over against Pablo Pintor. First blood down to 39. Weakest link out of the arsenal, choosing to hold on to that Boulder Drop that is known about, and of course is relatively easy to block out when you can just block with 2 cards and there's no crush effect anyways. Weakest link, possibly demanding the Seeker's Kunai. It's probably just to get it out of Arsenal because the Boulder Drop is a more efficient thing to have in our Arsenal.
And I mean, the connection you can make with pummels on a Boulder Drop is a lot more oppressive as well. So I think that is what Filippo is going for here. He needs to squeeze out every single point of disruption and damage that he possibly can. And so I think saving this Boulder Drop for a potential power connection later on, or pummel connection later on, it will be a lot better for him.
3 block Coercive Tendency hits the bin, doesn't want to use that on a big turn right now because of Filippo's offensive potential that we've seen. We're going to have a 4 power contract attack hit the table in Plunder the Poor. This is one of those that searches for cards with 1 cost or less. It's going to banish a card at the top of the deck, and if it completes that contract, create a silver, as all of those do. I believe I saw Filippo draw a 4 block. Taking a look at his hand.
It's not only a 4 block. I believe we have both a Trounce and a Test of Strength on Filippo's hand, which is not ideal.
You only get the draw once, but if he does manage to win 1, maybe he's taking the bet that with Trounce he can set it up that he wins 1 and then he wins them both. And he's not about drawing the card and being necessarily damage efficient in this sort of turn where he is committing 2 cards to block. He'd rather just maximize the actual gold creation like you were saying, instead choosing to just put the Test of Strength forward on its own.
It's the Visit on top.
It's the Visit on top. It is against
not again,
a
Filippo.
hold the line. It's against the hold the line here, so if he does crack a gold, he can turn it possibly into a win, push that Visit the Gold Main Estate into the second cycle, which is where he probably wants it to be, the top of the second cycle, but that would not be gold positive because he'd have to be wasting a gold to try to create one more gold as well.
Yeah, but he also has a trounce in hand, so he knows if we don't find a hit on top, we're also going to lose on the trounce.
Yeah, I have nothing direct.
We're not going to lose on the trounce because there's no more attacks coming up after this, so we're not going to connect the trounce this turn anyway. So we decide keeping our gold is more important this turn.
Keeping our gold is more important. That trounce is still going to be able to create some gold next turn, perhaps.
And we see an E-strike looming here.
Lightning Strike. Contemplating the mode, putting a card on the bottom. Didn't catch whether that was the trounce or whether that was the other card in hand.
Yeah, good question. We'll see if this is a 7 or not. Yeah, probably kept the trounce up.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Because if you put the trounce on the bottom of your deck at this point in time, you're not going to see that trounce for a while.
Yeah.
And we don't have time to wait for that trounce to come back in order to populate our gold as effectively as possible on this first turn cycle.
So choosing not to put that Visit the Gold Main Estate on the bottom for the risk of going -1 gold overall if he missed on the following thing as well. Of course, he can draw this and then pitch it next turn, so he still has ways to get that to the bottom of the deck. 5 block given there?
Believe so. So leaking some damage here.
Might have been 7. Might have just done bad math.
I'll take Tunic.
Okay.
And I think
So
Fiddler's
block
Green.
from the head, block 2 from the defense reaction, and 1 from the Fiddler's Green, gaining 3. He basically covered 7. Excessive Blood Loss is a response, paying for it efficiently off of the Findal Spring Tunic, holding 1 card. Excessive Blood Loss is one of those new cards that really has made this deck shine. I keep saying that because there's a lot of new cards that have made this deck shine. It's a contract. You contracted to banish opponents' red cards. Obviously, create a silver when you complete that, but the more important part, when it hits, banish the top card of their deck. If it is red, you repeat this process once, meaning you can banish 2 cards of your deck, starting to win that deck size fatigue war, but also, ever important, you can create 2 silver, which will continue to buy back your Graven Gloves and gain you 2 life every time you do this.
And we saw Pablo Pintor on the Arakni Huntsman activation, looking at the top card of the deck. He decided to put it on the bottom, so we do not know for sure if it's a red on top or not, because it's unknown information at this point in time. We do see the trounce coming down, though. It's the Golden Sun! This is exactly what we need! It's the extra gold generated from the Golden Sun. Whenever we activate or we see a Golden Sun from a clash effect, we will get an extra gold being put on the stack and resolve accordingly. So we will get 2 gold out of this trounce activation. That is absolutely massive.
2 gold, draw that in Lightning Strike. That is the kind of tempo we need in this stage of the game in order to create all of these golds and go towards that Visit the Gold Main Estate. Of course, Pablo just cashing in the shred. He doesn't want to clog up his arsenal with it, so might as well do it for a little bit of damage. This is 5 against 6 block, meaning the shred -2 brings it down to 4. This will connect for 1 unless we see additional reactions, which means at the end of this, there will be 2 cards banished, 1 or 2 cards, I should say, banished out of the deck.
Great to see the trounce connecting full on now. We have the Might and Vigor token generated alongside it. It's a little bit of an awkward hand here for Filippo, though. He does not want to lose extra cards in hand, so we are committing the quick dodge flexes for the Tunic counter.
Tunic counter, quick dodge flexors comes in to block 2 extra. The players clean that up quickly, but that does cover the excessive blood loss. Doesn't want to lose 2 cards out of his deck at this stage. Vigor pops and Might pops. Visit the Gold Main Estate #1 coming down. Comfortable still doing this for some tempo in the mid game. Creates 1 gold, draws 1 card, creates 5 Might.
6 Might with
6 Might,
the Aura Mages. That is also counting as a gold, which is amazing.
The shield. The shield. Everything's a chest. It's the best slot of the equipments. Enlightened Strike hits the table again. This one gets buffed up by 1 with that Might. Here we have 6. We're saying go again, I believe.
Looks like it.
Probably a blue left in hand. There was a pummel, which I wasn't sure what color it was, so probably got bottomed if it was a red. This is 6, go again. Using that Vigor to pay off efficiently that Visit the Gold Main Estate and still be able to either throw that Boulder Drop or throw the Hammer. In this case, Boulder Drop comes through. Another 7 after this E-Strike.
It's an interesting decision, because having that Boulder Drop available in Arsenal means that you guaranteed have an effective on-hit with the Might tokens coming up on the next turn, which can put you in an awkward position if you draw into 4 cards that does not present you with an attack that is as oppressive as Boulder Drop. So interesting choice from Filippo, deciding deciding to go tall on this one, making sure to be as aggressive as possible heading into his next turn.
Also, though, boulder drop here threatens your opponent's cards out, meaning Pablo can't present much back to Filippo, and he still gets 4 cards to make advantage of that might. Worst case, Miller's Grindstone still has an on-hit, so that is still relevant to buff up by 6, but he would love to draw some red attacks here. Puts that hand directly on the table. Codex of Frailty, the best one-card play Pablo could have had, and he finds it. Of course, we saw that Leave No Witnesses earlier, so it is available. That will take a card out of Filippo's hand, replace it with a card into Arsenal from the graveyard. Some disruption, but there is kind of clean blocks available. Filippo might have drawn a 4 block, but of course he does still have 1 block on the equipment, so he can put together a 3 block and a 1 block on equipment to sort of go card neutral on this and keep the card he really wants to fire in Arsenal.
So it kind of solves the problem in case he didn't draw anything super effective. We all of a sudden are presented with an opportunity to select whichever card we'd like from the graveyard that have already been presented. So we could potentially just grab whatever we like here and cover up these Leave No Witnesses and send that accordingly. The Frailty is going to be a little bit of a needle in the side of this one, but...
what's 1 Frailty against 6 might, you know?
I know, right?
Filippo's still thinking on what card it is he wants to draw. There are a lot of options. There's the Boulder Drop, there's the Weakest Link, there's Enlightened Strike, there's Red Debilitate, I believe. Tunic won't be online, so the 4 costs might be a little awkward. Unless he happens to have Pummel with it.
That too.
Oh, that would not have enough cards to then block, prevent the Leave No Witnesses, and keep the Pummel. So
No. So thinking here where Filippo is looking to go. Pablo also would like to take a look on what he might be staring down on this Codex of Frailty resolution. We're seeing Filippo having a think here. It's 4 blues though.
4 blues.
So it might actually be a good opportunity for Filippo to fix this full blue hand into something a little bit more oppressive.
Reaching for a card. Looks like he's thinking about that Boulder Drop after all. Not the Debilitate, just wanting the more disruptive effect. Leave No Witnesses comes forward for 4. 2 cards blocked, not wanting to give up that breakpoint block on the arm piece when he doesn't need it, and he doesn't need the extra cards, because Boulder Drop is an efficient 3-cost card. Here we go, Mights pop. Boulder Drop comes in. This is 7, it's +6, it's -1 from Frailty, so the total number is 12 damage on a Boulder Drop. Looks like we're back having an Arakni versus a Pleiades once more.
Did you catch what he drew off the ponder there?
I did not catch what he drew off the ponder.
But still, 12 Boulder Drop, pretty good.
6 block, reach for, cut to the chase, and ripple away. There is still a Sink Below in hand to get around that crush effect. Obviously, no pummels being threatened from Filippo here. Sink Below, choosing not to sink. 2 damage comes through. 34 for Pablo, still not a point of damage dealt to Filippo.
So Leave No Witness left in hand. That's the perfect 1-card play to see here from Pablo.
Again, we have the contract cards. This one's not threatening the arsenal, not the disruption that is maybe relevant sometimes, but it is about what can come off the top of the deck. And in this case, Pablo snaps it back down. That was a Visit the Goldmane Estate off the top of the deck, meaning Pablo's very happy to potentially forego a silver to try to snap that card if Filippo can't trounce it away or draw it, which looks like he's going to do.
Yeah, we're going to be sad yet again on this Clash activation. We're thinking if Clash or Bravado or Trounce is going to go first, though. We're deciding on the Trounce. It is the Visit.
Filippo having a think. This is a winning Clash for Pablo, so it would mean that he has to bottom the Visit if he wants the opportunity to win both of the Clashes of the Trounce. He says no, we'll both bottom and continue forward. Test of Strength against Sink Below, so neither Clash won. Trounce will not do anything, and then we'll go to the Clash of Bravado Clash and lose that as well. Nothing going. Some damage comes, no damage comes through against Filippo Barbani. Coercive Tendency. Looking at the top 3 cards, we're not taking advantage of the second effect of Coercive Tendency, which gives go again. But in this case, we're just trying to take cards out of the deck. And like you say, there's a 3rd visit. Pablo did not have to think. He just said, yep, that one goes on top, and I get rid of it. That's all the Remembrance is gone. That's 2 Visit the Goldmane Estates gone, 1 played and 1 banished with that Coercive Tendency. Pablo understanding his role is to just try to snipe those cards off the top, and Coercive is doing exactly what he needs. Filippo, 40 health still, but not a lot of crazy damage he can deal. Pablo has a lot of ground to still go through in terms of like just the red attacks and stuff that Filippo can create. Of course, Rise of the Ancients is one way to produce big turns, but threatened now in terms of his long-term plan.
I really feel for Filippo at this point in time. This is not how we would like to see this game go by any stretch of the imagination.
Tunic for and a 3 pitch for Clash of Bravado here. Just an attack for 7. Has to make best fatigue math. Take advantage of his deck size. So in this case, 1 card out of deck for Filippo is 2 cards out of deck for Pablo. This is going to have to be the way he starts to approach this.
We're seeing a Seeker's Kunai looming in Pablo Pintor's hand. We've seen this card come back again and again to be extremely oppressive on his opponents. So we're probably going to see that being played out shortly.
3 block followed up by a sink below with no sink. That's a 7 block. Pablo having a think just to make sure. And yes, he's happy with that. Go to Pablo's turn, tick up Tunic, and present Fleece the Frail. Fleece the Frail is the contract card that looks for 2 or less block. Not going to be very relevant against Filippo Barbani in terms of silver creation, but could be relevant in terms of cards out of deck.
So coming in for 4 here, we do have the Test of Strength available to us. And an E-Strike to boot.
An important thing to call out about Secret Kunai is that it is instant, which means he can buff it in the react step functionally if he wants to play it out and pop it on the same turn. Test of Strength covers it up. Pablo just says pass. Not the most important on-hit. He'd rather hold it for some kind of disruption.
Very good strategic choice here by Pablo, making sure that all of the cards are played at their maximum effect here for him.
Lightning Strike. 5 go again. Is this E-Strike number 3?
I think so.
That's
2 cards left in hand. We have a CNC to follow
pretty
up.
nice.
I'm thinking if we want to pack this CNC and just send the Miller's Grindstone and wait for a pummel opportunity to arise for us.
Definitely one of those ways to get around Pablo's block. One of the ways that Arakni blocks is through all of these defense reactions. You run a lot of the Sinks and Fates and Shelters, and of course you run Hunter or Hunted, the all-star of the deck. It's not like those classes that just have those big 4 blocks like we see on Filippo's side. So CNC is quite threatening in terms of cards out of arsenal and hand in the wrong hand shape for Pablo.
It is the CNC play.
Throwing CNC.
I'm
Pablo
not sure if
does
this is the correct play, but what Filippo doesn't know is that there's an instant ability available to Pablo in the arsenal. So the CNC is not going to do anything.
Filippo shaking his head, putting his tongue out and saying, I got by the only instant available in the Assassin card pool. And then has a read of that Secret Kunai, that new item. 3 damage is taken by Pablo, so he is continuing to chip down further, but he'll have an efficient play in Tunic for Annihilate the Armed on this turn, and then Arsenal a Fate Foreseen afterwards.
Still continuous unfortunate turn of events, but I mean, if we look at the upside of the life totals right now, we do have 26 life down on Pablo's side of things, so we can definitely say that Filippo has been somewhat successful in bringing his opponent's life total down. So far so good, but trying to find those final knockers is going to be forever a bit hard to get to.
Yeah. There's Visit the Goldman Estate, 2 down and 2 Remembrances down, meaning we only have 1 visit left as we keep discussing, which means that's the last big damage other than the Rouse the Ancients and just, of course, stuff like Macho Grande, which is a big 8 dominate that goes into the pitch zone right here to pay for this weakest link. So Filippo has options, but he's going to need to start piecing them together and making sure to be careful to put them together at the right moments.
Exactly, and I believe we only have 1 Rouse left at our disposal because I think Filippo only runs 2 in the deck, if I don't misremember completely. So already see 1 of those Rouses, so 1 left at our disposal there. The Lightning Strike has all gone.
Taking a look at Pablo's hand, we've got Coercive Tendency alongside 1 contract card, Fiddler's Green, and a Shred. Coercive Tendency, of course, a really good way to take cards out of Filippo's deck basically uninteractively. It does benefit from having multiple contract cards. In this case, there's only the Slay the Scholars. As we know, there's a Fate Foreseen over there in Arsenal. This is Coercive number 3, so if Pablo wanted to put together a good offensive turn as a way of coming back tempo-wise and life-wise into the game instead of just threatening the deck, he would want to hold on to that or pitch that to daggers here, but he also might just play it to start threatening the deck size.
Exactly, we're gonna have to see some contract cards connecting in order to get some more cards into that banished zone, some more silver generated, etc., to accompany Arakni Huntsman's game plan here now. But
players update the life total: 27 for Pablo Pintor. He blocked 4 and gained 3 life, so functionally gained 1 overall. Tunic back to 1, and we're on Pablo. Let's see how he chooses to play this out. He reaches for that dagger. He's going to go pitch that Coercive Tendency, try to use it one last time at the end of the game to take some of those final setup cards from Filippo. Spider's Bite for 1. If this hits, attack actions block for 1 less on the next link, which we know is that Slay the Scholar.
Is this the first Spider's Bite we've seen this game?
It is. We haven't seen daggers. There have been quite a few. Yeah, maybe turn 0. I don't remember quite on the very first turn of the game.
Fair.
But we've had quite a few block 9, throw a 4, or block 9, throw a 5 with Tunic plays out of Pablo. And so not a lot of opportunity, especially because Filippo has connected these offensive turns so far.
Because comparing to the RKO game we saw earlier, he was sending those daggers flying every single turn he was able to, but he was also able to keep a lot of his cards available to him. So fueling those daggers throughout your blues is a really, really effective way to keep tabs on your opponent.
I suspect we might get to more of that as we get thinner into this deck, and both players might have to take these off turns, of course. The daggers having go again is a good way to take advantage of those full hands when you get given them late in the game. Filippo, on the other hand, his weapon is a good use of an off turn, but it's not able to extend alongside the cards in his hand. Slay the Scholars here comes down, 4 power, go again, 4 power, contract. Banish the top card because no blocks, damage is taken. Slay the Scholar is looking for non-attack actions to create silver, but of course, Pablo here prioritizing taking those cards out that deck. That's Spinal Crush. That's one of those big red attacks that we're talking about. There's another one in hand from Filippo that's probably going to hit the table here, but the more those go away, the less he's able to deal damage throughout this game.
Interesting. We're pitching the Golden Sun here and Disable. We're definitely setting up a pitch deck scenario. We already know that the last Vynnset is on the bottom of the deck from an earlier trounce. And so pairing that up with this Golden Sun is going to be potentially key here to be able to lock out this game later on. That is the game plan we're going for now.
The unfortunate thing about this pitch stack is that Pablo gets to interrupt it every time he plays a contract card. He gets to put a card on the bottom of his opponent's deck. And if he hits another Hunted or Hunter at any point, he'll also be able to shuffle up that deck. So a bit of a dangerous game in terms of creating a pitch stack against Arakni Huntsman, but you might be able to pull it off. Filippo deals 1 damage there as Spinal Crush is blocked by 2 defense reactions going to 8. Filippo puts a card into Arsenal, tuning up for Pablo, and then reaches for another dagger. So it is indeed, we're pitching that Hunter or Hunted just to be able to fuel up as we go further into this game. Dagger, dagger, swing.
Or could this potentially be the counter pitch deck?
3,000 people watching this very tense game between Pablo Pintor and Filippo Barbani. Here, 6,000 eyeballs on our game as we have dagger for 1. It was 40 to you know, whatever Pablo's life total was for a while. Now he's starting to deal damage. He's starting to get the space he needs.
Yeah. I mean, the Annihilated the Arm here coming over is going to look for attack action cards. There's a plenty of those in Filippo's deck. And so with the Spider's Bite connecting, his attack action cards will block for less.
Bit unfortunate having to pitch that Hunter or Hunted, I think, but there was no other blue there. There's 3 defense reactions and then Annihilate the Armed in hand.
But I'm thinking it might be a counter pitch deck because he saw the Golden Sun. He knows the Vynnset is coming right before it. And so pitching this Hunted or Hunter might be the perfect counterbalance to that if he had managed to hit it before the Golden Sun.
It could be. I imagine we get through Filippo's deck faster than we get through Pablo's deck. So those cards might just pop up just on account of Pablo helping him out, essentially get to that second cycle.
Yeah, yeah.
Headbutt blocked here. Block 3, Mask of Perdition activated, looking for an extra card off the top of the deck. Taking 3. That headbutt actually only blocks 2 thanks to the Spider's Bite. So this is 3 damage. What Mask of Perdition does is you can activate it as an attack reaction, and it gains, the attack it targets gains when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck. So functionally banishing 2 off this Annihilate the Armed. We saw Macho Grande, and I think it was a red attack underneath. Not quite sure.
It was the Boulder Drop, yeah.
It was a Boulder Drop. That's 2 attack actions, creating 2 silver, fueling up Pablo Pintor's plan with the Seeker Kunai and the Graven Gloves, but of course also just taking those ever-potent cards outside of Filippo's deck. Riches pitched for Disable here, drawing a card.
It's a blue Disable of all things. It's not the most offensive thing we can imagine, but pitching the Riches here is very, very thankful. We're already at 7 gold at this point in time. But yet again, we only have 1 visit left at our disposal, but we're going to try to juice out everything we can from that visit once we get there.
Of course, Pablo reaching for that Graven Gloves for the first time. What it says, it is a 1 block, well, it's a 2 block arm piece. It's Blade Break. When you equip it from anywhere other than your graveyard, it gets a -1 counter. That's why it has -1 right now, even though he hasn't blocked with it. So it only blocks 1 on its first go, but if he's able to put it into a graveyard and buy it back at the start of his turn, It will have 2 block instead. So he was reaching for it, considering now that I have the silver, I can block with it just to buy it back. But instead decides to throw the Command and Conquer and hold that for a more important break point. Is the protection of if this crush comes through, there is a defense reaction in hand, and there's a defense reaction in arsenal as well.
I believe that's a test of Iron Grip in Filippo's hand as well. I think we're pocketing a CNC, so setting up a 4 and big attack with a... I was just going to say the pummel. He just threw it.
CNC pummel may be coming in the future for Filippo Barbani, but he is still facing from CNC on the other side of the table. Pablo Pintor has his own, meaning if you cannot block this, you lose the one you've just put into arsenal. You said no blue. I definitely saw 1 yellow in the Golden Sun. The question is there 2 yellow? It's access to Tunic counter, so can clean some things up.
Oh, that is rough.
That is really rough. 2 tests of Iron Grip.
I mean, it blocks the CNC.
It does block the CNC to throw those 2 together.
CNC quite good.
You do, in theory, risk losing the clash.
That is the thing. Is that a risk we're willing to take at this point? And we're seeing Pablo Pintor's own Remember is being pitched there on the other side of the table as well.
Problem is, blocking the CNC doesn't allow us to go CNC pummel. So then the question is, do you just pass? Do you pitch the Golden Sun and go Miller's Grindstone and hold on to the pummel? We're going for the clashes here. 7 is plenty enough from Filippo, saved. No cards to discard from Pablo, but really it's just about blocking out that Command and Conquer on hit and holding on to the potent pummel CNC from Filippo. Take a look at how this turn plays out.
Are we looking to pitch the Golden Sun just for the CNC? Probably. And then we're packing the pummel in arsenal, probably.
The great part of this is that the pummel still has the opportunity to do disruption in the future paired with anything. Obviously, it's great with the CNC, but the CNC is disruption now, asking for a couple cards, and the pummel is still doing that later as well.
I was thinking if there was an option for Filippo to break one of his goals in order to try and find a blue if he was so declined, but we are valuing these golds a lot harder than that because we need those for the late game puff-off.
With that 1 more visit in deck, it's very uncomfortable to lose some of those gold. Dagger comes forward after a 6 block on the Command and Conquer. Concealed Blade pitched away. Not a lot of ways to flick, it seems, in Pablo Pintor's deck, so the Concealed Blade is really just a 0-cost attack reaction that gives +1 to assassin cards.
We see another test of Iron Grip here from Filippo. We're going to accept the Spider's Bite. Question is if he's going to get some value out of this test of Iron Grip now. It doesn't look like it.
Could still get the 4 block value, of course. He also has 2 Fate Foreseens in hand, so he's kind of gotten flush with defensive options against not the biggest hand from Pablo. I mean, the thing is, if you just play one of those test of Iron Grips, then you're left with that Fate and a bunch of cards in your hand as well. So excessive blood loss is a 5. Attack actions will block 1 less.
It's not the most oppressive hand looking at it. With the test of Iron Grip, the Fate Foreseen, I believe there's 2 blues in there. That doesn't really do much for us. Is it double Fate Foreseen in hand? Maybe?
I think it is double Fate Foreseen in hand.
There's double Fate Foreseen.
I will say one thing. You kind of like having access to all this extra block because overblocking against that Seeker Kunai that's sitting there waiting on board is not a bad thing. But we do reach for the Iron Fist Revelation as a 1 block. Say that triggers no flip up of a crush card in arsenal, and then we get Fate Foreseen, turns it into a 5 block. Taking a look at the opt, Pablo still has an opportunity for attack reactions, whether it's a Seeker Kunai or possibly something in arsenal, though I believe that arsenal is a defense reaction.
So having a think here on the opt ability of Fate Foreseen. Are we going to keep that on top or are we going to put it to the bottom? Interesting decision here for Filippo. He's having a think about it, that for sure.
Definitely having to think about it. Considering that stack, even if he's not able to make it to a true stack thanks to the Arakni ability. I believe that was a big attack that we saw there.
It's a disable blue. Yeah. Yeah, we're basically halfway, a little bit over halfway through the deck at this point in time, it looks like.
Tunic for Seeker Kunai to push this to 6, and Fate Foreseen blocking 1, but most importantly, keeping a card in deck right there. Happy to see that go. Happy to throw that forward. And then pitching a blue disable for Miller's Grindstone, holding on to a card in hand. We have that Pummel in Arsenal, which can affect Miller's Grindstone. You won't get the on-hit of the discard a card, but of course you will get the on-hit of Clash, try to take a card out of their deck. Consideration, but probably holding on to that Pummel, I'd imagine. Hunter or Hunted. Pitch a blue, play Hunter or Hunted. Pablo takes a look with his Arakni trigger and finds, oh, it was a red disable on the top of the deck. That's why there was so much deliberation. And now he gets to go searching through the deck and take 4 cards Wow.
Yeah, we can pick any color we like as long as the name is still the same.
So one disable that came off the top, that's from the Banish It part of the Hunted or Hunter text. Then, of course, you can take a look at through the deck. We saw that one blue. There's one in the pitch zone, which kind of gets around the problem here. Doesn't look like there's any others. So only 2 silver will be created and 2 cards out of deck, but Pablo having a good study of what the options are that remain.
I don't know what the worst part is, the fact that we're stealing cards from our opponents, or we're getting cards stolen from our deck, or the fact that we're shuffling our deck. So our beautiful pitch deck is now also out the window.
And that deck is looking thin compared to how it started, that's for sure. I think it's the shuffling that matters quite a lot, although obviously the game will end with those cards, but I kind of see those cards as those are going to be lost out of your deck against Arakni either way, so you have the opportunity to try to set up a way to win, but with the disruption, the pitch deck disruption, I should say, in the form of that shuffle and the bottoming cards, there's a bit of a way to stop you from also setting up that second cycle. I think that's like how you're attacking on both elements is how you can get over the top here.
Exactly. We're pulling the riches off the top. We have the Test of Iron Grip available to us still, as that was kept in hand from last turn. And Pablo has the option to buy back the Seeker's Kunai if he so desires. Or the Mask of Perdition, absolutely. That's also a choice.
The mask. He's quite flush with silver here, so sitting on 4 means he's sort of flexible and he's able to buy back 1. Mask's quite nice. It's 1 block, which means Filippo is able to present on hits that the 1 block will matter against, but also more importantly, he's just trying to empty his opponent's deck. Leave, Arakni trigger, looking at that top card, leaving it there.
1 card left in hand makes Filippo wonder, are there some tricks to be played here?
And 1 card left in arsenal. Definitely worried about losing something like a visit off the top here.
Yeah, that would be devastating at this point. He doesn't know where the visits are anymore, because before we knew exactly where it was. We had full control of where it was in the stack. But after that shuffle, the risk of it being on top is ever looming.
There's pummels left in deck as well that could be going away here. Filippo having a think, obviously he has that convenient 4 black on the Test of Iron Grip, but does he want to add additional cards on top of it?
Yeah, a defense reaction here would be kind of nice to have. Unfortunately, the Fate for Scenes has come and gone already. Counting down the deck.
Are you fast enough to catch that? I wasn't.
I didn't start counting, so I missed it. I missed the opportunity.
I think it was roughly... I'm not even going to take a guess. Definitely looks... Wow. Kind of thinner than
24,
Filippo's.
I think, on Filippo's side of things.
24
so, yeah.
Filippo's. Thing is, Pablo Pintor still has access to his remembrances. I think he has at least one.
He does. We saw one pitched just a little while ago for the CNC a couple of turns ago. So those remembrances are definitely going to help Pablo Pintor's fatigue game here, and Filippo are out of that option.
There you go. Test of Iron Grip and a 3 block given. He does win the clash, meaning Pablo will have to discard that last remaining card in his hand, playing around any cut to the chase possibilities by blocking 7. Pass turn from Pablo, drawing up that Shelter from the Storm that is now well known, as well as some other cards. 2 shreds among there and 1 card, 1 attack action card. Rich is pitched for gold, which stays gold neutral for Filippo, but lets him draw 2 cards and possibly look for cards to buff up the offensive potential.
We do see the CNC in a blue, though, and there's a pummel in the arsenal to boot.
Tunic Online does make that work the good way, and he didn't have to think very long to throw that CNC onto the table, pitching a blue. Having a think, pitching a blue, floating 1. Pummel known in the arsenal, not necessarily known to Pablo.
It is known to Pablo because he saw it on the Hunter Hunted.
Oh.
So it is known.
I forgot
he has
that looks
full
at the arsenal
information.
too.
That is so awkward for Filippo, but that is the best we can do at this point in time. It's the last CNC of the deck, I believe, when Pablo was shuffling through it earlier.
Having full information of CNC pummel is almost not helpful. Like, what are you going to do with it? You could block 12 or block 10, I should say, and then you just take it the next time the pummel comes in. So
there's no way you're going to block 12.
Here he's
We're blocking a lot, though.
It's looking like we might be blocking 10. That's 3 already on the board.
Wow.
Wow, he's got that shelter that he can use for the prevent. He can reach the 10.
Wow, are we doing
Force out
it?
the pummel with the shelter
Yeah, because
play?
he knows. He knows full and well that this is the last CNC he's ever going to see. If he blocks this one out, there's never going to be an opportunity for Filippo to play a pummel safely again.
Yeah, 9. He says, okay, you can pummel me if you want to try to cheat this one in. I'm doing this because I know I have 1 prevention on the shelter. However, if
Filippo is
you don't
like, what am
pummel
I
me,
missing? Why is this guy blocking 1 less than to cover up the CNC pummel that I'm presenting to him? There must be a trick here.
Filippo counting maybe Shelter from the Storms. I imagine he's aware of what this trick is, but the decision is, are you going to pop it or not? And he chooses to. Pummel comes forward. Shelter discard. Filippo says, yup, I had to take it from you. I had to try. Graven Gloves go to the graveyard. That's a lot of G's. Black Tech Whisper and Mask of Perdition are used for their Battle-Worn 1 and now can be used for their offensive abilities. 2 silver spent to buy back that Graven Glove immediately, and just a 4 power coming through. Slay the Scholars is a 4 power contract card looking for non-attack action cards.
Filippo has both Visit the Goldman Estate and a Golden Sun in his hand as we speak. This is going to be an interesting turn of events. Looks like we have a judge call coming in, so we're going to have to rabble a little bit while we get that sorted.
Looks like, yeah. What do you think of the current state of the game?
I don't like it. Being a Victor Fanado fangirl.
Fanado.
I love a good old Victor, but this is not going Victor's way in any shape of the imagination, unfortunately. Losing those remembrance on the first turn, not great.
Yeah, not a lot of offensive ability left in the Victor deck. Unfortunately, with those CNCs gone, I believe there's maybe 1 pummel left. I'm not tracking perfectly. It might be none. I think it's definitely 1, but not a lot of targets for that, with that boulder drop also reaching the banish zone.
We also had the Visit in the Goldman Estate, the last one in the deck in his hand. Golden Suns, there might be 1 more left in deck, I'm not sure, but there's 1 left in hand at least, and that can set you up for some offensive capability. But I believe Pablo is still sitting on 26th life, which is quite healthy, and we're looking at 7 gold tokens, if I'm not misremembering. So it's not the biggest Golden Sun we've probably seen Filippo play today, but that is the reality of the situation we're in right now.
A lot of math coming over on your side of the table, but I hear on that side of the table we have the game ready again. So let's pop back in and see what's being done here. It looks like we skipped a step. The Slay the Scholar was attacked with. Not quite sure if it connected. It looks like it might have. Don't remember the exact life total for Filippo. Goldman Estate played. That creates 1 more gold. That's 8 gold and the shield, meaning 9 might coming forward.
So this is going to be the setup turn that we need. 9 mites hitting the table. Having a think on how we want to proceed with our turn here.
Chooses the Debilitate to go for clean pitch here. Taking advantage of that 8 power, 4 cost attack. A lot of the red attacks in this deck that maybe I wasn't expecting with the red Debilitates and red Disables.
Did we lose the Tunic?
We probably lost the Tunic to block up against that Slay the Scholar. So that probably answers the question of how that happened in that half of the turn cycle. 1 card blocked with, and then 1 card and 1 Tunic as well.
Unfortunate, because the Tunic would have been set up really nicely with this Goldman Estate, but we also used it on the pommel turn last turn, which means we cannot connect it with the Golden Sun on the next turn anyway, because the Tunic would not have been on 3 counters by that event.
Very afraid of losing cards off the top of his deck, so did choose to use that Fleam Finals. Spring Tunic on defense. Overcrowded blocks. 4.
A lot?
Is it 3 or 4?
It's 4, right?
Gold is an
so we're
item.
blocking 8.
It's 3 there, and then Sink Below blocks another 4, but no Debilitate Crush effect comes through. Just 1 point of damage on Pablo Pintor, knocking him down to 25. Last Golden Sun in hand. Good timing with the might. Plunder the Poor comes out. This is another 4. Not presenting disruption, but Pablo's hand holding on to a couple cards, so could be possibly a Cut to the Chase and a Mask of Perdition kind of line that we're looking for just to take cards out of the deck. Arakni Trigger puts a card to the bottom. Could also be a Shred, of course, if we're looking for more reactions.
So having a peek here at Pablo Pintor's graveyard.
Having a peek at his hand as well. That looks like a Cut to the Chase to me. So at least 1 reaction available for him here.
The Codex.
Wow. Cut to the Chase and Codex go really well together here with that Black Tech Whisperer still on the board. Of course, if Filippo can block the 7 and overblock, then you're not going to activate that Black Tech, or if he has a defense reaction. But having to think how much does he value trying to deal damage now and swing back tempo with it versus keep cards in deck. That deck is thinning. We counted 24 or 5 last time on the count. This is representing a couple cards out of the deck if it is attack, reaction, Mask of Perdition.
I mean, the worst thing Filippo is fearing here is that Black Tech Whispers is connecting, and there's a Codex of Frailty presenting a Leave No Witnesses, which is threatening his arsenal that he would love to connect with these 9 Might tokens. There's a Golden Sun hitting the arsenal as we speak.
Of course,
losing that would be devastating.
Devastating. Shut that down by blocking 7, but then Can he keep enough to fire off a Golden Sun is the separate part of the question.
It's a conundrum indeed. Question is Filippo playing for his out?
No blocks. Cut to the chase played by Pablo. Pintor pushes this to 7. This does allow Pablo to look back at the top of Filippo's deck, says he'll leave it there. Then he takes a look through the graveyard just to think, okay, so we're not resolving the cut to the chase effect yet. We're just looking through the graveyard to count sort of whether that's the third copy of a card or the first copy of a card. Having a think here for Pablo. This looks like it's going to connect right now, so we could still have the black tech play for Codex of Frailty, which is not a good scenario for Filippo, but though he can block out that Leave No Witnesses. Pablo understanding what's left in the deck. Says no on Arakni. He will mask. He will black tech. Yeah, he clarifies. Leave it on top, mask, and black tech. This is threatening 2 cards out of the deck and go again here. And, of course, 7 damage coming through. But that's not the equation we care about. Down to 23 goes Filippo. Golden Sun off the top. And then Macho Grande to follow it. 2 of those gap closer kind of cards overpower and dominate. Codex to follow it up. And Filippo has a wry smile on his face as he nods and understands what's happening.
This is not a great situation to be in. It's exactly the situation that Filippo did not want to see, and it's playing out exactly the way we said. It's the Codex of Frailty into the Leave No Witnesses. We are going to commit our lovely, lovely golden sheet. Maybe not. It looks like we are. And the Spinal Crush to boot to cover up this Leave No Witnesses.
Or Aegis and Spinal Crush used to block 4. Of course, you don't want to lose that Spinal Crush at this stage. You want those red attacks that are card positive in deck, but he needs also resources to fire off this Golden Sun in hand. Not enough to fire that Rouse the Ancients, I don't believe.
We're pulling a card, though.
Gold. It could be that he's looking to go use all this gold to fuel the Rouse the Ancients and go for a very big turn with the Rouse and an Overpower to finish it off. There's a lot of gold on board.
Is that what we're going for here?
There's no Goldman Estates left. Might as well use them to draw. 2 cards committed to gold, using 3 gold to draw 3 cards. Filippo holding that hand, that newly built-up hand, too close to his chest for us to see. We know there's a Rouse in there, and we know there's a Golden Sun, and the other 2 cards, or 3 cards, I think, are the unknowns.
I believe... No, it's not a Riches. I thought I saw Riches.
We get a peek, and he pulls it away. Definitely the Rouse and the Golden Sun. There's the cards we know about.
Yeah, Filippo is not letting us have a peek. Or...
There we go. Golden Sun, Rouse the Ancients, Pummel, and Macho Grande. Maybe debating, can I trust this Macho Grande to draw me even more blues to keep going, searching deeper into this deck and make this turn as big as possible. There's at least 9 damage coming through in the Might. And then we have quite a few aggressive options. Paired with that Pummel, they become disruptive options. Filippo has found his last big turn. This was the turn we said we were building towards. You can imagine how great this would be in terms of a matchup if he had 3 or 4 of these turns, but unfortunately those banishes off the top of the deck from Pablo, getting in the way of that.
Definitely, and it's getting away hard. These 9 Might tokens will connect with the Golden Sun one way or another for a mighty 19. But 19 is a small stretch when Pablo Pintor is sitting at a comfortable 25 life at this moment in time. But these are the last cards we have available to us at this point in time, and there is not much wiggle room for us to find the last pieces of damage we need to get over the top here for Filippo.
Rouse the Ancients is a way to add 7 damage to the turn. The unfortunate part about it is then you lose the Might on the Overpower attack in Golden Sun. Bit of a sideways trade there. You have to decide which one is more valuable. Of course, you add 7 damage, but you trade off the evasion. Arakni can get around of some of that invasion with attack reactions and defense reactions. I believe Golden Sun is Overpower. We're pitching the Macho Grande, and we're continuing to go digging. More golds popped. There's a lot to play for, a lot to play with.
Digging. Just keep digging. You're seeing a blue
Found
thunk,
another blue.
I believe.
That means 4 resources available, not counting the Rouse, so we keep going fishing. We want the biggest version of this turn. I love this. This is Gravy Bones on display here. Found another blue, using those 2 float to go 1 more draw.
Do we have enough to send the Rouse is the question.
A lot of blues. I believe that's 2 blues, the Rouse, the Golden Sun, and the Pummel. So we have to go digging in order to do all of it. Still a little bit deeper. Is this a blue? He's just checking. Am I good on math?
What's the math here?
Judge walking over there to clarify 0 resources just before that pitch.
Yeah, he accidentally put it back when he regretted his decision to pitch another one for
risking that blue on the top. So this is...
I hate to do the math on my gold draws because it always keeps my head spinning on the amount of cards I have left in my hand still, while still consuming
How much did I
cards to my
actually
pitch.
spend, you know?
Exactly.
Do we know what that card is in Arsenal for Filippo? Can he choose to fire that maybe instead of the Golden Sun and bank the Golden Sun for the next turn if he's able to throw Pablo low enough this game? Like if this turn with Rouse into something else just threatens Pablo's life total, then Golden Sun could close it out next turn.
Yeah, Filippo is trying to figure that out as we speak. Does we have enough cards left in deck to not get fatigued at this point in time? I think the answer to that is no. So we need to find ways to push things over the top, and this is the way we're doing it.
With gold. That's another blue found in Thunk there at the front. Finally reaches for that Rouse the Ancients.
We're finally happy to go swinging. This Rouse the Ancients is going to connect for a mighty 7 plus 9, 16 on this Rouse the Ancients.
Rouse the Ancients is a 3-cost card, meaning we have to pitch a blue and leave one floating here. The hand remaining is blue, Golden Sun, and Pummel. He'll show the blue and he'll show the Golden Sun. Keeping that Pummel hidden can't be shown off the Rouse the Ancients, of course. The Pummel could even come in here, you know? It could come in here and then take away one more blocking card from the potential block against this Golden Sun. This could be the way Filippo has turned this game around. What a turn with those 9 golds that he's converted down to just 1 in order to fuel up this turn. Exactly 1 left is what he needs. That's crazy that it worked. It worked perfectly, drawing the resources perfectly for the curve of this Golden Sun, leaving exactly 1 for the overpower.
I love this gameplay from Filippo, trying to squeeze out every single bit of juice out of his deck as he possibly can, together with his last Rouse the Ancients, his last Golden Suns, and we already see the last pieces of Vynnset come and go. And this is the biggest pitch zone I've ever seen, I think.
Definitely biggest pitch zone I've ever seen in Victor.
From a Victor,
that's for
correct,
sure.
correct. Gravy can beat that.
So Pablo has a Fiddler's Green in hand, which is only a 1 block on this potent turn, but if he can survive through the physical damage, it will gain him 3 at the end of the turn. Otherwise, it was 3/3 blocks, I believe. Obviously has access to block on his Graven Gloves and 1 block on his Tunic if he should need it.
I'm thinking if Pablo smells the Pummel here.
I mean, there were so many cards drawn. You have to anticipate that Filippo has pulled the trigger at the opportune moment. You know, you have to anticipate you're possibly facing the best of Filippo's deck that remains. There's a lot of blues in that pitch deck and probably a lot of blues in that deck. Only a couple options left in terms of offensive potency.
But is it going to be enough, though? That is the question.
So it's
but I'm curious.
To 10 overpower. That's 26 plus 4 from Pummel. So Pablo probably not dying to damage. Of course, that Pummel discard could also be the Fiddler's Green just to gain the life in the middle of the turn.
But will Pablo smell the Pummel and try to play around it to the best of his capability here?
Just block 10 here, you mean?
Could be. Because if I'm losing a card on Pummel anyway. Doesn't look like he's going for it, though. He's fiddling 2 cards horizontally.
Maybe thinking that it's worth the risk of holding on to the Fiddler's Green. If it is Pummel, he can just discard the Fiddlers. He only loses functionally 1. And then he can keep some block against some kind of possible on-hit that could follow this.
Yeah, because there's no way you're blocking 20.
Yeah.
There's no way you're dodging the Pummel on-hit.
Nope. Changes his mind. Reaches for all the cards sideways. Now he's looking at the other sideline. That's opportunity. The other potential, which is the Pummel. Blocks 10, puts it forward against the 16 from Rouse the Ancients. Currently would be taking 4.
Yeah, so this Pummel is not going to be it. Although, pocketing this Pummel
now,
on the next Golden Sun.
That's the thing. You block too much against the Pummel, and the Pummel stays in the deck.
That's a play.
Is there another Golden Sun?
In his hand. And in one in his arsenal.
Ah, one came off the top of the deck there. So that was all 3 sort of clumped together as well. Okay.
Exactly.
I forgot that the Arsenal one was also a Golden Sun.
We do have a frailty, so it's not really optimal to play it out of the arsenal. But we can still play the one out of hand this turn and then save the Pummel in hand for the next turn as well.
Only 1 gold left, unfortunately. Maybe that's why Filippo had a long think on that second to last gold.
Yes.
Maybe he thinks he has another way to create a gold here down the line.
Riches.
Riches. So he's willing to pop the Pummel. He pitches this Golden Sun saying, I have 1 in my arsenal and I want to have one come much later.
Interesting.
Sends a Pummel. pushes this to 20 against 10. That's 10 damage dealt through to Pablo. Then Golden Sun coming out with a pitch card. Wanting to ship that other Golden Sun to the bottom so he can give himself as much time as possible to create the gold to enable it to be as big as possible.
Yeah.
This is 10 against 2 block, pushing another 8. Pablo down to 7. Suddenly the game is feeling very different.
A little bit at least. We're getting there in terms of Filippo's offensive capabilities, but there was a lot of power going out on this turn, and there is not much power left in the deck of Filippo Barbani right now.
Fiddler's Green pumps Pablo back to 10, and then they're clarifying the Frailty made that Golden Sun actually 9, and so Pablo actually on 11 at the end of that turn with the life gain. A lot of cards to put to the bottom of the deck for Filippo.
So we will definitely see a riches being pitched before we get back to the Golden Sun, unless a shuffling instance occurs before we get to the said riches, because there's still at least more than one hand left in the deck. So there's going to be a couple of more hands to see that riches so that we can generate said gold. Because I don't think there is any other cards left in Filippo's deck that can actually generate gold for him right now.
That's 6 cards in deck. Of course, we have to pay attention to the, I believe, 7 or 8 that are also in his hand that represent the pitch zone. So that's a total of 13 or 14 cards. That riches will be in that 6. It didn't get discarded off of any effect or banished, did it?
Not yet, not yet. It's still in there. Luckily for Filippo, because that might be his only way out. And of course we have access to Macho Grande that can also push damage across the table, because Dominate is a very, very powerful effect. And I believe Pablo Pintor does not have that many D-reacts available to him.
Pablo counting 13 in his deck size. So Filippo up by about 1 card in deck, 1 or 2 cards in deck. Though Silver used to play Mask of Perdition, to rebuy the Mask of Perdition, trying to threaten the deck size again of Filippo. And here we have Tunic, Excessive Blood Loss, ever efficient play. 1 for 5. This is demanding 2 cards, otherwise it might even take 2 cards on its own effect.
I don't believe there are any red cards left in this deck,
That
though.
could be true.
I do not think that is a way anymore. But the Mask of Perdition just milling out Filippo's deck at this point, making him get closer to that last Golden Sun that he has available at his disposal. We do not know where exactly in the pitch deck he put it. Only Filippo knows that at this point, and so he has to do some mathematical tricks in order to make sure that he doesn't lose it to any discard effect on now.
6 block. Filippo putting a card on the bottom, thanks to right behind you. Then Pablo says draw 4. Riches pitched here for the Miller's Grindstone. This is 4, creates a gold. Victor gets to draw a card he might want to put in Arsenal. He might not want to put in Arsenal. But more importantly, this is threatening cards out of Pablo's deck. Because if it hits, we will be clashing, and Pablo will have to maybe discard a card or destroy the top card of his deck if he loses the clash. Of course, the buyback of Mask of Perdition means he does have access to 1 block. So with a card, can't afford to block 4.
I didn't catch what was the card that he drew off the gold. He was very quick to flip that over, but
was indeed.
I would be super excited if he counted everything correctly, and that might be his last Golden Sun. But
this is a pretty nasty play Pablo has available to him, though.
Does park it in Arsenal, though.
Parks this card in Arsenal, but Pablo has blue and Codex of Frailty. You've seen it before. It's dagger number 1.
We're seeing it before, and we're seeing it again. We're seeing daggers flying.
Scale Peeler coming first, of course, because we don't want to have that Spider's Bite effect consumed on the Scale Peeler block in the middle. Dagger number 2, Spider's Bite coming through against Filippo. That's 2 floating and a Codex of Frailty in hand. Filippo having a think. It certainly smells like Codex CNC.
Thing here is, Filippo has quite a lot of life to play with, so if he just wants to play a little bit more conservative, he can absolutely do so. To take a little bit more damage on this turn in order to make sure that he can send as much offensive capability, because we saw the Macho Grande in hand. He needs his full hand because we do not have access to Tunic anymore.
Damage.
So, yeah.
Damage does represent disruption on this turn, with the Codex CNC being the possible play here for Pablo.
Yep.
Take 1 on the Spider's Bite. Codex grabs that CNC that he just blocked with and plays it. Ponder and Frailty created Filippo having to block with, I think, 3 cards in order to keep that Arsenal. Now, it could have just been some random blue card that got thrown into Arsenal, depending on how that pitch went.
Now, the most awkward thing is that this Spider's Bite connected, which means our attack action cards do not block for 3 anymore.
They block for 2. That's possibly 3 cards out of deck to protect against this Command and Conquer if that Arsenal is an important card.
We do not have that much cards left to play with anymore. Pablo not having that many cards that I anticipated, but there's 2 more heading in the pitch deck, so...
And a Remembrance still in deck. So
And
slightly
Remembrance
thinner, but
still
one
in deck.
Remembrance still going to buy back net 2 cards.
We're not winning the fatigue race here, Filippo. We need to make sure we connect things.
And so he agrees. He says take 6 on the Command & Conquer, discard
It is
the
the
last Golden Sun.
No!
It's not overpowered that's going to get him there. It's just raw damage, it looks like. He does still have Macho Grandes, which represents Dominate. There is one there in the face up in the Banish Zone, but I believe there's 1 or 2 more in the deck.
Oh, Filippo.
Maybe just 1. Ponder Trigger and Pablo having a think on what's left in his deck before he's willing to commit that to his arsenal. There could be some issues, of course, with Codex of Frailty if he puts an attack reaction in there. Says he will arsenal, put those pitch cards to the bottom, go back to Filippo, who has a 4-card grip, having given up on his final Golden Sun, thanks to the Command & Conquer. Thunderquake, 8. We're just going deck positive. I'm presenting 1 card 8. You have to give me 2 cards in order to continue to stay alive. In this case, we have a way to go card neutral on the response. Pablo reaching for a 3-block, but there's a Hunted or Hunter in his hand, which means he can take that card off the top of his deck in response in the defending step.
Incredibly annoying here for Filippo. He worked so hard to make sure that that Golden Sun was protected in his arsenal so that he wouldn't lose it to any shenanigans from Pablo. But yet again, Pablo finds a way to grab all the power cards over Filippo.
Doesn't reach for the 3-block, just decides to go Hunted or Hunter on its own, then finds a Thunk off the top, searches through. No more Thunks in deck. 6 cards in deck, 2 in the pitch zone, and 1 in hand for Filippo. They're all blue except for that Riches of Tropal Donnie. Just taking a look at what those cards are available that Pablo has to be aware of against Filippo, but his turn still provides some potency. He's got blues for daggers. He's got Coercive, which if he's got a stealth card in his arsenal, still threatens more cards out of deck.
I'm just trying to think if there's a way out for Filippo at this point in time. There's only 1 Macho Grande left at his disposal, which is the only, sort of say, attack action that presents some kind of effective damage, as it's a little bit more hard to come around the Dominate of any sort. But it seems that we have lost all of the other Macho Grandes along the way.
Dagger for 1. Pitching a blue, pitching that Coercive tendency away, maybe implying no contract card available. I think I remember that Ponder pulling something red. It might have even been the final CNC.
That would be quite aggressive.
Quite good.
Quite good.
I feel like he would have sequenced it the other way, where he would have come in with Scale Peeler first if it is CNC, so maybe that hints that we're looking at something else instead. Potentially an excessive blood loss, or an Annihilate the Armed even.
Maybe.
I've seen a lot of those, though.
Filippo has a hand that doesn't block very well, though.
Riches in hand?
It's a Riches in hand. We also see right behind.
Prognosis?
Spider's Bite comes through, and he just decides to fire that Prognosis. This does demand a card, because if you do not block this with a card, it does take a card out of the deck. And Pablo, all he cares about right now is throwing any effect that says, banish the top card of your deck, that's what I want to attack with. Because if you block it, it's the same thing as it coming off the top of your deck.
I'm getting cards out of your deck or your hand one way or another, and there's no stopping me now, says Pablo Pintor.
Freddie Mercury here, Pablo Pintor. Taking a look exactly at what's left for Pablo. Filippo probably just considering whether this can get buffed, whether there's any effects remaining. Don't believe there's any stealth buffs for Pablo, but of course there are shreds that could always decrease the defense of something that defends this. Keeping count of those.
Very annoying position to be here for Filippo. His cards in deck are diminishing by every single turn, and there's not much power left at his disposal.
Reaches for 2 cards. He's afraid of one of those shreds. Oh, takes it back. Has to think. This is 1 power. Indeed, blocks with 2 cards.
Interesting.
This blocks 4, we say? Or is it 3?
Minus from the Spider's Bite, yeah. And we're just gonna send no thanks. Pass to you.
Remembrance finally drawn. Pitch Riches to gold, draw 2 cards off of the Victor hero ability, draws 2 more blues since that's all that's left in his deck, and now he can come in with pitch 3 blues for Macho Grande. 8, Dominate. Not threatening any pummels or anything, but will threaten some damage that Pablo has to get around. Shred there in Arsenal. No defense reaction available. 5 damage will be coming through. This is still a legitimate damage race that could happen, and those breakpoints are going to start mattering against Pablo.
I'm wondering if we can still find the fatigue angle here, but the Remembrance is going to take 2 cards back into his deck.
4 cards in the pitch zone, and I believe 2 in hand for Filippo. In deck for Filippo.
It looks like it, yeah.
Block 3, take 5. Not a lot of cards left in Pablo's deck either.
Imagine if there only had one more Macho Grande available. I don't think we do.
Don't think we do. We have those cards in the pitch zone that are not Macho Grande. I think the deck had a couple more copies of Right Behind You. Maybe there's another Thunderquake in there. These still are cards that take cards.
Definitely, and
This
Pablo
is
is at 2, so fatigue by damage is a thing.
It is a thing. This is not necessarily a win as we see it right now for Pablo. It certainly feels like he's in his comfort zone, but he's uncomfortable while he sits in his comfort zone. He's doing what his deck wants to do, but he could still lose this game. Tunic up. Dagger reach for its Scale Peeler first. Pitching a Surgical Extraction. Choosing not to attack with that Surgical Extraction.
I'm curious how many cards are left in Pablo's deck at this point in time, if we're going to see a Remembrance play this turn.
It looks like minimum 3. I imagine we'll see the Remembrance at the end of the turn, or at least.
Yes, then we can see how many cards he is shuffling in there.
Spider's Bite also attacked with. Down to 12 goes Filippo. Now Prognosis again. He said there's a shred in Arsenal, so attack actions at block 3 actually block 2 here against this Persuasive Prognosis, and he can maybe force through the effect with that shred. If Filippo's not careful, that'll take cards out of deck and hand because everything is blue. Oh, there's the Riches. Could hit the Riches off the top, and that wouldn't take a card.
Indeed.
Looks like 3 cards left in deck.
4 with
1
the
in the
pitch.
pitch zone,
Yeah.
1 in hand, and 1 in the arsenal. That's a total of 6, not counting the effect of the Remembrance. Reading Surgical just to know what it does next time it comes around, which will be very soon.
Imagine playing this game in the Swiss rounds.
Oh my god.
And you're 64 minutes past.
Yeah, you would. That would be 10 turns ago, 30 minutes ago. We'd be starting to say, "Let's play faster."
I mean, we have extra time at our disposal here in the final games, which is an extra cushion, so to say, especially when you're looking at these fatigue matchups. We see the Mask of Perdition being committed, though.
That's 2 cards out of deck. He says, don't reveal yet. I'm trying to pick which order I go in because it matters for Persuasive. He wants to basically game whether that Riches is on top or bottom. He says, I'll take the Riches off Prognosis first. So that's the miss, unfortunately. And then Mask of Perdition hits a blue. So 4 cards left in hand, no cards left in deck for Filippo. 1 life gain because there's 1 action taken off of that Mask of Perdition banish. Very important, probably why he held on to that Mask of Perdition for this Persuasive Prognosis. Remembrancing some cards back into his deck.
Let's see what cards we decide to bring back with this Remembrance.
Life total updated 3 to 11.
Could it be some codexes, maybe?
Codex, maybe CNC. The problem with the Codex is you've got that shred that's sitting in Arsenal that he kind of can't play very easily anymore. It could just be CNC. When it doesn't do anything, it detects for 6, though.
Yeah.
Could be Surgical that takes cards out of hand. If Filippo just commits to sort of hammer plan, then those Surgicals are actually the only way you can get those cards out of hand in response. So that's what he's reaching for first.
Let's see, let's see.
Second Surgical as well. Again, he wants to threaten the remaining cards in Filippo's deck, but there's none in deck, so they're just the ones in hand that he has to be able to strip. Surgical, Surgical, and then considering CNC just because it attacks for 6.
It's the best piece we got.
It is red, though. Could potentially risk making one of these Surgical Extractions awkward, considering other options, and maybe it just is the best move.
I'm just trying to think if there's any outs from Filippo. We have his last hand available to him as we're watching this hand right now.
Contemplating the Codex here for Pablo. It's a risk because it's 2 block, but what it does is it buys back another Surgical after you've played one of these. So
yeah,
it's functionally putting 4 Surgicals into your deck.
How many Surgicals do you need? All of them.
If Filippo doesn't arsenal this Codex of Frail, he also does force a discard. Of course, he trades it for a card of his choice, something like a Macho Grande. So very risky if he's able to, if he does it in a spot where Filippo is able to hold on to enough cards to fire off that Macho Grande. But the Codex would be fetching something like Leave No Witnesses that would try to disrupt that arsenal. Really attracted by the Codex, Pablo, but just wanting to make sure he doesn't bait himself and then get stuck with the 2 block where he doesn't need it. Does decide Codex, Surgical, Surgical. His goal is to get rid of the cards in Filippo's hand here. 4 cards remaining for Filippo. That's, I think, 6 getting shuffled for Pablo. 1 in pitch and 1 in arsenal is 8 total cards on Pablo Pintor's side of the game.
It's so close for Filippo. Imagine if he only had 1 more Macho Grande left for him. That would have sealed the deal, probably.
There we go. Surgical, Codex, Concealed. So drawing the entirety of that Remembrance, as well as a Concealed Blade here.
Neat.
Filippo having a think. He does have access to Macho Grande. That threatens a little bit, but of course... Sorry, Miller's Grindstone? MG, I'm getting confused. But of course, he also has access to 8 powers in his hand, which take more cards out of Pablo's deck at the exchange for 1 card out of Filippo's hand. Pablo kind of drew this in not the best order. If he does get hit by one of these 8 powers, he's losing at least 2, possibly 3 of these cards in hand, and he can't do everything he wants. Could still pitch that Codex for a Surgical, so still could fire 1 off at least.
And still in an awkward position with this Shred in Arsenal that we can't really get out of there in an easy manner.
I mean, we are starting to, with the Surgicals, Shred is great against the Surgical, or on the Surgical, you know? The Surgical demands blocks, and then, or at least potentially demands blocks.
Yeah, but exactly, but if Filippo presents an offensive power that requires these 3 blocks to be committed, Pablo has to find a way to keep one of the Surgicals. Oh.
He could block with a Concealed Blade, a Surgical, and Tunic, or just not Tunic, and go to 2 or 1. So disable here, threatening a Crush. This is only 7 power. Reaches immediately for Surgical and a Concealed, says, I tried to buy this back, but I'll lose one of them happily to be able to play another. 1 float against this disable, but we know the hand is all blues. Filippo just trying to play fatigue math here. He's willing to lose the first card out of his hand to try to threaten cards out of Pablo and make his turn awkward, but Pablo's turn still works. 3 cards left for Filippo, 2 life left for Pablo Pintor, 2 cards in hand, throws down a Surgical Extraction, pitching a Codex of Frailty. We know there's a Shred in Arsenal threatening any block to not do much against Filippo.
Do we just let this hit?
I think we just let this hit. The Shred is going to screw us anyways, and blocking is 2 cards, whereas taking it is just 1. So go down to 7? Oh, we keep going the wrong direction. Back down to 7 goes Filippo against Pablo's 2. We're going to look at the hand. Pablo knows everything's blue, so we're just going to go ahead and put a second silver on the board.
Yeah, I'm just going to take the one with the biggest number on the bottom left. It's probably the best decision.
So Headbutt is 6, and Thunk is also 6, right? I think they're the same number.
Yeah.
So it's another silver created, which means next turn, after living through this turn, he will be able to buy back the Graven Gloves, functionally gaining 2 life.
This is demanding at least 1 card away from Pablo, but question is, can he present lethal on Filippo?
Thing is, 1 card comes out of his hand here, but the effect doesn't matter because there's no deck left. So Pablo looking at a hand and trying to think, is there a way that I can steal 2 cards out of Filippo here, take both cards? Surgical would take 1, which means Miller Grindstone 1 more time next turn.
Right? If we don't have, if both of us don't have it.
Oh my god. I have to ask this question. It's a bit of a dangerous question. Are we going to go to a true draw? Is there a way? I haven't really counted out the way these cards are going to go, but it could be that that second or third Miller's Grindstone down the line is going to take Pablo's last card out of his deck. I have to do the math a little bit. Let's get in the Mind Palace. What do you think?
There is no cards left in deck, so there's nothing from Miller's to really grab.
But it's just the cards out of hand because he doesn't have enough life. Just for some FYI, we do have a judge call going on at the table, possibly about this, possibly about something else. So we're just going to discuss while they while the players talk to the judge and wait to make sure the game is as perfect as it can be. So this Miller's is on 4, while Pablo is on 2. He does still have his Tunic, so he can get 1 more point of block out of his equipment as well.
Yes, but it still demands 1 card. There's 3 cards remaining.
And a Shred in Arsenal.
And a Shred in Arsenal. We send a Surgical 1 more time, ripping
one
card.
more card.
And then we're going to present one of the Millers.
Which
we still have the Codex.
1 card, and
we cannot pitch for Surgical the last time because we're going to have to commit the Codex of Frailty in order to get a card.
I think I'm doing the math, and I think I'm suddenly favoring Victor in this equation.
It could.
Let's get back to the game and just see how it plays out. It's a couple too many turns ahead to figure out that judge call is resolved. Miller's Grindstone for 4 here. Oh, still discussing. Still discussing what happens if there's no cards to clash with is the discussion. Back to us.
No one wins, essentially.
No one wins the clash. Okay, so that means also no card destruction, obviously, because there's no deck to be destroyed. But
exactly. But if Filippo would have had any cards left in his disposal, then he would obviously probably win. He can still win on a 0 attack power, but yeah, it doesn't do anything if your opponent doesn't have the cards.
Okay, heading back to the game. We do have the information now that the players wanted. Coercive Tendency reach for on the block against Miller's Grindstone.
Block 3, take 1.
Pablo says take 1. Doesn't lose any cards out of his hand, so he can also go daggers into this surgical, trying to threaten more damage. Tunic to 2.
No, the fact that we're on
Buying
7.
back the, oh, this is the good part. We buy back the Graven Gloves, and this means we can actually defend the Miller's Grindstone without giving up 2 cards on this next one. For the next 2, we can buy it back. He's really searching. The Graven Gloves are somewhere.
Where did they go?
There they are.
No, but the thing here is that Filippo is at 7. Surgical Extraction is going to present 4. We're going to take 4, we go down to 3. The Grass Codex that he's going to play can grab a Leave No Witnesses for free, because that is basically his only option, his most offensive power with 0 costs available.
Arsenaling that Shred so many turns ago. We saw him debate about it. Debate about arsenaling that Shred. He thought he maybe didn't have to, and it's really punishing him with no Codex left in deck at the time, but then down the line deciding, actually, I want to Remembrance a Codex in. He hasn't Just Filippo hasn't blocked. Even the Disruption he hasn't blocked, so hasn't had an opportunity to play that Shred out. Even the Persuasive Prognosis didn't have a great opportunity to play it out. Ripple away, put into the pitch zone. Pablo having a deep think. I think he sees it. It's in a bit of a dangerous position here. One life is not where he wants to be. Let me think 1 second, he says. 8,000 eyeballs, 2,000 more than last time we checked in. 4,000 people in the chat for this nail biter at the end. There's no cards in deck. How often do you play a card game and don't see any cards in your deck?
Not a lot of times.
Really having to be very careful how he sequences this. This is 2 cards left for Filippo. We know they are both blue, which means they both pitch towards the Miller's Grindstone. That is the win con for Filippo on that side.
But the more I think about it, I think Filippo has too little life left at his disposal, because taking a Surgical Extraction again for 4 brings him up to 3.
And then next turn.
And then he has 1 card left at his disposal because Surgical Extraction is going to take 1.
Codex. Just to force a discard here. Take 1 card out of hand, and then Surgical Extraction will take the other card out of hand. And this will be no cards left in hand to pitch for Miller's Grindstone.
Big brain player by Pablo Pintor. Let's go.
Wow, a line we weren't even talking about. Look, we found it. We were dooming. We were happy. Filippo having to look through his deck and say, what am I going to pick? Is there anything I can pick that saves me in this situation? What is left in deck? Of course, that Surgical Extraction should be known about. It got brought back into the deck. Actually, it was a pitch on the Remembrance turn, so he should know where it is, having seen the other 2, 1 on block, 1 on offense. Having a think, searching through. There aren't any 0-cost attacks in this deck.
Are we just going to lose the last card we have? There's no way out of this.
I think we are.
The Surgical Extraction is going to come on over.
Filippo begging his deck for an answer. Maybe he's forgetting about that Surgical and just saying, if this Surgical doesn't come through, I'm willing to put that Boulder Drop. It is my best card. Discarding the right behind you, and there comes the Surgical. Filippo having a think, taking a look. 1 card in hand and 1 card in arsenal. Surgical Extraction facing him down, threatening a card out of hand if it does hit. Who cares about contract? Who cares about silver? We just care about hand disruption. Filippo doing the math.
We're losing
assessing
this
the
card.
situation.
No way out of this.
Puts it in banish. Silver created, takes 3.
And now
looks a little
Pablo
sad, puts his eyebrows up. He understands what's going on. Ripple away the very final card for Pablo Pintor, but it is a final card that it does deal daggers. That's 2 damage coming through, and Filippo just puts his fist forward. Cannot take it out against Pablo Pintor. What an amazing game, and a handshake, a deep show of respect from these players, both masters of their craft. Deep understanding in this matchup. So much to think about. There was so much going on. And of course, Pablo getting that very lucky early hit against that Remembrance totally changed the cadence of the game and the way these players approached it. What have we just seen?
I mean, I am flabbergasted of sorts. I mean, the first Remembrance that we saw just getting out of here just really put Filippo in the blender on how he should navigate this turn, and I think he did his absolutely best in order to squeeze out every single piece of juice that he could out of his deck in order to find lethal as soon as possible. Unfortunately, things didn't come through for Filippo at the slightest. There was a lot of twists and turns throughout that game, and unfortunately it didn't break Filippo's way at the end. But again, what a masterclass from Pablo Pintor on this Arakni Huntsman, and we're gonna see an Arakni Huntsman in the finals.
Masterclass from both these players. So much damage on that 1 turn for Filippo, but wasn't able to get over the defense and disruption of Arakni. Masterclass from all of the players in the top 8. Let's take a look at the story of how we got here as we're queuing up these finals here in Calling Toulouse. The quarterfinals are done. The semifinals are done. The man of the city on the one side, Leo Toulouse, -IO, and on the other side, the man of flesh and blood himself, Pablo Pintor, 2-time Pro Tour champion, several-time calling champion. He's the higher seed, bringing Arakni Huntsman the farthest it's ever gone in a tournament. We will be seeing a finals for the ages here against -IO, Arakni Huntsman. Wow.
That is not the finals that I was expecting, but here we are. We had some bangers of a game leading up to this final, and I cannot expect less out of this final.
Bangers all throughout this day, bangers all throughout this tournament. We talked about at the start of this game about how we're going to have a giveaway. You've been chatting, 4,000 of you have been chatting throughout this game. We now have the lucky draw of a lucky young Marvel hero card. Drumroll, please.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Fabio Alves, 7710. Congratulations, you are the winner of one young Marvel hero. The details are going to be in the chat in YouTube. Go take a look there. We'll repeat it a couple times if it does get lost, if too many people are chatting. Just make sure to reach out to the details that are put there in the chat. Congratulations on a young Marvel hero card. For the rest of you, sorry, but thank you for chatting. That's the first thing. Thank you for watching. That's the second thing. And stay tuned for our grand finals because we'll have another giveaway in the grand finals to celebrate the 40,000 subscribers on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. Stay tuned. Lots more to come. Well, one more game to come.
Across the hazy moon, through the ocean vast, the ships are closing in, mist floating to dust. Beyond the murky cloud, the story will unfold. The dragon of the horizon, history untold. Almighty gods of old, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. They came from frozen plains, waltzing through the storm. The shadows of the north, the name will numb the foes. Beyond the distant land, the legend will be told. The dragons of the horizon, history unfold. Almighty gods of old, lead us fame and glory. We shall be victorious, all will know our story. Almighty gods of old, lead us fame and glory. We shall dragons of warriors, all those are our story.
In the red corner, the entirety of France. The city of Toulouse itself, embodied by Leo Toulouse, rocking Dash.io with a desperate hope that the Spanish submarines Arakni will not provide a staunch defense. One game to go, thousands of dollars to play for, and I don't think we could have asked for a better final.
This is going to be a really exciting final. I think it sort of represents the meta as well. It's got these two halves. It's got this defensive and maybe disruptive side that we see on the one sort of slowdown of the meta. And of course, we have Dash.io and some of these aggro decks as well. Probably the premier aggro deck right now on the other side, facing against each other. What a showdown we're going to be in for.
Before we check out the final chapter, we have to reread the story that got us here in the first place. Quarterfinals was quite the story. Only one duplicate hero in the form of Dash.io. Our first seed, Francesco Giorgio, fell to the curse of Leo Toulouse, who, might I remind you, snuck in as the only player with 3 losses into the 8th place in Swiss and immediately upset the status quo. Warrior Sevens, not quite as lucky, found himself falling short in a favorable matchup at the hands of Alessio Bouko's Oscilio Constellar Intelligence.
Bottom half of the bracket, we saw Pablo Pintor take down Gianluigi in a long game between two very slow, just defensive decks. Pablo got the edge over a Guardian there. Filippo taking out the win to meet him in the semifinals, but could not close the door. An amazing quarterfinals and an amazing semifinals from Filippo, but could not close the door on Pablo on camera there. The other side of the bracket, Leo Toulouse finally showing Alessio that Dash is supposed to win against Oscilio, I swear. And Leo Toulouse setting a precedent. There are going to be so many people named Yokohama, named Rotterdam, named every city that we have events in the future. If he wins this, you better be changing your name legally in the coming weeks.
I want that semi-finals between Pablo Pintor and Filippo Barbani to be known as the game to remembrance, because that's what it was. An incredible moment in Flesh and Blood history that we need to remember, because remembrance disappeared so early in the battle, and no doubt if even a single copy had resolved, that game was an entirely different ball game. But for now, we will focus on the finals, and we will focus on celebrating everything that Flesh and Blood has become, as we, very early in the weekend, to the surprise of nobody, I guess, managed to reach 40,000 subscribers here on the YouTube channel. So first of all, thank you so much. It's honestly a great part of my joy to have the pleasure of jumping in and being on this channel on a regular basis. But it's not just me, it's folks like you, it's content from the folks at LSS, and we appreciate you watching all of it. And so we want to make sure you get a little something for your troubles. So how about a box of Compendium of Wraith? How does that sound?
Pretty good little prize. One of you 40,000 subscribers, if you are chatting during this final game, can get yourself a box of Compendium of Wraith.
I hear it's a good one. Its Antiquity pack is probably full of a tunic or something. Nowhere known for sure. But all you got to do, join us in chat, say something. Doesn't really matter. Be active in some capacity. You can give me your favorite moment from the weekend. You can congratulate the channel. You can tell us what you're excited for in the near future. Whatever you like. Just build up hype, get us chatting, and get ready for what might be the first ever calling victory for Arakni Huntsman. Shall we meet our players?
Let's meet them. Get your chants ready in the chat between Toulouse on one side and Mr. Pro Tour Champ himself on the other side. Pablo Pintor taking Arakni as far as they've ever come in the Huntsman version, at least. Pablo will be going first, chose that with the first seed, taking that away from Dash.io, of course, as we've discussed a couple times through this weekend. On the other side, Leo Toulouse, we sort of have christened him man of the tournament, man of the hour, given his name, but also that run he made towards the 8th place and the run he's made through the top 8 off of camera as well.
It is plot armor versus plot armor for all the marbles this time around. Let's take a look at these heroes if you've somehow not found yourself familiar with them in the run-up to this finals. Arakni Huntsman, full of tricks and deception. Every time you play a contract card, you may look at the top card of your opponent's deck. That's your turn, your opponent's turn. Whenever it happens, you can pop it on the bottom if you don't like what you see, or you can try and steal it away with your dastardly contract effects.
I hate to be this guy, but there's this great meme about Arakni and Dash.io meeting in a matchup where it's touching the top card of Dash.io's deck, because both players get to do it a lot. Arakni playing a contract card looks at the top card of Dash.io's deck. Dash.io constantly looks at the top card of Dash.io's deck. On the other side, that's that first line of text, of course, looking specifically for items off the top of your deck. If you can play a 0 or 1 cost item for 1 more resource off the top. There's going to be a lot of interaction with what's going on in Dash's deck, what's on top, can it change, can Arakni change it, can Dash.io change it by making an item, bringing an item onto the board. Lots to go for here.
I need to pull your attention to the bottom right-hand corner on both of these heroes. Dash.io, calling Montreal just last week, has the chance to be a back-to-back calling champion and take that glory away from Conor Bryant on the other side. We keep talking about it. Awaiting their first champion. It could always be you if you join us at a calling. And Pablo Pintor wants to check off another notch on the belt and become the first player ever to succeed with Arakni Huntsman.
You heard it from Scott. It could always be you, and Pablo Pintor could always be you, or you could always be Pablo Pintor. Let's take a look at what deck he has brought to the table here. And you might be able to sleeve up at the end of this weekend.
Love to see Arakni Huntsman finding success on the biggest stage. Taking a look through this deck, we've seen on camera a few times now. New inclusions from Compendium of Wraith, some big ones. That Seeker's Kunai has been doing some work over the course of these grindy attrition-based matchups. Less likely to be a factor in a matchup like Dash.io. Excessive blood loss, though, might do some heavy lifting. You need that silver to find yourself buying back your equipment, and covering up those breakpoints is quite impactful here.
Yeah, excessive blood loss definitely going to be one of those power cards here because it can take two cards out of his opponent's deck. Of course, Dash will block it knowing whether that card on top is a red or whether it's a yellow or a blue, so can maybe play around the 2-card steal depending on what he's looking at on the top of his deck. I'll point your attention to one Hold the Line. It's just a cheeky little one of blue, but that can be relevant in this matchup. It can actually be a 5 block defense reaction for Pablo, and helps when you're going against this very explosive, aggressive deck in Dash.io.
On the other side of the battle, Dash.io, Leo Toulouse's to win. Was it a prophecy? You tell me.
It's looking prophesied so far, but like you say, plot armor v plot armor, both of these heroes absolutely looking to end this game. Some cards I call attention to this tournament, I'd call this attention to Plasma Mainline might come in. If we're seeing Pablo as a defensive deck, then Plasma Mainline is one of those ways you can use to set up as Dash.io against these sort of slower decks to have big explosive build-ups with perhaps Tekla Pounders getting extra counters.
You are watching the most watched European calling of all time. Call your mum, call your friends, call your family. We are about to make history. It is time to head on down into the feature match area for the last game here at the calling in Toulouse, as both our players set up to play for it all.
Not a very good first hand from Pablo's side. That's, I'll say for sure. Ripple away, Fiddler's Green, Codex of Frailty, Codex of Frailty. Now, there's a really weird play you could do here.
Please. Please, I want to see it so bad.
Discard the Ripple away. Attack action goes into your graveyard. Codex of Frailty, get that attack action back into your arsenal, discarding Fiddler's Green to gain 3 life. And then you can pitch that other Codex of Frailty to just play the Ripple away since you don't want to get that stuck. Not going for that line. Now, I decided to be creative for a moment, but Pablo says no.
I wanted to see it so bad. Instead, the scales will be peeled. This feels like a pretty big part of this matchup. Fridge is often the important part for Dash.io. We even see adaptive plating on the feet here in this matchup to allow that to be the case. Scale Peel are going to constantly rip that away and force Leo to give up real cards if you want to deny these on-hits, and that's going to be a big part of Pablo's plan of taking down Dash.io.
Of course, also these one-attack daggers on the first turn of the game. Just a way of getting that cheeky damage in. Just a way of sort of making Leo chip down to 34 by the end of this. Threatening maybe a disruptive card at the end of this link. Taking a card on block on the Spider's Bite because you always want to block the Spider's Bite. Pablo doesn't have anything to follow it up, but Leo doesn't know that. This is also fine in that he's arsenaling that Codex of Frailty, holding on to that Fiddler's Green on block, and anything he now blocks with will be like codexable in the future. So the other line we discussed gets rid of both codexes, and that's not a good thing.
Something I want to note here. Tekla Core found on the first turn of the game, which is very impactful, but the card pitched in order to enable it, Red Sprocket Rocket. Pitch attack's going to be a little difficult to track this game thanks to Arakni's hero ability, but funneling these reds to the bottom is important, and we should keep an eye on where they are if we can.
And there's one thing I want to be, I'm not sure of, which is Pablo Pintor, how he's going to play those hunted or hunters. Of course, they're very good for disrupting your opponent's deck size, which is something you want to be doing, especially against a mechanologist who sort of boost through the entirety of their deck on their own while you help them along with your on-hits. But it's a 2-card 4. And when Dash.io is presenting a lot of damage, 2-card 4 is not the way you want to be blocking.
This hand can maximum velocity, thanks to that Tekla Core. You do need to utilize Tekla Foundry Heart to do it. Leo instead deciding the item is the better way to go. We see Backup Protocol Red found on top of the deck. debates a crank on this one.
A lot of resources that would have taken, deciding not to go for it. Not boosting twice with Twin Drive. It's a bit of a risk, of course, losing 2 cards out of the deck as well. Will crank the backup protocol?
So we'll reach for a follow-up. Look like Throttle and Pulse Wave Harpoon joining the Twin Drive and the maximum velocity. It will be the Throttle to start things off here. Red going to the bottom of the deck once more. 6 go again as a Throttle is banished to enable this to happen. Pablo immediately reaching for that Fiddler's Green to the surprise of no one.
Yeah, with the Dash IO already used this turn, there's no Boom Grenade coming here. You don't have to cover up a breakpoint. Happy to throw that Fiddler's Green for the life gain. Of course, good cards in hand. This is what I was hinting at with holding on to that Codex. Pablo's rewarded for holding on to that Codex, given that a Leave No Witnesses came off the top. So as soon as this Leave No Witnesses is fired, either on this turn or on defense, it will be available for that Codex down the line. 2 damage taken.
Blocking 4 on the Throttle will be mitigated when that Fiddler's Green eventually hits the graveyard to gain 3 life back. And so it is up to Leo, who will take that passive route like this a lot, holding onto the Twin Drive and the maximum velocity to try and put the pieces together alongside this last Teklo Core charge. Just a Symbiosis shot here with the action point remaining. So Pablo, not aware of if there's anything else coming on through. That Protocol Red could still enable some goodies in the process too. It will just be that second gunshot to make the most of that extra action point.
Backup protocol potentially representing... I was going to say potentially representing just trading extra resource cards on this next turn for an efficient boost card. It can still do that, of course. It can still get the Throttle during Pablo's turn. Throttle is a very expensive card, so trading a blue for it might not be great when you also want to Twin Drive and Max V. Could still happen. Depends on the texture of Leo's hand, of course.
There's a few worlds you find an item on top of the deck during Pablo's turn, and suddenly a blue makes more sense to play an item, activate Backup Protocol Red at the same time, and make the most of those resources. So we'll have to see how the cards come together. For now, Arsenal will be parked for Leo Toulouse, and we're over to Pablo Pintor, staring at Coercive Tendency and Leave No Witnesses, which will no doubt threaten whichever piece was parked in the Arsenal for our Mechanologist.
That was another Twin Drive drawn, and the other one was kept in hand. So it's Max V in Arsenal. Twin Drive in hand, as well as a yellow and a blue. Leo says, I want to respond to the Arakni ability, or thinking on whether I want to respond at least.
This is that dance you referenced in the intro here. Leo can decide whether or not we will see the top card being touched by both players. It will be peeked at by Pablo Pintor, and you know what? That's fine. That can stay where it is.
Will their hands touch, though?
Why you gotta make it weird?
It's not weird.
Oh, okay.
Flesh and Blood is a very important act.
You didn't even know where you were going with that, did you?
No, I didn't.
No, okay, fantastic. Long day.
Long
Leave
day.
No Witnesses. The choice here, staring down a twin of Twin Drives in the hand for Leo. The rest of the cards hidden carefully behind them for now. Would you believe it is that maximum velocity in the Arsenal, which, unsurprisingly, he would really rather stay there. Is thumbing one of these attacks? Makes a lot of sense, but the question is which piece of equipment will go alongside it, if any?
Of course, he has to think about attack reactions. There could be Shred. There could be Cut to the Chase. Those are 2 things. So you expect this could either go up to 7 or your 3 block becomes a 0. Otherwise, maybe Pablo is just stunned and this is the best thing he could have done. I think that card in hand might have been Coercive Tendency. So what it could be is even if the Leave No Witnesses doesn't hit and take the Arsenal, he can still take cards out of the deck.
It's small, subtle body language here for Pablo that does it for me. The card in hand is sideways next to the Leave No Witnesses. You want Leo to know there is a card in hand. And the reaction step gave Leo a heart attack momentarily there. For Coercive Tendency, takes a peek at those top cards and rearranges the insides.
What I love about what you just pointed out, he baited him into maybe no blocking, thinking it was a +3 or a -3 with Shred, which, when it is a Coercive, this is the even better way for Pablo. He takes away the Arsenal and gets the Coercive. If he had blocked 4, then the Coercive still dances towards the Codex, but Leave wouldn't be taking the Arsenal.
That is the point that interests me the most here. Of course, that Codex still available if Pablo is so inclined in the face of this. Looks like we have a judge call about Coercive Tendency, which, not surprising, it is an Arakni specialization, doesn't really see play in Marionette or Slip Through the Cracks, so not a card that everyone knows the nuances of. I'm not entirely sure what the query is, but again, we're in the finals of a calling, like we've said all weekend. Just call a judge. They are your friends. They know their stuff, and they'll make sure the game is played out the way it should be.
I have a slight suspicion that the question is, was I allowed to interact with the top of my deck in response to this coercive? Because Pablo reached for those cards, but there might have been the opportunity to play that top card. So there's some thinking, and Pablo had already looked at the card, so this might be a bit of a hairy resolution if that is the question.
But did they touch?
Did they touch? Will they touch?
I can't wait to find out.
I want to see it.
This got weird again. I think we're getting ready to go down there. Coercive tendency still being talked about by the judges by the sounds of things, so maybe not quite ready to go one way or the other. But I guess we're all going to have to wait and find out if they touch.
Look, there's nothing quite like playing cards in person, in the flesh and blood. And I'm not going to say that's the reason we play the game. Actually, we're getting off this joke. I think it's gone a bit too far.
Fair enough. Oh,
top of Dash.io's deck is going to be very important, and obviously something under discussion with those top 3 cards, or maybe with the Dash.io activation that we'll get back to when we have the resolution. Make sure the game was played correct. I don't remember, but I think Pablo might have been shuffling those cards by instinct.
I think they were moved around at least, and that's maybe where we have a bit of difficulty, because obviously the top card was known by both players, the ones underneath were not, and so things get a little bit sticky if there was a window to play something before Coercive Tendency did its stuff. So looks like we are all good to go. It is Convection Amplifier that bites the dust in the end. That does feel a pretty meaningful loss in a matchup where forcing through grenades is of utmost importance.
Yeah, this feels like plot armor again. You take the convection off of the coercive, giving go again. This banishes the max V out of Arsenal because Leo was afraid of that 7 power through the buff. This has go again into Codex, stripping another card out of hand and deck thanks to this Leave No Witnesses. This is like ideal line from Pablo on turn 1 of this game.
The go again from that Coercive Tendency, enabling Codex of Frailty, a book I'm fairly certain Brian Gottlieb still has not read.
I love this card. I'm on Brian's side. This card's great. We need it. Both classes need it.
Let us know
people
your
are not
opinion
going to agree with me in chat on that one.
No, that's an easy way to win a box. Let us know which side of the Codex fight you fall on. Throttle being brought back into the arsenal here for Leo in the face of Leave No Witnesses. Might reevaluate, because it is, after all, red, and giving extra silver is suddenly much more meaningful in this matchup than it might have been before.
Yeah, it definitely didn't matter so much back in the day. Of course, you could buy back Black Tech or Mask in some matchups. No Mask here, of course, but that's just a 1 block. In this case, every 2 silver is 2 life, which is going to be very important against an aggressive deck like Dash.io. I think Graven Gloves or the Graven Equipment Suite, Gloves is the best slot, is the thing that really brought this hero forward, where you're able to gain life on your off turns as well as present disruption on those other turns. And the balance of those 2 things suddenly positions you as an okay enough or good enough fatigue deck alongside Pleiades and some of those Guardians as well.
Cheeky peek at the top of the deck, happy with what he finds. Pablo's going to see what the reaction is here from Leo. With the Thrall being selected, I have to wonder if the plan here is Crown of Providence to push a red back into the deck for later on and try and avoid this Leave No Witnesses in some capacity. But Leo here kind of staring at the pieces of what was once a very promising maximum velocity turn and kind of has to reevaluate based on where they found themselves.
Twin Drive was the discard off the Codex of Frailty, so that's 1 Twin Drive down. A lot less important now that that Max V that was paired with it is gone. Doesn't use that Crown. He can use it later when he has a better card on hand, on the top of his deck, I guess, that he wants in his hand. Once again, there you go. This time he fixed it. -1, not +1 on the Teklo Foundry Heart. Leo Toulouse taking no damage against the second Leave No Witnesses.
Teklo Core and Backup Protocol Red expiring as the turn begins. Those Steam counters leaving leaves us with 2 resources and no permanents in play. Frailty token, a very important part of this equation if the throttle is coming through from those 2 resources. And we do see peeking out of the hand of Pablo Pintor, Hunter or Hunted. At the very front of the grip.
I said earlier I was a little concerned about this card in this matchup because it is a 2-card 4-block. That's why I think people were hesitant about this card when it first got announced. You know, it has its downside in that sense. But you've stripped 2 cards out of Leo's hand here. So this is kind of the ideal opportunity to play it out, where you're not losing that much in terms of your life total by playing it out, because you know the size of Leo's hand, and in fact, you know the contents to a degree. Oh, no, you don't know the contents. No peeking. No, yeah, no coercive peeking. Coercive doesn't peek.
The Graven Gloves will jump on in the way to block 1 here, to be joined by Hunter or Hunted. And here is the pause window. When do I get to respond? When do I get to do things?
Leo says, I won't respond. Pablo takes his look with Arakni. Will put the card on bottom because he knows that if he names that card, then Leo can respond after it. So it must have been an item, I'd say.
I think it was a Cerebellum processor.
Yeah.
Which is the deal here. So with it being an item on top, if it was left, Dash.io plays it as an instant. That item doesn't count. Teklo Pounder cannot be played as an instant, and if it's named with Hunter or Hunted, they're all gone.
Of course, Pablo Pintor didn't know that Teklo Pounder was on the top, so he just took a guess. He probably said something like 0 to 60 or zipper hit.
Didn't get lucky.
Got the Teklo Pounder off top. That's one of those weird interactions. Usually as Hunter or Hunted is guaranteed, and that's why we say it's the fun with did they touch in this matchup. It's almost guaranteed, but with Leo also having access to manipulation of the top of his deck, Pablo has to be very careful when he plays out this card, how he lets it resolve.
No boost, makes sense. Nothing else to come. No counters on the gun. Dodging the Hunter for now by, I guess, being lucky and finding a Cerebellum processor on top and having a way to circumvent it. I guess more importantly, didn't play it, which is very tempting when you have the resource available, you want to dump out an item, get yourself any bigger. Had the self-control to wait and offer that layer of protection against the ominous defense reaction.
See, the thing is, if he played it there, then Pablo would get his trigger on Arakni and then be able to know the top card of the deck and steal 3 or 4 cards out of the deck after all against Leo Toulouse. So Leo having to pass there in order to keep the maximum number of cards in deck. Unfortunately, that means sacrificing the Cerebellum to the bottom, which is benefit to Pablo for now, but that Cerebellum will certainly be coming up later at some point.
2 silver cashed in, rebuys the Graven Gloves for 2 additional block, and it will be Plunder the Poor. It's a pretty premium 1-card play here. 4, no, go again. Contract in effect, though. We'll be looking to generate some additional silver, depending on what is found on top of the deck.
Puts it on bottom. Looks like it probably wasn't a 0, or maybe it was too strong a card that he doesn't want Leo to have access to. You say premium card, it's basically a wounding blow, but in this case, all he wants to do is take cards out of Leo's deck. So it does the job. It's the exact same as most of the other 0 for 4s, with side benefit of here. Slightly better if he can get that 1 cost or less. That'll create a silver, and like we said, every 2 silver is 2 points of life.
Much better than, say, base go again in this matchup from some of the alternatives. So Plunder the Poor, definitely one of the more appealing ones, given how many targets there are. But again, it's a little dance that we love to refer to here. Both players know if there is a contract-fulfilling card on top of the deck for Leo.
Pablo does not anymore. He did put a card on the bottom.
Okay, could have known, I should say, whether the top card was there.
They haven't touched this turn, to clarify.
So unfortunate.
I need to back off.
You do.
Leo having a think on blocks here. Of course, he doesn't want to lose too many cards out of his deck. He knows what would be threatened on the top. And the way he loses this game is by running out of cards in his deck before he kills Pablo, which is always the question with Mechanologist. How much gas do you have? How much fuel do you have before you run out? Pablo threatening extra this game thanks to all of those contract cards.
Our 8th seed once again looking to set up a curse. Home country hero, I should say, for Leo Toulouse. Zipper hit gone from the Plunder the Poor, which does fulfill the silver meeting conditions. Red 1-2, not the nicest card to lose.
No, definitely not one Leo wants to be losing, and maybe that's why you had to think long and hard on that. Of course, losing a card out of hand is equally taking a card out of your deck, and he maybe didn't want to give up the equipment just yet. So not wanting to lose the hand, decides to lose the zipper hit instead to play out a double item turn and set up. Oh, triple. Well, playing 2, but he had 3 in hand.
Cranking the grenade. Never where you want to be in this spot, but clearly needs to get it out of the hand to facilitate a bigger turn in the future. And so Pablo Pintor getting away without being caught by a red grenade, that's for certain.
That's 1 boom grenade dealing no damage.
And another one in the hand. Second red grenade. Oh no.
Let's not draw so many items. Let's not draw those boom grenades, please. Let's just have them perfectly on the top. Scale Peeler put forward off a very efficient 2 red in the pitch.
1 damage comes through. The equipment will block slightly worse than before. The Tunic cashed in for a resource. And we will see Surgical Extraction alongside another red from the hand from Pablo Pintor.
So minor upside is that the 2-block equipment still block 1 if he puts an attack action forward with it. Minor downside, Adaptive Plating can't even really be used to take advantage of this boom grenade here because it would only block 2, and then you're still giving a card out of hand or 2 other pieces of equipment given the -1. So, which is one of the possible ways this boom grenade could have been worth it. No longer worth it thanks to that Scale Peeler.
Huntsman trigger. We're debating a response from Leo before that card is seen by Pablo Pintor. This definitely feels like a painful start, and we can see our home country champion in the blender here, trying to figure out how to navigate this one. Again, not a matchup I think Dash.io typically has much playtesting against.
If only that blender was steam powered, maybe he'd be doing a little bit better, but no, it is. How do you describe Arakni? Knife powered? A lot of, yeah.
I would argue Arakni is knife powered.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, most of those knives end up in me by the time the game is over. But knife powered pile of chaos certainly works for me. Will be a dash activation here. We're going to see that other grenade pitched away. Hopefully coming back later on for Cerebellum Processor. So
Okay.
not losing that to a surgical extraction at least. Now the question is, what color is the card underneath, and is it of importance to Leo Toulouse? Both players now aware that it is zipper hit shaped.
Wanted to get that Cerebellum, didn't want it bottomed like the last one he saw, so playing it out and keeping that Boom Grenade in deck, I think this is navigating these items the best way he could have.
And so, Huntsman trigger, all fine and dandy. Surgical extraction, now the question, as you allude to, the equipment blocking significantly worse than it may have done if Scale Peeler hadn't done its damage before this. And we see Leo deliberating, turning one of those cards near mint by spinning it around on the table.
The downside here is you can take another setup turn, but then put an effort to get the Cerebellum on board and you would lose it as well. So a bit of a up and down. Lose one counter to play the Cerebellum here and then just do nothing on your turn. Looks like he will be blocking 4, using 3 block on an attack action card and 1. 2 minus 1 is 1 on the equipment.
Golden Cog generated from the Tinker Rings does put an extra counter on Symbiosis shots, so some bonus damage gained if we manage to expend all these counters as the game continues. But it will be Processor ticking down, Boom Grenade exploding to no effect here, as Leo Toulouse looks to set up just a gigantic steam-powered engine to bust on through the defenses of Arakni Huntsman. It is that second Teklo Pounder as Voltron attempts to be assembled.
Cerebellum not sticking around for long, using all of those turns for setup, but it will still be around for at least 1 card draw on the next turn, which is that really big turn we're building towards with these Teklo Pounders. Unfortunately for Leo, there's another surgical extraction in Pablo's hand, so getting the draw he wants in this spot where he's allowed to keep his entire hand. Pitches a blue to come in with a dagger. Looks familiar.
Scale Peeler doing a heavy lift in this matchup so far. 1 go again. Demands respect if you intend on using that adaptive plating on that golden cog before it expires. No blocks declared. We will see another point leak through. Brings Leo Toulouse down to 24.
And you know about this play.
25, maybe perhaps. Surgical extraction. You know about this play, was the line from Pablo there. Do stop me if you've seen this one before. Peeler into surgical extraction poses the same question yet again. Leo looking at a hand that contains Zipper, 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 and Fast and Furious.
I think that back one might be a 0 to 60, but it is...
Oh, you're right. I guess based on the Z. My bad.
That's fair. That's very
My
fair.
bad.
Unfortunate thing is you still have to kind of give one of these cards up. You could throw... no, you can't even throw all of your equipment. Adaptive plating, if it destroys that golden cog, would block for 1 minus 1 plus 2. Is 2, but the other 2 equipment only block for 1 combined thanks to that Scale Peeler. So definitely a card coming out of hand, whether it's of Leo's choice or Pablo's choice.
In this case, or a card would go again, or you know.
So we see confirming exactly how surgical extraction works, the contract conditions, what it will do if it hits. And again, I just have nothing but admiration for this level of communication in the finals of a calling. You're not obliged to be so friendly with your information, but why would you want a confused opponent? It makes the game take longer.
Pablo has been around the block. He wins with honor, this guy. There's no confusing his opponent here. He's got those accolades for a reason. Of course, I think they were maybe clarifying whether it's the banish card has to be blue. It's just banish blue for silver, but you can pick any card you want from the hand. Leo putting 2 cards sideways.
We are thumbing 0 to 60 and Fast and Furious here, playing defense in the face of surgical extraction. More cards being torn away from Dash.io's offensive output. It is Rip a Hit and Yip a Hit in the hand here for Leo Toulouse.
More Cerebellum Processor counters going away for not a lot of offense from Leo. If he does throw a boost card here, it does take advantage of these 2 Teklo Pounders, but using those... Wow!
Voltron assembled.
Excuse the clap for everyone at home.
Yip a Hit paying the bill. we have found Teclo Pounder with cheese. We are stocked up and triple pattied for the future of this game. And sooner rather than later, I imagine, we will start to see some slobber knockers coming out of the hand of Leo Toulouse.
So what I was about to say is it's a bit risky to throw out his boost card here. You don't want to use some of those counters when there's not much follow-up. You want to be creating these offensive overlaps we talk about a lot when we have aggressive decks against defensive decks. Playing out the third pounder, we're leaning towards offensive overlap. Pablo only has so much hand disruption in his deck. He's now hit 2 of them in a row. There's possibly questions about whether he's likely to draw another one. It looks like he hasn't, unless that arsenal has some hand disruption that we don't know about. But eventually, Leo will get his opportunity. We're still early enough in the game with these pounders assembled that there will be the opportunity to use all 3 counters, all of them probably with big turns. So I would say happy kind of for Leo. You've lost 12 life to get to this point, but that's not important here or there. Pablo still has 35 life, but those pounders are going to be a big deal.
Scales peeled, spiders bite, and Fleece the Frail will be the follow-up at the end of this. Unoptimal to block, but most importantly, 0/4/4, and we'll have the ability to take cards from the top of the deck for Arakni Huntsman once again. We will take a peek at the top card once given permission from Dash.io, of course. And looking for cards that have 2 or less defense, you will find some of those if you try hard enough.
Well, actually, here's a question. It's a Teclo core on top. Does that have 2 or less defense? But it has none defense.
None defense counts.
None defense counts, okay.
All right, so Fleece the Frail looking at a Teclo core, and there's a Teclo core that was left there by Leo, so both players aware of the situation. Pablo can leave it there if so inclined, but decides no, would rather you not gain free resources, despite the fact it would theoretically fulfill the contract if Fleece the Frail found its way through.
Leo may be hoping that Pablo digs it because it is an item that's playable, and then he can get further towards boom grenades, hopefully, to pair with these Teclo Pounders. Taking another turn to block, but really respecting the cards out of his deck against his Fleece the Frail. Losing cards out of his hand could be a signal that the hand was not so offensively potent on its own. Could be a signal that he's just playing an item and passing or something. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that necessarily, but I didn't take a good peek at Leo's hand when he made that decision, so that could be part of why.
Processor overloaded, and it will be Plasma Mainline to get things going here. If you're not familiar with this one, well, it is a Mechanologist staple. Comes on through with 5 steam counters on it. When there are none left, it will destroy itself, but unlike some other items, it doesn't tick down at the start of turn. The way those counters get off, when you play a mech item with 2 or less of a cost, you can move a steam counter from the main line onto that item. This is your way of keeping those grenades around longer, keeping your null time zones, your cerebellum processors around longer. We're looking at 3 steam counters, and we're out of dice.
We're
you
way
may be
out
able
of
to tell
dice.
in the
We're
feature match
beyond out
area.
of dice.
Counter moved across, and this is how you have a chance. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, the Voltron firmly assembled, triple pounder with cheese, all the counters flying around. Leo Toulouse is ready to put the foot down.
We talked about the importance of that Plasma Mainline, whether you would sign it in the deck list evaluation at the start of the game. There it was. Unfortunately, didn't come before the Teclo Pounders. That's one of the best items to affect with the Plasma Mainline, but it's also really good. It's also really good with these boom grenades and cerebellum processors, of course, to extend them. With the deck size Leo has, could be we only have 3 turns of pounding. He does keep blocking.
3 turns of pounding incoming. Will be scales peeled until morale improves. No equipment. In an ideal world, should this one find its mark again, down to 22 for Leo. The follow-up for Pintor. Looking at a hand that is full of fiddler's green. Not exactly where you want to be on offense. It will be that sack, the shifty.
These setup turns for Leo were really nice for Pablo when there was surgical extraction in hand.
Yeah, much worse when you're playing generic 0/4 number 7.
Yeah. Saxon Shifty, of course, is looking for cards with base go again, of which I believe there are absolutely 0 in Leo's deck.
Yeah, boost doesn't count.
Yeah.
No, that one is not technically base go again. And so Leo looks at the top card, says, you can look at it if you'd like. Pablo says, well, thank you, I don't like that. Bottom it goes. So the Shifty aiming for an unknown entity for Pablo, but Leo gets a peek at the next card down to further inform his decisions. Is it go time for Dash.io?
Can't be that many more things you want to play out. You've played out all your 2-cost items. This is the second Cerebellum processor. How many more things might be justifying setup turns at this stage?
You haven't played enough Mechanologists. There's always more things. Always more stuff and things.
Didn't have any prismatic lens in this list, did we?
No, I don't believe so, which would have been a nice trick, no doubt. But Crown of Providence.
That's the thing.
That is a thing, indeed. Being reached for here to blunt the shifty. Blocking 1 due to this scale peeler, but would like to fix the hand. Perhaps most importantly, would like to draw the card on top of the deck. Let's see what is found. It's the Arsenal being cashed in for a Spark of Genius. Yellow Boom Grenade on top of the deck here, which would certainly provide an action point for that Cerebellum processor to do its stuff.
Yeah, that Spark of Genius, powerful card in its own right, but it does look like it's the only resource card available in Leo's hand.
Grenade banished. It's more than fine to let it go as far as Leo is concerned. The hand more premium than that. We will see the black deck Whisperers allowing Spider's Bite to keep things going. Means that attack actions will block slightly worse. Now this one has found its mark and will carry things on with a Fleece the Frail. Just continuing to not only push damage, but take important cards away from the engine of Dash.io.
Kind of like the sequencing here where if he knew that he was probably using that black tech anyways, he held on to the Fiddler's Green just to sort of pump fake that there was extra cards, possible attack reactions here. Maybe disincentivize Leo from blocking and make it so that black tech is more likely to hit.
On the bottom it goes, 0 to 60 of no interest to Pablo Pintor for now. 4 will be taken as Leo Toulouse falls to 14 and the top card will disappear again. Teklo Trebuchet 2000. Leo giving that look over to Pintor. Do you make silver? I don't know what your card does.
No, it does not make silver. It does not have base go again. And, of course, it also does not block for 2 or less. There's very few cards in Leo's deck that fulfill either of those other than maybe the items with their block value. Hand drawn up includes a defense reaction, which will help Pablo against this onslaught.
Processor ticks down. The rest of the items holding firm. It is time for 5 cards to show us how much damage they can do. Leo deciding how to sequence his turn. He's got numerous options. The hand very red, but Spark of Genius capable of footing some of that bill. Cerebellum Processor, of course, has the ability to draw some cards here to make it all come together as well with a little bit of luck.
Probably disincentivized from playing out that Spark of Genius. Maybe he still will, but it will create the opportunity for Pablo to draw an extra card off of Balance of Justice if he plays out Spark and uses the Cerebellum Processor action point. Creates an action point off the top with Boom Grenade here, found by Dash.io's effect.
I think we're thinking on the crank here because this grenade will either have 2 or 1 counters if Plasma Mainline gets involved in the mix. So Leo reassessing with the newfound information found after looking at the next card underneath the grenade. So we will crank in this case, and it looks like we will decline on the Plasma Mainline. Counter sticking around, no need to save a grenade if you're pretty sure it's getting in the mix. Cerebellum will cash in that bonus action point to draw another card. It is maximum velocity on top of the deck, and slowly but surely it's all starting to make sense. Fast and Furious is very furious indeed. 4 base, extra 6 points of power being gained. This is maximum velocity. What do you mean?
Wow, this is big. Beating Chest Gorilla on this Fast and Furious card. Finally real for maybe the first time I've ever seen it. 10 damage on the Fast and Furious. Pablo asking just to clarify what happens with all of your items. Now looking, reaching to block 6. There's a lot of damage coming through on this turn from Leo. And I think the problem is, for Pablo at least, we have this turn a lot of damage, and the next turn has, on the face of it, the same amount of damage coming through depending on how he draws, given all of those Tekla Pounders that are on the board. Dash.io is really, it took a while, but really showing up how strong it can be.
Go a 10, met by 10 points of block value. The Spark of Genius will find a grenade. So we are going to be enabling Balance of Justice here with a card being drawn from the Spark of Genius. Leo believes the assault big enough, wide enough to get through 2 more block and a bonus card. And these grenades are going to find their mark.
It's only boost card number 1, so I mean, even if you count on board enough to block out the max fee, there's 2 more cards before that. We'll definitely make it through. Leo just saying, I have to tell you I crank.
So 3 cards in hand. I believe it's max fee and 2 reds. This draw feels very important. It's Teklo Core in blue, found from the top of the deck here. And suddenly, Heist and that Outpace are playable at the least. Seems a little difficult to get maximum velocity tuned into this, though.
Yeah, I count enough resources for N-1. We're missing 1 resource using the Teklo Founder Heart. Does that make us reevaluate? Can this Heist somehow create a resource? Is there a Cerebellum and Banish? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Outpace the choice here, pitching that Teklo Core away to pay. 4 no equipment makes that balance of justice just a little bit more awkward than it was a moment ago. You would really like to get your block value out of that. Thankfully, Pintor came prepared. It's Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal to cover that breakpoint nice and cleanly. And it will be an attempt at the Heist of the century. Unsurprisingly, balance of justice blocking quicker than I have ever seen it do before. Gunshot from Symbiosis shot. And we'll take a look at the discard before breaking balance of justice. I like this quite a lot. Just maximizing information before making your choices. It's not impossible this balance of justice will be triggered again next turn thanks to the existing Cerebellum processor. And so if the value isn't there, might be worth waiting things out depending on what you think Leo has left.
Is there an action point remaining after this Symbiosis shot? It's not represented, but there was a lot of crank in this turn.
There certainly was a lot of crank, and he was cranking it. Balance being broken, it's Command and Conquer that will just play defense here, jumps in front of the Symbiosis shot to suck up that 2 damage. Maximum velocity in the arsenal, but that is 2 more grenades biting the dust.
I talked about how important those Teklo Pounders are and how these turns look so strong, and we were facing down that card, certain Pablo was going to take a lot of damage and then do it 2 more times, but the first time fully blunted, it did cost that balance of justice. That's now gone. There was a defense reaction in Arsenal and 1 in hand. Those are now gone. Pablo on a bit of a weaker defensive position than he was for the last time we faced down this board state, but Leo still having to overcome 35 points of health from Pablo.
Dash activation, once the processor ticks down, finds backup protocol red. Counter back on Symbiosis shot here. Going to see the crank coming through for an extra action point. This one pretty good at rebuying something like Twin Drive to make that velocity work in a pinch, but we are starting to run a little light on fuel here.
2 action points, or I should say -2 defense action points.
Speaking of 2, it's 2 defense reactions in the hand for Pablo Pintor. Sink Below and Shelter from the Storm. Gabe, I can't help but stare at that plasma mainline right now. Feels like those grenades, a painful loss and a small shake of the head here from Leo Toulouse.
Leo really thinking he was definitely getting through. We saw that max fee. Maybe he was hoping he would get the correctly costed card off the top of his deck in one of those draws, and he was just comfortable holding on to those counters for the rest of the Cerebellums. I think there's 1 more in deck. Maybe the rest of the booms down the line. He really thought that one was safe. Unfortunately, Pablo had the perfect responses throughout the whole turn, even cashing in balance, thinking this might be the only time we get 2 draw just to block 2 against Symbiosis shot.
Leo breathing deep, reframing the game. You don't find yourself in a calling final every day, and even less so do you find your opponent to be Pablo Pintor.
This might be every 5 player's dream. Calling final against my GOAT, I think the GOAT of Flesh and Blood history.
Impossible. 2 resources floating as the card is bought with Cerebellum Processor. Extra action point doing some good work. We see Sprocket Rocket and a pile of blues in the hand. So we can certainly reach maximum velocity if that's the intention. It will be zipper hit of the blue variety, Bipper, if you will. Teklo Pound is ticking down.
It's a pretty big blue zipper hit.
Yeah, it's not bad. 9's pretty good on a blue.
9's pretty good. No boom grenades, and Dash IO has been activated, so Pablo understands that this is more face-up damage, even if it is still offensive overlap thanks to that maximum velocity that should probably be ending this turn down the line.
Pintor reaching for cut to the chase, which will block 3 pretty hardily, joined by Shelter from the Storm here. So blocking 7 on 9. No reactions coming through, so 2 points bleeding through brings Pintor to 33. Lyath takes a peek at the new top card of the deck. Of course, that Protocol Red offering numerous options about how this turn could continue. It is blue 0 to 60 that banishes away that Teklo Trebuchet 2000. 2 damage taken here from the 0 to 60. Better place to spend the cards. Sprocket Rocket. Roaring across Heist. Banished to enable it. It will be 3 go again here, and we know what is coming next. Maximum Velocity waiting in the arsenal here. Sadly, no grenades alongside it.
Yeah, this is not what Leo wants. It is a big offensive overlap, but with no grenades, it's sort of like not your ceiling offensive overlap, and he's boosted away at least a couple good red cards recently. So losing access to that Heist as it goes into the banish zone. More cards going away with every turn. Only 1 counter left on each of these Teklo Pounders, and Pablo's still on 31. I mean, until this.
About to be a little bit less than 31 as that last blue in hand is pitched away to enable maximum velocity. Importantly, 2 resources floating here, so Backup Protocol Red can rebuy this when the chain closes. Have a shot at going again.
Not a lot nicer to arsenal whatever red he gets off Backup Protocol than, for example, using Teklo Foundry Heart, losing 2 cards out of his deck, and then holding that throttle. So at least this is some upside that he's setting up another 5-card hand with those Teklo Pounders here. And 10 damage has come through to bring Pablo to 21.
I think this is very heads up from Pablo Pintor. That last card in hand is a sink below. I think a lot of worse players look at that 10 and go, I should probably not take that. That seems problematic. But Pintor knows. There's another maximum velocity coming. It was rebought with this Backup Protocol Red, and there are grenades still looming. If you want a chance to beat the grenades when they turn up, you're going to need a defense reaction in the arsenal.
The one thing I wonder is whether he should have blocked with those gloves and immediately bought them back. Clearly valuing, again, having that 2 block on this next turn to prevent something like this big max fee, and then 2 more in the future afterwards. But will he be able to survive through this turn to get both of those activations of the gloves, or uses, I should say, of the glove?
3-pounder charges remain. This final assault really needs to be a big one. It's null time zone. Metex, Protocol Red.
And it's not a boost card at the back. Yellow Boom, it looks like. Grenade. It said crank in French in small text at the top of that card box.
Your French is much better than mine, so I will believe you on the yellow grenade. Looks like that is indeed what we find. It's a 3-item hand here again for Leo Toulouse.
Really bad timing on that. He really wanted this last pounder turn. It was a 5-card turn. Could be really strong. Items off the top could draw you a 6th card as well, thanks to Cerebellum Processor. Leo kind of smirking a little bit as he makes sense of what he's most likely supposed to do here. Null Time Zone doesn't do a lot in this matchup, that's for sure.
There are some options here. Dash activation will go pitching away Null Time Zone to pop an item into play. It's the last Cerebellum Processor. This feels like it might be mainline time.
We're definitely mainlining. The question is, are we cranking? And therefore, it only comes in with 2.
We'll crank it, so going to find ourselves with 2 counters and a bonus action point. Mainline ticking down. I wonder if the grenade in hand will also be a beneficiary of this plasma mainline to try and build 1 more cannon shot.
One last setup turn. There is some disruption available in Pablo's hand, of course, with that Leave No Witnesses, which would be threatening that maximum velocity if Leo takes a pure setup turn. We do have the Medex. Medex is nice here. It does consume all these Teklo Pounders, but he can gain extra action points thanks to the on-hit effect. He can even put in the boom from his hand, crank it or not crank it with some extra action points, and then have that available for the maximum velocity. I'm not sure he has enough cards to go ahead and... Oh, we'll be drawing a lot of cards.
Would have 2 processors available in theory. Wouldn't be surprised to see Pintor respecting this. Feels like an easy way to fall behind if 3 action points find themselves in play. So Fate Foreseen joining 3 blocks to cover up the Metex. On the bottom goes the Opt Found. That Leave No Witnesses, the last card in hand. Leo takes a peek at the top card of the deck. Decided it was not good enough to wait on those Teklo Pounders. And so Medex will go to the graveyard as the chain is closed. Processor number 1 will draw a card. We find ourselves looking at Sprocket Rocket coming off the top of the deck.
Not seeing many ways to create an action point for that second Cerebellum Processor here.
And so we will see Backup Protocol Red being cranked on the way in, gesturing towards that main line. Unsure if it's being burnt to keep this one around while keeping the turn going. For now, we're looking at the graveyard, deciding what may be the best acquisition. It will be that grenade pitched away here to break the Backup Protocol Red. And we'll go fishing for 0 to 60, which will enable this turn to fire maximum velocity. Boosting away, 0 to 60 blue. 4, go again. Now Pintor with the mouth in hand, trying to do the math. Knows what the arsenal is, knows the velocity is there. How best do you respect it? It is by blocking the 0 to 60 for now. Leave no witnesses, going away, falling down to 20.
Blocking as much as he can here, of course.
The sprocket will rocket.
Breaking the chain will enable for Tekla Foundry Heart. Wow, oh my gosh.
Fast and furious means that Cerebellum processor probably staying around for the rest of the game here at this point, I would imagine, with 3 extra steam counters available.
Prioritizing putting the counter on the one with counters rather than the other, as keeping 2 on the board is kind of hard to actually get both of those draws at this stage of the game, given what's left in Leo's deck.
It will be maximum velocity coming across. Having to Teklo Foundry Heart to do it, definitely a little bit painful. That sink below now staring back at Pablo Pintor. Is it time this time to subsidize some damage? It will be the Graven Gloves and the sink below from the Arsenal. Blocking 6 here. 4 points coming through. Brings Pintor down to 13. Engine running light on cards here for Leo.
It was 35 at the start of the Teklo Pounders.
Welcome back to all 4,000 of you joining us for this final here in Toulouse. You've arrived just in time to see a twin drive. Red boom grenade in the hand for Leo as Processor 1 conks out. Processor 2 holding strong. 2 counters available.
All 3 pounders used to deal 22 damage to Pablo, all things considered. Pablo bought back that Graven Gloves, very important to point out there, with that last 2 silver remaining, effectively gaining 2 more life.
And we have entered the counting stage of the game as players analyze which cards remain. Graveyard full, Banish Zone. Taking a peek. Taking a peek through at what remains. I can't shake it, Gabe. I don't think this is over.
No, it really doesn't feel over. Those Tekla Pounders are gone, but Leo still has a good amount of deck, and there's only 13 life. I've been on this side of the table, Pablo's side of the table, against a Dio on this much deck, and you definitely can lose 13 from this point.
The analysis, very important for both players at this point. Decklist, of course, available at this stage, and so information known. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 cards, I believe, in deck
Good
for
count.
Leo. Try my best.
15 in deck, 4 in hand. That's I would say 1/3 of the deck remaining, but not true. He probably brought in about 70, 72 cards here.
Certainly think so. And so, Pulse Wave Harpoon placed briefly on the combat chain before being reassessed.
It's not the greatest hand here, right? There's no reds. There's all reds, I should say. There's no blues. Yeah.
All reds indeed. Red Grenade, Red Harpoon, Twin Drive. And there's a boost card in the back. Can't quite tell what it is.
Pablo does have a leave no witnesses, meaning if he's given space, 1 card's worth of space, he will be able to threaten some disruption. Leo, although it's not a great card, you don't really have the space to continue a full setup plan because you need to be threatening cards out of Pablo's hand. Now that he's on 13, he has to be really respecting every turn. Red Pitch makes Leo a bit comfortable here. It's unlikely it makes Pablo a little comfortable here against Leo. It's unlikely there's going to be a Boom Grenade, and if it is, there's probably not very efficient follow-up. So it's just the 5 from 1 here and the Boom Grenade. Take 1, he says, no boom off the top.
Down to 12 goes Pintor. Leo reassesses. We know that Twin Drive might be the key to putting this game together. The chain will close. And Boom Grenade extended from the hand. Debating. No crank. And more importantly, Plasma Mainline. Hopping a counter across. Keep this healthy.
Held on to those earlier counters to use them on the last couple Boom Grenades down the line. Here we see some reward for that. If this Boom Grenade doesn't connect next turn, he has 2 opportunities to make that 4 true damage come through.
It's quite the hand. Once more, Spark of Genius. Zipper, Pulse Wave. Those reds we saw pitched early, paying out in spades.
Again on resource duty Spark here, but that's fine when you have all these breakpoints. Pablo does get given a hand. Like I said, it does include a Leave No Witnesses. Maybe debating what the best way to use those other cards. There's a Shred there as well.
Looks like Plunder the Paw in the back for the 3 cards for our 2-time Pro Tour champion, who is on the cusp of becoming the first ever calling champion with Arakni Huntsman.
I think the debate here is probably, yeah, do I want to use that blue Shred as pitch for daggers? No, I don't, because I really want that to force through this Leave No Witnesses. I need a card out of deck, and I need that card out of arsenal. So using Tunic and the red to force through Spider's Bite, making this much harder to block for Leo. Reaches for Adaptive Plating. That's a 1 block. Could be a 3. Reaches for Tekla Foundry Heart. That's a 1 block. Looks like he's going to be destroying an item. Those 2 counters probably not relevant given the boom grenades that we expect are left in deck.
Take a peek, of course, with Arakni Huntsman before Adaptive Plating does its thing. Just a quick note that there may be a cut to the chase, you know. Got to blush it through, but more importantly, it is Shred that will force this to connect.
It's huge.
It is Twin Drive gone. Top card, Boom Grenade gone. Silver made. Gotta watch that silver. Feels like it might be very important if those Graven Gloves are the thing to keep Pintor alive.
Really unfortunate to hit a blue there on the boom grenade. 2 reds would have been very good. That's functionally 2 life gained, but 1 silver is not 1 life gained. You need to be on those even counts of silver as Arakni to get the benefit of your equipment here. Stripping cards from Leo for this turn.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11 cards in deck. I believe that's 4 in hand. 15 cards left to work with to try to deal 12, functionally 15 damage to Pablo Pintor.
Hunter or hunted in the hand for Pintor. Not the easiest card to block with if the turn goes big, but
no,
could certainly throw a spanner in the plans if it takes away an important final piece.
Could take away zipper hits. I think there's a couple zipper hits left, but depends
2 in
what's
the
on
hand.
top.
2 in the hand this time.
It's actually possibly a thorn in his side at this stage
Very
of the
possible.
game.
Not easy to block with that one without giving up 2 cards to do it. And Leo with the quick count again, and this is astounding to me. You can see Leo knows where the stack is. He's counting cards back in order in the hands that will be drawn. What happens if I don't boost? What if I IP1? What if I don't Arsenal?
When do I need things to line up perfectly? Of course, I keep my items around for 1 more turn. If I don't make full use of them this turn, they both have a counter left on them.
Where is that?
He says, sorry, just having to think, but very important in this stage. We're 50 minutes into this game. We're 2 days into this tournament, and there's a lot of thought to be had for these last 2 remaining players.
The count. More important than ever in what is the biggest game of Leo Toulouse's life. Home country hero, home name hero, has the ability to be immortalized by vanquishing Pablo Pintor and the dreams of all the Huntsman players around the world. You cannot afford to get it wrong. That 8th seed curse working for Leo here, trying to sink one of the biggest names in our game today.
Not too many people have taken down Pablo Pintor in a calling finals since he's won so many of them before.
Fanning through, card counts coming. What's still left? And again, we saw this numerous times. Quarterfinals, same story with the Vynnset matchup. Understanding what is left, you are at the point of the game where you can understand the cards that are available in both players' decks. You can count it through. You know what is left.
I'm not so sure about both players. I think the Arakni deck is still a little bit...
Okay.
There's a lot in there.
Both players can count, not both
Both
decks
players can count,
necessarily.
try to come to an understanding of what exactly is in Leo's deck, and they're doing it back and forth, making sure to internalize as much of the information as possible.
Pulse Wave Harpoon is the choice here. Boosting away Teklo Trebuchet. 4, go again.
Now, here's a question. Still cards in hand, 2 cards in hand, still threatening a lot of damage. Are you willing to hunt it or hunter just in case you hit the cards that are in hand? You know, like if you hit a zipper on top, you can also steal the
There's your answer. Hunter or
He's
hunted.
going for it.
Coercive Tendency pitched away, takes a peek at the top
Oh,
card.
it's a max V by my view.
I think both players going to be okay with that.
Yeah.
And it is double red zipper hit, and Teklo Foundry Heart still has enough fuel left that if Pablo Pintor wasn't sure, now we know.
There was one zipper left in deck, but of course not near the top.
Couple throttles.
One boom grenade, a red and a blue throttle, and a heist.
Some Teklo cores in there. This is going to be down to the wire.
So we got the two red, is it both red zippers?
They're both red zipper hits.
Rippers, as you say.
Rippers,
That's
indeed.
10 damage available in the hand. Pablo only has 2 more cards to block with, but does have 2 silver now, which is going to be good to buy back that Gravens for the future turn. And then not a lot of red, but he might have just shuffled that red to the top together. He might have just helped Leo incidentally, because that next hand was quite yellow and the following one was quite blue. It wasn't a lot down the line until that final turn. Now has shuffled it all together, and we don't know the order it's going to come out in.
The gunshot from Symbiosis shot. Leo knows. These grenades, this processor, they're sticking around. If Pablo's going to give me 2 cards now, what am I worried about?
Yeah, and there's a CNC, but no blue to fire it, so he can't even afford to take this 2. It's probably going to be blocked with the CNC and throw forward that 0 for 4, just threaten 1 more card out of deck. No equipment block left for Leo.
Over 500 votes in our poll for the finals. 71% of you believe Arakni Huntsman will take the crown for the very first time. Get those votes in. Be on the right side of history. Will it be Dash.io? It's an item on top here.
Oh
Teklo Core is found. There were 2 left in the deck, and we don't need to pitch anymore. Those red zipper hits will be funded at the very least as the final barrage is prepared.
What
for
an
Leo
assist.
Toulouse.
The shuffle of the deck, putting that Teklo Core on top, holding 2 red zipper hits, possibly drawing more reds. We know there's 2 more in deck. Possibly lining that boom grenade on top. That would be top, best case scenario. Let's take a look if we can at what Leo is working with. It's blurry, but there's definitely 1 Teklo Core in hand. No evidence of more red attacks just yet.
Silver being cashed in.
Buy back
Black Tech Whisperers just needs every point of block to sustain this final assault, and it will be that Slay the Scholars a 1-card 4 here in order to work through another card. Now here's the dance. Will they touch? Does the top card matter? Or is the grenade? Is the grenade underneath? Where is that final boom grenade?
Arakni resolves, taking a look.
Zipper
Zipper
hits.
hit blue. Puts it to the bottom. See, it's Black Tech Whispers.
I can't see it.
It's less block efficient than buying back the Graven in the future, of course, but he needs it all for this turn. This boom grenade is the last opportunity.
It's
this
4
Teklo Core
cards.
is the last opportunity.
4 cards in deck. 4 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Teklo Core available.
Wow, throttle red drawn in the hand as well. You have to be able to boost or
You need
banish
cards.
in order to boost. So if he loses a card out of deck, he's possibly losing access to the ability to boost this entire turn. I don't remember how many cards exactly boost cards were there. Okay, there we go. Zipper hit, red throttle, blue throttle, and that Teklo Core.
Can you afford to give up any cards to deny this? I don't think you can. You need these cards to do the damage.
With the Zipper hit and Arsenal, that's 4 boost cards, though. You obviously don't need to give go again to the last one, but you do want to get those Symbiosis shots.
Where is the grenade?
Where is the grenade? Grenade coming off of the deck as well. You can't fire all these boosts. You're going to have to crank that grenade just for the action point.
The biggest decision of Leo Toulouse's Flesh and Blood career stands in front of us.
It's a 1 in 3 that the boom grenade's on top, because the bottom card is known. That's the blue Zipper hit.
We can't possibly know where it is. The only person who does is the Frenchman who sits in front of you. Just mere decisions away. It is a dash activation for the grenade. It's yellow. It has the counter, and it is safely in play.
It was on top of the deck. Possibly best case scenario for Leo. Okay, it was 5 cards, so that's 4 cards left now.
Okay.
Take 4.
Falls to 7.
Falls to 7, banishes the null time zone. That is a non-attack action and does create a silver, but unfortunately only 1. Teklo Core, though, going back into the deck is fueling up all the boosts we need. There's no items going to be played off the top anymore, I don't believe, with that null time zone going away, meaning that we have only this turn to boost away the rest of our deck and try to deal as much damage as possible. Any damage hits, 7 more comes through from the boom grenades.
2 resources from Teklo Core. We know the red zipper hits are available. Pablo Pintor. Oh no. Codex of Frailty, Fiddler's Green in the hand.
Oh my god.
Fiddler's Green will only save you if the combat chain ever closes, and it might not do that. Red zipper hit screams across. The final cards in deck, slowly but surely, it's 3, holding on the final fuel here to provide Leo Toulouse with a way to steal the game. It might not be a heist, but it's starting to feel like one.
Zipper hit for 5. Pablo having 4 block available on equipment. Remember, if anything hits, 7 more comes through, so you can kind of think of Pablo's life total as -7 since this is the last turn of the game. In terms of physical raw damage that comes through, he needs to deal 5 plus the 4 from equipment. 9 physical damage.
The onus on Pintor reaches for 3 permanents. It's Black Tech Whisperers, Shred, and Fiddler's Green. Talk about information. Leo Toulouse cannot close the chain and is not interested in doing so. Red zipper hit comes onto the chain. We know it's only 5 block left in hand. Graven Gloves, Plunder the Paw, soaking up the heat, and we know it's there. The throttle comes screaming across. Another card. It's 1 card left in deck here for Leo. Both players at this point know it is 6 go again, staring down a Codex. 4 and 7 is 11. Symbiosis shot would be 13. Tunic blocking 1 would be 12 points of damage coming through. And the realization is hitting Pablo Pintor that it is exact. The numbers are perfect. The Tunic jumps in and we will see the damage leaking through. And those 6 counters sitting on Symbiosis shot are going to be enough. Fiddler's Green staring, wishing it could do anything as the gun comes across and closes the door on the calling here in Toulouse. The handshake happens. He might be Toulouse, but he came here to win. 8th place curse, Dash.io. It's 2 callings in a row. That's the home country hero. Vanquishes a 2-time Pro Tour champion and Arakni Huntsman to take the title when everyone thought, 71% of you, wrong. Go home. Do not pass go and enjoy the victory of the last card in the deck.
Every point of block mattered there. Any point more of life for Pablo Pintor means he wins that game guaranteed, having only 2 cards left in Dash.io's deck. Imagine not drawing that Fiddler's Green there. Too many things to think about.
We spoke about it. There was a turn where Pablo didn't block with the gloves, didn't rebuy them, and instead got forced to rebuy Black Tech Whisperers. That one might have mattered.
It might. Wow, it might have, because the boom grenades ended up coming through anyways. We blocked with them earlier. It's not about the break point on this last turn. It's just about the life. So many decision points that matter throughout the course of these games. Leo Toulouse has set a precedent that if you share a last name with the city that you play in, oh my god, you can win an event in great fashion over top of Pablo Pintor. What's this for?
One of us is going to need it, I'm sure. Someone's throat's gone. Nice to meet you. My name is Scott Yokohama.
Yeah,
feeling
there you go. You're going to win that event.
Feeling really good about that Pro Tour all of a sudden. Let's take a look at the brackets that got us here in one of the most iconic stories in Flesh and Blood history. It was a tale of 7 heroes. The only duplicate was Dash.io, who made it all the way across the finish line.
All the way across the finish line. 2 weeks in a row, Dash.io taking down a calling championship last week with Connor Bryant in Montreal. This week with Leo Toulouse in Toulouse. What a game, taking down the GOAT of Flesh and Blood, the hardest boss battle in Flesh and Blood. That's Pablo Pintor, making it all the way to the finals on a hero nobody thought could make it this far, but Leo says, back to the gutter you go.
Talk about an opportunity for a future player. Arakni Huntsman is still waiting for their first calling champion, and we know it can be done now.
We know that the deck is strong and is strong enough to get there for sure. Your name doesn't have to be Pablo Pintor. There is power in that deck. There's a lot still to be played for in this season, and a lot of decks that are valid. I think you could pick almost anything for Yokohama. Well, maybe not almost anything. A lot of things for Yokohama, and probably making a good decision.
I think we've said it numerous times this weekend. It could be you, and I'm starting to hope that it is. Speaking of it could be you, we've got a giveaway to pull. Somebody gets to take home a lovely box of Compendium of Wraith, thanks to us reaching 40,000 subscribers on this broadcast. You know how that works, right? It means clearly they just give away stuff if you subscribe, so you should do that if you like free Flesh and Blood products. Should we find out who is the lucky beneficiary of this one this time around? 3, 2, 1. Pietro Z, congratulations. Pietro ZH, I should say. Look for details in the chat. Congratulations to you. Get some congratulations from the chat, please. Some stuff coming on in through for you there. Make sure you check out the details, and we'll have this box on the way to you.
Of course, we still are not done the day. If you want to hear from the man himself, the man of the hour and the man of the city, Leo Toulouse, you can hear from him in a winner's interview with you, Scott, just after this. But there's so much to talk about, and we will be here for this event forever. Just taking a drink before you need to talk a little bit more.
No idea what you're talking about.
I can't talk anymore.
Winner's interview in just a moment. We'll be right back. Stay with us. What the... in what might be the upset of the year so far. I am very lucky to be joined by Leo Toulouse. Congratulations,
Thank you very much.
Talk about a showstopper at the end there. Arakni Huntsman, not an easy matchup for Dash.io, but you found a way.
Yeah, I think the triple ponder did a lot. So I set up the whole five first turns.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried then to cycle my maximum velocities to that it stay the head in the water.
One way or the other, absolutely.
Yeah. I had the Plasma main line a bit late though, but I won't say anything since I got my 3 pointers.
Got there,
Yeah.
one way or the other, which is the important
Already
part.
good.
So Dash.io, a deck that won in Montreal last weekend as well, won
Yeah.
again in your hands this weekend. I assume you think it's a good choice for people who might be playing their Pro Quests at home.
I think it's a good deck since the last S tier deck he had a good matchup in this. I didn't figure it out that there will be so much fatigue and guardian in the meta, so I was surprised at first. And my Lothes were fatigue decks.
Makes sense.
2 guardians, so pretty hard.
Got there when it mattered. That's the important part.
But for ProQuest, I don't think there will be much guardians. So go on Dash. It's a good pick.
Makes a lot of sense to me. So obviously you had a lot of highlights over the weekend that we didn't get the chance to see on camera. Was there anything you really wanted to share with folks at home that really stood out to you?
Not really.
Not every game can be exciting. That's okay, one way or the other. I guess, of course, we want to give you the opportunity to thank some people, maybe that you have been testing with, or friends, family, anything like that. Anyone come to mind?
I played the deck like from 1 year straight.
Okay.
So I bring it all in my local armory at Clermont-Ferrand. So my mates have to take the Dash.io deck for an entire year, and I don't loot that much.
Oh, well, okay. So
I think
thanks for losing, I guess, is the
I think
the
they
line
don't
there.
like it very. So thanks for their patience.
I can appreciate that. Congratulations to the locals community that's definitely made this all come together. It is my pleasure to present you with this gorgeous Marvel Quick Dodge Flexes, which I know a lot of people are going to be very envious about. So happy to have one of those in your collection finally.
Yeah.
Anything else you would like to say to the folks at home, or any thoughts or tidbits you want to share?
I came with a friend of mine. We were 2 from Clermont-Ferrand.
Okay.
And not so well prepared, but he switched since he loses around day 1. He switched to the coach mode, so he coached me and bring me water.
There you go. The best friends you could ask
massage
for, really.
And
oh wow, the full suite. Okay.
Yeah. So big thanks to Guillaume, who was there with me.
Thank you, Guillaume. Clearly, you've played a big part in Flesh and Blood history.
Yeah.
What a remarkable result. Incredible stuff all around. Leo, thank you for taking a moment to join me in the booth. It's been incredible to have you. I've been Scott Yokohama this weekend, apparently. Happy to see you from Gabe Scher, from Erica Forsler, from the team behind the scenes here at the broadcast. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again very soon.